Beautiful it is to smile, you dummy. Don't pretend to be someone strong, because I know how hard it is. Smile, live, show the world your happiness. Her voice was full of power, some kind of power that you can only experience once in your life and no more. But Ferrucci was too young to understand it. They were both too young. Promise me under the stars. She held out her pinky finger. Promise that you will smile. He didn't move at first. He didn't know what to do. Promise me before it's too late, she shouted once again, looking up at the sky, at the shooting stars. I promise you. Louder, she shouted, but now with a smile on her face. I promise you. Ferrucci shouted as their pinkies locked together with warmth, with the stillness of the night, with the moment that would carry on in his life, with the guilt and burden that he wanted to be with her too much, that he screwed up many times, with that candy ring, with no meeting, with not visiting her, the love of his life. A burden which seemed so fragile and meaningless meant everything to him. The girl of his dreams, the girl of his life, his first love and last. Now it also means you will find somebody like me. What? Ferrucci pulled his hand away. No, you. Yes, you will. She shouted once again. Somebody who will care about you, who will love you. I don't care if it is a woman, a man, a friend, or anything. You will find somebody that you will smile at like you smiled at me. Luna, you can't make me. Promise something like that. Miss Luna, what are you doing here? An older woman's voice came. Your surgery is in 2 days, and you're here with... Oh, Ferrucci boy, you two flirting or something. Too young for that. No, we are just friends. She screamed out, blushing. Then, Ferrucci, I'll take her away. She grabbed the wheelchair handles as she smiled at him. Oh, and the next time you can sneak into the hospital is in a week. And don't jump over the fence, just walk in the back. She said, looking at Ferrucci's cut shorts. Oh, Luna laughed as she looked back, as the nurse pushed her away. Ferrucci, a promise is a promise for life, or until someone breaks it. This time her voice was sad, tearful. I'm not going to break it. Never. He somehow felt it. It reached him deep into the heart. Me too, he shouted back. I will never break it. Never will in my life. Darkness. The cold darkness now pulled him deeper, deeper into the abyss, deep down somewhere where there weren't sunrises, weren't laughs and smiles. Only where was guilt and sadness, sorrow and agony. The last memory of Luna's face before she died. The last time he could have told her that he loved her, but he didn't. Even though he knew it. This dumb kid knew it very well, that the chance was low, and still didn't say it, didn't set it until this point that he. I low, vu. Low and quiet, barely even a whisper. I love you, Luna. Ferrucci finally said it, under the starlit sky, under the shooting stars, he said it. And who knows, maybe up in the sky, on one of the stars, she's there, smiling at Ferrucci because he kept his promise, and maybe, just maybe, she finally said it too. Chapter 161, Wish. The stars slowly faded away, as Ferrucci's vision blurred, but that one last look gave him more than anything else ever could. Those words, those final words he finally said, unchained him from his past, unchained him from the mistake he made back then, a mistake that meant so much to him. But he kept his promise. He found someone he smiled for, someone he fought for, someone he swore he would die for if necessary. And now, his story was ending in a way that everybody knew his name, everybody knew his actions. The world would remember his name, his smile. Ferrucci Bellini drifted into the darkness, into his last breath, under the starry night, under the sky where someone waited for him. Any news? There isn't any, boss. Mike said to James as he was standing out, looking up at the sky. But it would be best if you just go inside. James didn't say anything, and his eyes were up at the sky, looking at the beautiful scenery, something that he never even thought to watch. Isn't that sad? He asked. Those beautiful dots up there, even those die. The stars? Mike asked, as now he looked up too. Yeah, the stars. James said as he looked now at Mike. I tried to call my mother, but she didn't pick up, nor Bella. I feel like a star, maybe a shooting one. Those are beautiful going through the sky, then disappearing into nothing. Mike now felt more confused than ever. The boss, James, gives life lessons which he couldn't really think why now, especially when they are at the biggest operation in their life. But stars are very old, if you think about it, boss. Mike started. I mean, if it's true what I've read about it. Some of those could be as old as the universe. James looked up once more. Yeah, but how long is that? Up there in the nothing, alone, just shining, and one day, after that many years, it just disappears into the nothing. Beautiful things always have the most tragic endings. Mike was still confused why they're talking about stars, but started to understand it. James was referring to himself as a star, a lonely being in the universe, shining, and then disappearing alone. But stars are also powerful, boss. Like really powerful. And even if you're alone up there, the only thing you can do is be powerful. James suddenly looked at Mike again, staring into his eyes. Yeah, I guess so. Powerful star in the nothing, where nobody is competing against it. That is the definition of loneliness, Mike. Yeah. Boss. Another voice came, a man running toward them. The first phase went well. The restaurant and the coffee shops are burning, and now they are fighting at the estate. Almost half an hour passed. Why are they still fighting? James asked, looking down at his watch. I don't know. But maybe Marco was more prepared than we thought. The man said, but he dared not to look into James's eyes. Prepared. Marco was never prepared in his life. I could have killed him in a second if I wanted to while he was in the circle, and now he's fucking a problem to even get to. Well, I believe in Hector and Ferrucci, as well as the others. James said as he looked at the man. And I believe in y'all too. So just keep your eyes up, and if anything happens, tell me. He said, then turned around, glancing once more up and went back to the house. Fuck, that was my first time even talking to him. The man said to Mike. It went well, eh? He said he believes in us too. When do you hear a boss saying that? In movies they say it usually when you're about to die or get sent on a suicide mission. The man said, smiling. But in our boss's case, he said it because it's true. So let's prepare in case someone comes to fuck us up, or he changes his mind. The man said, turning, but it caught Mike's attention. Change his mind. The man turned around. Yeah, like if he wants to go there. Because I see that his blood boils. I can even feel his bloodlust. He whispered. Bloodlust? What are you, a magician? Mike laughed, tapping the man's shoulder. No, but he always has this feeling. He showed his arm. Goosebumps. I always have it, even if I just look at him. Always. He looked back at Mike. In the military, I never had it. Never, even when I was hit. This is telling. Something. Mike looked at him and shook his head. Maybe you just fear him because of the stories you heard. I only hear the truth, Mike. Only the truth. He said, turning and going back to the gate while Mike thought about it. All these men in the family. All these men who went through the deepest shit. Older or young. All of them feared James. Even him. But he couldn't get the answer why. He saw blood. He saw terrifying things just like they did. And he knew for a fact this one soldier was in positions where they were tortured or they tortured someone. They killed someone and saw many brutal things, and still, they feared James more than anything. Like he was the devil himself. Or it wasn't the case. They just respect him so much that they started fearing him for nothing. He gave them money, gave them purpose for their fucked up lives. This purpose gave them fear. Or maybe Mike was just overthinking things. To be honest, he was afraid of James too, because, fuck, he had connections. He could make everybody's life a misery with just one phone call, and well, what the men said was something too. There are no stories or gossips about James, only the truth. Even if it sounds like the most obvious lie and exaggeration, it's all true. Yeah, he is James Bellini after all. He took a deep breath as he thought about it, and looked up at the sky. Those stars really are beautiful. He whispered then. A shooting star passed across the sky. Oh, should I wish, huh? He closed his eyes. I wish we all lived through this. Chapter 162, Ferrucci down. Push it up. A firm voice rang out. A voice that even Ferrucci heard. But it was so distant, so muffled. Push it out. Again the same words, while gunshots rang out. Ferrucci, open your fucking eyes. Eric's voice. Yeah, it was him slapping his face like it was going to be the miracle medicine, while in the background the others were advancing forward. But those slaps did something, as Ferrucci only opened one of his eyes, a little only, and still saw nothing, just a blurred face, and a flash of light into his eyes. Hey. Eric slapped his face again. Don't close it, and listen to me, my voice, listen to it. He shouted again, but he knew very well that it might be over for Ferrucci. His whole vest was covered in blood and half of his head. Ferrucci was in a state that can't even be called fucked up. It was more than that. Dillian, come here. Eric shouted into the radio, and Delian immediately dashed toward them, kneeling down beside Ferrucci. Fuck. The only word. The word that somehow Ferrucci heard clearly. That bad? Huh. Just let me die then. Yeah, let me. A fucking powerful slap to the face. One that even Ferrucci himself got confused about in that state. Stop it, Eric. Delian's voice now cut through as he grabbed Eric's hands. I need to find the wound, stop beating the shit out of him, and get the vest off of him. He shouted as he injected something into Ferrucci's leg. Who knows what? But for sure, he felt it. His heartbeat, that was so low, suddenly started beating like hell, so fast that he thought he might just die right now. This is the end. But no, it wasn't as he felt the weight getting off his chest as Eric threw the plate carrier away from Ferrucci. It felt like heaven itself. His body now was so light in the darkness. His ear, Eric pointed, and yes, it was just like James, a bullet went through his left ear, and that was where all the blood came from on his face. Delian immediately started pouring some white powder on his ear, then something that was like wax. I got it. Now go help the others. He looked at Eric. Go. He pushed him, Eric. He needed to be there with the others to command them, but he was stressing as fuck. He looked once more at him on the ground as Delian cut through his shirt, and he saw it then. The blood, so much on his chest that his skin was barely visible. Ferrucci wasn't his boss, nor had he ever talked with him much, but he knew that if he died, that was going to be bad, like shit really bad. Fuck, he shouted out, then turned away. It was better to fight than watching Ferrucci on the ground in a half-dead state. It was better to vent it out on the enemy that got blown up by Ferrucci, and he not just killed them, but put them in fear. Marco's guys didn't try to push them out, but took position at the house itself. But the mistake they made was the flashlights. Eric threw off his night vision, and he only needed to aim at where the lights were and pulled the trigger, dropping guys like they were nothing. His aim was precise, his movement was precise. The old himself came out. To the left, he shouted, and the guys did exactly that, hopping into a little ditch that was perfect for cover and perfect for the guys who ran in from the back. Those guys who had no night vision. But shit, they didn't even need that. The machine gunner ran to the ditch, laid down, and took aim. They precisely pulled the trigger at the same time, shooting at everything that moved and everything that was in their way, and those bullets also reached the house itself. The walls were being torn down as bullets went into it, as the glasses shattered, but somehow Marco's guys didn't give up, like it was a good thing to die for that fucker. They got into better positions and started shooting back, and while they finally knew how to aim, because they shot and hit some of Eric's men. On the right, at the garage, he shouted as he saw one of his men collapsing on the ground, and the machine gunner immediately aimed there, shooting the garage up the fuck. Marco's beloved exotic car stood no chance, as well as the guy who was hiding there. It became clearer and clearer that they had finally gained ground, and there was no backing down now. They fired at everything, unaware that one of the Sinatra family's top members lay unconscious on the concrete. Yeah, he was still there, in the exact same spot where he fell. Nobody gave a flying fuck about him, nor did they know who he was. Marco's guards just stepped straight past him, like he was originally there as part of the decoration or something. Meanwhile, Marco himself in the house was already on his escape plan, which failed greatly. When he got himself together after the rocket hit, he wanted to escape through the front gate, but couldn't do it because of Eric and Ferrucci. And he couldn't use the other gate because it wasn't working. So the other plan was the garden, where a bulletproof car was parked, one that had a chance to push through the gunfire and make it out the front gate. But that didn't work, or rather, it wouldn't work for him, and he would soon find out just how fucked he really was. Because Eric was ready to give the signal, but he still waited for something. That something was getting Ferrucci and the wounded out before all hell broke loose. Before Hector came in with the others like a bomb. He was one street away with the convoy, stressed as fuck, but knew very well that he had to stick to the plan, to have patience, to not fuck everything up by rushing in. But shit, it was really bad just sitting there while others fought with everything they had, the worst feeling he could have in that moment, not even knowing that Ferrucci was down. The signal, he was waiting for it more than anything else. Chapter 163, Gamble. What the fuck is taking so long? Hector asked, stressed as fuck because they could hear all the shots, all the explosions, but still they needed to stay calm and wait. It's all about timing, Ramirez said as he sat beside Hector. We need to believe in each other and the plan. Still, it takes longer than expected. Who knows if Marco already reached out to someone to call backup? Then the plan is worth nothing. Hector said, because, well, it was true. They didn't know who Marco was working with, who could be his allies or partners. True. Ramirez sighed as he looked out the window. Back in the military, we had a saying for situations like this. He looked back at Hector. You know, we were trained not just physically but mentally too, how to handle the brutality that comes our way, and how to pull the trigger without any thought or morality. He stopped a little as he looked into Hector's eyes and thought about how to actually say it. What is it? The saying goes like this. We fight until our last breath, until our last stand. We needed to use this as a mentality when some of our brothers got trapped or ambushed. He shook his head with a smirk. Basically, the mentality is about doing the most, not for yourself, but for what you believe in. Fight until the last breath for what you believe in, until our last stand. Hector at first seemed confused about it, but as he thought about it, and also thought about Ramirez's past, he slowly started understanding what he was saying. More importantly, who he was implying it for. Yeah, all of them who went in with Ferrucci were soldiers, and Ramirez was implying to them that they wouldn't back down, even if it would cost their lives. And the worst of it was that Ferrucci was like this from the beginning, and Hector knew it very much. He didn't need any special forces training or military mentality, because he was like this from the moment he met James. And somehow now, Hector started stressing more and more. Ferrucci wasn't someone who backed down, but the one who crashed out, and if that happened, he didn't care about himself or others. His only focus was on the kill, on doing the mission he was ordered to do. Fuck, Ramirez. Hector looked at him. You're telling me bullshit. Why the fuck, in a situation like this, are you just stressing me out more? Oh well, sorry, I thought it would put some, I don't know, pride in you or something. He laughed. Pride to die or what? Well yeah, there are two ways to die with pride, or like a little bitch crying. Hector eyed him a bit. Is that a military mentality? Yes, my instructor said it to me back then. Ramirez laughed once more and lit up a cigarette. And well, the saying was true, and Ferrucci was not a little bitch crying. No, he was in the biggest silence of his life as Delian was wiping off his chest with a piece of cloth because there was blood everywhere, and he didn't see the fucking wound. Until he did, and just realized that the situation is bad, really bad. Delian was 100% sure that it was a bullet that struck Ferrucci, but no, it wasn't. They only hit him on the plate carrier, which caught the bullet, and his ear, but the wound on his left side of the ribcage was from a shrapnel. It went in, and the blood was coming out from that little wound like it was a waterfall, and Delian realized that if it really was shrapnel, and this happened when Ferrucci was nearly blown up by a grenade, he needed blood, lots of it, and right now, because stopping the bleeding is not going to do shit, and the amount of blood around Ferrucci, Delian knew that maybe he had 10 minutes maximum to live, and that's it. Fuck, fuck, he shouted as he injected something right beside the wound and again put that white powder on the wound and pushed bandage into it. But it meant nothing. Yes, the bleeding stopped, but Ferrucci was looking like shit. His face was pale, his eyes were falling back, while his breathing was slow. The injection he gave him earlier was wearing off, and giving him another had the chance to actually kill him and not help him. But Delian needed to act, because he was losing him. But then the decision was a fight on his own. If he injected it, there was the possibility that Ferrucci would die immediately because it would be the second one. On the other hand, if he doesn't inject it, Ferrucci will die as his heart stops, and not just that but the blood loss. It was a gamble, but he decided to do it, because he knew that at least he tried. Ferrucci, don't fucking die. He shouted at him as he pulled out the injection, removed the cap, and with one last look at him, he injected it with the hope that he would survive, but the odds were low. Too much blood, too much time passed, and Ferrucci himself was no longer holding on to life. He was just drifting in and out of the darkness, in and out of the memories. He wasn't fighting at all. Someone help me, Delian shouted, and one of the men ran to him, grabbing Ferrucci and dragging him out of the gate toward one of the cars. They held him up and put him into the back seat and pressed the gas, going toward the hospital, which was 10 minutes away. Too much time, and there was nothing Delian could do about it. We're out. The driver shouted into his radio as he turned on the corner, driving onto the main street, the signal that Eric waited for. Ash, Ash, Ash. He shouted into his radio as he switched frequency, the signal that Hector was eager to hear, and finally, they could go in. The convoy immediately started moving toward the back side of the house to the garden, and was ready to go in as the two guards got out of the cars, aimed the rocket launcher, and launched it straight into the walls. Chapter 164, Run. The men whose only task was to shoot the walls and create an opening from the back did their job perfectly, at least two of them. They aimed the moment they got out of the car and executed it professionally, unlike Ferrucci. They knelt down, aimed, grabbed the rocket launcher firmly, and pulled the trigger. The rocket lit up the night as it flew into the wall and exploded with a brutal sound that echoed down the entire street, causing even more panic and confusion among Marco's men. The moment they heard it, they knew they were fucked. It was a two-sided battle now, and their numbers had already been chopped. On the other hand, it gave Eric and the others a mental push. The plan was working. They were now in the final phase and pushed even harder forward. Meanwhile, Marco, who had been ready to get into the car, watched the whole thing as the wall exploded, and the moment a rocket went through the hole. Yeah, another one came. The guy who was supposed to make a third entrance like the others? Well, he got confused by the fact that the two guys before him had aimed at the same spot. The plan was for them to shoot at different parts of the wall to create 3 breach points and make their movement faster. But when he saw they both fired at the exact same spot, he didn't think much and just shot at the same spot too. But by the time he shot, the 2 rockets had already made a big-ass hole in the wall. So his rocket just flew freely through it, straight into the garden, toward the house, toward Marco himself. Again, he had no time to react. Nothing he could do, just like the first time, as the rocket flew barely 6 meters from him and slammed straight into the house, exploding the hell out of it. Debris fell everywhere onto Marco and his guards, but this time, he wasn't thrown flying. Still, he could feel the debris, the glass, and the pieces of the wall hitting him hard again. His head was covered in blood, and he was almost blinded by it, but he still tried. He got up, wiping his eyes and running toward the car, but it was too late. Hector and the others had already stepped into the garden and started opening fire. The precious car that had been his last escape, his last hope to get the hell out of there, had now become a magnet for bullets. He ducked low, tried to open the door, but it was too late for that. Too late for everything. So many bullets struck the car that even the bulletproof windows shattered. That was the exact moment he knew there would be no escape for him. But he was confused as fuck. He didn't know who was attacking them. He didn't even think about James at first, because there was no way James would do something like this to attack him at his own house, send a whole troop to kill him. No, he didn't even consider that possibility. Because in Marco's mind, there was no way his neighbors hadn't already called the police. No way they didn't report a fucking war going on in their neighborhood. Well, he wasn't wrong. They called so many times that basically the 112 number was only filled with their calls, but it meant nothing, because Linda already informed them to not send responders, to not give a single fuck what they said. Yeah, Marco was ultimately fucked up, and he didn't even know that exactly that person came from his blood that he fucked over. Push more. Eric shouted as he now was likely 60 meters from the house, cleaning up the last remaining guard who now was positioned inside the house, shooting out from the windows, doing everything to protect their boss, that motherfucker. Shoot. Eric shouted again as he looked the way of the machine gunner, but no, they couldn't shoot, because there was no more ammunition with them. But not just them. Almost all of the guys only had 1 or 2 mags left in their pistols. This whole shit went from a quick attack to a whole standoff. Only shoot at clear targets. Eric shouted into the radio again, and suddenly the gunfire died down. There was no shooting into the mansion anymore. No suppressive fire, nothing. The few shots that rang out were Marco's guards who shot at everything that even resembled a body. And of course from the back, where Hector and Ramirez were giving living hell to Marco. Spread out more. Ramirez shouted as they walked forward in a line spreading through the whole garden. They weren't taking any cover. No, they were marching in to finally end this bullshit. Hector was directly walking beside Ramirez. His aim was at the car, eyeing it through his night vision, but there was not any movement. He didn't even shoot his gun once since they came in, and it just angered him more. He thought it would be the best shootout ever in his life. But no, he wasn't even shooting at anything. And even when he wanted to shoot a guard who popped out behind the car, Ramirez and the others shot so fast that he couldn't even pull the trigger. But Hector focused too much on the shooting, while Ramirez focused on something more dangerous, the silence. It's strange, Ramirez whispered as he kept his eye on the house. Where the fuck is the enemy? Hector looked around once more to the side of the house, to the upstairs window, but nothing. It feels like a trap. Throw it. A sudden voice, Marco shouted, and his guard got up and threw something toward Hector and Ramirez. They immediately aimed at him, but he wasn't alone. Suddenly from the house window, gunfire erupted. On the ground, Ramirez shouted as he immediately threw his body on the ground with Hector taking cover behind a tree, but it wasn't all. The thing that Marco's guard threw at them was grenades, 3 of them taped together, which landed far enough for them to not actually hurt them. But the explosion itself was fucked up. One of the grenades exploded early, and it sent the 2 other ones flying toward their team. One of them exploded in the air before landing, and it sent shrapnel everywhere, hitting 3 guys, while the other one landed behind one of them, and then exploded, immediately killing him. The explosion was so big that Hector's ears rang, but still, he ducked out and started shooting at the window, at the car, but they returned. Fire. Marco's guards was shooting at everything in the garden, and more immediately their fire was accurate this time. They hit guy after another, because there wasn't so much cover to hide behind. They were fucked. The tables have turned. The plan wasn't planning, and Marco grabbed this time of the chaos to actually do what he can do best. Run the fuck away. He sat in the car's back seat, lying down, while one of his guards who had balls like no one else sat into the driver's side and started the car. Seeing that Hector needed to do something, he opened fire immediately, even though he just got the attention of the shooters in the window on himself. But there was the last option he could do. He aimed and pulled the trigger, shooting at the side of the car, and hit the driver in the shoulder, and one bullet went a centimeter away from his head, but he ain't gave a fuck about it, and pressed the gas, while Hector got counterfired. The bullets hit all over the place, and now Hector got what he came for, a proper shootout he never experienced before. The bullet impacting the ground, throwing dirt at him, the tree getting fucked up and pieces of it hitting his head, his helmet like a real war. But still the plan failed as Marco's guard pressed the gas and steered the car out of the back and into the driveway to the front. As he did it, he hit his own man who was repositioning themselves, but didn't give a fuck. The mission was to get Marco out of the estate. As he turned toward the driveway and drove toward the gate, Eric first got confused, but he quickly knew that the car wasn't theirs. Fire! He shouted into the radio, and all of them pulled the trigger, sending dozens if not hundreds of bullets altogether at the car, but it wasn't working and it wasn't stopping, because the front of it was still intact and the bulletproof window did its job. So it went past them, and as they turned, they shot even more at the side and the back, but the driver this time ducked down and all the bullets went past him, only the window fragments hitting him in the face, with one of the shards directly going into his left eye, but he wasn't giving a fuck about it and drove through the gate of the estate. Marco was on the run, but not for long. Because the moment the driver wanted to turn to the main street, that was the moment when a car crashed into them. The force of it was brutal, and they had no time to react as the car was pushed into a light pole. The driver immediately got knocked out, while Marco in the back, that lucky fucker, was still conscious. His head was spinning, his vision was blurred, and he had no idea what the fuck was happening around him or where exactly he was. But he opened the door and fell out of the car, crawling toward a ditch on the side, trying to get away or hide. But then he felt it. A barrel pushing to the back of his head. He saw the shadow of people in front of him and knew his time had come to an end. Or is it? Because Marco knew that he was worth more living than dead, especially for an agency. And from the weapons they used, he was sure that it was the ISB or NSBI. Shit, he even thought it was the military itself. So he knew, or he thought he might even be able to bribe them if they arrested him. Yeah, he had connections. He could do that easily. So he turned around. The flashlight immediately blinded his vision, which was fucked up anyway. But as everything became focused, and as he looked up at the men around him in military vests and plate carriers with weapons that only the military used, he was sure of it. He can bribe them even if they came with the intent to kill him. Marco, how nice to see you again. What? The moment he knew that he wasn't going to bribe shit. Chapter 165, Death with a Cane. It was impossible. There was no way that what he was seeing was real. He thought he was hallucinating, seeing a dream, something caused by the chaos around him. But now it was real as fuck. The man standing before him was the same man he wanted to fuck over. James Bellini, standing in front of him, looking down at him like a god, like death himself came for him out of nowhere, with his fucking suit and cane. "You look fucked up, Marco," he said to him as he was laying there, just looking at him with wide eyes and confusion, like what the fuck is happening? Because James wasn't alone. No, there were men around him, men with an if patch on their bulletproof vests. Yeah, James Bellini came with the intelligence force itself, and beside him stood none other than Thomas himself. Marco couldn't think. What is happening? He couldn't think at all. How is this possible? That James was standing comfortably beside a fucking agency that's supposed to hunt them down. Yeah, he was standing proudly without even a flicker of fear. "Why, you made a deal?" "Yeah, I made one." James interrupted Marco's hesitant words. "Well, we'll talk more about it." He smiled. And then Mike himself stepped to Marco, hitting him hard on the head. He lost consciousness immediately, and then was grabbed by the IF agents themselves and was thrown into one of the cars in the convoy. Yeah, because they came with a full force. The whole main street was blocked by SUVs, armed trucks, and dozens of agents fully equipped for a raid. But that wasn't all. James himself came with his own men, and now they were literally working side by side. "Should we go in?" James asked. "I think it's dangerous for you," Thomas said from the side. He was also fully equipped with a bulletproof vest, helmet, and an AR in his hand. "Dangerous?" James looked at him, and it was true. The gunshots were still ringing out from the estate with loud explosions. "I don't really care. Let's go in." With that, he turned and started walking toward the house while Thomas eyed him and saw something that put him into unease. His own agents, the IF, started escorting James without any order. They walked around him like he was the person they swore loyalty to, like James himself was their boss. After Linda sent Thomas away to plan the raid on Marco's house, he called up his most trusted agents, those who were in many missions, those he knew that they could stay silent and would not tell anybody about anything. So he told them what was really going on. To his surprise, the reaction wasn't that bad. There wasn't confusion or disbelief, more like a calmness, like they knew it was going to happen sometime, and they were just calm about it. There wasn't any objection or shouting. No, they listened to Thomas's words, who detailed to them what is exactly going to happen, and as he finished it, they prepped in minutes to get ready for the raid. It was strange. So strange that Thomas himself started doubting himself and the agency he directs, because there was no way that they would react this way. Only if they feared or respected James himself. And it all made sense as he saw his own men escorting him like the president. It felt like these men, who swore to protect the country, started to part with James, with a gangster, and Thomas knew the only reason for something like this to happen is that they lost faith in the government, in the country they swore to protect, because they themselves knew exactly what's going on behind the curtain, why the payroll is nothing, why they're protecting and putting their lives in danger while their bosses are getting millions upon millions. Why bother? Dying out there? Yeah, they already picked a better option than the IF. "Should we go in?" One of their agents stepped to Thomas, who stood frozen in place, lost in his thoughts. "Yeah, let's go," he whispered, and with the others, they all wasted no time going inside the estate, where the situation now was calmer than ever. Eric had already stormed inside the house with his team and killed many of Marco's guys inside, while Hector in the garden with Ramirez also made advance further toward the house, because after Marco ran away like a fucking bitch, his guards' morale and boost went away with it. They barely even shot. Some of them even threw up their hands and walked out. But of course, they were immediately shot. There was no mercy after what happened, and there will be no mercy at all. As James walked through the gates with his men and the IF agents, the eyes of the wounded immediately fell on him. There was no actual way that what they saw was real, that their boss was walking through the gate like it was a fucking night walk. But shit, it was real. "Our boss is here. James is here." One of them shouted into the radio, and silence followed it. Eric, from the house, immediately turned around and ran out toward the driveway and gate, while Hector from the back with Ramirez just looked at each other in disbelief that what they heard was actually real. "What did you say?" Ramirez shouted as some shots rang out around him. "It's true, James is here," Eric shouted, as he now saw him clearly, with his cane, slowly walking toward him, and it looked terrifying, like real, like real death came. Around Joseph, there were flashlights lighting up the path with guards all around, and it looked crazy, with his cane walking, tapping it on the bloody driveway, going past dead bodies and mangled flesh. "What the fuck?" Ramirez whispered as he looked at Hector, who was now smiling at him while his head was covered with dirt and a little blood. "I knew it. I fucking knew it, that he would show up." He shouted and ducked out and started firing his gun blindly at the house. Hearing the gunshots, Eric immediately got in motion and started running to James. "Boss, it's—" He stopped the moment he saw the agents, the IF badge on their vests and the eyes looking at him. It was different. "Eric, are you good?" Mike stepped to him, grabbing his shoulder. Eric too was fucked. He was bloodied, but that blood was none other than Ferrucci's blood. All of it was his. I'm good," he whispered. He couldn't believe his eyes. These were really the agents. But as soon as he saw Thomas, that familiar face from the news, he immediately knew that shit was real. "You fought well, Eric," James said as he tapped his cane and stepped closer to him. "Go, guys, and make sure everybody's dead," he said, and in that moment, not just Mike and the others, but the IF agents as well started going into the house and to the side toward the garden. It was a show as Hector and Ramirez now were closer to the house and saw from the side fully armed people appearing, moving like fucking special forces and killing off Marco's guys. Even if they just twitched on the ground, they shot them, to make sure. "Fuck is that?" Ramirez asked because he saw the badge too. "If." He looked at Hector. He too was looking, his eyes wide open. "How crazy is this? They came—" "Don't shoot at them. They are with us." Ramirez for a second said nothing. Not because he was upset or anything, but it was unbelievable that an agency that swore to protect the law was now really working with them. After a second, he immediately told the guys on the radio to only shoot at Marco's guys. First, everybody was just blinking in confusion, but listened to the order, and as they walked up to the house more they witnessed that it really was a coalition between the mafia and the law enforcement, as they saw an IF agent putting a bullet into one of the guards' heads who was barely even moving, is lying on the ground bleeding out, then turned toward them. "Oh, are you guys with Bellini?" he asked calmly. "I have some boosters if you want some." He tossed a gel at them and went more into the house alone, and some shots rang out. "Gels," Ramirez said as he looked down in his hand and realized they were fucking sport booster gels. "Fucking gels." He looked at Hector, who was laughing. They fought a battle, they were bloodied, literally fucked, and now an IF agent throws them booster gel after committing a crime. "Booster gel," Hector whispered again, looking down at it. But outside too, at the driveway, the IF was kind of friendly. One of them immediately stepped to Eric. "Are you shot somewhere?" he asked as he started tapping down his body, seeing the blood. First, he said nothing, but then he realized that the battle wasn't over, at least not here, because someone was fighting for his life. No, it's not mine." Chapter 166, Stillness. Finally, it's over. Linda let out a long breath as she saw that Marco was finally captured. "Yeah, actually it was a good call that you made," Benjamin said, smiling at her. "The right time, the right moment. If you didn't do it, Marco fucking goes on the run." It was Linda herself who called up not just Thomas to go, but James too. And her reason for it was, well, she was in fear that this whole thing would go on for hours and hours. And she knew that even the news can pull up and report on it, and it would be the worst thing to happen to them. So she made the right choice and called up both Thomas and James to do something. Well, more precisely, she shouted at Thomas to go now and make the raid, then called James to tell his men not to shoot at the IF agents. This call was the reason that James himself decided to go, because he felt that Linda's voice was too urgent, like something bad was happening at Marco's house. The reaction to it was not too much. Everybody somehow felt that something would eventually happen, because James's moves were something that nobody could actually calculate. So they prepared for it. The only one who didn't was Mike himself, who at first just stood frozen like, what the fuck is actually happening? But he feared to say anything to James. In his mind, the best option was at least for James just to stay at home while a team goes to help Hector and Ferrucci, but how could he say that to James? So he just flowed with the others and got ready to leave the house with everybody. Then came the luck that Thomas and James as well chose the exact same path to go toward Marco's house, and they just stumbled upon each other, and the convoy that consisted of more cars than you can even count was speeding toward the estate. The second luck was Marco's timing, at least the driver who decided to steer the car to the main road, where the convoy came and hit him, and that happened because of Linda too. She called Thomas again and shouted that Marco was running away in an SUV. So he informed his agents in the front of the convoy to crash into the car that would come, and they did their job properly, crashing into the SUVs so hard that they themselves almost flew out of the windshield. But at least Marco now was captured, and they could play along with the raid story, which also had one good factor to it. It was James's men who were equipped exactly like the IF or any other raid team would be. The only difference was there wasn't any patch on them, which Linda knew she could play off as a special force. The plan was perfect. Call up James and tell him to get out of there, because I'm 100% sure a fucking journalist or somebody will pull up. Edward said, and Linda did exactly that, calling up James's number, but there wasn't an answer. She looked at the screen to see what was happening, but they were just standing there. He doesn't pick it up. Call then Thomas quickly, Edward said, and he was confused as to why the fuck they aren't moving and just staring at each other. Linda called again, this time Thomas, but he too just stood there without even looking at the phone. It seemed like everybody got frozen in place, and they were. It was one single question that made everybody just stop, that made Thomas incredibly stressed, that his hands started shaking. The question was simple, and it was asked by James. Whose blood is that? Eric first didn't answer. No, he didn't want to tell the truth, and well, he didn't even know whether Ferrucci was still alive or not. He didn't hear a word from Delian since they went away. His pulse quickened as he was stared down by James, waiting for the answer, but he already knew that it was somebody's blood he knew. Yeah, the silence told more than any word could do. James, Hector's voice came from the house, and he ran toward him. What are you doing here? He asked as he stepped right beside Eric, but the silence told him that something was off. He felt it even though minutes ago bullets were ripping past him. But this feeling was scarier than those fucking fights were. It felt like something big was going to happen, or rather something really bad. Where is Ferrucci? James asked as he looked at Hector, while Eric's head was still bowed down. He was here with. He looked at Eric, and that's when he spotted it. The blood. So much blood on his vest and legs. Even his hands were covered in blood. Hector's demeanor in that moment totally changed. He wasn't happy. He wasn't smiling. He was furious. He was angry. He was fucking upset by the fact that the smiling motherfucker was nowhere to be found while the man he was in the team with was covered in blood. For the first time ever, Hector was panicking. The feeling, it was unfamiliar to him, because he was the one who said it with his own words, that he doesn't care about others, that he doesn't connect himself to anyone, and yet now, the feeling he had long forgotten, or at least thought he'd forgotten, was coming up. He panicked. He didn't want to lose him. Or maybe it wasn't about that. It wasn't about his feelings deep down, but something entirely different. The selfish Hector, the egoist, wasn't panicking because of that, but more over the fact that if Ferrucci died, he left James at the wrong fucking time. Yeah, how does he dare to die when he needs to live the most? When James is left alone? When Hans already died? When they're the only ones left to truly stand beside him? Where is he? He turned to Eric and immediately grabbed him by the vest, literally pulling him from the ground. Ferrucci, where is he? Chapter 167, Panic. It was a strange scene, a strange situation, while in the background some shots still rang out by the IF agents. James and the others just stood in the driveway in the blood, in between dead bodies and mangled flesh, with that nose-hurting ill scent that came from it. The blood, the gunpowder mixed together, it was awful. And in the middle of it was the question, where is Ferrucci? The question which James knew the answer to, at least he guessed it because Eric's eyes were telling. Despair and fear in them told the story on its own, not even to mention the blood on him. But it also sent a panic through James, even though he didn't look like someone who was panicking. But shit, he was. Because if Ferrucci had died, it only meant that he and Hector were the last ones left in the family. And if that's what happened, it would only send James deeper into the darkness. Even just the thought of it, that now he had lost the second member of the family, that he lost somebody who was a key figure, somebody who kept up the image of a family, to not let people even think about fucking them over. But not just that, it would also mean he lost a friend again, because of his selfish decisions. It meant he was exactly going down the path as Lucian did, because even though James didn't do anything to hurt them, he was the one that sent him to Marco's house. Where is he? James asked, and Hector immediately heard from his voice that it isn't the same James. No, it was him, who he feared the most. Not just him, Thomas too got just more worried that James might snap and do something really dumb. And well, Eric already thought that he was going to be killed, but he needed to say it. He got hit and lost a lot of blood. He looked up, and Hector's expression immediately changed, his mouth opening while James remained silent, still looking with those eyes. Julian, our medic, evacuated him, and they went to the hospital. Call him. 2 words. 2 simple words. Nothing to fear about. But Eric was almost shitting himself and immediately pulled out the phone and called. It rang once, twice, then nothing. Nobody answered the phone, and well, because they were rushing. They arrived at the hospital earlier, where Delian and the 2 people who went with him grabbed Ferrucci first, storming into the hospital while blood spilled everywhere. It was a scene that those people would never forget who sat in the waiting area. Even the doctors and nurses were confused as 3 men, fully equipped with weapons, looking like soldiers, rushed in with another one in their hands while blood was dropping everywhere. Maybe this was their luck? Because the doctors thought they were soldiers, they were agents, because the hospital that was the nearest to them was a private one. A hospital, well known for the fact that it actually supported Takoi Mario, the mayor whom Ferrucci himself tortured and killed brutally. Yeah, they stepped into a hospital where every employee was against criminals, against Bellini, and supported Takoi. They even attended his funeral. What luck that they looked like soldiers. What luck that no one actually knew how Ferrucci looked like. But the luckiest thing is that Delian knew exactly to not say his name out loud. Help us, he shouted, and in the moment, the doctors rushed to them and put Ferrucci onto a stretcher. He has a shrapnel wound on the left side, upper ribcage area. I gave him 2 shots of adrenaline and a shot of morphine. He shouted as they pushed him away. But as he looked down, Ferrucci was already out. His hand was hanging down while his eyes were rolled back, but he was sure of it, that his heart was still beating, still fighting. Stay out, a doctor shouted as they rolled him into a surgery room, and then looked at Delian and said with the most confident voice, "We will save him." Delian heard it many times, "We will save him," and then they all died. The word which just sent more panic in him. Fuck, he whispered as he stood in front of the door and could hear the doctors inside prepping, the machine beeping. Here, come. A nurse shouted as Delian's mates brought in 2 more guys, and then a nurse stepped to him. His name, blood type, is he allergic to something? She asked in a hurried voice. What? His name, your colleague's name. What is it? I can't say it, he is part of the ISB agency. Delian made up a lie, but his eyes didn't waver, nor his voice. He was straight and believable, because there was no way these guys were lying, she thought, and well, everybody around, as they saw the guns, the grenades on them, they believed it. His blood type is O. Another luck that he actually knew it, that he actually knew almost every top member's blood type from the same exact reason. If something happens, he can act, or at least try to help. She wrote down on the paper and looked up at him. Then just wait, okay? And try to calm down, she said as she looked at Delian and saw the blood covering his whole body. She could even think about the nightmare he went through. Okay, he whispered and just turned around, walking toward the chairs and sat down. He didn't care about the brutal scent of the blood, the gunpowder, or any of it. Ferrucci was his only thought, in the past. He thought about the memories, the nightmares, the PTSD he had when he left the army. The guys who died under his arms. Those young guys he couldn't save. He feared it was going to happen again. That again, he failed those he was trained to save. Delian was totally fucked. He started seeing things that weren't even there, his ears ringing, his breath short, and too many. He was panicking. He felt like the world itself was swallowing him down. He couldn't deal with. Delian. A voice. And a tap on his shoulder. Your phone. One of the men who came with him held out the phone toward him, and the caller was Eric. Chapter 168. Guilt. He looked at the phone, the caller ID showing it was Eric. He just looked at it, wondering what he could have done to make it better. What could he have done to say that he was in stable condition and would survive? What could he have done? The answer was clear. He could have done nothing. He didn't have the equipment. He didn't have the medicine on him that could do a miracle job. He wasn't prepared for it at all. Guilt. More and more guilt, as the phone buzzed in his hands. It was his fault, his only fault that he couldn't help Ferrucci. But no, he couldn't help him at all. Even if he was prepared, even if he had the right equipment, there was no way of it, and deep down he knew that too. But man, Delian is a selfish person, someone who can't accept facts. He was always like this. The time his colleagues died in between his hands, the colleagues he could have saved, he always went deeper into sorrow and guilt, into despair and darkness. But none of it was his fault. Ferrucci did it on his own. He stood there, and in the past, his colleagues too. They were recklessly entering rooms, relentlessly taking action. That's why they died. That's why he couldn't help them, because their fate was already written. But every time it happened, Delian just went deeper and deeper into self-hatred. Why couldn't he save them? What could he have done better? Why him? Why was he the one that God gave the toughest battle to? The answer was simple, because he was the best at it. Delian Laposi, retired combat medic of the 16th Ranger Regiment, the most awarded combat medic in his service period, saved 68 lives and lost 4. This man was doubting himself, a man who lost 4 soldiers, soldiers that had no chance of survival, and was discharged after experiencing PTSD. He couldn't sleep at night, seeing their faces before him, seeing the zip-up black bags that their bodies were put in. No medals, no praise, no therapy sessions could change the fact that, in his mind, he failed them, and he felt the same right now. After joining James, his life turned for the best. He reunited with his family. With his kids, he could pay for therapy that meant nothing to him, but he felt connected with the soldiers around him. But most importantly, he could give back to those who were in the same shoes as him. Delian, pick it up, the man said again as he sat down beside him. It'll be all right. Just say what you need to say. He looked down at the phone, still buzzing, and for a second, closed his eyes. There is no failure, no guilt. You did what you could. Trust in God, and in His Son, for He shall judge your actions when the time comes. Eric. He picked up the phone. Silence. There was silence as Eric just held out the phone while James and Hector, as everybody around just stared at it, as Delian's voice came through. Where is Ferrucci? As soon as James's voice came through the phone, Delian took a long breath while he closed his eyes, repeating the same prayer that he did earlier, not because he feared James would kill him, or his family, or anybody close to him, but because it felt like the same time when he informed his colleagues' families. He was the one that called them. He was the one who said to them that they weren't coming home. The same feeling. He was lost, even though Ferrucci's heart was still beating. He is in a surgery room, in the Daffodils private hospital. He is in bad shape, really bad shape. He said, his voice shaking, and he hesitated with the words, unsure of what was going to happen, but his words just sent more panic into them. As soon as they heard that he was in bad shape, they knew the situation was fucked up. Because a medic, someone who was trained to save lives, people who were in danger, would say something else, like he's fighting for his life. But bad shape? No, that was telling. Is he alive? James asked, but his voice was still calm in the chaos. In the estate they had just raided, in the driveway where the dead bodies still laid in silence. I don't know. A simple answer, yet powerful. His heart was beating when we brought him in, his breath was slow, but he was fighting. But the amount of blood he lost is bad. Really bad, boss. Again, silence. It was enough to hear, and it was enough to understand that the chances were low. And knowing well that Hans had died the same way, losing too much blood, James could only think about the consequences Ferrucci's death would bring. Yeah, because he's not going to sit idle while one of his men dies. Not even if Ferrucci screwed it up. No. He's going to kill everybody in his way. He's going to fall into Lucian's footsteps, but in a way that fits the new era. He'll kill everybody who even just knew about these plans, who knew that the Sinatra were going to attack them. Yeah, because it happened because of them. He had already lost his family, his mother, whom he had sent away, and who knows when the time will come for them to see each other again. Who knows if, when they meet, he will still be the same James, or if he will even live long enough to see them again. And now, he was on the verge of losing someone else. How many deaths would it take? How many people would he have to kill to finally have a peaceful life? He didn't know the answer yet, but he will take that path. Bodies upon bodies. Death upon death. There is only death. There is only sorrow and despair. Kill or be killed. There will be no peace as long as he lives. Death is the answer to peace. So he's still alive. James said into the phone. Good. Then we can go home. Again, silence. There was no way that was his real reaction to hearing Ferrucci was dying. Even Hector was surprised by it. He thought it would mean another war. And, well, he wasn't far off. Because this wasn't going to be a war, it was going to be a massacre. Chapter 169, line. James simply turned around and walked toward the gate. To everyone's surprise, that was it. Nothing more, and he was followed by the others like Thomas, Hector, and many of the IF agents. Something was strange about him, like he had an aura or something. Nobody spoke. Nobody even looked at him, like his silence was death itself. I'll go with you, Thomas, to Linda and the others. We need to talk, he said, but didn't look at him like he was giving an order. Understow. Excuse me. A woman's voice came from the gate the moment they stepped out, camera in her hands recording James and literally everybody around him. I'm with the KSC News. I would like to know what exactly happened here. Stopped. Everyone stopped. But not just them. Almost Thomas's heart stopped as he stared into that camera. There wasn't any worse thing that could happen than a news crew pulling up on them. How comfortable you are, standing beside these dead bodies. James suddenly spoke, looking into her eyes. She immediately looked at him, and in a second knew that he wasn't a detective or any agent, but something worse. She literally stepped back a little. Who are you? She asked as she pointed the camera more on James and noticed it. The signet ring, the cane itself, and even his whole attire was screaming gangster. But which gangster? She focused on the details, the little things. The ring on his finger looked like more of a female ring, a butterfly ring. But the other one, the signet with a capital B on it, was telling, and she immediately knew it. Tonight, she fucked up. She couldn't finish it. Poor soul. Poor woman. The bullet gave her no time to even explain herself. Struck her on the forehead, the bullet which James fired himself. Her body immediately collapsed to the ground without any other sound, without any more recording of the sight. Thomas was shocked, as well as all the agents, and Linda too. Roaches, James said simply as he looked at her body. Aren't they roaches? He turned back to Thomas as he put away his gun. Recording the dead, wanting to make out a story about something they don't truly know a single thing. Fucking roaches. Why yeah. Thomas whispered hesitantly as he just realized James killed a civilian, moreover a woman. He couldn't think right after witnessing it, because he thought James was keeping his laws, that few things that protected the civilians, but now he did it so smoothly, so fast, without even caring about it. But at the same time, his wording was pointing to something else. He said roaches, the journalists who just pick up a story for a hit, those who have no morality of showing the dead, spreading misinformation, but still, she was a civilian who would have died otherwise too, because even if Thomas was shocked, he would have done the same to protect the operation. Still, the feeling was on him, that really, James is starting to lose it, not his mind, not that he's becoming crazy. No, he started losing that last bit of morality, last bit of humanity that was in his soul. He finally stepped over the line. Benjamin muttered as he saw it, and Linda immediately looked at him for an answer. What fucking line? That question was in her mind, because there wasn't any line. There is no line for fucking criminals, serial killers, warlords. There isn't any line. Line? She asked back. Yeah. Benjamin looked at her. He isn't just the most influential and powerful gangster anymore, but he stepped over the line where he's thinking before he kills. That line has just disappeared. You saw it too. He gestured toward the screen. This man we knew, James, that maybe had some morality left in him. Maybe it was his mother who influenced him. But now, he is alone, and there isn't anything to chain him down. He is free, and he will do things at his will. Just became more dangerous than we ever thought he would be. Fuck me, he said as he swept away the sweat on his forehead and leaned back. It was true. Linda had known it for a long time. James was only acting that way to maintain a good image in front of his mother, to make sure he behaved in a way that didn't disgrace her. But now, knowing she's no longer there for him. Now what? Edward asked the question. What do we do about a dead reporter with a bullet in her head? He looked at Linda, who was just frozen in place. Linda, he shouted at her. Think, not fucking freeze down. You are the one that wanted to do this, so think before we fuck up. He was furious, and he had reason for it, because if it came to light that a journalist just died, it's going to cause more outrage. We hide her body. She said it confidently as she got up. Fuck morality, Fuck everything. I don't give a fuck about anything anymore. She shouted. We hide her fucking body in a barrel and throw her into the fucking ocean or the sea. I don't give a fuck which one. We do how we plan to and hide everything that can cause the downfall. She shouted again, because she, up until this point, actually believed in something like a greater cause or something. But now, there wasn't any greater cause. It was just a deal with James, a deal that helped both of them, but didn't serve any greater cause. It was just to secure their spot in the government, in the corrupt country, and nothing else. She gave up chasing justice, gave up on everything. Just as James gave up on being a fucking soft boy, on pretending to be someone he wasn't. He stopped trying to intimidate people with words, stopped acting like he was some badass. Because the truth is, he's not a badass. He's not scary. He's just a good-looking guy. He's young, too young, maybe. But now he knows he needs to act. He needs to prove who he really is. That he's no longer pretending. That he's accepted the invitation into the darkness, fully, willingly, and without hesitation. Let it be civilians. Let it be anyone in the world. If they step into his world, if they try to do something that hurts him or the family, he is going to kill. He is going to act on it. Whether he's working with the government or not. Shall we go? He asked as he looked at Thomas, who was still eyeing the body, along with Hector, who felt pumped up now. He felt that this would finally lead to a path where there was no more hiding, where they would be in the spotlight, known as the family. The power. The influence. Why, yeah, let's go, Thomas said, and they walked toward one of the cars, then turned back facing Hector and an agent. You gave the patch to Hector. He pointed at the agent, and the man, without a second thought, ripped the patch from his vest and gave it to Hector. Cover your face too and go to the hospital. Be with Ferrucci and just call me if you get any news, okay? From the look in his eyes, Hector knew that James cared. Yeah, he cared deeply. He just put on the mask and the badge, and with one last look, he walked off to another car. Meanwhile, James was debating with himself whether he should go to the hospital, but he knew that in this world, his presence meant nothing, only actions did. So he got in the car with Thomas, and they drove toward Linda's office, already planning the next step toward total war. And man, he had plans, the lot of them. Chapter 170, Marco's Faith. What's going to happen to Marco? James asked as the car was already moving out toward Linda's office. I don't know, Thomas said as he looked at James, still replaying the scenes, the way he shot down that woman. But I know he can't get arrested because he would tell on you and us, so we interrogate him, get the information, and then he dies. Then do it now, James said as he looked into Thomas's eyes, and there was only confidence in them. Now, he asked back, confused. Yeah, Linda's building is big, and I'm sure there are rooms that can be used for questioning. He smiled at the end as he said it, and Thomas immediately knew there was not going to be any questioning, more of a torture session. But in some way it needed to be done as fast as possible, because it would help to create the false narrative of the whole situation. The raid was done, Marco was killed in the process, and all his shit got seized, a perfect story, and well, they had time to do so. Even if it was just an act, a play, Thomas is the one who's leading it. The investigation is in the IF's hands, so he can drag things out. Not even talking about how many dead bodies in the estate. The investigation is going to go for at least a month, but the main thing was Marco. His death is their ace card, so he needs to be dead as soon as possible. I'll call Linda, he said, and pulled out his phone. She immediately answered it, because yes, they were still watching them with the drone. Where are you going? She asked. Well, toward you. Marco needs to be questioned and then killed. We can't wait with it any longer if we want to use him. Silence followed. But an answer came that Thomas did not expect. He thought she would be furious like every time. But no, not at all. Do it. There is a room we can use for it in the basement. I'll prepare it until y'all arrive. She said and immediately hung up the phone while Thomas just blinked in disbelief. They're really going to go with Marco into the Ministry of Justice and torture him, then kill him. That was a twist of the plans. Linda's waiting for us, he said, turning to James, who just nodded and leaned back, closing his eyes. I'm going to sleep. Get me up when we're there, he said, and it just sent more confusion and disbelief in Thomas. What the fuck did he say? Sleeping when they just bombed the fuck out of Marco's estate, killed dozens, and one of his top men is likely dying, and he sleeps. Huh, okay. Meanwhile, Linda was sprinting down the stairs, and she did that because she was so stressed that she needed to do something that tired her a little. And well, those floors did their job because as soon as she was in the basement, she was barely able to stand. Halfway down, she lost her high heels, and her whole face was covered with sweat, and what she was seeing before her wasn't helping. The Secret Service guys whose job was to guard her and the building were in the basement playing poker. "You fuckers," she shouted as she wiped off her sweater, and they immediately stood up, pretending they were just taking time off. "Oh, miss. Shut the fuck up, help me," she shouted again and turned around, walking toward a door which was a service tunnel which she opened and stepped in. The guards looked at each other in confusion but ran after her into the tunnel, which was full of gas and water pipes and things they didn't even know what they were, but it genuinely looked like a hallway. It was paved, the walls were made of brick, and there was even light. They first thought that she was actually running from somebody because there wasn't any shoe on her, so they pulled out their guns, but then Linda stopped before a door. It was a metal door, no cover on it, just rust. She grabbed the handle and tried to open it, but she couldn't. "Open it," she said as she stepped back, and one of the guys tried it. But nothing. "Can I kick it in?" he asked, turning to Linda. "Do whatever, just open it." So he did. Kicked the door, and it opened, and it was darkness and dust as he turned on his flashlight, but the most terrifying thing was 3 chairs in the middle of the room, like some kind of horror movie. "The light switch is on the left," Linda said from the back, and the agent stepped in, turning it on. And yeah, it was clear this room had once seen a lot of things, and they immediately assumed as much. The walls were concrete, without any cover, nor the floor, but one thing that stood out: the chairs. One of them was made of metal, and it was attached to the floor and had chains on its legs and armrest, while the other 2 were wooden chairs, freely movable. "Is it a—" "Yes, it was one," Linda said as she sat down on the wooden chair. "A torture room, but it was a long time ago, maybe 7 years," she said as she looked around once more. "I want 4 more chairs, and make sure to lock down the basement. Nobody can come in. Also bring some water, a towel, get the maintenance guy's toolbox, and some bleach from the cleaning lady." They looked at each other and back to Linda because it was obvious what she planned to do, but the question was, to who? Was it a joke, or, "Do I look like I'm joking?" she asked back, staring at him. He looked at her, then pulled his arm to his mouth. Close down the basement. He then looked at Linda again. "Toolbox, chairs, water, towel, and bleach." "Exactly. Also bring 3 black coffees and 1 cappuccino for me." He again raised his hand to his mouth. "Yeah, we need, 4 chairs, a toolbox, water, towels, bleach, and 3 black coffees. 1 cappuccino." He then stayed silent as he listened to the response coming back. "No, I'm not joking. It's Miss Linda's order. Close the basement and bring those things I just said." He looked back at Linda because the guys on the other side didn't seem to understand a single thing about what was happening. "I'll go up now. 5 minutes, and all the things will be here," he said, and turned and left the room, sprinting through the tunnel, while Linda was still sitting in the chair, lost in thoughts. "I'm going to faint if they're really going to torture him," she thought as she looked at the metal chair, which only promised pain, suffering, and, in the end, death to whoever sat in it. Chapter 171, The Next Steps. A lot of time passed as Linda just sat there still, staring at the metal chair, still quiet on her decisions and the life she chose to follow. There were no bad or good decisions anymore. There was only the decision to make everything right, to flow with the plan even if it was going in a direction which is the complete opposite of everything. A plan, a deal which was there to eliminate the cartel, and its connection in the shadows quickly turned into something that was going to be in the news, something that will claim more people and more death, civilians or not, gangster or not. Death will play the biggest role in the plan, and what will follow after it, that would be the big question, the consequence of this action. Because, if everybody dies, the only one who will remain is James, and his only enemy will be the government itself. And if that happens, he is going to have more power than the government, more information, more connections, and more influence over the people. But that's for the future. Right now, the only thing to worry about is how to cover everything up perfectly. Moreover, to make sure Marco gives every information they need to act more swiftly and more accurately. "Everything is here," the agent said as he stepped into the room with his colleague. In their hands were the exact things Linda asked for. The toolbox, bleached the towel with the water, and more importantly the coffee, which she immediately grabbed from the agent. She took a sip of her cappuccino and sighed. "The basement, is it closed down?" she asked as she took another sip. "Yes, we closed it. And also the first floor, to be sure that nobody even tries to come down," the agent said as he put down the tools. "But isn't this a little too much? I mean, it's clear that something is happening down there, and up the... There is nobody in this place who has the right to question me," she said as she looked into the agent's eyes. "I hold authority over everybody. But the directors of the... They're under me, and they know what's going to happen. That's why I asked for the chairs. So what you guys need to do is just make sure nobody comes down," she said, and her voice was so direct, not that same woman who was here earlier. She was bossing around, showing the authority she has. "Roger that, miss," the agent said. "So should we open the garage door?" "Yes, open it and close it as soon as they arrive. Nobody can know what happened or who it is," Linda said as she sat back down, sipping her cappuccino, waiting for them to arrive. Meanwhile, up on the third floor, Benjamin was thinking, making plans with Edward, and now joined by Stephen. "The first thing is the journalist. We need to do something about her," Edward said as he was now looking at the drone, and that woman was still there on the ground. "At least try and hide her body for now, because I'm sure others will come too, filming, and that wouldn't be good if they found a dead journalist." "Yeah, I'll call up." Benjamin looked down on a list that Thomas made, one of the agents. "Chris, the squad leader, to hide her body in the house," he said, and got up from his chair, grabbing the wired phone and calling. "But still, what story we made up?" Edward looked at Stephen. "I mean, somebody will search for her." Stephen was thinking about it as Benjamin was already speaking with Chris, and a moment later, as he hung up and sat back, her body was being dragged away inside the house. "What if we say she was mistaken to be one of Marcos's men and was shot?" Edward said, looking at them. "I mean, she had on the flashlight, and the if thought she was one of them with a gun." "Doesn't make any sense," Benjamin said. "She walked straight past the car Marco was in, with if agents around, as if they didn't even see her, and that's strange too. How the fuck they didn't notice a camera and a fucking woman? It was really strange, something even they got confused about. The woman straight went past the convoy of cars, slid past the exact car that Marco was thrown into, and where if agents stood guard, but she just walked straight past them like she was invisible or something, or did she? Because while they were focused on the scene on the driveway that Thomas, James, and the others just stood frozen in place, they missed a key point of how the journalist went past everybody. She fence jumped. Marco's house is a big estate but still has neighbors, with other big-ass estates all around, and she, the journalist, knew very well that she can't just walk straight on the street because she will be stopped. So as soon as she heard the shooting happening, because the social media picked it up faster than any other news station, she was on the way there, only she. Because everybody else was scared. The neighbors flooded social media with videos of what happened, but because of the complete darkness and power outage, the videos were complete darkness, with only shouting and heavy gunfire and explosions. So every big news station stayed still and reported on the downtown attacks instead. But what a news it would be if she was the first to actually publish on it, to get first-hand footage to sell to the big news for thousands of dollars. It was her ticket to richness, the biggest story in her life. So she hopped the fence of Marco's neighbor across the street and trespassed, sneaking through the estate garden. Then hopped another fence, and that she was there, before Marco's estate, seeing the dead bodies on the ground at the gate, the bullet shells, the shot-up cars, and the if agents on the end of the street. The piggy bank was there in front of her, but rather than money she got a bullet. I don't know, maybe she sneaked in, or I don't know. The main thing we need to focus on is the story to make out of it. Stephen started. First, we can't use the accident shooting, because she received a straight bullet into her head. It's clear that it was an execution, so we can build up a story that on the way she was kidnapped and killed. Edward here felt a little awkward and stressed, because he wasn't in this life. Yes, he heard of this thing, but he just stole funds and shit, not actually killing people and making plots for it. I mean, it can work, but still, what if she told someone where she is going, or we just don't give a fuck about it? Yeah, it can work. Benjamin smiled. What do you mean? Edward asked, his voice hesitant a little. What is the biggest news that people will get shocked about? The news can feed them for days, for weeks, for months, It's not a death of a journalist, no. Every month they die, and nobody gives a single fuck about them. That's true, Stephen said. They will make a lot of money on the news that Silas, Marco, and Isabella too died. Not just that, but Carter's death will lead all the headlines. So what? We just hide her body, and that's it. Edward asked with a nervous smirk on his face as he looked at them. Exactly. A straight answer from Benjamin. Nobody going to give a fuck about her. Everybody will jump on the story how the government killed the gangsters Anna, well, how the vice president died. All this news will push the death of her down the drain. Well, this is the only way we can do it. So yeah, hide her body and focus on the main thing, which is making out a story from the raid. Stephen said while Edward was just getting more nervous that his name will be attached to it. Not official, but yeah, it will be there. My part is already done, Benjamin said. I already have all the outlines for the raid on Isabella's house, which I will officially give to Linda tomorrow. The next part is on Thomas, and then you. He pointed at Stephen. Silas's house will be your agency's task. Isn't that a little complicated? I mean, Silas, yeah, he is dead with his top men, but his son has come back. He looked at Benjamin. I mean, claiming that we eliminated the family where his son is leading it. We don't wait for James to take action on that matter, Benjamin said. The old man already died, and his son is a mess. He can't lead people and can't think straight. Nobody believes in him nor has loyalty for him. So we make the first official raid in years, at least you do. Stephen felt in that moment something he hadn't felt in years. He got excited about it because all he had done in the past couple of years was paperwork and nothing else, while stealing and laundering the money as much as he could. Then I will prepare it as soon as the sun rises. Suddenly the door busted open and an agent stepped in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Miss Linda is asking for everybody's presence. James and Thomas had arrived. Chapter 172. Absurd. There was barely any time to react as the SUVs swerved into the garage, and as fast as they came, the agents hopped out of the cars, and as if Marco were just a bag of potatoes, they picked him up by the hands and legs and went with him, following the agents toward the room. James and Thomas, on the other hand, were slow, and it was because James was out, like he was sleeping so deep that he didn't even feel the cars bumping and the hurried steps and shouts. And well, Thomas was waiting for something. He just sat beside James like he was his father or something, looking at him while the agents outside were confused about what was happening and why they weren't getting out. He's really sleeping. How the fuck can he sleep so calmly? Thomas thought as he was looking at him in disbelief that this fucker, after making a deal with the government, after all this fight and literal war, is sleeping like a princess. A sane person would feel so much stress they couldn't even sleep, and James too. He's supposed to be looking stressed, disoriented, someone that just sealed the biggest deal, but not at least from the outside. The sleep was, well, the medicines and all the things Thomas thought of. James was so stressed that his hands were shaking, and he couldn't think straight. But before leaving the house, he took some pills to make sure his legs wouldn't hurt. In the process, he accidentally took a sleeping pill too. Well, all his pills looked identical, and maybe it was a good mistake. At least he could get some rest. James. Thomas said his name, but nothing. James. He raised his voice the second time, but still nothing. Is he dead? How good that would be. James. He shouted now as he tapped his shoulder, and there was it. He was up. But hell, that was scary. He opened his eyes straight, staring at Thomas like a monster was woken up, like a bear during its sleep. He didn't move, just stared at him. What? He asked simply, still staring at Thomas. We're here. Silence for a bit as James just realized that he slept through the whole road. Oh good. He answered, and after a moment of silence he finally opened the door, stepping out to the garage, where everywhere were agents waiting. It was a crazy scene, like a true boss. All around, soldiers dressed in full black, standing and waiting. I was out, what a good sleep it was. He thought as he took his first step, but he noticed the same thing that Thomas earlier. James stepped one, the agents two stepped. If he stopped, they stopped too. Is it an escort, or do they want to arrest me? He took another look at them, but to be honest, not even one of them was looking at him, at least in his eyes. It was like they were cautiously looking for threats rather than James himself as a threat. Strange. Linda's waiting for us, Thomas said as he walked past James, toward the tunnel, but from the agents nothing. They didn't go after Thomas, their boss, nor moved an inch. Pretty strange, James thought, but there was nothing he could do about it. And while he didn't care that much, so he started walking, and with him all of them, escorting him toward the tunnel and then towards the room. Dozens of agents in that tunnel went after him like they were his shadow, and finally, he was there. He stopped in front of the door, and before him, the scene was familiar. Maybe too familiar. Not the same room, not the same chairs, but the feeling was the same when he was questioned by the NSBI agents when all the bullshit started. He also noticed the familiar faces there, but the one who stepped to him was Linda herself. "Here," she said as he handed a coffee to him. "Thank you," he said as he grabbed it from her and sipped it, and immediately realized it was, first it was ass from a coffee machine that wasn't cleaned in ages, and two, it was straight black coffee. It tasted as if Linda wanted to poison him. So James made the quick decision to actually use the coffee for something better, and he stepped right in front of Marco, who was already chained into the metal chair, and he was still unconscious. Well, not after James poured the coffee into his face. It wasn't very hot, nor was it cold. It was the perfect temperature to feel pain from it, but not an intensive one. Just to wake him up, and it worked. Marco's eyes shot open, but he didn't move, nor did he understand what the hell was happening. His head was spinning like crazy, his vision was blurry, his whole body ached, and now his face felt like it had slammed into a stove. But that was it. As quickly as he woke up, his head slumped forward again. Not a single movement followed. Only the sound of his slow breathing filled the room. "Should I use this?" Benjamin asked, and as James turned toward him, he was posing with a hammer. "You guys are experts in things like this, so do what you want," he said as he slowly sat down on one of the chairs and just stared at Marco. All of them got confused by it because they thought he would go berserk in the first second he saw him, like chopping him up or beating the living shit out of him. But no, he just sat there in silence. And there were multiple things to it. Not just the sleeping pill, which made him extremely sleepy, but he was still stressed about Ferrucci, about his mother Bella, and Charlotte, as they still didn't call, and to be truth, he wasn't a master of torture. He popped out the police chief's eyes, but it came from extreme anger and guilt. Yes, because Raphael was killed. But now there wasn't any shot or surge of that feeling to cause pain, to do something brutal, to take revenge. He didn't realize it yet, that there will be no surge of it. It's already in him. He is one with terror, like a true monster. On the opposite of it, Benjamin was actually excited about it because first, he could prove himself more to James, and second, he can torture somebody truly famous and influential in the underworld. Not like those motherfuckers he did in his career that just leaked information or sold them. So he raised the hammer in his hand and was ready to strike. First principle of torture is the time. Stephen's voice came from the back as he sat. Time that the prisoner realizes that there is no hope for him. Well, first he's fucking out. Benjamin pointed the hammer at Marco as he looked at Stephen. Second, we don't have time. We need to kill him fast. I mean, question him first and then kill him. Both of you are right, same time wrong, Thomas said, and he realized James was closing his eyes like taking a nap again. Time is crucial, but we have no time, and second, beating him with a hammer is not going to give us information. He already knows he's fucked and going to die, which means we need to use slow pain that will crush his soul. What you want to do, Benjamin, is just butcher him. He looked into his eyes. Well, that's how the NSBI works, but now we need to be cautious. He explained and stepped toward the toolbox, but there wasn't anything he wanted, so he turned back. Ammonius, come here. He shouted out the door, and suddenly one of the agents arrived, a medic one. Give him a shot that will wake him up, and also give me some needles and a scalpel. I need to grab my bag from the car. Ammonius replied and left the room, and Thomas turned to another agent. Joel, give me your tools. Joel stepped in and pulled out his tool pouch from his vest, giving it to Thomas, who opened it, and it was like a torturer's treasure chest. Well, to be true, it was a tool set for break-ins and for bombs, as Joel was a specialist. But those pliers, scissors were the best to get some nail work done. Maybe some tooth checkup too, but there was something that Thomas noticed. Is that bleach? He pointed at the ground. Yes, it is, Linda said, but she immediately got a stomach ache. They didn't even do anything, but she felt like throwing up the moment she confirmed that it was bleach, because Thomas and Benjamin's eyes lit up, and Ammonius too got back with his bag. Should I wake him up? He asked as he looked at Thomas, who just nodded as he grabbed the bleach from the ground. So Ammonius did it, and he gave him an injection. It will take 10 minutes to act, he said as he grabbed some needles and a scalpel from his bag and gave it to Thomas. Well, if something happens, I'll be outside. Me too, Joel said as he turned around and stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. A silence followed. Then Benjamin started chuckling. If agents, and they can't stand torture? They were trained how to counter torture, not how to torture. Thomas said. Oh, and how do they do it? James suddenly asked from the side. They don't let themselves be captured. Thomas replied. They're trained killers, not prisoners. So they die for this country? James chuckled. Well, yeah, it was funny and absurd. They would kill themselves for a country that was rotten to the core. But what was even more absurd was that the man they once tried to capture, spy on, even kill was now sitting in a torture room, alongside the agency directors and a minister in the basement of the ministry, torturing another gangster. The peak of absurdity. Chapter 173, More Than Loyalty. So they waited in silence for Marco to finally wake up and have the ability to talk, and on the other side of the city, there was waiting too. Hector walked into the hospital as he were, gun still in hand. And well, he just made the whole misunderstanding on another level as he had the if patch on his vest, and his face was covered up, but it also helped that he wasn't alone, but Ramirez too, with a few men come with him, while the others were at Marco's house literally robbing the shit out of it while they had time. Yeah, back at the house, dozens of guys started moving everything that they could, money, documents, anything that had value too. They picked up the guns, as many as they could, and the IF agents actually helped them after they finished off every single man of Marco. There wasn't any mercy nor the need to arrest anybody. A soldier of a gangster and a soldier of the government, hand in hand, robbed the shit out of the estate. Delian. Ramirez said his name, but he was in a state that was alarming. He looked like a zombie with his body covered in blood. Where is he? Hector asked as he stood in front of him, and Delian just pointed toward a restricted area. Fuck. He sighed as he sat down too, and to Delian's surprise, that was it. He thought it over for him that he would be killed, and he didn't have any problem with it. But it was more about Ferrucci. He wanted to hear whether he was alive or not. He was ready to beg for his life to at least hear the doctor's word. But no, there wasn't any shouting, any feeling that he would die. Something he was sure would happen to him. But no, Hector sat beside him without any further words. Get yourself together, Ramirez said as he grabbed Delian's weapon from him, and then he unbuckled his helmet. Go fresh yourself up, he said, but Delian didn't move, just slowly looked up to Ramirez, and he saw it. The eyes of a soldier who lost every hope, the eyes of a soldier who struggles with his past, and now this just puts more burden and weight on him. Yeah, he saw it many times, especially at the younger ones, those who only wanted to show how capable they are, how good of a soldier they are, and then they collapsed under the pressure, under the consequences of their actions. Something that is more worse than death, the struggle of what they experienced out there. I said go, Delian. Ramirez pulled him up from a chair. Liam, help him. He looked at one of the men that came with them. He immediately stepped in, grabbed Delian's arms, and went toward the toilets with him. And that's when Ramirez realized it. The eyes. There were dozens of people in the waiting area looking at them, snapping photos and whispering. We are going to be all over the internet. He whispered as he sat down beside Hector and put on his mask, which was late, but still he felt better by it. What he didn't feel better about was Hector, who didn't speak, just stared up ahead. Don't worry, he's going to. James went alone, he said as he now looked at Ramirez. He went alone with agents and a fucking director to the ministry. Like fuck, isn't that crazy? Yeah, Hector was still more worried about James than Ferrucci, who was in the worst state in his life, but it just made Ramirez realize that for Hector there was only one person, and that was James and his family. Can I ask a question? Ramirez said as he leaned back. Hector just nodded as he looked at him. You're afraid of it, right? Yeah, he is. Not that, Ramirez said as he stared at Hector. Are you afraid of the power, aren't you? If something would happen to him, it would put you into his place. Silence followed as Hector realized what Ramirez was talking about and what he was implied by those questions. No, I don't, because I would die with him. He stared into Ramirez's eyes. I'm afraid to lose who gave me the chance to see my sister live again, to see her outside of the hospital, to see her smile. And you too, as the other hundreds of men and women in the family. All of them are afraid of losing that somebody who gave hope. I'm afraid of that. It was the truth. James helped without even knowing he helped, without even wanting to. Yeah, he helped so many people that their loyalty was not loyalty anymore, but something that was far greater than that, and it came with a cost that Hector knew too. There will be no family if James dies. With him, all the hope will die, and there is nobody who they can accept as the successor. Ramirez knew it too, because he would feel the same if somebody stepped in James's place, even if it was Hector himself. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't feel the same that he feels for James. There was no other gangster in the entire country who built up a family that he actually protected and cared for, a family that got so much that they could never pay it back. There's not even any organization or government aid that could outnumber the help of James. He did so much, and he didn't even know about it. He questioned the loyalty of his people, that if they heard that he worked with the government, that would be a downfall like he just betrayed them. But no, there wasn't even one question about it. Not even one thought of betrayal or anger. Blindly following someone is a bad thing. But blindly following someone who they trust and they knew that made their life better, literally aided them to live, is a command from the heart. Let it be a war, an assassination, bribing, or money laundering. They do it without question. James Bellini is the man to them, the one worth dying for. Excuse me. Suddenly a nurse stepped to them. Yes? Hector asked as he looked up. I'm sorry to say this, but your appearance is making our patients uncomfortable, and they're also taking photos of you, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. We have a private waiting room, so if you would follow me, that would be best for both you and for us, the hospital. She added, and well, yeah, Hector and the others did cause discomfort. They stank of blood, sweat, and gunpowder, and the hospital was a private one, which meant rich people were in the waiting area, and, well, they expected to be as comfortable as possible. They paid thousands for it. Even though the if patch was visible and they assumed Hector and the others were agents, the truth was simple. They paid for luxury so they wouldn't have to breathe the same air as the poor in a public hospital, where the chance of dying is higher than surviving. People who looked like lowlifes weren't welcome, even in a hospital. So they got up and went after the nurse into a room, and everything just became more clear. Leather couches, luxurious decoration. It looked more like a hotel than a hospital. We can also proceed with the documentation. She grabbed a clipboard. Can I ask for his name? Ramirez looked at Hector, and he was clearly thinking, but then answered. I can't give you that. He is an IF agent. She looked confused. Your other colleague said he is an ISB agent. Joint operation, but I don't think we need to explain everything. You can see it. Ramirez cut in, staring at her. Okay, I understand that. Then the bill should go to the Ministry of Justice, yeah? A question that just angered both of them. Bill? We don't even know if he's alive or not. And you're already talking about money? Ramirez raised his voice, but the nurse wasn't intimidated. She had dealt with people like him many times before. It's a private hospital, and yes, even if he dies or lives, the bill needs to be taken care of. You fucking bitch. I mean, sorry, it just came out of nowhere. Hector said as he stared at her. Just write it to the Ministry of Justice. She stayed silent a bit, but did write it down, and with a last look she went out of the room, muttering something. That's why I hate all of them. Ramirez said, asking for money when we don't even know if he's alive or not. They're gangsters too, aren't they? If you can't pay, they advise you to take a hefty loan that you can't pay back, and that loan agency will mess your whole life up. That's why I hate private hospitals. Healthcare was always a mafia. Ramirez answered as he sat down on the couch, leaning back and closing his eyes. But let's rest a bit until we get some news. You can rest, I'll stay up. Who knows? Maybe they'll find out who we really are. If that happens, I'm shooting shit up. Hector said as he leaned back, putting his pistol on his lap. That would be a good alarm clock. Ramirez chuckled, and that was it. Silence. Not long after, Delian and the others also came into the room, sitting down, lying on the couch, and some of them even sleeping, while others like Delian and Hector stayed up waiting. Meanwhile, in the basement of the ministry, Marco was finally awake, ready to be questioned. Chapter 174 is up. Those 10 minutes seemed more like half an hour. James almost fell asleep as he sat in the chair, while the others were more patiently waiting and in the meantime thinking about more plans. But yeah, he finally woke up. His whole body was still in pain, but he can clearly see up ahead. He could clearly see the eyes on him, the directors of the agencies staring him down. And well, on the side, he can see James, who was just fucking napping there. Yeah, the guy he fucked over literally gave away everything about him, now was napping in a chair. Oh, he's finally up, Benjamin said as he got up from his chair. Marco, nice to meet you, he said as he smiled into his face. And well, Marco was just staring at him. He was still dizzy, his head was still spinning like shit, but he knew exactly how fucked up he is. The deal which he made, the money was on his bank account. He was a step away from getting the fuck away in a safe spot, to just sit back and relax while the Bellini family is killed off. And out of nowhere, he was now sitting in a chair, chained down ready to be questioned. The life he had chosen finally caught up to him, but more so his fucked up decision to stab the back of the same person that made a name for him, that literally put Marco in a place where everybody in the underworld knew his name. When the circle was made, Marco was a nobody. Well, he was a gangster with Isabel and the others too, but out of them, Victor was the most influential. Then, when James started doing his business, or more like Hector, who did anything that James said to him, when he was drunk or just said it as a joke, his name started to become bigger and bigger, and with him, the circle too became a symbol in the underworld and in the eyes of the agencies. Suddenly, they respected Marco. They didn't act against him, they didn't do anything to arrest him, and not even one gang or mafia crossed his way, because all of them feared James and his reputation, and they knew if they attacked Marco, James would take revenge on them. Or at least they thought, and because of that, it was the perfect time for Marco to build up more connections. Yeah, he leached off on James's reputation and used the fact that they were in an alliance. With that, he could make deals, bribe people, more connections in the underworld and the government itself, and his life was on a straight line. He was on the way to become somebody who was feared by himself, and not just because he knew James, but then everything went to shit. Victor died, the key figure of the alliance whose idea was the whole thing. Then James himself was attacked, and his brother died. The worst of the worst, because Marco and Isabel knew that it would mean war. It would mean chaos and instability in the circle and in their connections if James started butchering the police and anyone in his way. And that would have meant their reputations too would go down with James. They would make the same enemies as him. So they dipped, and with that made the biggest mistake, because literally nobody gave a fuck about them. The moment everybody got the news that they parted ways from James, they became like a joke. Half of their connections immediately lost. Everybody just looked at them as a joke. Because it was a joke. Leaving the key figure that could elevate them to the top, and over it was the biggest joke. And well, they realized it soon. Too soon that James himself was the circle. He himself was the figure of the underworld. Everybody feared them because of him. It was too late for it, and they began to lose connections, deals, lots of money, and even their own men. Dozens of them left the family of Marco and Isabel, because at least they had some brain to realize that eventually James will come for them. And shit, they 100% will die. But then it came like a gift from heaven, a connection, a person who came to them as if he was the last line that could save them. The cartel. It was first a messenger that came to them out of nowhere. Then Emmanuel himself came and started talking about business and how well they can work together, and this dumb motherfucker Marco and Isabel too said yes to it. And now one of them is dead, and the other one is going to feel the kind of pain which is impossible to describe with words. Yet Thomas and Benjamin were ready to cause it as fast and as well as they can. James. Benjamin stepped to him first, tapping on his shoulder, and his eyes shot open, and what he saw was Marco looking at him with those fucking eyes. How nice to see you, Marco, James said as he sat up slowly and stepped in front of him. Marco just smirked as he looked up. Yeah, you motherfucker. He spat down on the ground. A rat, you fucking rat, he said as he still smirked into James's eyes, who just laughed at him. Laughed so good that even Benjamin started smiling for two reasons. He knew in any second James could lose his mind, and second, well, the laugh of James was so good that he couldn't stop himself from joining in. For Marco, it was just worse, as now Benjamin and James laughed and just clowned on him. Well, you are going to suffer, Marco, James said as he held out his hand and tapped Marco's face. It wasn't a hard slap or anything like that. It was more like what a mother does, but from James, it was creepy. With that, he just turned and sat back down, crossing his legs and just looking at Marco, while Benjamin and Thomas looked at each other, and they started to work at least they wanted. Chapter 175. What? They already talked about how they would question him while they waited for him to wake up, so they exactly wanted to start how they planned it. First was the classic waterboarding and fingernail pulling, and if that doesn't work, then the tooth pulling. If that too does not seem to work, then they start off with the bleach, slowly pouring it into some of his wounds, and the indescribable pain will cause him to talk. If those didn't work too, then Benjamin would start with the scalpel, slowly cutting some fine lines into Marco's skin, or maybe popping out one of his eyes until he says everything they want to know. At least that was the plan, but there was somebody inside who didn't want to exactly do these things, at least at first. As Benjamin and Thomas picked up the water and the towel, Linda too got up. "I'll do it first," she said, and the both of them seemed a little concerned and at the same time sad. They really wanted to do it. So Linda did it and put her chair in front of Marco, sat down, and stared at him. She wanted to use it as a mind game. She too knew about some torture techniques that other agencies and secret services use, but she didn't really like the senseless butchering and cutting up, but more like the mind games and psychological warfare, even though she knew there wasn't so much time to do it. The first step in her plan was just staring at him as long as possible and acting nonchalant, just to break his mind, and eventually he will start talking. Why? Because Marco knows exactly why he is here. He knows that they want information, so sitting right in front of him and staring at him, being in his zone, will make him more uncomfortable. And the other thing was there too. Everyone knows about the good cop, bad cop situations, where cops will use this strategy to make one cop a badass fucker, while the other will try to make the suspect feel himself in the most comfortable, giving him coffee and shit to earn his trust. In this situation, it could work too. Linda was the good cop, who just stared at him and did nothing else, while in the background Thomas and Benjamin were ready to fuck up Marco as much as they could. Marco saw the equipment there, the tools, the water, the towel, and the bleach too. He could see them and knew exactly what was going to happen if he didn't talk. But in contrast, there was Linda, who didn't hit him, didn't talk to him, just sat there, staring at him without any words. Even if he knew what this was, what she was trying to do, there was no way he would choose the torturing over a small talk. But there was one thing that Linda didn't really calculate. Marco knew that he is going to die, then why the fuck should he talk? If he talks, what is it going to do better for him? The answer was simply nothing. It's not a plea deal. It's not something that he talks about everything he knows and will walk out freely. And even if he would, James would kill him anyway. Yeah, there is nothing good in it. He would just go in the history as a snitch, as a loser who once stood proud on the side of James Bellini, then backstabbed him and snitched the fuck out of everybody, then died. The worst ending of a boss, the worst ending of a man in the criminal world. With that in mind, they sat, stared at each other, and said nothing. For minutes, for tens of minutes, there was silence, and Marco himself felt nothing uncomfortable about it. Meanwhile, the others in the background were just getting frustrated about it. First, Linda without a word messed up their plans, and they would have been finished by now. But no, she just sat there in silence, and James started to feel it too. He thought it would be a bloodbath, would be hell itself, with Marco screaming at the top of his lungs and begging for his life. But fuck, they just sat there staring at each other like a fucking staring contest. "I'm not going to talk," Marco said as he smiled into Linda's eyes. "You whore," he added with a chuckle. "Whore?" Linda asked back as she tilted her head, but her facial expression remained. Not a smile, not a bit of anger. "Yeah, he fucked you, huh?" Marco said as he looked to the side to James, then back at Linda. "Deep? He fucked you deep while your husband is home. How do you feel getting fucked by a gangster? You love young dicks, huh?" Well, Marco had his own strategy, and because Linda was a woman, it came in handy to actually sexualize her, and this strategy worked on women agents every single time. They lose their head, and the act is over. But Linda? Nah. She didn't react to it. Not even a single wrinkle on her face, not any anger or facial expression change. She looked like she didn't even care about it. But then he heard it, which surprised Marco, and for Linda, it caused confusion and disbelief, because James was laughing on the side. She turned back, looking at James with everybody in the room. "Yeah, I fucked her. Is it a problem, or what?" he asked as he looked at Marco, but for everyone else it just caused more confusion. Marco's smile faded, and Linda's mouth just opened agape, looking in shock at him, while Benjamin, Thomas, Stephen, and Edward were just full-blown frozen. Because there was no actual way that they fucked, that James laid in the snake to Linda while they are literally in the biggest operation of their life. No, there was no way it happened. Chapter 176. The questioning starts. Of course it was a lie, but James knew that Marco's only weapon against Linda was to sexualize her. He couldn't use the card that every gangster uses in these situations, that he has connections or that he can kill everybody in her family. No, he couldn't use that because he was powerless. I fuck her in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. I fuck her many times. James slowly got up from his chair and grabbed one of the pliers from the pouch, then walked toward Marco, who was staring at him. I fuck her good, he said while glancing at Linda with a smile. And she was actually so fucking disoriented and in shock that she couldn't even react. But I'm tired of this bullshit, this mental and psychological warfare. I just want to know what the fuck you were thinking when you stepped up against me, and then I want to sleep. That's it, Marco. He then glanced back at Linda again. Maybe fuck her once more, you know, for better understanding. He winked at her and looked back at Marco. Huh, and what do you want to do with that? Marco asked as he eyed the plier in James's hands. Oh, with this. He held it up. Actually, nothing. He threw it to the ground. But with this. He pulled out his gun and held it up so that the light flicked on it. With this bad boy I will do this, he said and pushed the barrel to Marco's knees. Just tell the truth, Marco, and that's it. You will die without suffering. Silence fell in the room as he said it. For one, they were still debating in their minds that he really is in a relationship with Linda, and two, what he's going to do next, or moreover what Marco is going to do. But he did the dumbest thing and spit into James's face. Oh, James said as he wiped it off. Well, maybe the plier is a better option. Benjamin, come help me, he said, and Benjamin in a second was there. Hold his head still. Benjamin did so, holding Marco's head as he started fighting back, but there was no way he could do anything in that situation. You will fucking die, James. Everybody will die? Charlotte, your whore mother. Everyone, he shouted as he still fought. But his polite words weren't helping him, as James grabbed his left ear with the plier. So you want to talk or no? I'm going to fuck your mother. James pulled on it, but he was careful with that, only pulling it slowly, causing more pain, to feel more as his ear was slowly starting to peel off from his skin. It was disgusting and terrifying, the sound of his screams, the sound of his ear crunching as James pulled more and more. But for Benjamin, he liked it very much as he held Marco's head. He watched it, not even getting his eye off for a single second. While Linda, well, she was in the corner vomiting, because it wasn't for her. Not just the blood, but his scream and those smiles on Benjamin and James' faces, that was just horrifying, that she needed to vomit. You want to talk? James stopped pulling, but Marco was just crying and gasping for air as he tried to fight back. But no, Benjamin's hold was firm. Answer me, James shouted, but nothing, still the screams. You fucking bitch, he said, and with it, he did it, and he pulled so quickly and firmly that Marco's ear came off. Well, a piece of it, the top half of his ear that James grabbed with the plier, ripped off. But hell, it was just only the beginning as James held the plier and the piece of Marco's ear, and when he said what to do to Benjamin, Linda just vomited even more, and Stephen too just turned around, not looking there. Open his mouth, James said, and Benjamin did it. It was not easy, but he grabbed his nose and his chin and pulled open Marco's mouth while James put the piece of ear into his mouth, and then Benjamin closed it, making Marco taste his own flesh and blood, swallowing it down as he tried to fight against Benjamin's grip, but he couldn't, until he started vomiting. That time Benjamin immediately let him open his mouth and lean forward and vomit out everything that was in his stomach, the wine he drank back in the house, the steak, and well, his ear too came out with the blood on the ground. It was so much that Linda, with Edward, dipped. She opened the door and stepped out while Stephen was still fighting to see what was going to happen next. It was a good lesson to see what James' torture technique is. On the other hand, Thomas was working. He grabbed the water and washed off the vomit, and also poured some on Marco to get him freshened up a bit for the next torture, which was still the plier that James gave to Benjamin as he sat down. Play with him a little bit. Benjamin took it personally, and he thought it might be his chance to show James what he was capable of because their deal was still there that they made, and Benjamin wasn't waiting for shit. He grabbed Marco's left nostril with the plier and pulled it up, but he wasn't gentle. Nah, he was brutal with it, and in one motion, he pulled up more ripping of the skin and the flesh from his nose. "Talk, you motherfucker, talk," he shouted as he threw the plier on the ground and with a left hook hit Marco's face. Then came the right hook. Marco was so fucked up that his face wasn't even seeable from the amount of blood that was coming from his cut eyebrow, his nose, and the ear, and he wasn't even responding anymore. Just ragged breath and the suffering. "Let him freshen up a bit," Thomas said as he poured more water on him, and with that now the whole room floor was covered by the water, the blood, and the vomit. It was a gruesome scene, and the scent was so horrible. But this is exactly what they came to do. This is exactly what Marco deserved. Chapter 177. More pain. "Should we try his teeth now?" Benjamin asked as he looked at Thomas, who had something on his mind, something that hurt more than Marco could ever imagine. He had already grabbed the bleach from the ground. "I'm thinking he needs to understand that we're not playing," he said as he stepped in front of him, and Marco was like a zombie. The pain was so brutal that his head felt like it could explode at any moment, and when he saw the bleach, it just made everything worse for him. But still, he wanted to fight back. In his mind, that thing was still there, that these agencies would brag about him, how he told, how he snitched, and at least, even though he wasn't a big player like James or Victor, he wanted to have an image that he wasn't a fucking snitch, wasn't a rat. He didn't fold nor did he tell anything. He wanted to keep up the image of a gangster who kept his word. Yeah, a selfish decision that was more important than the suffering, than the pain, and it was brave, the stories he heard. The truth he heard that when James was captured by the NSBI, he didn't snitch, he didn't tell anything. Rather, he was clowning them. He was fucking with them. And there was the biggest example, Lucian. He was arrested. He was tortured every day. Even if it wasn't out for the public, everybody knew it. He was beaten up every day. He was hosed down with salted water every single day to break. But he never did. And what happened after that? Nothing. They gave up on him, and Lucian lived a life in prison like he owned the place. Maybe that's why he got stabbed to death, because there was no other option for him. At least that's what Marco thought. And that was his role model, the man who built an empire and then stayed silent to his last breath. He wanted to be like him. He wanted to become a role model to others, a man, a gangster who got captured by the government, and even through all of the torture, he didn't break, he didn't snitch. But Marco wasn't as hard as he thought he would be. Not as hard as Lucian was. Nobody could ever be as hard as he was. He lived through the worst, coming up from the poorest district, where death was like an everyday thing happening, where he, from the youngest day of his life, was beaten or he beat up others, where he grabbed a knife quicker than a pen to learn. Nobody could ever top that. Man, no one could ever go through that much pain as he had. Marco thought he could, but when Benjamin grabbed a scalpel, he knew that he might never be able to go down as someone who had the legacy of not snitching no matter what. Especially when Benjamin first cut through Marco's jeans to be able to see his skin, and then with the scalpel, he made a cut on his thigh. It wasn't a deep cut, but more like a little scrape on his skin, only to have some place for the bleach to go in. "Do it, Thomas. Let's see how long he can stay silent," Benjamin said as he smiled at Marco, and his eyes wavered. His whole body started shaking even more, but he still said nothing as he eyed Thomas slowly holding up the bleach bottle and then pouring some of it into the wounds. The moment it hit his skin, he was already screaming at the top of his lungs, so loud that outside of the tunnel, and even in the distance, his scream could be heard. It was terrifying, as everybody knew exactly what was happening, but nobody could imagine what they were doing to him, that they just poured acid into his wounds, that it was slowly eating through his skin, his muscle, his flesh. The pain of it was unbearable. It was stinging. It felt like his skin and blood were boiling up. He couldn't do anything, just watch as it ate through his skin, as Benjamin and Thomas were looking at him, smiling, as if it was a lab experiment. Meanwhile, Linda was now just standing beside one of the cars they came with and was wiping off her mouth, but the screaming just made her want to throw up again. Around in the garage, everybody was a little unsure because they could think of what exact torture technique they were doing, because those screams were not like the others. It came from deep, and they could literally hear Marco crying out his soul from his body. But there was another question too that was raised in one person, and it was Edward. He was too feeling that unease and creep from Marco's screams. but one thing he really wanted to know about. So he stepped up to Linda and asked it right away. Are you really fucking with James? Linda immediately looked up in that fucked up state. Her whole face was pale, and Edward's question didn't really help the situation, because, well, he asked in a voice so loud that around at least 4 agents and some of James's men heard it, and they immediately turned toward them like they were owls, spinning their bodies 180 degrees, because what the fuck was that question in a situation when they were literally torturing somebody a couple of meters away? He could be my son. Why the fuck should I fuck with him? She asked as her hands were still on her stomach as she felt the urge of vomiting. Well, Edward asked the question because it actually seemed like a scenario that could happen. The two were from different worlds but were united by one thing, and that was crime and the fight against it, at least from Linda's side. She wanted a world where there is no or barely any crime, while on James's side, to be able to be on the top he needed to kill everybody a win-win. It seemed like he said it with passion. Edward said as he sat down on the ground. But it would be crazy, a gangster fucking the justice minister. Yes, the agents around agreed too as they shook their heads, but to Linda it actually made sense. How crazy it would be if she was able to pull James in and control him with love, a fucked up idea. Maybe I should fuck him and in the process cut his throat, like Vinial Kartai did to Rewin Olison. She smiled, but the reaction wasn't that good. The agents and the James men also felt something about it as their eyes locked on Linda, and she noticed that it might not be the best idea to say things like this out loud, because she can trust nobody, literally no one. But then this feeling went away and a louder, more intense scream came and her phone buzzed. This time Benjamin didn't wait and pulled out one of Marco's nice teeth, which cost more than somebody's house, were now in Benjamin's hands. Chapter 178, Talk. Marco was on the brink of collapse in the meaning of the word. His brain and body couldn't handle the pain no more, and the shot that Ammonius gave to him was wearing off slowly. And another torture would mean he would lock down, his brain would be fried, and just faint, and after that he would just die, as his blood was coming out of his ear, nose, mouth, and from the cut on his thigh. As James watched it in silence, he knew too that he would die before even talking if they kept going with it. But man, it felt so good for him, seeing this motherfucker suffering. This motherfucker who just said he would fuck her mother, that he would kill those he loves. And the fact that Marco had his hand in the shootout. Yeah, it was good to see him slowly dying and that light in his eye fading away. But still, they needed him to talk. Marco, he said as he got up, but couldn't finish it as the door opened and Linda herself stormed into the room. And with that motion, she grabbed the water from the ground, poured it on Marco, slapped him once, twice, and sat down before him in the chair. Emmanuel from the Sinatra cartel, he died. He showed his phone to Marco. Look at this, she said as she slapped him again. Look, she shouted, and it was true. As Marco looked at the photo, he saw Emmanuel's body on the pavement, his legs broken, his arms too, but the most important thing in that picture was the single bullet hole in his head. The IF agents double-checked everybody, and at that time they didn't know who Emmanuel was, and the only thing they saw was that he was still alive, so they shot him. But they found the dossier that Marco sold to him, and they put together the puzzle that Emmanuel, that man they just shot, might be somebody other than Marco's man, because he was dressed in luxury clothes and had a ring on his finger. Also, his skin color was different than theirs. So they sent the photo to Linda, who recognized him. Emmanuel was the only top member of Sinatra who they knew about, and now he was dead. And well, Marco's reaction was cute. He was totally speechless and just realized he ran with it without even thinking about Emmanuel or what the fuck was with him. And now that he is dead, which meant Marco couldn't even live a second even if they let him go, because not just James would be after him, but the cartel too. He fucked up so much that this no snitching mindset meant nothing anymore. Because he still thought the cartel would avenge him, that the cartel would remember him. But no, they'd rather erase him forever. Yeah, he just endured the torture for nothing. Who was that? James asked as he stepped to Linda and grabbed the phone out of her hand, looking at the picture and immediately put it together. The cartel member that they killed at his house shared the same skin color as him. Emmanuel, is he a cartel member? Yeah. She grabbed back the phone. He is a high-ranking one of the branch leaders of the cartel, and now he is dead, which means they will come to avenge him. I'm sure of it. She said and looked back up, and James was smiling. Oh, how good is that? He said as he just looked at Marco. I didn't even need to move. They will come to me. You will die. Marco muttered as he looked. Yeah, someday for sure. But you got what you wanted. You will not die as a snitch. He said, and with that, he pulled out his pistol and pushed it to Marco's head. But as he pulled the trigger, Linda jumped up and pushed it to the side, which caused the bullet to strike the wall instead of Marco's head and also caused James to fall. It happened so fast that Marco thought he was actually hit while Benjamin, Thomas, and Stephen were just frozen, not even understanding what the fuck happened and moreover, what the fuck Linda did and what for. On the ground, James too was questioning what the fuck had happened while Linda just literally body slammed him to the ground. He said nothing. She shouted at James while he got to his knees and slowly pushed himself up with his cane. You can't kill him until he speaks. A slap. A big one. It was so loud the room echoed with it. Linda, however, didn't waver, even though her whole left side was lit up in red. She still believed in the information that Marco's holding, the information that could help them to push back the cartel or moreover advance on them, especially now when a branch leader of the Sinatra was found dead in his house. Yeah, there needs to be some information that is treasure to them, that Marco has it and would help them, and letting James just bluntly kill him would be catastrophic even though Benjamin and Thomas themselves almost killed him in the process of torturing him, because their next step was popping out his eyes and cutting down his finger one by one. We need him to talk, she said again, her voice firm as. She eyed James, who just fucking wanted this whole bullshit to be over and go fucking home. But this whole torturing thing seemed to go nowhere. I'm sorry, Linda. It just came out of nowhere, James said as he looked at Linda. But okay, I understand. He needs to talk, right? He asked, and Linda nodded. Then let him talk, okay, James said, and he stepped up to Marco. Hey Marco, talk. He said to him, and Marco had a smirk on his face even though the pain was still unbearable. Fuck you. He stuttered, but shit, it wasn't a good answer. James pointed the gun at his left knee and pulled the trigger. Chapter 179, Talk Marco. The bullet went straight into Marco's knee, shattering it, literally breaking it, and then into his shin, and his scream this time was now lighter, maybe because his body was already giving up on him. Questions, huh? James asked as he looked at Linda, who just stood there eyeing Marco's knee. She couldn't do anything to stop James, and she knew that even if he did something, the bullet would find her too. Talk, my friend. Say it. What you have for us. But now he couldn't talk at all. The blood was still coming from his mouth as well as from his ear and nose, and he didn't even feel his lower half anymore. The bullet, the broken bones, and the bleach that they poured in his wound was doing its job. Talk, Marco, and I'll let you live, James said in a voice that was calm but also reassuring, like he was telling the truth. I will. Buy you a wheelchair and send you the fuck away to live your life. You will get a handicap spot. The benefits of being handicapped. It will be a good life, Marco. He squatted down, staring at Marco's eyes, and there was no hope, no light anymore. He gave up, just how his body gave up on him. Just talk, man, just talk. Marco knew that he was lying, and he would kill him the second he said what he knew. But shit. He hoped that maybe something would change in James, and he would let him live. Maybe all the beef, all the death between the two fights would be erased from their memory, and he could fly out of the country, find a woman, and make a happy family. Yeah, maybe. It was a deal, he said, stuttering his words, almost as quiet as a whisper, but James heard it clearly. Deal between you and the cartel? Yeah, just nod to it. Marco nodded to it. The deal was about drug routes. He asked again as he stared at him, and Marco nodded again. James looked to the side at Linda, who wasn't shocked about it because they already knew this much, that the cartel's real goal is to seize all the drug routes in the country and get their product in. What about Isabella's men? Are they now working for Sinatra? Benjamin asked as he stepped closer. Marco nodded again, and his answer just made everything worse, because it meant they already have a great number of manpower in the city. Who was the next on the kill list? Linda asked. He was in silence for a few seconds, getting everything together, his last power to be able to answer it. Sop, Damien. Fuck, they really want a full-blown war, Benjamin said as he shook his head and sat down on the chair. Damien barely has any people, at least not thousands. Sophia too, James said. and she hasn't contacted me in a long time. James remembered that when he asked where she was, Hector said that she is killing off some gangs. But it doesn't make any sense. Who is she killing off? But moreover, the question about the cartel. Why would they attack him first when there are others who barely have any manpower and connections? They could easily wipe them out and seize all of their assets. Maybe even their men who would join them out of fear. But no, they attacked James first and also killed off Carter. Yeah, that motherfucker. What about Carter? They killed him, but why? James asked, but Marco was at the end of it. He was barely breathing, and his eyes were closed down. Marco. He slapped him once, and his eyes opened a little. Carter made a deal with them, yes? He nodded again, and now it all came together. So Takoy and Carter, they wanted to fight against the mafia, but their connection was in that they hated you the most, especially after you beat the shit out of Takoy. Steven started from the back. So they sent the police to kill you, but it went horribly wrong, and they panicked. That's when Carter used the last card in his pocket, the cartel. Linda finished it off. But still, it doesn't make any sense. He fights against criminals with Takoy, but reaches out to the cartel. He is a politician, after all. Benjamin joined in. I mean, the fight against criminals was just an act. He himself was a criminal, stealing all kinds of funds, and he himself sniffed white magic. Maybe with the cartel, he wanted to control all of it, like he wanted with James, the DTA. Yeah, it was a scenario that could actually be happening, but James thought about something else. I think he wanted to use the cartel to slowly pour into the government, like in Dennis. He said as he looked at Benjamin. It would be easy if the vice president himself is helping them. Fucking hell, it makes sense. Benjamin said as he thought about it. And we wouldn't even notice it. Silence fell as they all realized that that might have already happened and cartel members are already in the government, even in their agencies. The cartel was a genius, especially the Sinatra, because in Dennis they literally bribed interns and people who just started to work at all kinds of ministries. It didn't matter if it was only a cleaner, an intern, or a low-ranking member. It was already a step toward getting more and more people. Slowly they started going up the ladder, even if it was laughable. Mayor, governors, ministers, they slowly got their hands on influential people, but it was just the beginning of it, and as time went on, somehow, who knows how they bribed a general of the armed forces. From there, it was a party for them. Weapons, ammunition, all kinds of equipment they wanted, they got it, especially that it was the time when Dennis started their military reform and restructuring. They could easily steal some of the weapons without even being noticed, especially when the general covered it up for them. But the problem was the public. They can't cause fear in millions of people, they can't control that many, and with them, some of the politicians and members of the parliament were still fighting, and to this day fight against them. But their plan worked. They got what they wanted. But the thing was, Dennis was and still is a desperate country with desperate people. So yeah, they could get into the whole system within years. But not here. They needed somebody from the top. Chapter 180. He defended the homeland. They couldn't start with an intern because they are all being screened almost every month. Even the cleaners, all of them. Of course, they are not screening the ones that actually steal money and are corrupt. Even if yes, they just look past it. Knowing this, the plan was simple for them. Somehow they got the news that Takoy, the capital mayor, and the vice president wanted to eliminate the Bellini family. But they fucked up, so the cartel made the step toward Carter and Takoy. It was a blunt one, but it worked. But what they wanted was too much for Carter. He is a corrupt person, but still, his country is his homeland. Maybe that was why he died. Maybe the cartel got fed up with his bullshit, because Takoy died too, and even then Carter still declined them and sent them the fuck away, threatening them with the military and agencies. Yeah, even though Carter was a selfish, arrogant liar, even his own party hated him, he still chose to protect his country from foreign enemies, from terrorists. He did it, and in the process, he died. Even though if the deal was better, he would have taken it in a second. But no. They wanted something so outrageous that it would send the country in a state like Dennis. His good side came out that moment, the side that all politicians should behave like. He protected his country and protected its people from falling into more despair, falling into the same time when the gang wars, the mafia war was happening all day. The suffering and despair of people. He chose to say no to it. The same Carter, that motherfucker who literally started this whole thing with Takoy, suddenly felt something about his country and its people. What a plot twist. But shit, he still died. And with his silence, nobody would truly know what happened until the Sinatra boss himself is sitting in that metal chair. We need to screen the whole government, Linda said as she looked up at James, her eyes wavering like she was losing it big time, because she thought that it is happening in the moment there. Talking, that somebody is already going through documents, already making moves. Every single one of them. Even the fucking interns, even the high court, everybody. Benjamin said, and this time he was fucked up, stressing like shit. He only became a director weeks ago, and now in their head, the government was about to collapse. I don't think so, James said, and all of them looked at him. I mean, Carter died and there aren't any moves, and let's say even if they got somebody inside, it would take years to actually notice it. But if we don't act now, who knows what type of connection they would have? Linda said, and now suddenly she looked at Benjamin with an expression that was doubting him. You came only weeks ago. Are you dumb? The president himself appointed me. He chuckled a bit, but it hurt him that Linda would actually accuse him. And well, he was worrying about her, because shit, she was losing it. It would all fall on her, not even to mention if the DTA plan leaked out. If this whole shit comes out, it would be all their fault. Also, it would just send the whole country into chaos. Nobody could trust anybody. The only thing that they could do in that situation would be martial law. We need to. A shot that shattered all of the thoughts in that moment. James pulled the trigger, sending a bullet into Marco's head, and finally, it was over for him. No more suffering. But it wasn't over because James decided he'd double, triple, or more like shot the whole magazine at Marco's head, chopping it up, sending flesh and his brain parts flying everywhere. He died. Of course he died. Marco didn't deserve to live, didn't deserve to breathe the same air as he breathed. He tried to kill him. He tried to kill his mother. He deserved death, with all its suffering. Marco's story was over, with disappointment. Rather than fight on the side of James, the man who he had the chance to stand proudly beside, to become actually a feared and influential gangster was over. A disappointment in all aspects. But James also felt something in that moment. He just killed someone he knew, someone he talked with, and someone who respected and feared in the early days, when he was pretending to be a boss, when it was only the beginning. Now standing in front of his mangled head, while everything was covered with blood, he too felt disappointed in Marco, and in some way in himself too. He wasn't the same James, and he felt it. No disgust about the blood, about the open head of Marco, no disgust about the torture. No, he felt nothing about it. He changed for the worst, and will ever could wash it off the blood, the murder, the weight of the gun. No, he could never forget it. He really was a gangster, or worse than that. The death silence, the dripping of the blood was only broken by one thing. His phone. It was ringing with an unknown number. He stared at it for a moment, then picked it up, knowing very well that it could be anybody, the cartel, maybe Hector about Ferrucci, but to his surprise it was actually somebody close to him. Mom? Yes, I hear you, he said, and his voice was just happy, like genuine happiness. Yes, I'm home. Nothing happened, he said, and with that, he turned around and walked out the room while his whole suit was covered by blood, splattered some brain, and his shining shoes were now too covered with vomit, water, and blood. This was the moment Linda also understood and finally realized that James is completely changed. He was now a something that she could name. A monster, yeah, but that word wasn't fitting him. Smiling, talking to the phone happily to his mother while he was covered in blood and all kind of shit from the guy, he just blasted his head off. A devil. Chapter 181. Just do what you need to do. The voice of his mother was the most important in that situation for him. He hadn't heard about her nor Charlotte since morning when all the shit happened suddenly. But now he could hear her, and it was more important than Marco's dead body or the cartel. Where are you, Mom? He asked as he walked through the tunnel into the basement, then to the garage, and sat in one of the cars. We are in a. She waited a bit. An embassy, I think. Was it you who did it? Yes, it was me, he said with happiness that finally they touched down and were in a place where he knew was protected well. How was the flight? What about Charlotte? Silence. She didn't say a word, and James knew very well that she was angry at him, and well, she had every right to be angry. She was furious, but cried herself to sleep. She said, and her voice was now lower. Me too. Cried a lot, James. But what about you and the others? Should he lie? Should he tell the truth? That they're currently at war? That he doesn't even know if Ferrucci is alive? That dozens have died since the morning? But for a fact he knew one thing. His mother wasn't dumb. She knew that James flew her out of the country because something big was happening, because their house was shot up, because their life was in danger, but she had no idea how big it was, that a war had broken out. To be honest, he didn't care about any of it. All that mattered to her was his son and the fact that he was still alive. We're good. A simple answer for James, but Erica knew that nothing was good, but she didn't press on it. I love you, James, but you know that. So do what you need to do, and then let me hug you, okay? She asked, and it was a hit to James. Because there wasn't any promise that they would meet again, and both of them knew for some extent. We will, Mom. I'm sure of it. But until then, with the money you have, buy a house and start a life. Bella will help you, as do the others too, okay? Also, I want Charlotte to know that I didn't abandon her. I never will. A new life? She asked back, and yeah, James already thought about it the moment he sent them to the airport. There is no way he would get them back. No way he would deal with the consequences of one of them being kidnapped or killed. No. He couldn't have them on his side, while all of this kept going, even after it, if they would come out on top. He knew very well that his life would be alone without any kind of love the moment it all happened. Yeah, Mom, a new life that you can live in peace. In peace. And what about you, James? You're trying to save us, save the family, but who saves you? She asked, and her voice this time was firm. The voice that only meant she was more worried than ever before, but it was true. James has people to protect him from harm, from bullets, but he has no people who can truly understand him, his emotions, his pain. No one can understand it like a mother. Who knows, Mom? Maybe it's my time, he said, and it was like it came out on its own. It was so light, like he didn't even realize what he just said, but his mother did realize it. He could hear it in the silence. Her breath became deeper as she tried to get herself together, to not collapse, to try to not understand what James just said. Try to erase the fact that James just said it might be time for him to die. Her last son, her last child, saying something that just broke her even more, but also brought out the self of Erica that was buried deep under everything. Kill them. Her voice came through. It was hesitant a bit, but it came from deep. It came from emotion, from only one thing, caring about her last child. If that's what you need to do, do it. I don't care anymore, James. I really don't. Just do whatever you need to do to stay alive, to meet your mother, your daughter. Do it for me. Do it for us, okay? Yeah. She gave up on false hopes. She gave up on everything since Raphael died, since James almost killed his own father. Yeah. James said it was all just a misunderstanding, that he is not who people think he is, but as time passed, as these things happened, as much as Erica wanted to believe in him, she couldn't, because James was exactly who people said he is. A monster, a ruthless killer, a gangster, the leader of the most influential family in the country. Her son, yeah, the last person she truly cared for. Somebody she will never abandon even if the world is against them. And exactly that James heard from her voice, the same mother that fought to give them everything when they grew up, the mother who was the hope, the model, the hero for them. Don't worry, Mom, James said, his voice laced with something dark, something that just told the danger that he himself was. I will kill all of them. Silence again, a long one, the silence to understand the words. Good, son, now go and rest. She answered, her voice still firm, but beneath it, there was something else. Something like pride. She sounded proud of James, which seemed strange. Why would she be proud? There was no reason to be. James made a lot of money. Sure, something a mother might be proud of, but her morals rejected it. Blood money. Money earned through killing and selling drugs. That wasn't something to admire. And yet, James did something she never imagined he could do. He built an empire, and he did it for them. To give them a better life, at least that's what she believed. But many died in the process. Raphael died too. Her baby was gone. And still, she felt something pulling her toward James. Maybe she needed to feel proud. Maybe it was something a mother had to feel, no matter what. Pride that her son would protect them now, that he would kill anyone who tried to hurt them, that he would avenge his brother, that he would bring down everyone involved. Pride, or maybe just the need for it. Then good night, Mom. Good night, darling. Silence. Complete silence as he hung up the phone and sat in the car, staring up at the ceiling. Fuck, am I doing? Is it even me? He looked down on his hands at the signet ring and the other one that he bought with Charlotte, the butterfly ring. Those two rings made the perfect difference between two worlds. One of the rings was harsh gold, a color that represented wealth, power, and influence, with the black diamond that was just rare, which can be said to James. A person like him is rare to find. A person like him to become the top, to even work with the government is nearly impossible to find, and to be on it. Bellini's wealth, influence, and power, a family that stepped on every single competitor that was fighting, that was taking over the whole country. And on the opposite, the other ring, the one which Charlotte wanted, the matching pair, the butterfly and diamond on it. Yeah, that actually represented freedom, the peace. Something that was laughable now. Freedom? Peace. None of them existed anymore. But as he thought about it, as he was reflecting on the past that was not even that long ago, the guilt crept upon him again. He was a millionaire, a billionaire when he got beaten up by the NSBI. When Charlotte suddenly came into his life, he could have just packed up their stuff and left behind everything. He could have lived a normal life in freedom with his family, with Raphael, with their mother, and Charlotte. A perfect life, in a house with millions, drinking some beer. Maybe finally get closer with Raphael, and also just helping Charlotte to slowly grow up and forget about the past, who was his father and all of that. Just being a normal person. Yeah, how good would that have been, huh, Raphael? If I would have cared more about you, about US. Fuck me. His phone rang again, and now the caller was none other than Hector himself. But it was a hard decision to pick it up. There were only two possibilities. Ferrucci was either dead or alive. Nothing else. He took a deep breath as the phone kept ringing and picked it up. Hector. James. He immediately knew it. Just one word. Only his name, but he fucking knew it. Chapter 182. The Dawn. The voice of Hector was different, very different. It was low, and it was laced with something that James knew. It only means one thing. The thing he was scared of, that he lost another one close to him. Say it. James said as his pulse quickened, as his breath became shallow. He was ready for it. He was ready to hear it. He didn't wake up after the surgery, James. The machines are the only thing keeping him alive. Silence again. His grip on the phone became more firm as he closed his eyes. There was no fucking way that Ferrucci was this fucked up. No way that it was the Ferrucci who never gave up on anything, and now he gave up on his life. He's on life support, but there's still brain activity. There's still hope, James. Hector's voice came again through the phone, still laced with uncertainty, but this time his voice was firmer. Because he knew very well how this is going to impact James himself, how it is going to impact the family itself. Bella is in another country. Hans died. Ferrucci is kept alive by machines, which meant only two of them remained in the top position. Only two of them were the family heartbeat. There is still hope, he whispered into the phone. Then we will meet at the house, Hector, he said, and hung up the phone, and the moment he did, he started punching the shit out of the driver's seat before him. Fuck, he shouted, and just more and more he beat the shit out of it. All the stress, all the emotions, all the loss, now crept upon him even more. It wasn't just about Ferrucci, it wasn't about just a key member of the family, but it was about everything. The past couple of weeks were the worst in his life. Lost many, not just people close to him, not just the connection between him and his family, but lost all hope that this is even going to be all right, that something is going to happen that will stop all this bullshit. But no, he was the only one that could stop it. As he calmed down and leaned back, breathing heavy, his hands were fucked up. As the ring impacted the seat, it cut his finger, not just that, but also broke it. But was it good? Was it good that he just beat the shit out of a seat? Did that do something good? No, it doesn't. It just showed how fragile he is, that this life doesn't want people like him. No, he needs to fully commit himself to the darkness, for all this emotion to disappear, because with emotion, with guilt, with despair, with fear, he could not be someone who can make everything right. He already stepped toward it. His family now was in a safe country. His emotional connection to them now was the lowest. They weren't here to weigh him down. But in the process, he shattered, losing the last bit of humanity he had, the emotions toward his own. And now that Ferrucci himself was half dead, he lost it all. He betrayed his own men, Hans and Ferrucci. He betrayed his brother Raphael. They all died or are in the process of dying. And he did nothing to stop it. No, he himself is the reason they are in the ground or ready to be buried. Terrible decision after terrible decision. He could have waited on this attack too. He could, or they could have planned it more. They could have prepared for it, but it just happened so fast. His emotions just blinded him. The anger, the feel of revenge, it was all there, and he sent them there to die. He doubted himself, because in reality, he did nothing on his own. Hector was the one that had done everything, that built the drug empire, that made the routes, that moved the drugs, that hired the people. He is the one that did everything while he just sat back panicking about his life. The one thing he did was pull out from the market, and what did that do? Just more enemies, more worry, more death. He did it and caused more chaos, more catastrophe. All his decisions, all his plans are there to cause more and more of it. He's not going to be a gangster, a kingpin, or the mafia family that rules the country, but more than that, just like the others thought, a warlord who just lives off death and despair of the people, when he wants the opposite of that. If he is a gangster, then be one like he looked up to, get close to the people, respect them, to be a family that cares for them. But now it just started to collapse in him, all of it, because no, he was doing the complete opposite of it. Even the deal with the government too, only could work if they kill all of their enemies. Other than that, the deal will be nothing. Is he fighting for his family, his mother, Charlotte, or is he trying to reach the top, where he looks down, not caring about anything else? But then he remembered the talk with his mother minutes ago, and an important sentence she said. Just do whatever you need to do to stay alive. It was a sentence that had so much meaning. To stay alive meant to keep going forward with the mafia, keep going until he reached the point where he couldn't go further, where he is the one, or to just leave it. It could be a choice to just dip and go the fuck away under a hidden identity with the hundreds of millions to his name. Just dip the fuck away and live the life he wanted to live with his family. But how can he do that after experiencing the others' emotions, the others' stories? All of them broken, people who finally found something to believe in, someone to believe in. That was none other than James himself. A cult? A religion? A messiah? No, the reality of their world, that getting out of the desperate life is to fight. So to fight there needs to be someone who they fight for, who can promise them what they are eager for. Just do whatever you need to do to stay alive. Kill, bribe, kidnap, torture, betray. Yeah, whatever you need to do to stay alive. His mother was right. The choice was simple. In other words, a man isn't broken by what he loses, but by what he refuses to become after the loss. James Bellini, Dawn of the Bellini Family. Chapter 183. Shifting. With that mentality, the family needed restructuring too, and James knew it. Ferrucci was out, Bella was out, and the two remaining were him and Hector, which meant the family was too weak. There are only two people that need to die, and that is it. The family would crumble, and even though Ferrucci and Bella didn't really like to be leaders, they did their part in the family. They had people and knew how to use them, but now that they were not here, James needed new members who could stand beside them proudly. People who have the talent to lead others and work together. The new era was here with a new family, but the question was, who would he choose to be the new leader in the family? It was his family, but he knew literally nobody, only some guards like Mike, and that's it. Nobody else he could really trust. Or maybe he had, and that's when the idea came up in him. It was not the best, it had many flaws, but he needed to trust his instinct. He needed to trust him. So James got out of the car and walked back to the tunnel to the room, where Marco's body was still there just like the others. Benjamin, he said as he looked at him, who was still stressing about this whole thing, that the government might have cartel members, making the whole system slowly collapse. But when he looked at James, he just had a feeling that something big was going to happen. Yeah, he asked, and everybody looked at James, which just made everything more complicated. James couldn't tell him head on, because the others would be furious about it, and Benjamin himself would become a target of the government, of Linda, and the others. The ring you gave me, he said as he looked down at it, and back at Benjamin. It's nice, isn't it? He immediately knew, the second James said it, knew what he was implying by it, and he just froze even more. It was a bigger shock than the cartel itself, that the vice president died, that the whole system had the chance to collapse on them. He was in shock and disbelief that what James had just said meant what he wanted from the beginning. Benjamin was accepted into the Bellini family, and not just that, he knew the plan. The revenge he wanted for his people, for his town, was not just possible, but was written in stone. In that moment, a double agent was born, a double agent who was a director of one of the agencies of the country, Benjamin Bellini. Why, yeah, a nice ring. He stuttered as he said it, and understood how big it was. The revenge he wanted for decades that he couldn't do because he hadn't had the power to do so, now was a step away. Now he was sure of it. He can avenge his people, his family. It meant more than anything else for him. That finally all the work he'd done, all the surviving, all the corruption, all the bullshit, now all made sense because he was in the favor of the most powerful man in the country. Not just in favor, but in his family. How crazy is that? What's crazier is that the others had no idea of it. Linda understood to some extent, but she was far from truly understanding it and what it meant. Benjamin told her he would meet with James and all the dumb things. Yeah, dumb things. Because Linda thought he was just clowning and just wanted to play with James, wanted to get into his favor and mess with him. But hell nah, Benjamin was not playing. He really wanted to become a Bellini. Even if in the process he betrayed the whole system, he betrayed his homeland in the process. All for that revenge. Good, James said, and he glanced once more at Marco's body, then up to Linda. Do what I told you in the meeting. What do you mean? She asked back, and she felt it too. Something was not right about James, like he had an aura around him, a different one. Linda herself felt it, like her hand shook a bit, but she thought it was because of what he did earlier with Marco. Marco, Isabella, and Silas. Put them on the news with all the seized assets, show them and clown them in the news. Wouldn't it just anger the cartel? Stephen asked from the back. James turned toward him. That's exactly what we want. If they act out of anger, they will mess up. If they have somebody in the government, they will want to do this faster, which means more possibilities to catch them. He said and turned back at Linda. So do it. Also, put Emmanuel in the news, show them how y'all showed Lucian. There was no way they would do that. They thought all the same, except Benjamin, who was still in disbelief. If they would show them how they look. Marco missing half of his head, Emmanuel's broken body, and that one shot to his head, and Isabella and Silas too. It would cause outrage in the public too, not just in the underworld. That's impossible. What about Lucian? His voice was firm and dangerous, like it was a threat, like if they don't show it, they will die. We will censor it then. Stephen said from the back again. Lucian's body was barely visible, and if we show them, it will also cause outrage in the Union. Just think about it. Marco's head is missing, Isabella's head has a hole in it, while Emmanuel was clearly executed by that one shot. We can do it, but we can work around it, censoring it, and putting a picture of them next to it with their names. Stephen explained, and it was true. The biggest threat in it wasn't the outrage but the Union and its rules. If they show it clearly, the Union might mess them up with lawsuits, investigations, and international exposure. They only got away with Lucian because, well, it was done by the vice president who had connections in the Union, but the president himself hates the Union and only part of it because of the money and funds they get. Then do it that way, but send the message that they will die. James said as he turned around. Good night, everybody, he said and walked out of the room, leaving them in silence. What was that? Benjamin, Linda asked as soon as James went out. What? Don't play dumb. The ring you gave him as loyalty. You are with him now, she asked, and it immediately got intense in the room, because, well, shit, it meant they are enemies now. Loyalty? Don't make me laugh. It even hurt him to say it. If we work with James, then why not make our own deal with him? True. I mean, we made a deal too. Stephen said. We were ready to kill Carter to save ourselves and our families, didn't we, Linda? It was true, they were ready to do it, but then all this bullshit happened. We are the only ones that know about it, and we need to work together, so don't be enemies until it's over. Benjamin said, and it was true. There was no good in making enemies out of each other because it would just complicate everything even more. Right, Thomas said as he clapped his hands. So do it. First, we need to cover this whole shit up, and Marco's body needs to be transported somewhere. I'm sure the news has already picked up the shooting and they are already covering it. So the second phase starts now. Let's do our job. Linda, me and you will cover up everything as we planned. Stephen, You do Silas. And Benjamin, you make your report on Isabella official, okay? So no sleep, huh? Benjamin sighed. That's a luxury now. Thomas said as he turned around. Let's go, Linda, he said as he stepped out of the room. But Linda was starting to believe she was the only one that actually was doing all of this for the country. Benjamin had his own reason to make a deal with James, and now Thomas and Stephen too seemed like they were partnering with James rather than looking at the bigger picture, the future of the country. It just made everything worse, because if it's all over, if the peace treaty is over, then the agencies, the protection of the country, will be in James's favor if they keep doing this, and maybe she too needed to do exactly that. Yeah, why should she be the only one that didn't make a deal with James to make herself in a better position if this is all over? She not just lost her belief in justice, but her belief in the whole system and people. I should really fuck with him. Chapter 184, Bellini? Whether Linda really wanted to fuck with James or not, one thing was sure for her. She needed to deal with James too. One, she had fucked up James many times and was disrespectful with him. And now the only thing that was sure, if she wanted to stay alive after all of this, she needed to offer something to him to look past all of her mistakes and actually trust her. But what? What could she offer him that he would actually accept? He has money, power, influence. He can also get all the girls. And well, Linda's body nor age is a good match for him. And of course, she's not a whore. So what can she give to James that actually has some kind of influence or power that he can't say no to? His family. She whispered, but Benjamin caught it. Family, he asked back, and Linda looked at him, her eyes filled with worry because shit, Benjamin was too silent about their deals, so why should she say it? Nothing. Let's go in. She made a mistake. She looked at Marco's body once more, and like the past few minutes, she was kind of immune to it, but maybe that was because of the adrenaline or something, because now the urge of vomiting quickly came, and she actually vomited on the ground. The same ground that was already covered by vomit, blood, some brain parts, and more blood, so she just added more to the gruesome scene and the sense, which she felt too, like all of the mixture of those things hit her nostrils at the same time. She smelled the blood, then the acid, the bleach, and she vomited more and more, while Benjamin just stood there with wide eyes looking at her. And yeah, he smirked, but it also hit him too. Even though he had seen some brutal stuff, this was definitely up there on the list, with the scent that was death itself, and well, Marco's body just added to it with half of his head shot down. But there was something else too. He walked toward the door, but before stepping out, he looked back, and that's when he realized it was way more brutal than he thought, and kinda like otherworldly as he looked at the bigger picture. Marco's blood and brain parts splattered all over the wall as James shot the whole magazine. That from up front was just disgusting, but looking at it from the doors, the blood spatters made it look like he had wings. Like he sat in the middle, and the walls on the two sides had blood on them, forming something that, if you looked at it longer, became wings. Ha, the angel of death, he muttered. But then again Linda vomited. But this one came from deep, which pulled out Benjamin for his thoughts as he turned and looked at her. Linda, get out of here. Why are you torturing yourself? He shook his head, and instead of helping her, he just walked out with the others. Yeah, they just glanced at her one more time, and that was it. Their job was done, and they left Linda alone in the room to suffer on her own. But why did she just not turn around and walked out? Well, that was a mystery on its own, because as he vomited, she just looked at Marco's body, literally stared at it, like she wanted to vomit, like she wanted to suffer through it. Maybe she needed it, because her office life from this point changed to something that she never thought of. She will be in hand-to-hand with James in an operation that will bring more death, more torture, and more scenes like this. And she needed to be familiar with it, with the feeling of despair, with the sense, with the blood. She needed to experience what they can do and what they will do to get every information they want. Linda stepped into a world that welcomed her with open arms, but she wasn't ready for it. Or she was, because while she vomited out the last bit of her stomach, she actually thought about things she could offer James, even if it was a disgusting thing to do. Vomiting, thinking to make a step. She is a different woman, that's for sure, but she wasn't ready for what happened next. A hand touched her back as she struggled, and when she looked up, it was him again, James. You look like shit, Linda, he said, and with one more pat on her back, James walked to Marco's body and started going through his pockets, Not just that, but his fingers. They had left his ring on his finger and, well, they patted him down, but only for his phones and guns, and they left his wallet on him. It was a small card holder, but one thing was sure, and James knew it because Marco mentioned it many times. He had an unbelievable limit on his card. $1 million. You could literally buy a house with his card without anything getting in your way, not a single authentication, nothing. Marco's reason for it was simple. If somebody stole or found his card and had the audacity to buy something with it, he would skin them. And well, if you picked up a card and saw Marco's name on it, you were fastest to drop that shit back on the ground and walk away. That's for sure. But now he is dead. So the assets would be in James's hands anyway, so why not grab it? Of course, it wasn't what he wanted, it was just a second thought as he walked back. When he went out, his mind went back to the ring and thought about how some of the Dons did something. They wore the other families. Rings is a sign that they were the ones who cut off their heads, at least the ones who wore those kinds of rings. Marco did, however, and it was on his pointing finger. A golden signet ring, with a family crest on it, because Marco fully prepped it to show off who he is. A crest with two swords crossing each other and a crown in the middle, like he thought he was a king or something. Well, now he was beheaded, and the ring became one of James's trophies as he pulled it off his finger and put it on his own. "Thank you, Marco," he said, and as he turned around, Linda was standing there, staring at him. But this time there was something off about it. It wasn't a firm stare or an intimidating one, but a soft one, and it was creepy. They literally still stood in the mixture of the blood, the vomit, and she just stared at him. "Yeah, I want a deal," she said as she still kept eye contact with him. "What deal?" James asked back, and well, he was irritated as fuck. Deal upon deal. He didn't even know how many deals he made, and with who, and now another one. They were all betraying each other behind their backs. How crazy is that? I want to be a Bellini. Huh. Chapter 185, President? It was something he did not expect at all, like at all. Benjamin had his reasons for it. His whole life was built up to take revenge and help his people, but Linda? Nah. It was so unexpected that James couldn't even speak. The justice minister, someone who vomits when she sees blood and can't handle the reality of the world James lives in, suddenly wants to become a Bellini, a part of the family built upon death and blood. She had no reasons for it that James could think of. Well, only one, that she was trying to save herself from him. Yeah, if there were any reasons, that was it. I want to be part of your family, and what I want from you is to help me become the president. No actual fucking way she said it. James felt like he was in a show or something, full of plot twists and tangled political moves, because out of nowhere she wanted to become a president? Not just that, but she wanted to become one with the support of James. What? He couldn't fucking think straight in that moment, because if Linda, somehow, was to become a president or run for it, it would mean her position as justice minister would go to someone else, and if somebody else stepped in, all the plans and all the connections would mean nothing. Or what if it's actually a genius idea? If she runs for presidency, and let's say they could seat someone in the justice minister position that they know and trust to some extent, they could literally rule everything, in the meaning of the word. They can put people in positions. Literally, the Bellini family could become the government itself. Even mayors, governors, they can rule over everything. But that is a far, far idea. Like almost impossible. Or it's not impossible at all. If we go with the plans we talked about at the meeting, we can, or you can get thousands of people's trust, and you can tell them to vote for me. Not just that, we can build up a campaign with your help. She still eyed him. A campaign of helping the poor, those who want to live a life where they can eat and sleep in peace. We can do it. You have Benjamin, and I'm sure Thomas and Stephen are in favor of you too. He couldn't say anything because his thoughts weren't letting him. He was excited by the idea, but the chance was low, especially when they are at war and the elections are closing in a year, exactly when the peace treaty ends. But on the other hand, Linda saw that James was actually thinking about it, so she pressed even more on it. The director of the agencies and you, if we unite we can do it and win, she said and stepped closer to him. Me, you, and them, we can do it, James, and then you don't need to worry about anything. We can control the market, the flow of drugs. We can give everything into your hands that you want. We can do raids, eliminate your enemies in a legal way, without any trouble. Yeah, it could work. Then it would mean James would be free from all of it, and he would just sit back like a CEO and lead his company, which would be the drugs. The whole market would be in his hands, not just the white magic, the green weed, but everything. The party drugs, everything that he could think of, even the weapons. Yeah, Hector's dream could become reality too. Your family, Linda said as she now grabbed James's hands in a way that felt too much, like it was intimate. They could come back and live the life you always wanted. Sweet talk. James knew it very well that Linda needed to sneak into his feelings. It felt like she was trapping him, but she just wanted to prove her point even more, that she 100% wanted to do it. But at the same time, she hit the spot in James that he wasn't paying about, and that was his family, his mother and Charlotte. Because there was no way he'd bring them back, even if they were ruling over everything. It could go very wrong in seconds, and they would feel like birds in a cage, like Raphael felt, and it would only weigh James down. And one more thing. This whole plan of Linda's was too weak and came out of nowhere, like it was her attempt to get herself into the position where James would think about it more and more, over and over again, putting her in a position where he would do nothing to her. Basically, a safe zone with her idea. Because even though there was a peace treaty, well, shit, treaties were made to be fucked up, and James knew it. There was no way he was going to trust a peace treaty just like that. And if they made a move against him, he would lit everything up, even if he died in the process, because, yes, he knew that killing off all his competitors would mean he's the one that remains, which would mean he is the only gangster they would aim for, the biggest target. But on the contrary, Linda's plan to become the president would actually do the exact opposite, putting James into a position that they couldn't do anything against him. He has all the information, all the documents, everything. He could collapse the whole government if Linda would fuck him up, so they wouldn't even try. A position where he could be truly untouchable. A hard decision. Tell me, Linda. James held up his head and touched her face, slowly going down to her neck, then softly gripping the back of her neck like he was about to kiss her. If I say that I'm okay with it, but only if you become mine, would you accept it? Yours? She asked back, but she already knew what that meant. Yeah, you'll become my stress release. Fucking all day and night. Every time I want. No, she said with a firmer voice now as she pushed James's hands away. I have a family who I. Good. Then I'll think about it. James said and stepped past her, leaving her in confusion. What? James looked back with a smirk on his face. You can never trust a hoe, never. He smiled more. I'm proud of you. Linda, you have values, but your plan is weak and came out of nowhere. It sounds like a joke and steps to save yourself, but don't worry too much. I don't plan to hurt you or kill you. I actually like you, so don't stress. Yes, she pressed and said too much out of nowhere. It was visible what she truly aimed for. Chapter 186, Control. While Linda also made her way back to her office, now with that in mind that her plan that came out of nowhere didn't work. At least she knew now that James would touch her, but she knew she couldn't trust him. After all, a gangster's words are shallow. But she had the hope that he was telling the truth. As she stepped into her office, after all the torture and the chaos of the night, just more chaos came. Thomas was writing reports, fabricating whatever lies he could manage, while Linda, too, tended to something as she sat down after all the torment, after all the stress she went through. But one thing they needed to be sure about was the news. So she pulled out her phone and searched up one of the most well-known news stations, and as she feared, they were already broadcasting it. After the shooting happened downtown, all the news stations picked it up as fast as they could. They literally sent everybody out, their helicopters, their reporters, and all the news stations were broadcasting this event. Not just in the city, but across the whole country, TVs and online channels. As Linda opened the broadcast, it was worse than the drone footage. The picture was shaky, the camera struggling to stay focused as chaos surged behind the reporter. She looked straight into the lens, her voice raised just enough to be heard over the sirens screaming in the background. We live here on 5th Street, and what you're seeing behind me isn't just a fire. That was Marco De Luca's downtown restaurant. The whole place went up within minutes. She took a breath, stepping to the side as 2 paramedics rushed past her, wheeling a stretcher. Somewhere off-screen, someone screamed. This isn't an isolated event. This isn't just one building burning. We're getting reports now unconfirmed but consistent that several coffee shops across the city, all known to be connected to Marco De Luca's business empire, have also been set on fire. This is happening all over the capital. The camera turned for a brief moment, capturing the scene as the emergency responders were pulling out bodies. Authorities haven't made an official statement yet. The reporter continued, but from everything we've seen, the scale, the timing, this looks like the start of a war. She lowered her voice as she faced the camera again. Some sources are telling us that Marco De Luca's personal estate may have also been targeted earlier tonight. The screen flickered again, cutting to aerial footage, more fire, more black smoke from all across the city. Then suddenly it cut back to the reporter now stood with a man on his side, who looked disoriented and shocked. We're here with a witness, someone who was near the scene when the attack started. Can you tell us what you saw? The man swallowed hard, struggling to catch his breath. His voice trembled as he spoke. I was just near a bar, close by, and then it just all started. The shots rang out, and I saw them. They were in what looked like military uniforms. They looked like soldiers, but I don't really know. I ran away as fast as I could. Did you get a clear look at who they were? Was this a gang attack or something else? The man shook his head. No idea. It was chaos, but we all know whose restaurant it is. He looked into the camera with unease. This city isn't safe anymore. It's like the war everyone thought was over, it's back. The camera cut back to the reporter. Thank you for your time. We'll bring you more as it comes in. But for now, the advice from local authorities is clear: avoid downtown. I hope we can really do something with the panic. Thomas said as he was writing some documents and papers. Military uniforms. They're going to cut out that one sentence, and it's going to be all over the news. Linda whispered it because it was the truth, and that's how the news worked. All the news who did interviews just wanted words they could put out to cause more panic and outrage. And the interviewee, who just said military uniform, did exactly that. Said something that the news will cut out from the interview and put in all the headlines. Cartel. Thomas said again. I mean, we will spread that lie, won't we? We can add pictures of how they looked and operated, and people will believe that's it. He looked down again, writing something down, and then Benjamin arrived too, stepping into the office with a stack of documents in his hands. This is it, he said, putting it down on the table. What? Linda asked, confused by it. The false and fabricated report on Isabella's so-called raid, and it also includes the evidence from the past investigation. So I just connected them to this raid, and it's done. The perfect one. What? Thomas asked as he threw down his pen and picked up one of the document folders. And it was true, like a detailed description about the operation, the evidence from the past they got. He was in disbelief, as much as Linda, because there was no way he did it that fast. It was impossible to do it alone. This much. Yeah, alone. Who helped you? Linda asked as she too ran through one of the folders. Benjamin smiled. Well, when I came back from Isabella's house, my genius people already started working without a rest. What? Linda suddenly got up from her seat. You did what? Whoa, don't scream at me. Benjamin said. I have people I trust, so I put them on it and they did all of it, the official report on Isabella, and don't come at me with bullshit. I trust them, they trust me, and moreover, they trust James too. So yeah, I did my job. Well, yeah, Benjamin did it. Or moreover, the people who worked since Isabella died, without even arrest, but at least he was done with his part. But it also just worried Linda more. Or at least she wanted to keep it very secretive, and those people who actually knew about it were ones who weren't connected to the government, like the military personnel they wanted to give to James, the outsourced ones. But now Benjamin just did exactly the opposite and gave the work on a false report into his agency's hands. How many people worked on it? She asked as she eyed him. Like 60 or maybe a bit less. Benjamin answered, and it just caused more pain to Linda. Her stomach hurt from the vomit, her mouth, her throat, all of it, and she still smelled the scent of the blood and everything, and on top of it, now Benjamin just caused even more pain with his dumb decisions. Or it wasn't dumb at all, because then she remembered something. Benjamin made headlines on his own when he became a director. He was all over the news, firing hundreds of agents for bribery, corruption, leaking. Basically, he was building an agency that was intact, and he could use how he wanted. And not just that, he also built his own team with people he trusted and knew he could grab with something. That something was the sheer disgust against the government. Agents are people too. They have emotions, and their view on the government, on politics, But of course, agencies and agents shouldn't participate in political discussions because they aren't serving political figures, but the country and its people. But how should they look past the political point of it when the country, a big chunk of it, is in despair thanks to the corruption? So Benjamin exactly looked for those agents who had the same feeling like him, who he could trust, get on the same point, and in the end, he did it. He made his own agency, a branch of the NSBI, that sole purpose is to help cover up and help future operations on the side of James Bellini. You know what? I don't fucking care, she said as she threw back the folder. If you have time, then at least help us, she said as she picked up another one and started writing down shit. Shit that would be the official report, or at least the beginning of it. It was clear that they couldn't finish the report on it overnight. Well, Benjamin did. But for them, Thomas, Stephen, and Linda, they just needed to write a couple of pages with some details. And with that, they can control the narrative and spread misinformation. Because these reports wouldn't become public for everybody. No, the official report would only go up to the cabinet, to the president, and other law enforcement and ministries. So, to make it somewhat believable, they just write the beginning of it with enough information that will chain down everybody. Enough information to only get a taste of it and keep them interested, but not enough to actually dig in. At least, they hope. Well, Benjamin's report was done. Even though with help, it was good for them too. The hundreds of pages that Benjamin's people wrote gave them enough time to finish theirs, because it will go to the high court and to everybody else in the chain of command. But they will just put it to the side. Why? Because there's one more thing that helped him. The death of Carter. That would get all the spotlight, in the chain of command, in the government, in the public. They will care about that more than a shootout or the death of a gangster. So, which agency is going to blame which? Thomas asked as he looked up. The same old ones. NSBI, the ISB, and the if all of them. Linda muttered as she speed wrote everything so fast that she couldn't read it herself. What about the Secret Service? Benjamin said as he too was writing down something. They will be the most blamed ones. But forget about Carter, because that would be the president's job. Linda said, and they all looked up at her. The president? Yes, it was the president's duty to ensure that, through his speech, he would spread misinformation, lies, and most importantly try to control the public and shape the narrative. Operation Countdown has started. Chapter 187, Sudden Visit. With that, Operation Countdown has finally started, and they were working without rest to fabricate lies and to actually make it look like an actual raid. But in the meantime, do not give too much information. While they were doing that, James was finally heading back home where the atmosphere was very different. The news spread like wildfire among everybody that they lost Ferrucci too, or at least he was fighting for his life. And with that, everybody thought about one thing. What's going to happen next? What is going to be James's next steps? All they could think about is the war and the consequences of it. Like Ferrucci was close to James, they knew it, and they thought he is going to go berserk now. That Ferrucci barely survived at all, the mission that he ordered to do, that he sent there. Hector too was thinking about it when he arrived at the estate. Like he thought James 100% felt guilty about the situation, and this guilt will just power his hunger for revenge even more, to literally wipe everybody out of the map and finally let the peace begin. Is it all right that we only left one guard with Ferrucci? Ramirez asked as they were just standing at the driveway waiting for James himself to show up. It's good. I think James will do something so his identity will be kept safe, Hector said as he was thinking about the next step, trying to guess what it would be because right now everything was chaos. Are they going to do how they talked about it, the cartel connection, to kill Aubrey, then just seize any assets they can and start the bigger operation while fighting against the cartel? It all seemed good, but in reality it was harder than they thought, especially after it all started so quick and suddenly. He was also guessing what happened to Marco and what he could have said to James, what that motherfucker held in. What was the deal between him and the cartel? Look, these fuckers already picked it up. Ramirez pulled out Hector from his thoughts as he stepped to him, his phone in hand. It was the news. Marco De Luca, a known underworld figure, one of the key players in organized crime, has been hit. Restaurants and coffee shops tied to him have been attacked. We also got footage and information that his estate too was attacked. As you can see, the IF, along with other law enforcement, have moved in and closed down the street. An investigation is currently ongoing, but you can see the scale of it. Bodies, bullet shells everywhere. That can only tell us one thing: a war has started. But what war? Did the government finally declare war on organized crime after years of turning a blind eye? Or is this a nightmare we're going to live again? The underworld has once again been set on fire. And the families, they've started a war against each other. We don't know yet what happened to Marco, but one thing is for sure: the capital is in flames. More updates will follow. This is IBS News. Hector just stared at the footage, because shit, the guys really fucked it up. The restaurant and the coffee shops, literally, some of them burned out entirely. The fire even spread to other buildings, and the sheer amount of bullet shells in front of the restaurant is just crazy. They really massacred everybody that was in there. I like what she said. Ramirez said as he pulled back the phone. Was it the government or the fire sparked again in the underworld? It's kinda poetic, isn't it? But they are at least on the right track. Yeah, but let's see what the government will say about the restaurant and coffee shops, because they really fucked it up like shit. How many have died? Hector asked, because it was really something else. He thought it would be less brutal. I think hundreds, but we will see that in the news or in an official statement. Ramirez said as he put away his phone. That too. Official statement. What the fuck are they going to say? Hector asked once again, but before Ramirez could answer, someone appeared at the front gates. Let me. A firm and loud voice of a woman, and it was clear who it was. Sophia. Hector immediately ran toward the gate with Ramirez, and it was really her in a red dress, looking gorgeous, standing at the gate without any security. Sophia? Hector asked as he just stared at her, like what the fuck is happening? Oh, Hector, nice to see you, she said as she smiled at him. Can my guys come in? She asked as she pointed her finger toward the end of the road where her convoy stopped. But Hector thought about it, because she is literally a menace and like a snake, and showing up suddenly out of nowhere was definitely stranger. She said she had problems with gangs and hadn't even contacted them since then. She just out of nowhere pulled up in a dress, looking gorgeous, like she's on a date or something. Are you planning to attack us? Hector asked it straight. Yeah, with my fists, she said as she threw up her hands. What the fuck are you thinking, Hector? I came in peace. Finally, I finished with my preparations. So let me in, my guys. Hector wasn't believing her because she was a tricky woman under her gorgeous appearance and body, disappearing and then coming when a war broke out. But still, she had no weapon on her, and only 4 cars were at the end of the road. If they tried, they could easily fuck them up. Let them in, Hector said and waved his hand. The gates opened, and in the street, the guards let the convoy go into the estate. And then what happened was, well, surprising. Hector and the guards were prepared like it was an ambush, a surprise attack, or explosion, but it was more powerful than they thought. Chapter 188, Sophia. Sophia's men hopped out of the cars, and from the trunks, they started pulling out suitcases and boxes. What is that? Hector asked as he stopped one of the men. Oh, I'm moving in, she said with a smile on her face, and everybody was just speechless. Especially Hector, because he knew Sophia fully in love with James, but it's more like a cult-like following. She is a problem on her own, but not just that, because a war has started, people died, the government is working with them, and it's also 2 past midnight, and she just came here to move in. That's when Hector puzzled it together. The red dress on her that was like a bodysuit on her, like highlighting her breasts, curves, and ass. Not just that, but the red lipstick, her makeup, and even her hair was done. She came to fuck. But before he could say anything to her, it was late, and another convoy of cars rolled into the street. And it was James himself with IF agents escorting, and it was a crazy scene as the driveway were lined with blacked-out SUVs and got crazier when the IF agents hopped out like it was their job, like they were part of the family too, standing guard while James got out in a fashion. He literally had an aura around him. With his cane, now 2 golden rings in his hand, and the blood-stained black suit hopping out of the car, while the IF agent stood guard. But even though he looked like a menace, he was too surprised. What the fuck is Sophia doing in his driveway with all of the suitcases and boxes? Why does she suddenly appear in his home in the middle of the night? Sophia. She didn't give him time. And even though she was stunned by the agents, she knew it was because James, and he probably did something, but she didn't care about that at all. Now, rather than caring, she jumped at James and kissed him on the mouth. It just confused everybody even more. Even the IF agents who just stood there, because, well, first they were scared a little about this whole situation, that they are literally in James Bellini's estate. Second, they knew Sophia, and it caused them to wonder if they are together or what, because no file, no intel told them that. On the other hand, James was not surprised. He was calm and, well, didn't really give a fuck about it, because this night was already crazy on its own. He sat through Marco's torture, then personally blasted his head off with his pistol. And after that came the political moves and the news about Ferrucci. That kiss was nothing. He was so tired, and his leg hurt like hell. So yeah, that kiss was nothing. Now it was more like a little refreshing. But what followed was something else. Sophia threw her hands around James' neck, looking deep into his eyes. "Let's kill them together," she said, and gave another kiss, a longer one. She was going crazy on James's tongue, kissing him like they were in a rated movie. But to the others it was so fucking confusing that they just stood in silence of embarrassment. And, well, the thought of what would Bella do if she was there. She would pull out a pistol and shoot her on the spot, which came with another question. Does it count as cheating? Or should a person like James be with one woman? Like he is the underworld himself, like the king of it. Why would he be okay with one woman? Crazy thoughts in the middle of a war. But that thought was answered as fast as James pushed her away from himself. Sophia got a little stunned by it, and, well, scared in the moment. She looked back at James. It was like she was looking at a completely different person. His eyes didn't have that light he had, that light he always had. He didn't have that embarrassment, that surprise about the kiss, about her. The atmosphere of the situation seemed to go really quickly to zero, and below that, an ice-cold stare at her as he wiped off his mouth and the red lipstick. "What are you doing here, Sophia?" The question, too, was ice-cold, no emotion beneath it, no surprise, no nothing. And she felt it, the different person that was not the James she expected to be, and it was her fault. What was she even thinking, to come to James and just kiss him? When his family had been attacked, when he had lost his brother and everything that was close to him. When he is in the biggest war, a war that's going to shake the foundation of everything. Yeah, and she just came here to do it, to kiss him, and that's it? No thought behind it, no plans. No, there was a plan. She worked all day since the day she disappeared to have something that was worth it for James, and that's why she showed up. But her emotions and her love for James just took over, and now she was regretting what she had done. She felt guilt. She felt like a whore, until the point James asked another question. "Did you come here with a purpose, or just to fuck?" He asked with the same tone, and he stepped closer to her. "I came with purpose, and to fuck." She said it fast, not even thinking about it. "I disappeared, but I worked hard, and I have everything that you need to strike back at them," she said, and it was true too. She disappeared with a reason, to get every information on everybody who can go against James. First, it was more aimed at Isabella and Marco because she knew the moment they left the circle, they would try to attack James. But then through her own connections, she was informed about the cartel too. So she did everything to get every information she could to help James. She tortured, she killed, and when she was finally done, came here. I collected everything about the cartel and their connection in the city, everything that could help. But in the meantime, I got targeted too. So I thought if we work together, let's stay together. She said with a little hesitation, knowing that maybe she fucked up. But it made sense for James. Marco said the next one was going to be Sophia, and if she dug around, it just put her more in their crosshairs. And one more thing. He wanted Sophia to be a Bellini and even spoke about it with Hector, but that when she disappeared. Now the time has come. "Good," he said again, in the same tone, but now he stepped closer, and with his left hand he softly touched her face down to her chin and pulled her head up to meet his gaze. "Do you want to be one with me and the family?" The question Sophia wanted was the biggest respect she could get in this world, to be one with the Bellini family with James. "Can I?" she asked hesitantly, because his eyes were still the same as a monster's. "Yes, you can, but..." He looked deep into her eyes. "If you kiss me again, I will kill you." Chapter 189, Which Side? While this chapter contains strong themes related to politics, organized crime, corruption, and society, it is not meant to encourage, promote, or glorify any real-life criminal behavior, political ideology, or taking sides in real-world conflicts. Please read it with the understanding that it is fictional and intended for entertainment purposes only. She stood there in silence as James went into the house with Hector and Ramirez because she realized she stepped over the line with the kiss. But on the contrary, she was also happy because just seconds ago, she became a Bellini, which gave her the spot to be with James every time, even if she can't do anything to him. But knowing Sophia, she would try any ways to get into his heart, even though her life was on the line. Meanwhile, everybody else was just looking at her with disbelief. More importantly, the IF agents who still stood there with now the information that Sophia joined the Bellini family, and it just got more powerful. So powerful that they now were debating even themselves. Like they were in the estate of Bellini without any trouble, like the guards didn't even look at them in a bad way. They didn't have any attitude or look, like they themselves were part of the family too, and well, it was kind of true. These agents were the ones that Thomas quickly gathered together, those agents he worked years with, the agents that saw how the corruption played out, the agents who saw gang wars, the agents who saw the Lucian Empire and it crumbling. But this was very different from that. James to them wasn't like Lucian, the man who killed you the moment he realized that you were working for law enforcement or an agency. He was a menace, a monster on its own kind. He was a whole other level of madness. But this man, James, was different from him. They felt it, that they could work with him, side by side, because the agencies knew it very well what he was working on and what he did in the past. Because James helped them and the government when he showed up suddenly from nowhere, when Costa de Ferga and his whole upper leadership died. The agency and law enforcement did so much investigation, but every single time they were running in loops, and that loop was thanks to Costa himself and his connections in the upper level of the government. Literally, when they had evidence that pointed at him, that connected him to a murder, to an assassination, to drugs, it suddenly disappeared, like out of the warehouse, out of the concrete bunker downstairs at the agencies. But not just that. He even had people in the high court to save his ass. It was literally impossible to get him, even when he killed innocents and civilians, when he bombed a museum and a restaurant, when he bombed a school because his children were kicked out. He was untouchable. Well, not for too long. When they heard that they all died, they were in disbelief and confusion about what had happened, because there wasn't anyone to point at, or moreover, there wasn't anything special about James to point at. A college student who just dropped out and started working at a coffee shop suddenly became the mastermind that killed someone untouchable. That's when his name spread like wildfire across all agencies and ministries. Files upon files were opened about him, but there was no evidence, nothing they could use to accuse him of being the one who poisoned them. They had no DNA, no footage, nothing to prove what the hell happened. But one thing they were certain of, he was a player in the underworld. They first thought he was Lucian's man, his right hand, his shadow, but that didn't make any sense, because there was no connection between them. So, what happened after that was nothing. That was their biggest mistake. If they would have investigated him a little longer, keeping an eye on him, maybe they could have arrested him a long time ago, because as soon as they closed all the files down, the family emerged from the shadows. The Bellini family, with all its key players, in 2 years became one of the most powerful organized crime groups with its difference from the others. It wasn't following the scheme of gangsters, drug lords, and mafias, not even a little bit. Most of the organized crime uses their people to gain more and more money while giving nothing back, just to make themselves rich, and that's it. But with the Bellini family, it was so different that it spiraled out of hand to even measure it accurately. Dozens, then hundreds, 500, then hit 1,000, people genuinely keen to work for him, to be part of that family, because he gave back, not as an act, but genuinely did it, paid a lot of salary, covered hospital bills, and gave the people hope that at least in this rotten country one person is for them, for the poor and desperate people. That was something unbelievable, because as the agency counted, the Bellini family was in minus, or barely having any profit. At least in the organized crime world, what the Bellini family made was barely anything. Couple $100 million, maybe $1 billion or $2 billion, but they paid out so much to their workers that it was just unbelievable. There wasn't any other family or gang that did it. Just them, just James, and if he would have done it for profit, he would at least be worth $40 billion or much more than that. But then he would have lost his most powerful cards. The people. Those people who aren't threatened to work for them. Yet there is not the threat for their family, that they would kill everybody if they didn't do a certain thing for the family. No, there isn't anything like that, and that's exactly what is good in it, why people are so loyal to him. James doesn't promise things, he does it. Hope, future, money. They got all three. Even if their life was on the line, they could have at least enjoyed the remaining time of their life knowing that finally they're living their dreams, going shopping without looking at the price, without buying the cheaper one, going home to the house that is theirs. A couple $1,000s can buy loyalty? No, it's not about money, but about someone that stood up for them. This mentality also reached the agencies, the government. That's how the leaking and the bribes happened. Because some of them didn't even want money, but connection to the family. That was the first time it happened, at least on that big of a scale, because Lucian, well, tried it, but he wasn't that kind, more like he used weapons to do it, and fear, and Costa too. Their names came with fear that they will destroy everything if you say no, and James' name too, but it has something to it, the different viewpoint. If you say no, there is the chance you die, but there is the chance that he just says okay, bet, and moves on. Maybe offers something better, a deal that you can take, and the chance you don't even say no because you heard too many good things about him. That people walk up to the family to be accepted because it is the spot to get your life better. These if agents now were in this situation, they felt something, maybe a pulling to the Bellini family, pulling towards something that they fought against for years, because in the end, it's all the same. The government steals, kills, and is corrupt as fuck, just like the mafia does these things too, just in a way that people say is wrong and it's unacceptable, while the government does it through non-profit organizations, union money, and different companies, different agencies. Everyone knows it, and everyone only looks past it like it is an everyday thing. And even though some report on it, journalists raise their voice against the government. What's going to happen? Nothing. Maybe a demonstration, a protest, and then what? Everybody goes home, claps their hands, says it was a good cause, and that's it. The next day, hundreds of millions again laundered and fell into politicians' pockets. Same with the mafia, with the little spark on it that they would just kill them on the spot. They will retaliate against these reporters and journalists in no time. This is the reality. The reality is that people need to choose a side, because leaving sideless on your own just means you are accepting both of it and try to do the bare minimum to survive. But that too was a choice on its own. These people who stay on their own going into a factory, working for $600, going home and sleep and do it all over again, while their lifestyle stays the same, while taxes raise, food prices raise, hell the politicians having parties sniffing white magic and fucking strippers. While the mafia at war with each other to who rules which city, town, or region, while Bellini pays out thousands to his people, those two who just drive, who just work at warehouses or at the plants. And the people pick their sides. That's how the Bellini family got hundreds of people working. That's how the agent's perception of justice on this whole shit is slowly changed. Do you have a cigarette? One of the guards stepped on one of the agents. What? A cigarette? Do you mind sharing one with me? He asked again as he looked at the agent while an AR was in his hand. That sent fear in him when he would get shot, or what was going to happen next. He just calmly pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Here. Thank you, brother. You just saved me. Yeah, one agent has already picked a side where he will have no regret of dying. Chapter 190, We Are One. The new era was there, and everybody felt it, the agents themselves, who now picked a side. James himself, who knew that it was just the start of everything as he now, inside with Sophia, Hector, and Ramirez, was ready to finally restructure the family. But one thing was sure, he was so tired that his head started hurting like hell, and his leg was giving up too, relying more on the cane than he had ever been. Hector noticed it as fast as James tried to sit down, but he struggled with it. You need to rest, he said as he stepped to him and grabbed his arm, helping him. Yeah, I know, he said as he looked up at them. But now it's more important, so sit down. He said it, and Hector and Sophia immediately sat down, because something in James's tone was different. His voice was calm, but carried the intention of something. Even Ramirez noticed it as he stood next to the table. You two sit down, Ramirez, James said to him, and he was surprised by it, and a little confused, because he had no right to sit between them. He knew his place, and knew he had no higher authority, nor was he on the same level as them, even though he was the leader of the most trained men, the force of the Bellinis. It just didn't make sense to him. Why would James invite him, when literally the top leaders were at the table? But he also had no right to say no, so he sat down, beside Hector. And there was silence. Nothing was said for minutes. They just sat there, and it was good. Silence in the chaos, in the stress, in the rush. They said nothing and didn't even look at James, just tried to relax as much as they could. Hector was thinking about their next steps, what was going to happen next, what they would attack, how it was going to play out, while Ramirez was thinking about the same thing, but on the manpower they had, how many people they could actually use, how many were trained, how much ammunition and how many guns they had. Sophia too was thinking, but she was still a little stunned because she had just become a Bellini, and it was something she was proud of but also stressed about. It meant she needed to prove herself even more, because in the circle she didn't do so much, like she was just hanging out there, doing her own job, living in her own world. But now she needed to prove herself to James, that she actually is somebody he can trust, and somebody who can provide. I accepted Benjamin into the family, James suddenly said, as he looked at Hector, and he wasn't that surprised about it. No, he actually liked it very much, because it meant they are in the government itself. If something goes wrong, they will still have Benjamin in, who can help them with everything they need. And well, his story was something he was sympathizing with. He lived a life that was horrible, something that, in Hector's opinion, needed revenge. At least, he would do so. But there was a bigger reason than that. Benjamin being in the family meant they were in the government already, which also meant more connections, and one more thing. Freedom. The NSBI is the first agency that acts on mafia and gangsters. If they find something, they will provide evidence up to the if. So now that Benjamin, the director of the agency, is with them, it meant they could do everything freely, more importantly after the peace treaty ends. There will be no investigation, or he will manipulate everything to not put them on the map. Who is Benjamin? Sophia asked as she looked confused at James. She wasn't thinking at all about the NSBI director. She didn't really know him that much, so she was guessing who that man could be. Another gangster? A connection to the government? A drug dealer in some country? The NSBI director, James said, and she was in disbelief. Her mouth opened as she stared at him. Like, seeing the if agents outside, that was something she could accept. Like, maybe they were corrupt. Maybe James bribed them, or it wasn't if agents at all, just his men in their outfits. But now she realized that it was on a scale that was something she never thought of. She couldn't even imagine something like this. Like, it was known that gangsters work with or bribe agents, but not a director. Moreover, not accepting them into the family, because it meant he himself wanted to join. The director of an agency is a Bellini? She asked, as she smirked a bit, because it was unbelievable. Yes, he is. And we also work with the government, Hector said as he looked at her, and she immediately looked at James. She couldn't even react to what was happening. Her thoughts were all over the place, because she heard that something big was happening, but not this big. Like, what the fuck is this? The most powerful family in the country is with the government? Not even just that, but an agency director is already in the family itself? It was a totally different level, and she just realized it. She joined the Bellinis when they were already at the top, steps away from becoming the only ones. She chose the best time to show up. Do you have a problem with it? James asked as he eyed her, and she just realized her reaction might send the wrong message. The rules of the underworld were written by blood, with the blood of countless agents and countless gangsters, that there isn't any trust, there isn't any deal that can be formed between them, because one will always turn on the other. The most basic and most important rule of organized crime. You pick a side and will remain on that side. But now from her view, it wasn't like that. No, it was more like James himself was creating another side, a side that never before was known of, a side where the two are one, working together. I am a Bellini. She suddenly raised her voice as she kept eye contact with James. Sophia Bellini. Her answer was simple and straight. Good, James said, and then he looked at Ramirez, who in the moment immediately looked down on the table. Ramirez, I heard you're leading the most trained men in the family, the once soldiers. Is that true? Yeah, it's true, boss. He said as he slowly looked up into James's eyes, and he knew something was going to happen because those eyes were like a calling into hell. How does that work? What is the structure of it? Well, maybe he was wrong, and he was surprised by the question. Well, with Hector's permission, we built it up like a military structure. He glanced at him, then back to James. I have the most experience out of all the guys, so without disrespect to you, I am the leader of it. Below me, 5 company leaders, each with 100 men. We also have the organizers who gather people, They prepare the weapons and ammunition. Basically, they are the logistics. If I need to say an exact number, with everybody it's like 600 to 800 personnel. What about today's attack? How many are lost? James asked, but he was thinking about something. It was clearly visible. We lost 13, and 5 including Ferrucci are in hospital. Ramirez said, and it was somewhat acceptable in his opinion. Like he knew very much that some were going to die, but he actually thought more than 13. So it's around 100 with all the personnel who died at the warehouse. 2. James let out a long breath as he closed his eyes. It was a big number, something he could not know how to handle. Like 100 people just died that were part of the family, that many people. And not just that, half of them were just simple workers. Then Sophia, you and me are one, which means our family merged into one. You have between 200 to 300 men, right? Yeah, around that, and many warehouses. She said, but she was getting excited because they were merging into one family, which meant something. She wanted to hear more than anything. Okay, then all of our deals and money that comes in will be shared by 30 to you and 70 for me. It is a great deal knowing that you have less manpower and connections than me. And if we start dealing 30%, it will be tens of millions, if not hundreds. I'm all right with it. You don't need to explain it. She said immediately because she knew her spot. Her family could be wiped out within a day by James. And well, she didn't really care about the money. Good, but the structure will crumble a little bit, doesn't it, Hector? Yeah, it is. Hector answered because it was clear that Sophia needs to have some kind of power within the family. Then a branch. Sophia, you will lead a branch of the family with your men. Just do what you did before, but now for us. In that way, you are a branch leader and you, Hector, he looked at him, stay as underboss. They all nodded, but it was still not perfect. He still needed at least 2 people in positions to make their operation more smooth and more effective. Chapter 191. What? But who should that person be? He knew literally little about his own family, his own organization, and he could think of nobody who was actually suited for a spot in the family, to lead and somebody he could trust. Then that's it, James said as he was ready to get up, but then Hector spoke. What about our next steps? Yeah, a question that everybody wanted to hear. What are James Bellini's next steps? What is he going to do? Not just about the whole cartel, but the players around them. What actually happened to Marco? What he said, and if he said something, what is James going to do with the information? These questions needed to be answered. We do nothing really, just wait for tomorrow and what Linda is going to release to the public. After that, we will have another meeting with them. We will speak about the matters. Marco said the next target will be Sophia and Damien and, well, everyone who is a bigger player. So they want to kill everybody around you? Hector asked as he was thinking about it. Isabella and Marco all died, and Hector knew that the cartel just used them, and that's it. On the other hand, Silas died too. They almost had a war with him, but he chose to kneel before them, and he died too. For Hector, it seemed the cartel was doing everything in their power to kill everybody close to them, to have no resources from outside, to slowly circle around them. But at the moment, they aren't alone. No, they're the most powerful they've ever been. The government, Sophia herself, and if they make a deal with Damien and the others, it will be impossible to actually touch them. But one thing for sure, they will attack us, because during the raid of Marco's house, one of the higher-ups died, called Emmanuel. As he said it, all of them just got pulled out of their thoughts as they heard his words, especially Hector. The cartel are the worst to deal with, and they will become just worse as now one of the higher-ups actually died. But his thought was the same as James's. If they become furious and will attack out of rage, they will be weak and desperate. That's actually good. Hector sighed as he looked up. But we need to prepare for that. He looked to the side, to Ramirez. Yeah, that's for sure. They will use anything to get back. Maybe they will even start bombing. What do you mean by that? James immediately asked. Back in the day, they usually killed civilians, a lot of them, and did it in a way that portrayed it as another cartel did, to cause more outrage. Let's say they bomb a park and leave evidence that it was you, and while everybody is panicking, they attack again, and it is not about the government because we are working with them, but the civilians, they will demand answers. That would be the worst outcome of all of this. James didn't even think about or know about something like this. He read books and watched documentaries about the mafia, but not the cartel or anything close to it. And if that would actually happen, Like a literal terrorist attack, it would be an outcome that would shatter him. He might be cold. He might be changed into something that people fear and respect, but he himself had many cracks in him. And one of them was the meaningless death of civilians, because he wanted to be the one who gave meaning to the hopeless. Just prepare for an attack, because it's going to happen, I'm sure of it. That's it, he said, and finally got up from the chair, and with him Sophia too, like she was his shadow or something. Yeah, he asked as he turned around, looking at her, but she just stood there, eyeing him with a smile, while Ramirez and Hector immediately started to talk about the plans they had in their minds. What about the information I have? She asked, but something was telling James that wasn't it at all. Tomorrow, if the house doesn't get bombed. So go to sleep, the room is upstairs, he said and turned back, and this time he didn't hear the step behind him and slowly went up to his room and immediately ate his pills, because the pain was now so hard and painful he could barely stand. But he still needed to take a shower because he could feel the blood on him. Yeah, the scent of it, and maybe some brain splatter from Marco was on his suit. Kinda disgusting, but he was so fucked he didn't really care about that part. So he made his way to the shower, and there was a big-ass bathtub made out of marble. It was the perfect time to wash off his sins, not biblical, but the blood that was on his hands, on his arms, even his face a little bit. It was the best thing to do in the way he did it. He first took a shower because bathing in the same water that he washed the blood and brain parts off in wasn't the best thing to do. So he took a shower and then put his ass in the hot water, and it was like his mind was powered off, like nothing happened in the last 24 hours. Even the pain in his body felt like it magically went away as he was laying in the bathtub, like it really washed away everything, the stress, the chaos, and the little morality that was left in him. Or it wasn't morality at all, but the fact that he needed to do things in a way to put himself in the light, that he is the one who is the good person, the hero, and not the villain. But that was impossible, portraying somebody who is not him. Well, his life was built on it in the last years, and he exactly became that he was portraying a villain rather than a hero, but it was not the word he was searching for, and he knew it too. He needs to play his card in his hand to beat the dealer, beat the odds against him, to become somebody who is seen by the public, but in a way that they don't really care too much about him. But how can he achieve something like that? Because there will always be somebody against him. There will always be evidence. There will always be deaths. Mom was right. If I build companies, I can sit back, and the others do the dirty job. That way I can just sit in peace without any blame against me. But that's too much. Yeah, it was too much. Everything is too much. He grew up too fast. He was already an old man in a young man's body. He was required to do things that would crush everybody else, emotionally and physically. He needed to act in a way that he was not ready for. But all that means nothing anymore, because he embraced it all. He already became the exact thing he feared most. He's already alone. He's already in a life that he can't change. Why the fuck me? Need to save this fucking country, he whispered as he leaned back his head, staring at the ceiling. Then his phone suddenly rang, and he immediately jumped out of the bathtub so fast that he slipped and fell on his ass, but got up fast as the medicines now acted and picked the phone up. Yeah, it's me, Bella, she said, and her voice was full of joy. How are you? Are you all right? You got shot or not? What's happening? She immediately asked dozens of questions without stopping. I'm good. Nothing happened. A lie again, but he knew that if he said Ferrucci is half dead, she would get back immediately, but she already knew it. Oh, thank God, she said, but she doesn't really play the dumb and clueless character. But at least James didn't notice it. He was just happy to hear her voice. Yeah, what about you? I'm tired and stressed, but everything's all right. We are in the embassy and everyone is good with us, so I thought I will call you. What time is it there? She asked, because she didn't even care about the time difference. It's almost 4. Oh, then I hang up, go to sleep, she said immediately, because even though James didn't tell her too much, she knew very well that shit's happening, because well, she called up everybody in the family who worked under him, and they told everything, even that Ferrucci is half dead, and the war broke out. But she decided not to press on that because she knew James would say the same, to stay with his family. And she knew that her role is to protect them, to stay with them. But she also knew one more thing. Before I hang up, is that bitch really there? She asked, but now her voice was cold and fierce. James immediately thought of Sophia, and he was right. Yeah, She is a part of our family. He answered, and he was already waiting for Bella the house down his head, but no, nothing. Just silence for some second. But don't worry, you can fuck her. James's mouth literally dropped. What? I know you feel lonely, and you need satisfaction, and I'd rather let you fuck her than some dirty whore or stripper. So go ahead. I'm fine with it. She laughed, but it was a laugh that was a little psychopathic and maniac. I'm going to kill her anyway, and if you fuck her, I'll have even more reason to slit her throat, and I will do it with more happiness. What the fuck is she saying? Chapter 192, Worries. James was so flabbergasted and in disbelief at what Bella just said that he thought the steam from the hot water hit him, and he was hallucinating shit, because no way Bella would say something like that. She's the obsessed type of woman, somebody who will kill everybody who even dares to look at James, and now she's saying that he can fuck Sophia? Or the opposite of this. It actually made a lot of sense. Like Bella knew too that James would be lonely without her, at least that's what she thought. She wanted to, in a way, control James. So yeah, he can cheat on her with a woman she already intended to kill, and if he fucks her, it just gives more fuel to her to kill Sophia with a lot of fun. You said what? He asked, blinking as he thought about it. It just didn't make any sense to him. They were literally a girlfriend and boyfriend. Even if it wasn't said out loud, both of them knew it. That's why James sent him to guard Charlotte and his mother, because she trusted her. But now, with this, his trust kinda crumbled. You can please yourself with her if you want. I'm not going to be mad at you, because of the situation at home. I know it's bad, even if you don't say it. So I'm basically just enabling you to release the stress with her. She explained, and it just confused James more. Her voice was low and still that cold, flat tone, like she was saying it but regretting it. I'm not going to. Fuck her, Bella. He said, and he chuckled at the end of it, because what the fuck is this? You need to, she said now, with a firmer voice, like she was commanding him. What? I said it earlier. I don't want you to fuck hoes and street girls like Hector and Ferrucci do. That'd be worse than Sophia herself. So yeah, fuck her when you want to. I'm not going to be mad, nor am I going to ask if it happened or not. She said it, and well, it had some kind of logic in it. If we just forget about the war, the death, and the massacre that's going to happen, James is alone, which also means his needs are going to skyrocket. And well, in Bella's thoughts, how to battle loneliness is to fuck hoes. Even though it's a bad thing and it counts as cheating, she knew it was inevitable because in some way James needs to satisfy his needs. And research proved it, that having sex is good for the mind and stress release. Yeah, it sounded outrageous, but in Bella's mind, she just wanted James to be emotionally and physically fit because she knew if Ferrucci dies, he's going to be in a dark space, and not just that. She knew very well that this thing happening will only cause him to remember his past mistakes and the guilt he still carries, and the silent battles. Raphael died weeks ago, but it's still a fresh wound, and when she heard about Marcello's story, she just realized that the James she thought she knew is a more complex person than she could have ever imagined. A person like him needs to somehow release all that stress so it doesn't build up and destroy him. So yeah, in Bella's mind the best thing for it was sex, even though she was still a virgin, just like James. She didn't have experience in the field, nor had she even done anything intimate with somebody. Only when she was kidnapped, but those things weren't sex. It was the scene she saw, what they did to the other girls, that was, for her, the most terrifying thing. But she knew one thing, and that was what worried her. When James and Hector did drugs, not just that, but his medicine too was addictive, and that would be the worst-case scenario, that James would push down his feelings and emotions with drugs and sedatives. She'd rather have him cheat on her with Sophia than let him fall into that space that is the most difficult battle to come back from. Even if she had faith in James, she knew he'd reach out for the drugs he sold, the ones that made him money. It still worried her very much, not just those drugs, but also the alcohol and the sedatives. Like, what are the chances James can sleep without taking any pills? None. There's no way he can sleep without those. So yeah, he took them before sleeping. Those were addictive ones, and one misstep, and he'd fall into a loop he can't crawl out. For James, it was something unbelievable that she actually said this. But in Bella's mind, she just tried to protect him from all of these things, from the drugs, the alcohol, and from the hoes on the street, but more importantly, from his own emotions. And she was right about it, because these emotions were already built up in James, even if he wanted to look like somebody who doesn't care about them. He still carried the guilt of his past and the death of his closest ones. For a normal person, it would take just one of those deaths to push them to their knees, like Marcelo. Your close friend dies, and you'll be on the ground for days, crying and questioning why it had to happen to him. But for James, he didn't even have time to think about it. He needed to act the way he had to act. Marcelo's death was quick, and so was the remembrance of him. An hour maybe, and it was done. He hadn't had time to cry for his closest friend, the one who was there for him. Life wouldn't let him shed tears for him. That's why all the emotions he felt for Marcelo stayed with him for years, and when he finally shared his story with Bella, those emotions all flooded out of the gate that had held them back. But since then, 2 more have died. Hans, who he doesn't even cry for, doesn't even whisper his name at night, because it's like it didn't even happen. Hans was close to him, maybe too close, and his death felt like it didn't even happen, like he just walked away, and that's it. Like he was still with him every day. He was his shadow, and maybe James still thinks to this day that Hans is still in his shadow, protecting him, looking out for him. And then there's Raphael, the worst thing that happened. The thing he's never going to truly accept, never going to truly grieve, because it would mean he accepted the fact that he was the one that killed him. But those emotions are still there, buried deep down, and now Ferrucci is waiting in that hospital room to join them. And if that happens, he'll join Hans' side where James will finally understand that he's gone, and that there isn't that smiling motherfucker anymore. His eyes say what his lips never will. He hides these things well, and that's the exact problem. It seems like a joke that Bella just says, cheat on me, but she had a logic behind it, and more than that, the love for James, the need to save him from something that was going to happen. Something she had already experienced once, when he tried to shoot himself, but the gun jammed. That jam wasn't just a sign for James, it was a sign for them, the ones who protect him. A reminder of what he carries inside. They'll never truly understand, and he carries it all in silence. The greatest mistake a man can make is to stay silent, with a smile on his face, and then, the next thing you know, you're sitting beside his grave asking, why? That line fits James perfectly, because if he ever tried something like that again, the chance of the gun jamming a second time is too low. Way too low. So she was ready to do everything, to give up everything she needed to give up just to be able to save him. From all of it. So you call me up, during all this bullshit, and say to please myself with Sophia to let out stress. He asked, still flabbergasted, but at least Bella did something. She just distracted James from thinking about the death and the whole situation. Yes, your hand would be enough for it. But use condoms if you. Stop it, James said, holding his forehead and shaking his head. I love you and me too. She screamed into the phone so loud it almost surprised James, and the phone nearly fell into the bathtub. But you need to do it for yourself and for me. You just want to kill her, but that isn't possible. She is a Bellini and you know that. So if I have sex with her, how would it feel to see her every day with that smile on her face, knowing what happened between us? Because I'm sure she would say it every single day to your face that we fucked. Silence. Because she just realized it was true. She couldn't kill a Bellini, something she didn't really think about. Then the second option is therapy. Therapy. James laughed. Your first option was to fuck Sophia. He laughed even more. Well, I thought you'd actually do it with her. She whispered and got embarrassed by it. You know, just for you if I have time, I'll go to therapy, okay? James asked, still with a chuckle. Or I can fuck her. Then therapy. She screamed. This girl, oh my God. He shook his head, but also could tell how much pain and will it actually took to her to say it. In reality, she gave up on herself. Chapter 193, Raid. Then it's a deal. I will go to therapy if I have time. And you forget the Sophia thing, okay? He asked, but he knew Bella just fucked herself up, because after it, she will think about it all day. What if he actually fucked her? Okay, but don't let her do anything to you. Not even a kiss. She screamed again into the phone. I won't, Bella. Go sleep, James said as he shook his head and tried to actually rethink all of what they spoke about. But he gave up. It was too much. You too, and don't take any pills, she said, raising her voice. By daring, I love you. I love you too, and Mom and Charlotte too. I will say to them, bye-bye, have a good sleep, she said with her happy and sweet voice and hung up the phone, leaving James in silence and still chuckling at the fact. What the fuck was this? Therapy. Huh, that would be crazy. What should I say? I'm a gangster and can't handle my emotions. Or what? Like that series. Yeah, a therapist would be a crazy thing to do. 1. What the fuck would he say? And second, how would he hide who he really is? But that would actually be the easiest thing to do, because the hardest one is to deliver his story in a way that doesn't say what he actually does. Like altering the story of Marcelo, altering the story of Raphael. He can't say they died because of his mistake, because he chose to chase the gangster life. And that would just make everything worse in a way. But one thing was sure for now, he needed to get the fuck to sleep, without the pills. So he got up from the bathtub, and after drying himself, he went back to his bedroom, and there was another fucking thing. Sophia, herself butt naked in his bed, sleeping. These women, what the fuck? I'm not even handsome enough to deserve something like this. He thought, and left the room, going to another one, which was Charlotte's room, but as he stepped inside, it was like a bomb exploded in there. The room was chaos itself. Everything was thrown everywhere. Clothes, toys, books, everything on the floor, and yeah, it was caused by the rush when he sent them away. It was clear, looking at the room, that they left in a hurry, picking some of the necessary things, and that's it. Without pills, that's going to be a nightmare. He thought, but tried it, and it worked as he laid down on Charlotte's bed, and maybe it worked because of that. He could smell Charlotte's scent, even her mother's scent, because she was the one that a lot of times stayed with Charlotte, helped her to sleep, played with her, but now their scent was the comfort for him. The warm reminder that his family is there. They're still alive. They're still waiting for him. In minutes, without his pills, he was knocked the fuck out sleeping, finally resting after this long-ass day. But it was only him who was resting. Linda and the others were still up, writing their fingers off, literally looking through every bit of evidence they could use to make things up, and it meant they searched even the files, testimonies, pictures that were made over years. But with Benjamin's team, it was kinda easy. They just only needed some of this evidence to somehow connect with a little bit of lie, and everything could work. Meanwhile, Stephen himself was already done with the documents, and he was ready for the raid on Aubrey and to take down the family before he did something dumb. And he was actually planning to do something outrageous, a head-on attack on James. Basically, he thought his father died because of him, and even though he was kicked out of the family, he cared about him, and he was preparing for an all-out attack. But he fucked up, because at the same time a drone was already circling, making footage and preparing the team on the ground to raid. It happened at 5 in the morning. Except for Linda and Stephen, everyone was already asleep in the ministry, Benjamin on the ground, while Thomas was sleeping on one of the chairs, while Linda watched the raid playing out on the monitor. It was the biggest raid in decades, the biggest raid in the history of the country against a known gangster. He was untouched for decades, but now he was dead, and they would kill his son too, and Stephen made sure of it. As a director, he was actually one of the most prepared ones after Thomas. He had pages of written formations. He actually served as an agent himself too. He was strategic and tactical, best on the field, and he had connections to make it faster and more possible. The raid only needed one person to actually greenlight it, who was Linda, so there wasn't any problem with it. So with 65 ISB special operatives and 80 SWAT officers from the police, they attacked head-on the house itself, while dozens others went for the biggest warehouse of the family. It was a surprise attack that actually caught Aubrey in the act. He was prepared for an attack, but wasn't prepared for a raid on them. There was literally no gunfight or shooting. They dropped their weapons as fast as they noticed the 2 helicopters circling around the family house, as fast as 6 SWAT armored vehicles busted through the gates. The biggest raid in the decade was over within an hour, and well, it would have been a clean raid with no deaths, but Aubrey needed to die. So it was Stephen himself who shot him a couple of times in the chest, not just him, but they actually opened fire on some of the men who were captured to make it look like it was actually a raid with a little resistance, and that's it. It was done. They just busted the Silas family with all the hundreds of millions worth of drugs, property, and assets, without even one agent or SWAT officer dying. It could only happen because the old man was dead, because the family itself was in chaos. If he were still alive, his men would have gone down in a gunfight. Nah, it would have been a massacre. But without him, it was the easiest one. A success. Chapter 194, Fall. Of the Silas family. It was actually kind of blame. The whole situation about Aubrey was just blame. He was kind of dog that only barked but didn't bite, like not even a single gunshot. Not even a single will from his men to protect themselves or protect him. They just put down the weapons and surrendered themselves even though they were preparing to launch an attack on James. Or maybe they knew that they were fucked in the moment Abore was accepted back into the family as the boss of it. Everybody hated him, even in the low levels, but he was the only one that was blood-related after his father. And even though he was kicked out, the old rules, the rules that the family was built upon only allowed a blood-related one to take his place, like a kingdom system, a royal one. But just like in kingdoms, not once it happened that the heir wasn't accepted by the people, and that's what happened with Abore. They all just acted it okay, that they were all loyal to him, but everybody knew one thing. If shit goes bad, they are dipping and surrendering in the moment, and when the helicopter and the raid vehicles showed up, that's exactly what they did. It's better to be alive in jail than die for a man you hate. The reason for Aburi's hate is simple. He was an egotist little boy who thought he is over everything and can do everything because of his father. He did not respect his men, not even the underboss of the family, let alone anyone, and his hate for James was the final blow. For everything. Everyone knew James, and they were scared of him and got even more scared when they realized that the old man cut down his finger and sent it to him. That was something so unbelievable that just screamed to not fuck with James. Abore wasn't ready to take over a family, wasn't ready to lead people, because the power and influence took over him. So yeah, Aburi's quick rise to the throne immediately was over, as Stephen killed him the fuck off in the same office where his father kicked him out of the family. He was just there sitting and talking with the higher-ups when all of it happened. When he looked out the window, seeing fully armed agents rushing in, seeing how his men laid down their weapons and kneeled. First he thought nothing about it, like he is a Silas, his father's legacy is behind him. What can they do against him? Nothing. Yeah, he thought he was untouchable like his father was for decades, with the connections, the bribes, so he just calmed down everybody and sat back down and waited for the door to bust down, and it happened in a way he never thought about. He thought he was in a movie or something. His expectation was that one agent would walk in, say to him that he's under arrest or something, and would just stare down at him, and he would get intimidated, and that's it, he lives on. But hell nah, that's not what happened. The door was busted down by hammers, and then like 6 flashbangs were thrown in. The explosion fucked up them. So much that the higher-ups immediately laid down on the floor giving themselves up, while Abore still believed in himself and the legacy and remained in his father's chair, only seeing the agents rushing in, shouting and pointing weapons at him. And still in that moment where he was supposed to feel fear and worry, he still thought he was going to win it as he saw Stephen casually walk in with a bulletproof vest on his suit and a pistol in his hand. Yeah, that was what he waited for, to see some big dog walk in that he could bribe off, that he could intimidate. But he didn't even have the chance to say anything as Stephen raised his pistol and shot him up. That was it. The legacy he was proud of, the legacy he wanted to rule with, was over with a couple of gunshots to his chest. No arrest, no interrogation, nothing. They came with one sole purpose, to end it all. What Silas Ricci built upon decades with blood and hard work was over within hours. His son died like a dog, like how he deserved to die, and with it, the last remnant of the Silas family was over. The old rules of the underworld all died. Silas, Lucian, they were gone, giving the next generation the rules, and moreover, they were examples, the biggest examples of how an empire can crumble. But now a new problem just opened up in the underworld, with the Silas family wiped, all of their assets, all of the routes, the deals, a big percent of the market is there for someone to grab it and become the next big name. With Marco, Isabella, and now the Silas family, these problems will be the most obvious to the government and to James himself. Even though it was clear to them that all of this would fall to the government and into James's hands, it wasn't that obvious to others, the smaller players who wanted to show their name, that wanted to rule, to become the next ones. The opportunity was there. The drug market now literally has no people to serve the need, no seller, no producer. But a billion-dollar market is alone. But of course, they also thought about this. That's why the president's announcement on the matter will be the most crucial, what he's going to say and what expression he's going to have on the public, but moreover on the gangs and families. He needs to scare them, to show that he finally stepped up against crime, even if it's just an act. That's exactly why Stephen's last order was to immediately photograph Aubrey's body and his higher-ups and send it back to Linda, and that was it. He was tired as fuck, near 7 in the morning, and he'd slept nothing since yesterday. So while his men did the investigation and arrests like how they legitimately do it, he went back to the ministry, back to Linda, and immediately got knocked out sleeping on the floor. But they made a crucial mistake that they didn't even think about, like not even in the beginning. A mistake that, if it goes wrong, everything will be fucked up even more. The prison and the sentencing. The justice system is a joke, like how the prison is a joke, at least for the simple soldiers of the families and gang members. The prison and justice system are only good for the higher-ups. Like, they are the only ones that get the worst treatment, the daily beatings, no sunlights, in a 2x2 concrete cell, but the soldiers are another thing. They just usually get thrown into prison for some years or even serve half a year, and they get out and scatter all over again because there wasn't any evidence on them. They only investigated the higher-ups, and how the fuck would they investigate every single person, worker, solider? That would take years to do so epically right now. With this, it just became worse, as Linda thought about it, because now Marco, Isabella, and the Silas family's men will all be arrested. How the fuck are they going to sentence them and put them into prison when the capacity of those is already full of other criminals? And not just that. After they get out of prison, they will be just more furious to fuck over everything. That needs a fix, and well, the president was ready to take a step that only has 2 outcomes. 1, it will cause so much outrage that his career will be over with it. Second, people will actually like it. A 50-50 was risky, but he needed to do something, and if people actually like and accept it, it will take this whole operation to another level, because he was up all night reading files, studying who is who and getting more information about everything. He literally read through the reports that Linda sent him, all of it. He read through all of the reports to be sure there were no loopholes in it, no cracks that people could see through. He was ready to rewrite the rules, and he had the power to do so, especially after Carter's death. And he knew he needed to do something that will appeal to the people, that will give them answers, that will calm them down, and realize that this government is for them. Even though in the last year all they did was steal money and do the utmost to fill their pockets. And well, he still wanted to do it, and knowing that the election soon came, he needed to write it in stone that he will be the one re-elected to sit again at the top. To do that, he had the power to grab the people's trust. He would do everything, and he was ready for it. Chapter 195, Loyalty. The morning seemed like an ordinary one, like an everyday morning, nothing special about it as James opened his eyes, and even though he only slept for 5 hours, it was like he was reborn, not a single pain in his body, and for a minute it seemed like all of the problems just disappeared. Yeah, it was a calm morning until he felt it. The warmth on his side, and as he turned his head, it was her, Sophia, again. It wasn't even surprising for him. He actually expected her to come over and get into his bed, but naked. Well, she is Sophia, and even though she said he would kill her, she was a key player now in his game, a card that he could use. So killing her, because she snuck in but naked and lay down in the bed was not an option, but it will surely become an annoying problem if she keeps doing it. But other than that, nothing. The house was still intact, no bomb, no shooting, no attack on it, and as he got out of bed, stepping on some of Charlotte's toys, he went to the window and looked out. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. Just dozens of guards, the SUVs blocking the entrance. Yeah, an ordinary morning was it, with the little bit of spice that in any second something could go wrong. And well, it did go wrong because as he took those few steps, his legs started hurting again. Fuck me, he thought as he turned around and went for the door, but stopped for a second because, well, Sophia's sight was something glorious. So even though he said he would not do anything, he glanced a bit at her enjoying the view, and then just opened the door and went straight to his bedroom to get some clothes. Should I get combat ready or nah? He wiped his face as he looked at his selection, and well, only 2 black suits and 1 beige-colored polo shirt were there, and that's it. He bought so much stuff for Charlotte, but for himself literally nothing. He stared at it a little longer, but he picked up the polo shirt and a white chino with a belt and went toward the bathroom where he left his accessories, and as he looked at it, it was just a different feeling. The 2 signet rings, one resembling the family, and one resembling the slaying of Marco had an invisible weight to them. The actions that took to get that ring, the actions he will need to take to get more, to build his family stronger. Yeah, those rings were heavy. But on the contrary, the butterfly one was so light, and as he looked at it, every time the same picture played in his mind, Charlotte. Her smile and attitude, the whole expression of her, was something warm and sweet. That child had her own battles that she doesn't deserve to fight with. Still she smiled like nothing happened. Where the fuck do I put the gun? He whispered once again, as now the ring was on his finger but the gun in the holster of it with the magazines. He couldn't put it away because the polo shirt was tucked in, and well, going with it was not an option. But tucked in I look like a businessman, he said as he stared down at himself in the mirror. And it was true, he looked like someone in the oil business, but still, his life meant more than a good look, and he just realized one more thing that Hans said to him in the beginning. Always wear a bulletproof vest. James hated it, especially because if it was hot outside, it just made his life miserable, all the sweat and heat. But that vest could save his life, and now dying would be the worst option. So he turned back, went to the wardrobe, and opened it again, and there was the vest on the lower side. He picked one up, and it was the light and slim one, enough to stop a low-caliber bullet, but anything higher than that will go through it like butter. Still, it at least was good against pistols, so he put it under the polo shirt, and then the gun, and even though the polo shirt isn't tucked in, he still looked like a businessman. He wiped his face as he looked once more in the mirror, and after brushing his teeth, he went downstairs where there was a strange scene because he didn't expect his cooks to be up and already making breakfast for him. Like he thought the war would change everything. But looking at it, they were really bothered by it, that their life's on the line working for him. Even though they are just private chefs, they put themselves into the crosshairs of the cartel and everyone. But they weren't worried about it, and they actually gently smiled at James as they noticed him. "Mr. Bellini, good morning," the older man said. "Albert, what are you doing?" He asked because he thought they dipped the moment the shooting happened, and seeing them here was just surprising. "You too, Amelia and Chris." "I don't understand your question," Albert said as he looked at the others then back to him. "We are of course making breakfast for you and the others." "Breakfast? Oh, Mr. Bellini, good morning." Another voice came from the side, and as he looked at her, he got more confused because it was Alda, the housekeeper who his mom hired to help her out because just for her, the house is too big to clean out. "Alda, yes, mister," she said as she smiled at him while the mop was in her hand, cleaning the house. Yeah, her work. To clean, what the fuck? They noticed James's expression and lostness, and they knew he was wondering what they were doing here when they were a target too, especially now. Yeah, they aren't dumb, they know exactly who James is now, exactly what is happening. They speak with each other, with the guards. But still they stayed. Chapter 196, Our Names. The moment James finally started to understand that what he dreamed of building, or at least what he wanted to do with his life, was working. People are now on their own willing to stay by his side, even though there is a high chance that they will not make it. Even if they're cooks or a cleaner, they can die any day. That's how this life is. Nobody is in a safe spot, and well, they knew it too. But how can they leave him when he did so much? Not for just them but others. They see what he is doing, how well he pays the others, the men, the women who are working countless hours, that he tries to help with his utmost to everybody. "We are here, sir, and will be here." Albert spoke again with a little chuckle at the end. "Yeah, it is important to eat the best meals, sir, and we are here to cook it for you, whatever you wish," Amelia said with her sweet voice and smile while Chris nodded to that. "Well, I can only clean, but I will be here too," Alda said, and that's when it finally hit James. These people were here for him, for something that he still needed to understand, that people really are for him, who he is. From young to old, they are all in there with their everything. Let it be cooking, let it be cleaning, or killing. Yeah, the people for him. These men and women didn't dip, because James was the one that gave them the meaning of their life, a chance. They all had their own stories, the stories that led them to him, who they trust and are ready to be on his side. But why would they? "How much do I pay y'all?" he asked as he looked at all of them, one by one, meeting everybody's eyes. "Well, to be honest," Albert started, folding his arms with a smile, "less than at my old job, but it doesn't matter that much." James blinked. Doesn't matter? No, sir. Albert replied simply. Because at my old job, I was just a chef. A name on a schedule. Here, I'm Albert. Amelia stepped forward, brushing her hands on her apron. I used to cook for rich people who didn't even look me in the eye. Here, you ask how we are. You remember our names. James didn't know what to say. Then Alda spoke up, the mop still in her hand. My husband left me with nothing. Your mother hired me when I was cleaning toilets for pennies. Now I clean this house, and I do it with pride. James looked at her, really looked, and for a second, the world paused. He just stood there, shoulders heavier than they'd been a moment ago, not from pressure but from something far rarer in his world. Loyalty. Real, raw loyalty. And for the first time that morning, James Bellini didn't feel like a boss or a target. He felt like a man worth standing beside, even though they knew that they were only able to live a life because of what James does. They could only live a life that is good because he sells the drugs and makes people's lives miserable and desperate with it, because he kills and bribes, because he is a Don. Don of the people, but moreover, he is the Don of Sophia, who came down from the stairs in James's old shirt and shorts, and launched herself at James, hugging him tight. Good morning, darling, she said, and her grip was actually strong, and James felt it, and also felt the eyes of the cooks. Their eyes fell to the ground and resumed their work, because they knew Sophia was a freak, moreover, a maniac. So they rather don't even look at her, because even if a woman looked at her or James, she might snap. She is a monster on her own, and they knew it, even though they were just cooks and a cleaner. They heard stories about Sophia because she was the underworld queen, at least that's what people call her, not just because of her looks but the things she had done to get into that position. The massacres, the tortures she had done to people to get information, to step her foot in territories. The Mad Queen, who killed every single little gangster who stepped onto her territory, let it be a bike gang, a teenager who robbed. She literally wiped out any competitor off the map. She even killed graffiti artists who painted onto the building, because it wasn't aesthetic. But that wasn't all of it. They also heard it was best to not even try to speak with her, even if she was the one starting a conversation, because she could snap at any minute. And there was only one rule that everybody needed to follow when around her. 1. Do not talk about James, don't even mention him. 2. Never look straight into her eyes, especially if you are a man, because she might kill you for staring too much, and well, that was the biggest problem, at least for men, because Sophia is really a gorgeous woman with curves and an ass that is otherworldly. Staring or even glancing at her was like an impossible mission, and that's exactly why these rules were made, because people died. Measuring it on a scale, Sophia is topping Bella, not even close to her madness and obsession over James. Like, he is the only one who can look at her, to speak with her, to do something with her. Anybody else just needs to die. Yeah, she is different, like the reaction of a succubus or something, because everything about her is just otherworldly and evil in a sense. Killing innocent people because they looked at her too long, because they tried to talk with her, to ask her out. Maniac. Chapter 197, Leader. Get off me, Sophia, and don't call me darling in front of everybody, James said, but she wasn't listening, in her grip just tightened around him more, like she didn't want to let out of him, like she wanted to hug him forever. How was your sleep? She asked as she chuckled a bit, and James immediately knew she was implying something by it. Yeah, that she was butt naked beside him all night. There was nothing special about it. As soon as he said it, she stepped back from him and legitimately looked offended by it, like her expression was disbelief. What? James asked as he stepped to the counter, grabbing a toast and munching on it. But she said nothing back, just stared at him and tried to look more offended, like she wanted to get out of James something, and well, it worked. Maybe I saw something that was good, he said with a little embarrassment in his voice. It's not cheating. Looking is not cheating. Oh really? She immediately lit up and smiled, stepping toward him, but James held out his hand. Yeah, really, but don't grab me nor come closer. We need a distance between us, like 5 meters, he said once again as he ate the toast, and it actually made sense because now this situation might cause more and more trouble. If somebody got it wrong, they might start calling Sophia the mistress of the family, and if that happened, it would cause more misunderstanding and trouble, especially with her, because there's no way she could do how James does his work. He gives people second chances that are not fucked up too much, But with Sophia, that would be even now a fucking quest to somehow put her on a chain, because she will kill everybody that disrespects James or the family. At least that James thought from the experience and gossip he heard about her. Not just that, but what Hans told him when he visited her. Yeah, all of these women around him, all obsessed, except one, who was Isabella, and she actually looked good. She had manners and looked sane even though she was on the top of the maniac level with Sophia. Yeah, she was a woman he could actually think about, but she turned on him and stabbed him in the back. His first girlfriend is an obsessed woman called Bella who kills and skins people, not to even mention she cuts off balls, a strong, independent woman on her way. While on the other side there is another woman who is literally the same, just a little bit more obsessed, more manic, and more bloodthirsty. A jackpot or a curse, who knows? But it is Bella, who James already pledged his loyalty to, and if he thinks more about it, Sophia would be worse than Bella. Like, Bella already changed in some way. They already understood each other's feelings, and James had the talk with her about work and love. The two can't go together. On the other hand, Sophia was the exact opposite of it. Even though she kind of behaved like a whore around James, with others she is a leader and a stone-hard woman who puts fear into everybody who comes across her. This is exactly why she would be worse than Bella, because she was born to lead people. She's the perfect woman for a gangster family. Okay, I get it. But I will always be in your shadow, and sleep with you, and wear your clothes, and don't you have work to do? I appointed you as a branch leader. James quickly said before she listed everything, and she actually just realized that it was true. Like, she is really part of the Bellini family, and more than that, she leads a branch of the family, and she aimed to be the best of it. So as fast as James said it, it was like a switch flipped in her mind. She, without a word, just turned around and spirited back upstairs. It was her time to shine, to show she wasn't just offering her body to James, but everything with it. In simple words, she wanted to outshine Bella's spot, and with her intelligence, strategy, and information, she wanted to push her down from the first place and become the girlfriend of James. And oh shit, she was ready for it, like for real. She had plans, a lot of it, in the suitcase upstairs. When she opened it, it was a dossier of documents, information, everything she collected over the years, pin drives, everything you can think about. But there was a dossier that was white with James's name on it. And well, it was her plan. She already did everything to prepare for a scenario that she became a Bellini, but moreover in a higher position, and she actually guessed the branch leader position right. Or that was one of the dozens of the outcomes she thought about, but still, it was there. She also knew two things that were more important than everything now that she is in a leading position. The first one, the branch leader position in a family could be dangerous. If she makes a mistake, it might be seen as a betrayal, or like she wants to take over the main family or start a war with it. So she needs to control her own desire and act based on James's moves. Second one connects to the first one, that with this, acting on James's actions, she needs to do things right to show him that she's actually worthy but not a rat, a snake who would use her power against him. For Sophia, proving herself to James meant more than anything else, and she was ready for it. So ready that she worked countless hours, gathering the best information, clues, and connections. She was more prepared than anyone else, practically a diamond among stones, and she made sure to use it. Chapter 198. Why? The first thing Sophia did was change into a better outfit. Well, she had been stalking on James, if that's what you'd call it. She went through his social media pages, checking what he liked. James didn't use social media often, but sometimes he'd go on, scroll through reels and pictures, and leave likes, and somehow, Sophia could see all of it, and, well, James liked interesting photos, a lot of them, to be honest. So Sophia took notes. She studied the type of clothes those girls wore, the kind of smiles they had, and she tried to copy them. At least, she needed to know what type of clothes James liked on women. So she changed her outfit and went back down to where James was, busy eating. In his mouth immediately dropped as he noticed her. He couldn't get his eyes off Sophia. "Do you like it?" she asked as she pulled up the skirt a little, showing her thigh to James, and behind, the cooks just disappeared from the kitchen, like they teleported away, not even looking in the direction where Sophia was. And well, for James he liked it, but he also almost choked on the fact that, what the fuck is she trying to do? Because he remembered that exact outfit he saw on social media. Sophia literally copied the whole fit from that woman. Like the black skirt, the white ruffled crop top. She even bought those fake thick-framed glasses. It was creepy as fuck, but yeah, he liked the outfit. Still, it just made him worry more about Sophia, like what she was capable of doing, and who knows what she was going to do next. James definitely needed to put an end to it, or somehow get Sophia in a position where she got scared and learned how to respect her boss, or there was something else he could do. James liked Sophia. With her craziness, she kind of brought a little joy and a smile into his life. She has an aura for sure and could impress him every time. But she was doing too much, and the one thing he could do to stop her was to put a bullet in her head, which he couldn't do. Nor would he. What if I just somehow bring her together with Hector? He considered it, but quickly realized Hector would kill her in a second because she was annoying as fuck. So there was one option left, the truth. Sophia, sit down a bit, he said, and Sophia immediately wanted to sit down. Not in my lap. James pushed her away to the chair where she finally sat down. Yes, she asked as she smiled at him. Why? Why? She asked back as she looked deep into his eyes. James let out a long breath. I'm not that handsome, nor am I a good person to be with. I'm kind of a loser if we look at my lifeline. I'm a virgin. I just had my first kiss weeks ago, and that's it, he said as he looked into her eyes, waiting for something, like a sign, but continued. What I have is money and power, nothing more, but you are also rich and influential. It actually worked because he was now looking at her in a way that was intimidating. Sophia saw James's eyes were back to that cold, empty look. So what are you doing, and why exactly? Why do you love me? We never spoke too much. I don't know anything much about you. So why? A genuine question that will tell the truth, because there was nothing between them. They never spoke too much. He wasn't even paying attention to her. Well, only some glances at her body. That's it. That was the circle, just a place where he went, listened to them, and dipped home. Her obsession and love made no sense, but she blushed at the question. She was caught off guard and panicked a little. She was visibly uncomfortable. It was the first time James had ever seen her like this. She was tapping her finger nervously against her leg, avoiding his eyes. Tell me, Sophia. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet him, and behind those eyes, there weren't lies. There wasn't anything clever or manipulative, just something raw, something real. I just love who you are. Your smile, your scent, the whole of you. She whispered, her voice trembling slightly. She stared at him with those big eyes like she was trying to reach into the cage he'd built around his heart. Love is just love. I can't explain it. I felt something magical about you, and I thought I can do everything to get closer to you, to be with you. And when 2 years ago you said that to me, I totally fell in love more. Yeah, she remembered what James said to her years ago, and he totally forgot about it, and of course, he did, because it wasn't something important, at least to him. It was actually nothing, just a small talk between them in the circle, something that was nothing for him, but meant so much for Sophia. It was the beginning, the circle, the very beginning, and they always argued about something, even if it was not even a deal. Marco, Victor, and Isabella were always at each other's throats, but James and Sophia, they were just silent and sitting through all of it. They didn't know each other too much, but they sat very close to each other, and James hearing Sophia's story that she can literally change her appearance drastically to look like somebody else, something caught his attention. He just wanted it to be a small talk, but he just hit a spot that Sophia would never forget, that made her whole life feel warmer. One of James's greatest traits is his ability to say what he has on his mind, especially in the past. He was saying everything in a nonchalant way, and that's exactly what happened between them and Sophia. Chapter 199, Because of Your Words. James noticed the fake things on Sophia, the wig, the nails, the makeup, the contact lenses, eyelashes, basically everything on her was fake, which just didn't make sense for him, like why she was doing all of that when they were in the circle, when they had just met up. He noticed it every time too. She always came in different, like personas and looks. So while they were arguing, James took the chance to at least talk with her and said this to Sophia. Why are you hiding beneath a mask? He knew that Sophia was actually a gorgeous woman. It wasn't worth all of this bullshit on her, but for Sophia, it was something that hit her deep in the heart. First, she just stared at James and asked back, "What do you mean?" But she knew what he meant by it. It was not a critique, more like a warm push. He said, "You look beautiful, like one of the most gorgeous women I have ever seen. You have beautiful natural long hair, crystal clear skin, and beautiful lips. Not even to mention your eye color, it's just stunning. You are a gorgeous woman. Why do you hide behind the wig, the makeup, and everything when we already know each other? You look perfect without those things, so just use them when needed, because I like how you look, Sophia. Gorgeous." He said that to her, and then he dipped. Yeah, after complimenting Sophia to the heavens, he just got up and dipped because he got bored of the arguing and didn't even think about what he said, like it came from his heart without any bullshit in it. But for her it meant so much that she literally cried, like tears dropped from her eyes as she just looked at the spot where James just sat. She couldn't believe what he said. She couldn't believe it was real. She got up from her seat and sprinted out after James, but he was already gone. She wanted to ask so many questions back then, like it was real what he said, like he really thinks she is gorgeous, like really? But she couldn't ask them, and she just cried on the spot. She cried the whole night after that, throwing all of her things into the trash. That day, she decided to live how she is, and it worked more than she would have ever thought, but she only listened to James's compliments over the years. Almost every time they were in the circle, he said something like, "You look good," "You are gorgeous," and a couple of compliments even if James just glanced at her. She was blushing like hell, and it was because of her past traumas. Sophia was like Raphael. She was bullied all her life, for a reason that was outrageous. She was too gorgeous. Yeah, Sophia, even when she was younger, already had her beautiful face and that body. But she wasn't the type of beautiful girl who became the spotlight of the school. No, she was the opposite of that, got extremely bullied by other girls and by jealousy, so much that she actually dropped out and never got her high school diploma. Well, in a legal way, but that's another matter. But she made a critical mistake, a mistake that can't be really called a mistake. It was more like her defense mechanism, and it was to hide herself, and when she did it, she became a completely different person. The wigs, her unimaginable skill of makeup, and many other things just gave a whole other persona, a different vibe. She put on a mask that was the defense of her, but with that, she lost everything else. Her own identity, her own feelings. She just played a character. Like she never let her real emotion out. She never truly showed who she really was. She never had love nor a boyfriend. She was alone in an act that just ate herself from the inside. She wanted to show herself, wanted to express her feelings, but the trauma and the countless bullying, the things on her wouldn't let her do it. She was lost. She was judged and controlled by others' hatred, by others' jealousy. But in the process, not just in what happened, no, she learned how to fight back, how to defend herself, not with emotion, but with her fists, or with a chair, with a bottle, or with her school bag. And the reason she became a dropout was one of those incidents when she almost beat a girl to death. Her God-given gorgeousness was the cause of the downfall in her life. The exact thing that was supposed to be a blessing turned into a curse that lived with her, and her mother and father didn't understand or want to help her at all. Like, what a joke is this that you get trauma because others bully you for being too beautiful? Yeah, but they never saw what the bullying meant, and they didn't understand that it caused a crack in their daughter, a crack that seemed to never be healed again. She ran away from home, but more importantly, she left that little girl home, that bullied one, that beat-up one, and she started the act. Sophia began to use her skills. She robbed, killed, and did her thing in her way, and slowly, she got a name for herself more and more in the underworld. After years and years, she was still playing that act, that character behind the mask. She wasn't looking for love, for sex. She wasn't looking for anything but her own career and success. She had the ambition that she would show them who she really was, what she reached, and she did, because all of her bullies died somehow. But the mask was still up, and when the whole circle thing became an actual thing, she wasn't impressed. Like, yeah, a gangster that killed one of the big names, and that's it. She wasn't impressed by it at all. She had money, fame, but when she saw James the first time, she realized he wasn't just a gangster, but a whole different level she never experienced. It wasn't his looks, but that nonchalant personality of him. That didn't give a fuck about anything, but still dangerous. Somebody who would kill her on a wrong move. But other than that, nothing more. He was handsome. Yeah. His smile was sweet. Yeah, but nothing more. Until those words came out of his mouth and filled that crack in Sophia's heart. He pulled down her mask, and finally she finished the act. Chapter 200, Sophia. James's words changed Sophia. It was like she was reborn. There were no more acts, nor more wigs, lashes, nothing. Only if she needed to rob or make a connection with somebody. But in everyday life, she became her old self, the girl who was bullied. But now her voice was heard. And literally it was heard because she started arguing with the others. She got loud. She got more intense. And moreover, she started to feel something for James. At that time, he was still that nonchalant fucker who never spoke, only if needed. But he did that because, well, he was pretending and was panicked as fuck. And Sophia wasn't understanding why he isn't responding to the signs, like the eye contact and the things women do to target a man's attention. James was literally ignoring all of it, and the compliments also stopped. That crack started to show again, even though she felt herself in the best spot in her life. It was still James who started it, who complimented her, who said she should stop it. She was waiting for it again, for James's words to say it. That she looked hot? She looked good. She didn't know Marcelo's story, nor what James himself was fighting with at that time, that he was literally walking in darkness. But one day it happened. It was all over the same arguing. But Sophia was paying attention to James, who again just got up and dipped. But she caught up with him and asked him a question which James gave an answer to because of panic, and that time she froze. The question was a simple one. Do you have a girlfriend? A simple no and yes answer. But James panicked and thought if he said yes, Sophia would kill her. So his answer was a fucked up one. No, but you would be the perfect girlfriend, Sophia. He just wanted it to sound like a little cheeky and a little compliment. But shit, Sophia took it to heart after all. James had not complimented her in weeks, and now out of nowhere he said something like this. It was her dream, her wish, yeah, the point when she got more obsessed with James. And well, the great question why she doesn't step up and ask him out? She never had a boyfriend, nor was she in a relationship with anybody, but she was good at one thing, getting information. So she thought she would get every info about James, like what his favorite color, food, car, and these little dumb things. For her it wasn't dumb at all. She just stressed because she thought she would be the one beside James. But then he started skipping meetings because he was busy doing his own job with Hector and the others, and that's when she noticed something curious. A woman. A woman on James's side. A woman called Bella. Who is she? Why is she there with him? And why does she act the way she acts? She wanted to know more, but she needed to be cautious with it, because Bella was not somebody she could easily dig deeper into her life. So Sophia just stayed back and slowly started seeing that they were getting closer. She heard about Bella kissing James, hugging him, acting sweet around him, and Sophia, not even for a moment, thought about what James said being just a compliment, and that's it. No, she took it to heart, that she will be the one standing by his side, that she will have children with him. But slowly she realized it might not be what's going to happen. Still, she felt what she felt for him, and as she realized she might not be the one, that it was just a lost cause, she didn't do what others would. Like, okay, maybe cry a bit that the love of her life is not really hers, and he will never be with her. No, she got more obsessed, more in love, more determined to play her cards out and be with him. She made the altar that Hans saw, likely trying to do some voodoo, or who knows what black magic to get James to her. And when she realized it was really a lost cause, she was okay with it, like how she said it to Hans. James can have 2 girlfriends, 2 wives, 2 different women, and 2 different children. Why wouldn't he? He is the biggest player. He is someone who can't please himself with one woman. That's what she thought. And yeah, she just got more and more obsessed over the fact that she still had the chance. That little girl inside her who was bullied, who was pushed away, who couldn't experience love, just got possessed by James, and those words he said to her. That little girl inside of her was keen for love for him, that he is the person who can understand her feelings, her scars buried deep. He saved her with words that meant so much to her. She is ready to be with him the moment, he says. On James's side, even though he didn't remember anything that he said to Sophia, it hit him in the heart a bit. Like what Sophia said to him really came from her heart. And that wasn't any act, wasn't manipulation or anything like that. He could see her eyes, her body language, her expression. It was real and genuine. But what to do with it? The problem he thought about, and was real to some extent. If he tells Sophia to fuck off, she can turn into the worst enemy. someone who knows too much about him and the whole family. He definitely can't do that. So what to do? Easy answer, keep her close, but not too close. So he did what he thought was best and kissed her on the forehead, and with it, he just sealed more of that crack in Sophia's heart. It was something that a father would kiss on. The forehead with warmth and caring. Yeah, but it came from James, the love of her life. With care and love, she couldn't take it and actually shed tears. What? James looked dumbfounded like, what is happening? Nothing. I just thank you, James. She said with a smile on her face as she looked deep with those ready eyes into James's eyes. He answered nothing back, but for a second got mesmerized by it and knew he needed to dip the fuck out. So he got up and with a last move, he patted her head as she was sobbing. Let's work, Sophia. Why yes dash. Chapter 201, The Dawn. James said, let's work. But even he himself didn't really know what that work was. Like, he had plans like everybody around him, but they needed to align it with Linda and the others to not have any problems, especially knowing what a small mistake can lead to a catastrophe. So what he thought about at that moment was a meeting with Hector and all the higher-ranking members of the family, who were each leading in their own way to keep the family running smoothly. Sophia. James looked at her while she was still wiping off her tears. Bring those files and information you have to my office upstairs. I'll also call the others to get here. As he said it again like if a witch was flipped in Sophia's mind, she immediately got up and spirited to the upstairs to her room and to the suitcase that contained everything. In the meantime, before James even called up anybody, he had a question in his mind, which was something he didn't even think about at first. Where are they? Like Hector especially, because one thing was sure, he couldn't go home, because the chance of him being assassinated is just too big. But not just him, like Ramirez and all of the men in a higher position were all targets. So where are they? Well, his question was answered as fast as he reached the office, because he heard the front door opening, and it was Hector and Ramirez's voices coming through with two more voices that wasn't recognizing at first, so he just went into the office and sat down waiting for them to come in and talk with Hector to reach out for nobody who can help them and rank higher. But as he sat there waiting, it was calm. The chair was comfy. Everything about it was comfy, like it had an atmosphere of calmness. But looking at him from the outside in that chair, he truly looked like a Don waiting for his men, especially in the polo shirt and the golden rings. He was the definition of a boss, and the first one that stepped in was Sophia, her hand full with dossiers which she just tossed down on the table side and sat down, staring at James like her job was done, and that's it. But not long after, the other arrived too. Hector came in second in the same black suit he always wears, after him followed by Ramirez, who was also now in a black suit. They were really looking right now like a gangster family with those plate carriers and AR in hand, and it just got better as Danny from the washer stepped in too in a gray suit, and on his side another man in a white shirt and black chinos with a suit, two pistols hanging on his shoulder holster. It was Finn, the leader of the organizers. Once again, Hector did exactly what James had thought of doing and called the exact same meeting James wanted with the top members of the family, without even talking about it to each other. Like their minds were connected or something. But at least there wasn't any sitting around waiting for everybody to show up. No, they were all here. Danny, the money man of the family, the accountant of the Bellinis, was with Hector. Finn Ulrich, the organizer of the family, handled the people, the work, and literally everything with his men. Ramirez, the general of the family, led the best of the best into battle, and lastly, Sophia, the newly elected branch leader of the family. The top members were all here. They were all ready to plan the future. James, Hector said as he smiled at him and sat down on one of the chairs. Hector, you look like shit. James said with a chuckle at the end, because yeah, he had bags under his eyes and of course the battle scars. At least did you sleep well? Nah, I slept in one of the cars with a gun in my hand, he said, shaking his head. But at least I slept. Yeah. James smiled, and he just noticed it, that except Sophia and Hector, everybody else in the office just stood there with their heads slightly bowed down, staring at the ground. Are they praying or what? James thought as he looked at them. They were just showing respect to the family leader, to the Dawn. For James, it was still something he needed to experience more and come to accept. He knew, to some extent, that people respected him, but he had skipped a crucial part, the manners and the respect reflected in his own behavior. With Hector and the others, he always spoke casually like how friends speak to each other, something that he didn't really think about and didn't seem like anything big. But he is now leading the biggest and most powerful family currently in the country, and with that, people around him started to show him respect too. Yeah, the family has changed with him, and they knew they needed to show the respect for him. "Sit down, everybody, and let's start this," James said, and they without hesitation sat down around that big-ass table, and that was it. Silence. James waited for them to start, but he was the boss. He had to start it. But he always hated position, always hated to be in the spotlight. Moreover, he doesn't even know how the fuck to start all of this. But he remembered the earlier talk with the cooks. They said they don't get paid enough. "Danny, speak up. What's up with our money? Do we even have money or no?" he asked, and Danny immediately looked up at him, pulling out a dossier from his bag, opening it, and giving everybody one copy of it. "We are in a bad position, like really bad," he said as he tapped his finger and waited for everybody to go through the numbers after numbers. James did it in a second because he doesn't even understand half of those numbers, because there were so many in every place. "Summarize me this." He tossed it back at the table, and even his head got hurt from it, staring at those numbers, because while going through, he saw a number which was fucked up, like too many zeros and a minus before it. If that's in minus, we are fucked. Chapter 202. How much is a life worth? Danny grabbed the paper, and with a pen, he started to circle numbers all around it. Basically, we are losing too much money. Well, not losing, but we're giving out too much for useless things. Useless? James asked back, because he could think of one thing that was useless. Danny looked at Hector because he at least understood those numbers, but he said nothing. "Look, boss. Just James, Danny, we know each other." He said it in a tone that just sent a chill in everybody. He was stressed. He didn't want it to be a threat, but a useless thing? What useless thing do they spend money on? He could think of one thing. Or maybe somebody stole even more money. Or what? Say it. Danny was now a little worried to actually say it, but he needed to, so he pointed his pen at one exact number. "This is the funerals and pensions that's going toward the fallen soldiers and workers' families. It's just too much and outrageous, James," he said hesitantly, but dared not look up at James. Yet he felt it, that James himself was staring at him, waiting for him to look up to meet his eyes. "Outrageous?" he asked back, but now Danny knew very well that he needed to go through with it, and looked up into those empty eyes, that darkness that just wanted to devour him. It's outrageous, James. 1 million per family, at least, who have families that are 56. 56 million goes to something that doesn't benefit us. Not just that, the funerals cost 10,000, which also means another $1 million. And if the family continues to do this, the money is going to run out. But only those getting it who were with us since the beginning," James said as he stared now down at the paper. "Yes, but still it's too much. $1 million. It's just crazy, James. Nobody does it, and if it goes like this, who knows how many are going to die? Not just that James tapped his fingers so loud on the table that Danny immediately stopped talking and looked down on the table. But not just him. This time Hector and Sophia too felt something strange, something bad. "We only give 1 million to those who have been with us since the beginning. That is how many people?" he asked, still the same emotionless tone. 80? Maybe 120 people. Silence. Nobody spoke a word. Even their breaths were as silent as they just could control it. But shit, all of them felt it. Danny just hit the sweet spot of James. He is for the people, especially for those who stayed all the 2 years with them. Since then, when he could give them nothing, not even a salary, they stayed and worked as a guard, as a warehouse worker, or a transporter, a driver. They stayed when he didn't even pay at the beginning, nothing. They stayed when they knew they were getting nothing and their life could be taken away. They still stayed because they saw something in James, in that boy who didn't know shit about this life. 1 million is too much for a life. He asked again, and Danny was just staring down, already sweating like hell. But he ended up not answering. But what? Yes, it is too much. Or is it just a dumb thing to do, giving out 1 million if they die? He was sitting, panicked, not sure what his answer should be. Apologize or stand by it. But before he could even ask something, James asked another question. If we started again with the white magic production with the green weed, how much money would that bring in a month? Easy question, especially for Danny. He is the accountant. He knew exactly what the numbers were, and knew exactly that they were the only ones who could rule the whole market, not just in the country, but even the continent, which meant a lot of money. Yeah, he just added more fuel to the argument. He fucked up. How much per month? James asked again, now leaning back on his chair, still staring at Danny, who now looked up slowly, his eyes full of fear as he sweated more and more. Even his legs and hands started to shake. Billions. Per week. James asked again. Hundreds of millions. Per day. Tens of millions. Silence again. But now it was silence on James's side too, because he just realized he's not rich, but more than that, especially if they really started doing all of that. And $1 million is too much for a life. He asked again. It is, James, because the operation isn't going, and we need weapons, ammunition, we need everything, even people. We need to pay them. We need to pay our connections, and in the meantime, set up everything. Are you dumb, Danny? A straight question. What? He asked, as he made the mistake of looking into James's eye again, and he couldn't look away, because it would mean disrespect. It would even question his loyalty. So he just stared into James's eyes, those hollow, empty eyes. Silas, Isabella, Marco, they all died. What do you think happened to their money, property, warehouses, routes, and all their properties? Where's it going? He smiled at him. We're working with the government. What did you say? He asked and looked to Hector, then Finn, and back to James, because he had no fucking idea. He didn't just have no fucking idea about all of this, but he actually tried to fucking save the money. All of it. Because he thought the government was finally stepping in and fucking up everybody. He'd been counting the money since the whole robbery happened. He was literally doing the utmost to save the money or hide it somehow. That's exactly why he was stressed as fuck about the money, because he wasn't informed and thought the opposite, that they were getting fucked. Yeah, nobody informed the man who has all of the money in the family. Well, now he knows. Chapter 203, The Money Man. Hector, you didn't say a word to me. He slowly looked at him, and Hector actually smiled. But in the meantime, he knew he fucked up too, like he told nobody about it. Only those who was close to James, like the guards and the soldiers. Well, at least you made a budget report. That's good. He smiled as he looked down once more at the paper, smiling. 300 million on weapon shit. What did you want to buy? A tank? He chuckled at him. Danny shook his head, breathed so heavily like a minute ago his soul was likely grabbed by James, almost shitting himself, and now it was all calm, at least on his side, because James was still looking at him with those eyes. I'm so sorry for my attitude, James. I thought we were getting attacked and not working with them. Fuck, I stayed up for 2 days writing this report and making everything to work together. He shook his head and got more stressed about it. It was strange for James. How the fuck could the man who handled the money, laundered it, washed it, and funneled it through various accounts not know about the operation? What do you mean you don't know about it? I said to Linda to help you with the cash in the washer and anything money-related. James asked because it was a genuine question. I wasn't contacted by anybody, he said, and judging by his expression, he was telling the truth, because he looked lost as fuck. Only by that woman from the bank. She sent a couple million to one of our accounts. Now again, James was lost as fuck and confused, because what woman, what millions, and what bank? Girl? What? Oh fuck. Yeah, the woman who helped Isabella to steal James's money, the money which went toward the cartel. That woman in the meantime started to, well, steal some money. Exact number was 24 million. But now that they were with the government, it also meant she needed to stop it, because James said make the money back. But if she started pulling out large sums of money from politically connected and influential people like entrepreneurs, it would get more complicated. Stop her. We don't need to steal money, especially right now, and actually tell her to work for us. If she can pull millions this good, then she is a born money girl. James said as he looked at Danny, who nodded but was kind of surprised about this whole government thing. Can I ask what exactly is happening or not? No, you can't. James said immediately as he looked at him. You are the heart of the family, the money, so you don't need any stress or knowing all of this. Just expect large sums will come through cash or in accounts. That's it. I don't want you to stress about dying or anything related to it. But if you have family or anything like that, send them away from the country. Also, the washer needs a new building. As James said it, Danny's expression changed again in an instant, like he wasn't the man who who tortured, or anything else, but he knew one thing. He was important not just to the family, but for the family's enemies, the Bellini enemies. He counted. He does all the work with money, and he has all the cash, all the keys to the accounts. Which meant he was up there on the hit list, and exactly why James wasn't telling him, and well, Hector too. Danny's not the average gangster man. He doesn't have the mentality to be a gangster, but to be a money man, and that's it. He counts money, stole money, laundered money, washed money. But he's not dumb. He knew about the hit on the house, as almost everybody in the family did, but nobody exactly knew who it was, like the government, another family, or anything. There was a big confusion about what exactly was happening, but now that James said to him they were working with the government, he could only think about the obvious. A war is currently going on, and well, he has no interest in participating in it. He's good with counting money and building all day. I actually have some options. Finn answered to James as he put some paper on the table. As James looked at the paper, it just became more obvious that something was up, like their minds were really connected, or they were all just thinking about the same thing, because the paper was well done, with details about the building and the situation surrounding those buildings. This one, Finn pointed to the map, is the closest one to the police headquarters building. So if something happens, it will take 5 minutes, and they are there. Then he pointed to the picture of the building. A plain 6th-floor office which was a call center before, but it has bulletproof windows, doors and high-resolution 360 security cameras, as well as 3 vaults with money counters. He looked at James, and he just looked dumbfounded, and he was dumbfounded. Call center with bulletproof windows and vaults inside. He asked back, and Finn just smiled. Well, maybe it was a laundering operation, but the good thing is the owner is on the run and all his assets got seized, which also means the building is seized by the ISB, so basically it's free. He smiled even more. Oh, is the ISB actually doing its job? Sophia asked it with a smile on her face. It was 3 years ago and the building's still just sitting there, so it's a good shot to get it, because all of the others are over 10 million and lack the bulletproof and vault features. As James thought about it, it was actually a good idea, like the washer is a protected building, but if they go full force at it, knowing what the cartel can do, it will stand no chance. So getting a bigger building, 6 floors, so at least 2 can be a protective layer while the other 4 is the actual washer is a good idea. Then I will ask the ISB director about it, he said and looked at the map once again, which had another building on it. It was actually a penthouse. What is that? For you, Hector said as he looked at James. For me. Chapter 204, New Rules. You're safer 50 floors up. He still looked into his eyes. This house is too big and easily can be attacked, while there is 0 chance they would attack you in a penthouse. It was true too, and he knew it too. Like how they captured Marco, it can also work with James, and the cartel with their tech could do much more damage. How do you want to guard me there? He asked a genuine question because no way guards would stand outside the building. What if they snipe me out? Another good question because it could happen. Bulletproof windows. We will upgrade those and don't worry, it is a highly secured building with a private gate, parking garage, and 24-hour security. The elevator and stairs can only be accessed with a keycard or fingerprint, and the main defense is that it's in the heart of the city. Hector said, even showing the outside of the building, but it didn't make sense to James. How is it possible? You got a connection? Who is it? He asked as he stared at James, and for the first time, Hector looked down. Who is it? He asked once again, and now Hector looked up with a smile. Our dictator friend. He smiled even more as he said it, and James just got confused once more. The dictator? Built a fucking 50-story building. He asked, his eyes wide open. What the fuck is that man doing with all of the money he stole from his own country? Like he was already a dictator. Why is he building shit in a country that he beefs with? Officially not him, but through countless people, countless companies and corruption, yeah, he did it. It only houses those companies and entrepreneur families, and the top 3 floors are reserved for the dictator himself. But I'm sure I can give him something that he will be pleased enough to give it to us. Please him enough? Which means smuggle his fucking weapons over the fucking earth. He needed to think about it, but he knew the answer already. It was the best choice to make. Not just because of the penthouse and its safety, but the future. If he ever got into a bad situation, the best way to dip out of the country would be to go to the dictator himself for help, So making that connection with him was the best thing he could do. Okay then, do it, he said, and Hector immediately started smiling for a reason. The reason being that the price for that floors would be hundreds of millions, which means gun smuggling, which means he can get weapons from the dictator too and also make money. A good deal on both sides. About the money part, Finn spoke again. Can I know how much money we're actually working with? I only have access to one of the accounts, but it's already below 10 million, and I need to organize the buying of ammunition, weapons, and… You did hear James? Danny interrupted him. Weapons and ammunition will come from the government. He said like he wasn't just introduced to it minutes ago. Yes, it will, but what is more important than that is the people. Are they getting the salary they're supposed to? James asked, eyeing Danny. Yeah, they are. Double it up. Silence again. Danny just stared at him with a confused face, because if they double it, that would be more than 100 million. But after how the atmosphere was between them, he said nothing, just nodded. Also, if somebody isn't working or doesn't respect the family, kill him or her. I don't care how many children they got, or what the fuck is up with them. There is only one chance in this family, a chance that you already played out, Danny. So be careful, because next time, I will kill you, he said, staring straight into Danny's eyes, who was frozen at the moment. But not just him, Hector too. He just felt it, the aura of James, the power behind him, and that finally he commanded presence, that he himself is the respect, and this way, the family wouldn't just become a mess of people trying to make a quick buck. Also, Finn, you are the organizer and literal operator of the family, aren't you? He asked, looking at him, and Finn was now frozen too. One misstep, and his chance is over. I am, with a few others, yes. He answered. Good. Then with Danny and your men, make a literal workday outline, like it's a real job. I don't want people slacking off, just sitting and doing nothing. It's not just a family, it's a company too. So people have two chances. If the chance is over, there are no frying or kicking out. Kill them too. Silence again. It made sense for them, because yeah, they're a gangster family, but they never thought about hearing it from James and this fast. What everybody thought would be said by Hector, and James would think about it. But saying it himself, they just realized that he really is on another level than before. Yeah, from that clumsy, nonchalant leader, he turned into something that was far more dangerous and far more cautious with his steps now. He turned into the real boss, a real gangster that was now really building his family, wasn't just playing around and waiting for Hector or somebody else to advise these steps. He knew it very much that this time would come when he needed to make these changes to the family. The knowledge that the family needs structure. The knowledge that money and the hope he gives to people aren't enough. They need to do what exactly the family expects them to do, work. Even if it required killing, torturing, assassinating, selling drugs, or working with drugs. They need to feel the weight of this life. But not just that he knew that people would want to rush the family and join in for the money, and not for what he really wants, to give people the chance to change who actually want. To use that chance to build something that lasts. With that, it is done, because James knew the moment he steps in with his new rules, Hector and Finn, they will immediately use those rules to eliminate some people. Yeah, because Finn seems to be a nerdy guy, but he's as manic as Hector, but he hides it very well. Yeah, one of the people that has the potential to become a Bellini. Chapter 205, Sophia with the Clutch. Finn himself, even though just an organizer, knew exactly how to handle people. That is his profession, and he already did some, well, cutting, if that's how people call it. He cut off some people who didn't do the work they were supposed to, especially those who thought from the beginning that the family is just for quick money and dip the fuck out. No, James didn't even know about the hunters they have. Basically, it's a unit that Finn himself organized with Hector. Those hunters' only job is to literally hunt down those who dip from the family or stole from the family as quickly as possible. And believe me, when they find a person, they not just kill him, but make their life well bad. They torture, they cut, they chop. Finn made it to actually be an intimidation tool to let people know it's not a joke to work for the family, that even the fucking driver or the warehouse workers are criminal organization members. They matter as much as the work matters, and if they don't do it how they're supposed to, they will die. I want to build a solid foundation for the family, the house of Bellinis. I want something that lasts and doesn't just build around me, but builds around all of you, James said, and their eyes immediately looked up at him, because it meant he had faith in all of them, most importantly in Finn, Danny, and the man himself who was in silence. Ramirez knew very well that James saw something in him, and now as he said it, it became real. So all of you have roles in the family. You are all in high positions, and make sure you use the authority you have. Build bonds, build relationships and connections with your people. Let them know the family is intact, the family is one, and if they want to leave, they can. But if not, he looked at Hector, then they have the chance of dying by the family, if they fuck up. They all nodded with a little satisfaction because James himself said that they are valuable to the family, something that he never said before. Okay, now Sophia, what information do you have for us? James asked as he looked at her, and she immediately put some documents before James, and he just already felt tired by looking at it. Like hundreds of pages, literally. He didn't even want to open it. So he just looked back at her like waiting for an explanation, and she did. I have names, addresses, warehouses, routes, basically everything about Marco, Isabella, even Victor and Silas, everything that they've done, everyone they worked and wanted to work with. She said as she put more documents before James. Nice, he said and looked at Finn. Since you are the wheel that moves the family forward, I want you to work with Sophia to get everything in order, what is the most important, and what we can work with. Also Ramirez. He looked at him, and he was just still in silence. I want you to choose some people for Sophia's protection and also help Sophia's men to get better. I'm sure you have guys who can teach them some good things. I have. I will do it as fast as I can. Good. Also, I somehow feel that some agents will side with us, but I can't really trust them. They are our enemies if there isn't this bullshit. So, if anybody wants to join the family, screen him as deeply as you can. We can't let spies in, and even if we let some of them in, keep an eye on them. Yeah, he felt it too, that Linda and Thomas, that some of the agents were opening toward him, but accepting them into the family would be a dumb move, especially now when it's the best time for planting spies and rats. Even though he wanted to believe that Linda and the others wouldn't do something like that, the possibility was still high that others will act by on their own. Like in this period and in the future, if he just lets in everybody, it can quickly spiral out of hand, and then they will be fucked. There is another thing, James. Hector said as he pulled out his phone. One of the members of the IF sent me this. They found it at Marco's house. He showed a picture. In it was the document that Marco sold to Emmanuel. It's a bit worrying. He added as James went through it. And shit, it was really worrying. The address, everything was in there. About the family, about every member of it. All the routes, the warehouses, everything that they had. Fuck. He sighed. Good thing that fucker died, because if they would get that, we would be fucked. Hector said. We can still be. Ramirez suddenly spoke. I mean, that guy was a top member, and he died. So I think they would do everything to take revenge, and I'm 100% sure that somebody is out there who for good money would sell the same information that Marco had. Another good point for Ramirez, because first of all, Marco had to get all that information from somewhere, and it's certain he got it from someone else. But who was that person, and how did they know all of that about James? Actually, I know it, and it's complicated a bit. Sophia spoke up. All the information came from Carter and Takoy, who really wanted to kill you. And after Takoy died, somehow Marco got his hands on the information. I think he bought it from someone that was close to Takoy, but I also questioned them. She smiled a bit and looked down like she was embarrassed or something. Who knows what she felt that moment? Question them, James asked. Well, they are in a barrel deep underwater, so they aren't a problem now. She smiled at James, and everybody just turned and looked at her. Yeah, the gossip and stories about her were all real. So you killed them? How many were there? James asked again, because what the actual fuck? She killed those who held all the information about him, while he himself wasn't even thinking about the possibility that somebody knew this much outside of the family. Only 4, but they gave me everything they had, so no problem. I also have those in one of the pen drives. She smiled again and now felt proud of herself. Based on James's expression, she could see she surprised him, moreover went overboard and just blew his mind away. Sophia had really been working for him from the beginning of all this bullshit, and he realized he needed to reward her with something. Chapter 206, From Scratch. Sophia did much, maybe too much. She literally eliminated the biggest threat. Those people selling the information about them. And with that, she pretty much slowed down not just the cartel, but other enemies too. But what reward would she be satisfied with? Well, for that, the answer was easy because it would be James himself. That was the best reward for her. But that was impossible to give to her. Sophia, you did a lot of work. I'm proud of you. So you can ask for something, James said as he looked at her. And in the moment she lit up with, well, a very creepy smile on her face. So it is a wish or something like that? She asked back, staring at him. Fuck me. Yeah, so quickly say it, James said, and he was already regretting it. I want to sleep with you. She said it straight, still looking in his eyes. And well, around her everybody just stared at her. Like what the fuck? Hector even chuckled a bit when he looked at James himself, who was annoyed as fuck because he knew she was going to say something ridiculous. That's not POS. No, she shouted now. Just to sleep beside you. I meant it that way, she said, a little blushing, still staring into his eyes. What? James asked back. You want to sleep with me? Yeah, like every day, she said, and behind her smile James knew exactly that if he said yes to it, she was going to be but naked every single time. But shit, at least that wasn't something that he would hate. And second, she at least didn't ask for something more outrageous in front of everybody. Okay, I'm good with that, but nothing more. You can't cuddle or anything like that. Okay, she raised her voice once again, but by looking at her, she didn't even hear the second part of what James said to her. Meanwhile, the others were just trying to not hear it. Even though they were there, they just wanted to forget it as fast as they could, like they didn't even hear what they talked about. What about the production? Finn asked, trying to somehow alter the whole conversation, and it was actually a good question. They needed to make money, that was for sure, even though millions upon millions just landed into their hands by the death of the Circle and Silas. They still needed to make money on their own and moreover to take care of the market, because they all knew these small players will come and start selling their shits. All the mixed white magic that would kill people, that would not satisfy the need. And if that happened, the news of the market that it has not enough proper supply will go farther than Dennis and the cartel. And if that happened, more and more players will want to come in and join the market. That would cause more and more war, more death, and suffering. Yeah, that was the main point now. Even the cartel was the first to do something about the market needs. We still have the product, aren't we? James asked as he looked at Hector then to Finn. Yes, we have. But the thing is what we have now is only enough for a month, and that's it. And if we grab Silas's product, or even Marco and Isabella, even if they had literally nothing, it just would make everything more complicated, he said, and Hector immediately joined in. They all mixed it, so basically it's worth nothing if we only want to sell pure, he said as he looked at James and tapped his finger against the table. So what we want is the money, the assets, the properties, but all of their products are literal ass and unusable for us. Mixing, which means the same money for less white magic, a good way to make a lot of money and have more white magic. We're going to give that to the government then, to burn it, James said. We don't sell mixed. We only sell quality, and our buyers expect that from us. That's why they pay big bucks for it. They all nodded to it. But still the question was there. What about the production and when will it start? The market has no provider. And well, they are at war. And if they start the production, the cartel easily can attack all of their sites, or they can be sneaky with it. The plant of white magic, they don't require anything crazy, do they? Not really. Only a lot of water, but we can do it with watering systems. Hector answered to James, and he knew what he was thinking about with that. But to start the production, we need plants, and we need to hide it well. But the thing is the plants are only grow in Dennis. The problem with it, it came from Dennis. They were working in Dennis, and now it's all fucked up. The cartel is there too, and all of their labs were on the border of Dennis, where they're still fighting the fucking border wars. So how the fuck to get implants? The ISB has headquarters in Dennis, aren't they? James asked because he was sure about it, at least that one of the agencies has an office or something like that in Dennis. Yeah, one of the agencies has. Why are you? Hector finally got it as he thought about it. And it was a brilliant plan if it works. The ISB director is in alliance with them, so it also means he can help smuggle some in the country, maybe a few hundred plants, but that would mean they need to make a deal with Steven too. With a deal with him, they can bring in plants with the ISB cover and start the operation in the country, which would also mean they just step on a whole other level. There is not a single people, family, or gangster, drug dealer who is making white magic in this country from the scratch, so it would mean they would be the first one to start the production from scratch. Chapter 207. Plants. Hector was blown away because he never thought of using the ISB or any agency to actually smuggle some goods like a literal drug plants through borders. Because he really felt nothing toward them, more like he still hated them and had trust issues just like how James did. But the thing is, it would be risky, and Hector knew it very much. He was there in Dennis, he created the camps, he saw the production, the plants, he was the one who made it possible. But the thing is, those plants are hard to find, and even if they find them, they first need to carefully dig them out and then make sure it stays alive through the travel back. The travel, which will be the second thing that is the hardest. Smuggling of the plants is illegal, as well as everything about it. And even though Dennis is a cartel country, there are still laws and still people who uphold justice, and that's the bad part about it. Dennis's politically was always fucked up, and people never united only after the cartel made their life feel like a survival game. And when the people united, they literally started accusing different agencies of every single country that operated in Dennis that they were the ones that started producing drugs, making deals, and helping the cartel to get big. They said it because Dennis has a lot of gold, a lot of resources that can make billions, and if Dennis starts mining those resources, it would mean they can top countries all around them, and they don't need the union funds or any help. So, in the people's mind, these foreign agencies directly controlled the production of white magic and the cartel to push the country into a spot that they can't come back from. So they will need to ask for help, ask for funds, for deals with countries to help them crawl back to fight against the cartel. Of course, it was just a theory, or maybe not, because there were agencies that did things like that. But the people of Dennis were just miserable, full of ego, and didn't realize it was them and their government who messed everything up. And it didn't really help that the government itself was against those agencies, covering up their own tracks. So Dennis's relationship with a lot of the countries became bad, and they expelled every agency, which made everything worse in the country because those agencies at least could investigate the cartel, even fight back against them. They expelled everybody, except the ISB. Well, to be truthful, on paper they aren't there and got expelled, but they are there, laying low and investigating everything they can. Basically, they are spying, but for the wrong thing. Rather than investigate the cartel, they are more focused on the border wars and if that conflict is going to spiral out into a full-blown war or not. Same with the IF. The only difference between them, the IF only has a few agents there, while the ISB has a whole unit with vehicles and even a plane. A plane that is perfect for flying out the plants. Is it possible to do, Hector? James asked as he saw Hector thinking so hard that he even closed his eyes. I mean, it's possible, but it's not going to be easy, he said as he looked up and grabbed a pen and the paper. First, we really need to know how the ISB operates there, and that our director has authority over them. If he has, he looked up at James then back to the paper. Then comes the hard part of it. We need people to find the plants and dig them out, and at the same time be careful not to cut the roots. If they're done, they need to put them in water and as fast as they can, transfer them to an airport and fly them out, he said as he drew a whole plan outline on the paper. Which is bad because the known location is already got fucked up, am I right? James asked. They burned down our camps and the plants too, but the jungle is full of them. But the problem is the cartel and the military checkpoints, so we need influential people to do it, Hector explained. And that was a hard part too. The part where their option was destroyed. The camps and the plants, but the jungle is full with it. The only problem, the cartel is now going to look out for attacks, or any intruders, the same with the military, and just going in there would just fuck up everybody. What if we don't go to the jungle, but attack the cartel camps? Ramirez asked the question, and everybody looked at him instantly. What? I mean, Dennis's government has people who are still justice seekers and fight against the cartel, and they have agencies too. So they possibly know locations of the cartel warehouses or camps. So what if our government makes a deal with their government, and in a joint operation they strike them down, and we get the plants, a lot of them? That would be good, but impossible. The current political standpoint isn't enabling something like that. Finn spoke. Second, why would we just waste resources and manpower when we can literally buy those plants on the black market? Finn was right. Too much manpower and resources would go into a full-blown attack on another country. Not just that, the ISB's plans too would be too much to do and will take a lot of time. But there is the black market, more important than the international one, that sells everything that man can dream about, even the plants for white magic, with a twist in it. That's a bad idea, Finn, Hector said as he grabbed the pen again. Those plants are lab plants while the jungle ones are real, the original ones. What's the difference? James asked, because he didn't understand what would be the difference between the two. To be able to sell the plant, it needs to grow fast, and they spray different chemicals on them so they can sell it quickly, which also means those chemicals kill half of the plant, and it gives 50% of the white magic. And not just that, a plant from the jungle, once it's harvested, can grow again, while those lab ones just die and need to be bought again. It's still better however we look at it. Finn said again, it's still pure, and the 50% is better than going into another country waging war and dipping with plants. That would take months, and many men would fall, without even talking about money. There is something wrong with it, isn't it? James said as he leaned forward. If there is that plant, why is nobody producing white magic? It would be easy then, wouldn't it? The question was real. If there is a lab-grown plant that can produce white magic, why doesn't anybody produce it locally? Not just that, but he never heard anything about this lab-grown one, so there was something about it. It not just gives 50% less, but also it needs too much care, watering, perfect temperature, with like lamps that resemble the sunlight. It needs care every day, and even fertilizers and groundwork. Hector explained to James, who was surprised by it. It's like green weed, the same thing, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing, but there's one more thing about white magic. The lab-grown plants take twice as long to produce compared to the jungle ones. It takes almost a month just to harvest them, then another 3 weeks to turn them into actual white magic, and even then, it's still 50% less yield than what an original plant would give. Not to mention the risk of the plant dying, one mistake, and the whole farm is done for. He looked up again. The people working there have to wear full hazard suits, gloves, masks, anything to keep any contamination off the plants. If they fuck up just a little bit, the whole operation can collapse. That's why nobody's doing it. All the money spent on it can go down the drain in seconds. It sounded complicated as fuck, but it was still an easier choice than the other option, and that's when James got confused about the whole thing. Like, yeah, the plant only gave half of what it's supposed to. It needed care, but still it is so much better than just going in another county waging a war and potentially losing manpower money, and much more. And Hector was still against it, and he would rather go into a war in another country just to get the plant. What the fuck is he thinking? Hector, we have enough white magic for 1 month. James said and grabbed the pen, which means we can buy land and the proper equipment and start teaching people how to deal with the plant. If that's done, we're going to buy hundreds of them and start the process. He looked up at him. Even if it takes more time, we are in a 1-year peace treaty with the government, which means if someone wants to come in and grab the market, we can use the government to fuck them up. He still looked deep into his eyes. Why the fuck would you rather go back to Dennis? He first said nothing and even looked down at the table, tapping his finger. He was clearly stressed about something. I built that shit, brick by brick, and those motherfuckers decided to go to war with each other and fucking destroy everything. I'm sorry, it's just hard to let go of something you worked so much for. No fucking way he's sentimental about the fucking camps, but not about people. Yeah, Hector felt much more emotion for those camps he built than for the people he killed, tortured, or who died around him. Well, Hector is Hector. That was his treasure. Chapter 208, Empire. For Hector, those camps in the heart of the jungle in Dennis meant much more than people would assume. With that, he made the family one of the richest, not just alone, but with the help of James, even though he said it while he was drunk as fuck. But Hector himself took that drunk word to heart and thought that his life goal is to make it possible to start making big money to actually put the family into a position that will be the foundation. And he did it. The camps made hundreds of millions, and with the smuggling operation, James himself said it just became the golden mine for them for a long time. But then everything went wrong with that fucking border war. The camps got attacked, and even though he tried to save a lot of the white magic, he barely could save it. They fucked up his dream he built up. They grabbed from him what he loved the most and what he actually put hard work into. In other words, Hector wanted revenge over that camp, even though it wasn't the cartel who fucked it up. It was a good reason to go there and fuck them up, at least in his mind. I get it that you worked hard for it, but James looked deep in his eyes. What you're saying now would just throw us into deeper shit. That's why we're going to do the lab-grown ones, and that's it. Maybe in the near future, you can go there and kill whoever you want and reclaim what was yours. Hector kept his head down as James said it because he heard his voice, he heard the threat in it, the danger that one misstep and he would kill him too. Yeah, that chance is also true to Hector, and his own dumb reason is not helping the family. Rather, it is pushing it into more danger. I get it. I'm sorry, he said as he bowed down his head to show respect to James, something that never really happened before. But Hector knew it too, that even though they are little friends, even best friends, he needed to show the utmost respect to James because he is his boss, the Don of the family, the strongest family in the country, not just a simple friend. Good, James said as he leaned back. Then anything else, or we can wait until they call me. Up. The money. As I said earlier, I don't have enough funds. Finn said as he looked at James. How much do you need? James asked, already knowing very well that if Finn doesn't have money, then the whole family is going to struggle. Well, to be truthful, I only need the money if we start with the white magic. If not, then the 10 million I have is enough for the basic needs. But in my opinion, it's better to start preparing for the plants right now, maybe by buying some land. He said, and it was true too, and James wanted to do the same thing. As he said, all their last bit of white magic is enough for 1 month to supply the market. Then they will just run out, and no money coming in. How would you plan to do it? Well, if we hide it then somehow, the countryside, town, or something. Finn said as he leaned back. We can buy lands through the real estate company, and if it's done, we just need to build the warehouse, and that's it, we're done. Yeah, like once we talked about it. Hector cut in. Benjamin's hometown is poor, but around that are dense forests. We can just buy the forest, then start building greenhouses, which are easy to build, done within a week. I thought about the same. Finn spoke again. Greenhouses already have a good temperature, but with some temperature control, we can pump it up even more or even down, and the watering system is easy to build. The protection too, Ramirez suddenly said. It's in the countryside and in a forest, which means we can easily build up a defense perimeter. But not just that, if the whole forest is ours, then it means private property, and by the self-defense law, we can kill everybody who steps in legally. He said, and it was a good point too. If the peace treaty is over and an attack would happen, it would mean self-defense of the property, and the laws would protect them actually. Greenweed too, we can also start that production if we really go with this plan. Finn said again as he looked at James. We can actually do these two at the same time, which would mean more money to bring in. But what about the forest itself? Sophia asked from the side. I mean, that's government property like everything in this fucking country. But if we actually use them to acquire the land, that would bring eyes on us because a lot of the forests are protected. She had a good point about that. There's a bigger problem in this fucking country than a forest. People will not really give a fuck about it. Hector said, I mean, the VP died, the biggest family getting raided, too much happening. That would be great. It was actually more than great, because if they start with Benjamin's hometown and around it, it would mean the deal with him is already in motion. But not just that. In the meantime, he can help the town and gather more people around the family. He can raise their hope in legal ways too. Buying the forest is one thing, but they can use the forest company to actually cut down trees and sell them, which would give them legitimate money, so they could hide the greenhouses in the forest without any problem. This one plan can give them everything they need, the white magic, the people, and of course the deal with Benjamin. But in the meantime, there is a problem with it. Who is going to oversee it? Because Hector can't do it, nor James, nor really anybody in the family, especially right now. James needs to be acting as the Don, while Hector and Ramirez need to protect the family, or he didn't even need to send anybody there. James looked up as he smiled, and everybody just knew instantly he thought of something, and while he really did something that nobody was really thinking about once again. We use the government for it too, he said, and while it wasn't something that was a mind-blowing statement. First, the forest is in government hands, so Linda will help to give it to us. No, she doesn't really need to give it to us. The government would do it. Now that was a mind-blowing statement which nobody really understood. What do you exactly mean by that? Hector asked because he didn't really understand it. The government can make project plans. What if the forest will become a project? They can that way build on it or cut the whole shit down. So what they do is a project to help the nearby towns with it. The forest can give work to them. Not even talking about the mass land that can give more work to people. In that way we don't need to worry about the public. Finn said because he was getting what James was saying. The government is something that people not give a fuck about like they can do everything. But if a stranger steps into a forest and starts cutting down trees and building it, the people will notice it eventually. Not maybe now, but in the future. But if the government does it, nobody would give a fuck about it. In that way the government makes a fake project, but in the meantime, they're working for the Bellini family. They can build the greenhouse for us. They have more resources and more workers who can build it more efficiently and quicker. Let's say it is a government investment that they build greenhouse and farming in the forest, and when they're done with it, they will publicly sell it to companies, and which company is going to buy it? Ours. Hector said, and he understood it finally. It is basically a fraud. The government writes a fund and invests and builds everything, and when it's done they fake list it out for companies as an investment with the government. Of course it would be just for the public if some journalist wants to dig in deep. So that's why it would seem legal, but in the whole time it's just an act, and the buyer will be a company that would be James's company. The good thing about it is that all of the company is under her mother's name, so this way it would be more untraceable. I don't understand it, Sophia said, and she was really lost about it. It was too much for her. Finn looked at her and tried to be as simple as possible with her. The government's investment in the forest is just a front, all fake money and paperwork. They hand the contracts to our front company, which can be the real estate, which is under James's mother's name, so no one traces it back to us. They build greenhouses and farms, or at least make it look like they did. Then the government sells the project at auction, rigged, so we're the only buyers, and we get it cheap. It's legal on paper, nobody asks questions, and the public thinks it's real. We end up owning the land and making a fortune off their fake investment. She finally understood it as she looked up with wide open eyes at James and realized she was a little nobody. Like this was on a whole other level, and she wasn't really ready for something like this. Like what the fuck? It was much more than she thought. Yeah, another big step to build an empire. Chapter 209, Leash. The plan itself in words was simple, but James himself and Hector too knew that from the government side, it would not be that simple. Like giving a whole-ass forest to put on a government project will be hard because it will require ministries to work together to make it possible, and it will come out of nowhere. Like suddenly launching a big project out of the public eye, even if it is a fraud from the beginning, will catch eyes, more importantly, the eyes of developers and entrepreneurs. So from the government side, they will need to be tricky with it, at least if they accept it to go through with it. If they don't, then the whole plan makes no sense and they need to go through another one. Because if we think about that, it's just too much. They work with the government, but it's a deal between them and he is not controlling them, but making sure they both stay alive. And just ordering them to do this, and to do that will be questioning the authority of both of them. The Bellini family and the government are in harmony like, they are on a scale, they are the same, but James himself, with the action and the deal, he shifted the balance toward himself, but not with just the deal, but the people themselves. The agents who started seeing his side as the better one, where they can actually survive, that too, the people themselves started to fuck up this harmony. That will cause one thing. If the peace treaty is over, he's going to be the biggest enemy in the government's eyes, and he knows very much that Linda and everyone else are ready to protect themselves and their authority and influence. And they had more than James. They are ministers, they are the government. And even though they don't give a fuck about anything, until this whole cartel thing happened, up until Raphael died, they still have more power, they still have the upper hand. And now that it all happened, they have more power in the public than James. Why? Because the public once already experienced. Once called the bloodiest war where shooting happened every day, where the gangsters tried to do everything to try to eliminate the other one, to vanish them, and that required shooting, bombing every single day. And the people, the public, had enough of that, like just now. The biggest shooting happened in recent years, hundreds have died, which meant one thing. Their only means to defend themselves is to have faith in the government. that they will actually do something to stop it, like they did in the past. But this faith was fragile. The government that did nothing in recent years to actually pump up the economy, to make more workplaces, to give people a chance to make a living, the same government that failed in every aspect, the same government they voted for abandoned them a long time ago. And with that, their hope and faith was literally equal to nothing. Maybe a last drop of hope that they will once in their fucking lifetime actually do something, do one thing good. To protect them from a nightmare, to protect their low life that they work hard every day to barely have the minimum. At least let them live, at least protect them. They had this drop of faith, and the president himself knew it too, and he decided to grab that last drop of hope and do something that will not just change the future, but change everything else they have lived in the past years. He decided to step up and do something that will cause not rage, but something deeper than that. It will cause belief, to again believe that the government is for them, that they magically changed in a day and decided to actually be for their people after years. Yeah, the president also had a card in his pocket, a card that will mean to the public that he is for them and peace shall finally come, while to the underworld this would mean more death, more war, and more suffering. The president was ready to change the whole meaning of the underworld, the whole meaning of criminal organizations, but even the government itself. Then, first thing first is the new building for the washer, isn't it? Finn asked as he looked at James. Yes, that, he said as he sat himself. I will speak to Stephen about that. Until then, make sure the washer has more protection. He looked at Ramirez. We need to protect it until Stephen gives us the building. If it's done, we're going to start with everything else. But what about the cartel? I mean, they are our enemy, and we didn't even talk about them. Sophia said again from the side as she looked deep into James's eyes. It was a very good point. They talked about everything but seemed to not talk about the most important thing, that they are under constant threat, and the cartel will want to retaliate. But somehow they didn't talk about that problem, but everything else. Well, James himself had a point to not talk about it. We need to wait until the government says something to the public, and wait until they actually start seizing the assets. We talked about, because we need to do this with them to not get in the crosshairs of the jurisdiction and everyone else. James explained, they need to act together to make everything go smoothly and keep up the act. So Silas, Isabella, Marco, all their products will be burned by the government because it's mixed, so that's 1 point for them, because it will be the biggest bust in recent years. Hector said, the money part and the assets fall to us. But to make it more believable, we agreed on 50%. Yeah, we agreed on that to make it more believable, because if we suddenly start using the assets of all of them, it will put us in the spotlight. James said as he sighed. Spotlight? Danny asked. Yeah. James looked at him. Not for the public, but for the underworld. All their eyes now on Silas and the others. Like I'm sure they are panicking about what's going to happen next because all they know right now is that it was the government that raided them. So they are panicking, planning, and waiting to see what's going to happen next. And if we just start using their routes, warehouses, and all their bullshit, that will be too noticeable. James explained it very well because exactly that was going on. The underworld was panicking. All of them were thinking about the same. Who's going to be the next? And the question was very real for them because they thought all of them were untouchable, moreover Silas and his son, like the piece of bribery and connection. And it meant nothing. They died, even though it was the cartel who killed him. Stephen and the others did it quickly to actually seem like it was them. So it was panic. All the small players, the gangs, or the bigger ones who had the chance to become bigger, were panicking about this. Like, shit, they have no connection, barely anything. How the fuck are they going to survive if Silas just died like a dog? Not just that, the market too was fucking empty with no supplier, which was also a big problem. The chance was there for them to act and step in to start selling and making millions. But how would they do that when the biggest families got busted? Yeah, the fear was working perfectly. All of them were fucking shitting themselves and just waiting for the next step to see what's going to happen, which was also a big advantage for James and the family. While everyone else is panicking and trying to save their asses, he can do whatever he wants in peace, and his only worry is the cartel and, well, the drug market. Because even though the underworld is scared to step in, there are other players too. Those billionaires who hide their business behind their legit companies. Those fuckers are the worst thing right now because they can step in the market and start dealing their bullshit, which is not white magic, but much worse than that. The pills, The injections, the fucking street drugs that just make everyone's life miserable, but it could actually work for them. To the users, those who are addicted to white magic will need something to help them. They need something that gives the same feeling, the boost to them. Yeah, addicts need something that will give the same feeling, and those billionaires will be happy to serve them with the pills and all the bullshit. At least that's what James and even Hector thought about. And well, one more person who made sure to put a leash on everybody. The President. Chapter 210, Loyalty Above All. Then we are all done talking, James said as he looked at Danny. Prepare the money to be transferred to the new washer. I will call you up. Ramirez. He looked at him. Make sure everyone in the family has protected the warehouse, the washer itself, and every single building we have. If there is too much, then only defend the most important ones. You too, Hector, try to calm and be ready if something is going to happen, he said as he stood up. Sophia, you just get familiar with the family first and make a timeline with your information, who is important and who is not. If it's done, then start acting on it. That's it. I will talk about everything else with Linda and the others when time comes. Until then, just try to survive, okay? They all nodded as he finished it, and then just walked out of the office in the biggest calmness while the others all remained inside. That was crazy, Danny said as he let out a long breath and shook his head. Be grateful you are still alive. Hector laughed as he looked at him and saw he was stressed the fuck out about this whole thing. Yeah, you fuck up once you gone, my friend, Finn said as he chuckled at it. But Danny didn't find it that funny. This was his first time seeing James in a position where he was really a boss. Like before, there weren't any meetings or talks. Hector was the middleman all the time, and out of nowhere, at the first meeting, he was shitting himself because it was on a whole other level than he thought it would be. He knew Raphael died, and Hans too, the closest people to James, heard what he'd done at the police station. But this was too much. Like his whole demeanor and personality just took a 360 and changed into something far worse than people actually whispered about him. And now he had no chance to fuck up, because he would die. How can somebody change this much? He asked as he looked at Hector, because he's the one who was always there with him through all of this bullshit, the death, the shooting, the suffering. Yeah, the answer to the change, the suffering James went through, not just emotionally and mentally, but in psycho too. In the hospital for weeks in a coma, then barely able to walk. Until this day his leg still hurts. This would be too much to everyone, mixed with the death of his younger brother, the death of Hans, and now Ferrucci in a coma in the hospital. Not even talking about the mental state of him. The only thing Hector could think about is how broken he is. Like, there is no way James is still sane like how he was back in the day, when he didn't take big steps, didn't kill, he just used his name to be able to get things. But now he was ready to kill, ready to be killed for the cause. It's something that would put weight on everybody, but for him, it visibly broke him. He became something that everyone wanted him to be. The Bellini that is untouchable, and in Hector's mind, it was what he became. From a youngster gangster to the rock-hard one, that has no emotion, no mercy to those who step into his way. He will kill, he will torture, and he will suffer with his enemies. I don't think he changed, Finn said as he leaned back and crossed his legs. Are you blind or what? Danny asked as he looked at him with disbelief. I think it's just the real him. Like he shed off the false skin he wore and finally showed the real self, if that makes sense. It don't make any fucking sense, you talking about bullshit. Danny said, what skin are you? A click. It was fast and precise as Finn drew his weapon out, pointing it exactly at Danny's head, and he froze, staring at the gun, while the others were just still sitting in silence. Except Sophia, she too got a little surprised by it. It was her first time between the highest ranking in the family, and it was like a fucking friend group rather than keeping the truth of a mafia structure. Like yeah, there were bosses and higher members, but all of them were behaving like friends. First, Danny is outranking you every way, so be respectful, Finn said as he still aimed the gun to his head. I think that's false. Sophia spoke, and Finn looked at her as he clicked back the safety and put away the gun. False? He asked as he eyed her. That was the first time she felt the smallest in the room, as everybody was staring at him like the family heart, the machine of it, the high-ranking members who can easily kill, and James wouldn't have a problem with it. Well, at least in her mind at that moment. Killing her was not an option to everyone because she is a Bellini, another high-ranking member. even if she still didn't understand it that much, what it means. I mean, if we would operate in a mafia structure, Danny would be the treasurer, or like he is now, the banker, which means he's closest to the boss. And that would mean he outrank you, she said. In that sense, Hector is the underboss and the consigliere of James, holding the highest position in the family after James himself. But still, Danny is the heart of all things with the money. If he does something wrong, it can fuck up everyone. So you, Finn, in that sense you're the operations chief, while me a branch leader, and Ramirez the capo. They stayed in silence a bit because, well, in that sense it was true. Without Danny and his numbers and money management, the family would be in ruin. He is the one that sources everything out and not just counts the money, but plans the money management in the family. If he says there isn't enough money for something, that can shake the whole family structure. And the only person he reports to is James. In that sense, it made sense that Danny outranked Finn, but it was a hard thing to actually tell, because Finn too is a key element for the family to keep it running. I think in this family all of this doesn't make any sense. Ramirez suddenly spoke. I mean, the only person that we thank for our life and our good place is only James, and people only see him as the hope, as the one and only who can tell us and them what to do. So it doesn't make any sense who outranks who, because the only one that matters is James. We just adjust ourselves to him. But everything needs a structure to be able to work. Without us, there isn't a family that can be running like this. Hector said as he stood up. We are the family, and we only see James as the boss, so don't start arguing about authority, because that would mean we already starting to think we have authority over each other. But in reality, the only one that does is James, and he already picked who we are, so we stay to that. He looked at everybody. If anybody wants to question authority, then he dies. That's it. They all just kept their heads down, and Finn too realized he went entirely overboard with the gun, pulling it on Danny. And maybe he just made himself the spotlight with that move that can look very bad on him. What if somebody starts to question his loyalty? What if somebody thinks he wants to have more and more? That would be outrageous, and he would be killed in a second, but not just him, his family too, especially if James misunderstands this situation. Fuck. I'm sorry, Danny. He looked at him, and Danny just shook his head. We are all stressed, so it's nothing. Man, just don't pull a gun on me next time, yeah? He smiled, and Finn too, and that was it. And Sophia just realized it even more, that this structure was really like a friendship. In her family, that's nothing like this. Everybody had his position as a traditional mafia does, with daily reports. But here, it's like James just put the faith in everybody that they would do everything in their power to keep the family running, which just blew her mind away even more. How can he trust them this much? What if they steal from him? What if they plot against him? Like there were hundreds of scenarios that could happen, because the chain of command is loose, or it's not loose at all. This whole family is about faith, hope, and opportunity to those who were all suffering. As she just realized that all of these members, even Hector and Finn and the others, all had their own sufferings, their own stories, and they were found by James and his actions. If he hadn't shown up at the place where Hector was being tortured, or where Bella was caged, or where Ferrucci was, or even at that ice cream shop where he met Hans, there would be no Bellini family. There is loyalty between them, so much loyalty that she had never seen nor experienced in her life. This family was really over the line, something that could last for decades. Chapter 211. Fear of the Future. After he left the meeting, James went out to the garden and just sat down looking up to the sky. This whole thing was just too much and still just the beginning of everything. But the thing that weighed him down the most was the responsibility for his employees. Like, 1,000 people work for him and he needed to do something to be able to protect them. But he knew that would be impossible to protect everybody in the family, and some of them will eventually die or get kidnapped for information and will get brutally tortured. He knew it very well, because that's how it is. World. That's how the cartel works. If they want something, they are going to grab it. And that was the most important thing for him. If they started snatching away members of this family, the whole structure could just crumble even more. The people came for him for hope, but now that hope is changed into survival and fight for their life. It wasn't the chill family that they once joined. What happens if they start dipping? Start leaving him? Then all of the effort to actually save them and have a family that can be at the top would mean nothing. The death of Raphael, the death of Hans, will mean literally nothing, as well as all this fucking bullshit he chose to go after. He chose to become the person he impersonated, the crime boss, and now it all could fall within a month, because all of this is just a mess. Deal upon deals, plan upon plans. There was not a straight answer to anything, because action came after action, revenge after revenge. Yeah, he revenged those who wanted to kill him. He revenged those who deserved it. And maybe that was too much too. He was blinded by the anger and just went after them. And with that he just put everything in danger. If he would have a more clear mind and calm like how he used to be, he could plan out everything, do it quick and efficiently. But now the government also got involved in all of this. What if they turn against us? Then all of this is just nothing, an act. He let out a long breath as he thought about all the possible scenarios, and, well, everything just seemed to be going at the worst. He had no faith nor trust in the government, but had some kind of trust in Benjamin and Linda, even though they were a little hard to follow as people. But the government itself, no, he didn't have a little bit of trust, just like how the gangster code wrote it down. Never trust the feds. Never, because they will eventually become snakes and will fuck you up. Yeah, they just use you until they can, but after that it would all fall. And looking at the bigger picture, it might be all a trap. James read and watched so many things to get familiar with this life, and there are stories out there. What happened when the government and the underworld had a deal? One of them eventually was defeated or overtaken, or this option, which is the worst that could have happened, is the intentional interference. In Dennis, the government was totally overtaken by the cartel, even the fucking president himself. But then how did the new president come in power, the people's president? By having foreign agencies interfere with the election and corruption. Once the union sees through all the acts and what is really happening and they interfere, that could only mean downfall to everybody. Yeah, it is crazy how others send agents to fuck up whole Dennis to not be able to grow its economy and become a dangerous player on the continent. And when they fucked up the whole country by helping the cartel, then they just decide to, you know what? That was enough, and let's help the people who want peace. They fucked up the whole system, caused suffering, countless deaths, then just become the good boys and help to put somebody in power who still loves his country and wants to fuck up the whole cartel? Yeah, but they fucked up with that too. They wanted him to be a puppet. Mr. Pablo Perico, the president of Dennis, and the moment he claimed the presidential power, he started to reform the whole system. And one thing he did the best is getting back the military and executing the bribed generals and literally everyone who had their hand in the deal with the cartel. The foreign agencies had the power, the military, and a president who can act as puppet, and with that they could have controlled the cartel and its sales, the price of the drug and drug export. But they fucked up like shit. Perico wasn't no bitch who knelt before gringos. No, he is an egoistic leader who actually loves his people, his country, his culture. So the moment he had the military, he immediately formed the National Strategic Intervention, in short NSI, a branch of the military that is ready to fuck up everybody. And that really meant everybody. The NSI's first mission was to get back Arbora. Because of its port, it was the biggest and the closest route to other countries. But one thing was bad. They weren't that good. So how could they even start with it? When everybody laughed at them, they asked for help. And that help came from the ISB, and SBI, and the IF. Yeah, after kicking out everybody, Perico asked for help, and the operation to take back Arbora became a reality. And well, it was terrifying. The agencies did nothing, just gave intel, and that was it. But the NSI was fucking massacring everybody who was in the intel. They killed mayors, governors, killed everybody in Arbora to get back the power over the biggest port. Helicopters, even fucking jets were flying to intimidate the cartel. And well, it worked, and Arbora was back to the people, to the government, and to Hector. Yeah, he started the operation not short after this whole thing happened, and when the border war started. What if they come here too? Then we fucked up on a whole other level. James whispered as he looked at his mother's flower. Those beautiful yellow ones. Yellow, just like the Union emblem. If those fuckers came in to help the government, that would mean they are so fucked up that it is unbelievable. And well, there was a chance to it, especially right now. The news comes out that Silas and all of them died. The VP too. The whole international media will pick it up, and the Union will be the first to knock on the door, to help. To let the international agencies to come in and on paper eliminate and arrest every single gangster. but in reality do the exact same thing they did in Dennis, to take all the drugs and dip with it the fuck away. Yeah, because in here there is no cartel. This country can't be thrown in that much desperate position like Dennis. But that was actually just the smallest problem. The biggest problem in all of this is the public. James is an unknown figure, only known by the underworld, and there too only by the name. Not a lot of people actually know how he looks, who he talks to, or anything close to it. His men are more known, like Hector and Ferrucci, but him himself, no. And there comes the risk. The Union is not just an alliance of countries, but an organization that has its own agencies and military. And let's say they get a clue on James and what he is, and how influential. They can interpret it as a threat to the Union itself. So the International Investigation Court of the Union can issue an arrest warrant, and if that happens, shit, a lot of things will become clear why it happened and how. The second his whole face would be known internationally, and it just will become more and more dangerous. Fucking journalists, more agencies in, and those fucking hunters who want to get their reward because the Union usually puts out a bounty, like millions. If that would happen, the government itself will basically be in their scope too. And what would they do? What would Linda do, or the president? Stay next to him? Hell nah, they would just forget him in a second and stab him in the back. One thing was sure, if something like that happened, the family would not last even a year. Not a single one of them would be left, hunted down, dead, or jailed for life. Better to die than sit in jail and let them laugh. He whispered, and with that, he stood up, and as he turned, he saw something that was not something he thought he would see. Mango was staring at him, while pissing on one of the flowers that her mother dearly treasured, but she didn't really care about it, staring the whole time into James's eyes. You mocking me, or is this some trust that you're pissing while staring at me? He asked, but Mango just finished her job and ran away. Maybe just mocking, fuck me, even a dog mocks me. He laughed at that as he went back to the house, where not long after, the news would come in, and it would be something on a whole new level that would seal their fate. Chapter 212, Get Ready. Get up, Linda. Stephen's voice came as he tapped Linda's shoulder while she was sleeping, her head resting on the desk. She woke up fast, looking disoriented and stressed like shit, looking all around, but all she could see were Benjamin, Thomas, and Stephen all standing in the office looking at her. What? She asked as she slowly leaned back. The sleep wasn't good, more like just a rest. She woke up almost every 30 minutes, because all the stress was on her, and now seeing them just staring at her while she was asleep just told her that something is happening. Like she already knew that, but seeing Benjamin and Thomas already suited up and looking fresh was just telling her that it's time. What's that suit? She asked as she stood up slowly, staring at Thomas because that wasn't his suit for sure. He doesn't like the blue color, and she was in a brighter blue suit, but not just him. Stephen too was in a gray suit looking all fresh. I borrowed it from one of the agents. Thomas said. Me too. One of my guys, and even took a shower. I need to look good. We all do, so you too. Go and freshen yourself up. We have an hour, and we need to be there. Stephen said as he with a last look just went out of the office with Thomas, while Benjamin remained still staring at her. And she just got more disoriented to go where. All of what happened yesterday was still on her mind, like the dozens of reports she read, Stephen's operation. That was kinda unbelievable that Silas' family just crumbled within an hour, and while thinking about all of that she forgot the most important thing. The president is ready to give an official statement, and we all need to be there standing by his side. Benjamin said, and she finally remembered, yeah, the president too. He will say something. Fuck. I look ass. She said as she looked at the mirror, and well, she was looking ass. Her makeup was a mess. Her hair was a mess, and well, the whole outfit was a mess from the sweat, and that blood that was still on it from Marco. Benjamin noticed it too, and the first thing he did was chuckling, because seeing someone that powerful in her possession being stressed just made his life better. She was kinda looking like a witch from movies. Bad odor came from her, the sweat, the blood, all mixed together with a little bit of bleach on the top. Her outfit was all covered with something. Maybe blood, and her makeup was so bad that it looked like she had two faces. You know I got you, he said while still chuckling, and well, Linda shot her an eye, but Benjamin was really prepared, and he just held up a suit for Linda. I stole. Well, made a deal with your assistant, and she gave it to you. She said nothing to it because her head was hurting, and it didn't really help that he barely slept, but one thing he noticed was somehow gave her the ick. How do you guys get up and already know about the president? There wasn't an exact time when he would make an official statement, she said as he drank some water. Well, around 11 again your assistant came in but found all of us sleeping here, and well you looked ass, and she didn't want to get you up, so she woke up me first, and then me the others. Then I spoke with the president's secretary, who said get your ass up, because he's going to give a speech that will be a nuclear bomb. As she stared into Benjamin's eyes, the word caught her attention and woke her up a little too fast. First, what the fuck is he mean by the president's secretary? They said it will be a secretive operation and even the secretary knows about it. Then as she thought about it, all his worries went away because the secretary is the president's old friend, so if he trusts him that's okay. But the last word hit her even more. Nuclear bomb? That part worries me too, Benjamin said as he put the suit on the table. Maybe it will all be a plan to actually fuck us up, just think about it. A plan to help a gangster is just a very good reason to fire all of us, the justice minister, the agency directors. In that way he can put people that he actually trusts into positions that can threaten him, Benjamin said while he stared straight into Linda's eyes, and well it was something that could happen. It was actually so possible that Linda froze down for a bit, because shit she didn't even think about that not even a minute. James Bellini was on her mind 0 to 24, she couldn't get him off for her mind, nor the cartel, and all the despair that all of this can push the country in. Yes, she still had that justice in her even though it was deep down, so deep down that she actually forgot about the president way of things, and that he has his own justice too. If the president doesn't trust them or the agencies, and well none of the president does, he can flip this operation upside down and tell the story that it was actually the agency's idea with the authorization of the justice minister behind his back. In that way he can fire and send to jail everybody in the most important position and can replace them with whoever he wants. Don't fuck me up now, Benjamin, she said as she stared at him and shook her head. I couldn't fucking sleep because all of this bullshit. She gestured around the table at the reports. I fucking put my whole career with y'all on the fucking line with this shit to actually try to make this country somewhat livable for everybody. And now you saying that it was all against us. She looked at him, and he saw it first in the eyes of Linda, the justice minister. It was authority, power, and will. I will burn this whole shit to the ground. She shouted and hit the table with her fist and just stared at him. There was silence for a bit because Benjamin never thought he would see something like that from Linda. Like she actually looked like a badass woman with those eyes. He kinda looked like James for a millisecond. Chapter 213. On James' side. Those eyes represented James, the eyes of iron will, the eyes that meant she would do everything to fuck up the president if he went down a path that caused despair and suffering, one that would lead to the fall of the country. Yeah, if the president suddenly fucks them all over just to secure a position that would grant him the presidency for years. Oh, do you want a pill to chill out? He asked as he held out some kind of medicine, but Linda just continued. It doesn't even make sense, she said as he paced back and forth. He made you a director out of nowhere, so just putting everything on us would be just bullshit, because everybody would understand the fucking situation that what's happening, and he's just forming the system in a way that he would have the power for years. But that wouldn't work because we serve the fucking people. They will riot a fucking uprising against all of this. Fuck, why do you say fucking dumb things when I just woke up? She shouted at him, but Benjamin wasn't really pressed or stressed about it. He was just standing there looking while chewing on the pill that he just put in his mouth. Oh, what is that sedative? She asked. No, it actually, an energy pill, medical caffeine. It's good. One pill has like 5 espresso or something like that. Do you want one? He held it out once again, and he actually reached for it, and just swallowed it. It's a gum, Linda. I see you're a swallower type. He smiled as he said it, but Linda just shot another gaze at him, and his smile disappeared. Yes, I am a swallower type, you know why? She asked as she started buttoning down her shirt, which Benjamin just watched. It was an experience to see the justice minister dressing down. He could tell, and well tell the story in the future for sure. Why? Because I already realized there is one option if something goes wrong. It's to swallow James' dick as much as we can. You know why? Benjamin shook his head as he was staring at Linda as she unbuttoned the last button. He's not just influential and a gangster, but also has so many connections that we can just dip. We need to be close to him. I don't want my family to die, nor myself. So yeah, if something goes wrong on the president's side, fuck, even if something just goes wrong and James is dipping, I'm going with him, she said and pulled down her shirt and well, Benjamin's expression changed fast, and she noticed it. What? She asked. You don't like my sports bras? No. Actually, I thought you would have some scars that would just tell a silent story of your life. But I am disappointed. You aren't one of us. He said as he looked into her eyes. Yeah, all of them. All of them had scars, their scars in life. They all suffered. They all had stories, and James too. But her no. She looked like a princess with her perfect skin. No scars, no stories to tell. She was the shining star all around with darkness. Nice to know. What about the fucking thing I said? She asked as he now pushed down her pants. Well, basically betraying your own country, betraying the president, the ministerium, the government, betraying your own positions, and well, betraying the belief. But shit, I'm going to do the same. He just smiled, and well, for a moment Linda was frozen by his words. It actually hurt her a little, like she didn't want this position, but life just pushed her into this, and her father, and she wanted to do it with the utmost respect to the title for the people. But as she got the power, she could see very clearly how the corruption was organized, how the people suffered, and how the powerful were spending the tax and funds money on their own luxury, and still this day, they're do it in the same way. But now she can also take care of that, if everything goes right. That's good. She pulled down her pants, revealing her panties, and looked back at Benjamin. Look, she said, and turned around, showing his ass. It's a scar, isn't it? As Benjamin looked, yes, it was a big scar on the ass of Linda up to her torso. Accident. Yeah, motorcycle back in the younger days. She said, now I'm one with you and the others, aren't I? She asked as she grabbed the clothes from the desk. Well, I meant like gunshot, cuts, torture scars or something like this, not an accident. He smiled, but Linda wasn't a soldier or agent, and the expectations were too high for her. Yeah, but are you going to keep staring at me? You are not my type, and well, aren't you going to shower? Benjamin asked. At least it was obvious that some fresh clothes aren't going to help the smell that's coming from her. I'm going to shower, she said, and grabbed her perfume from her purse. Here it is, she said, and started spraying that whole bottle on her body, into her hair, her face, armpits, everywhere that she could, literally the whole bottle of it. Is it better? Benjamin's answer was just coughing as the perfume hit her nostrils. Fuck, much worse, he said while chuckling. Good, then I am done. Then let's go, Benjamin said, and turned around, and they went down to the garage where Stephen and Thomas were already waiting for them with the dozens of agents all around. Even the If-2 was there, heavily armed. Where are the others? They're already at the presidential building, so let's go before something happens, Stephen said as he sat in one of the SUVs, and well, he was the most fucked up one. He looked like a zombie. He couldn't sleep the night, and the report he wrote just pushed him even more to the zombie side of things. Well, Linda didn't really care about that much and just sat in the car with Benjamin, and they rolled out, and it was an aura itself. Chapter 214. What's about to unfold? In the front, the leading vehicle was 2 police cars, while following that was an ECM vehicle, which was basically a jammer, which was kind of surprising, because those cars were only in the presidential convoy. Following that was another Secret Service SUV packed with agents, while after that was Stephen and Tomas in the car, and following that Linda and Benjamin. And following them was another 2 SUV, but one was a HDV. Heavy defense vehicle, which was another surprise because that SUV was a rolling tank. And if shit went bad, the HDV can pop out with a minigun on top and blast shit up. It was strange to her that this heavy convoy was going with them, but at the same time, she knew it was needed. They were potential target too, and while the 3 highest-ranked director of agencies and the justice monster in a public space was a dangerous spot. And well, with that, she also realized the president is not planning to throw them into the gutter, to stab them in the back, because as fast as they turned to the main street, for more blackout car joined them, and even a helicopter for above. Did you forget to tell me something? She asked as looked at Benjamin, who was literally trying to snooze. Why? He asked back as he opened his eyes. I don't know. Maybe because this never happened? She said. I was driving myself into work and home, in a simple car, and now this. She said as pointed out. I mean, we wanted it to be secret, and now we are going through the city in a convoy. Well, he looked at her. Cabinet emergency meeting. As he said it, Linda just stared at him, with disbelief, because there wasn't fucking way it has happened, like she thought it would be just an official statement on what is happening, like that Carter died, that some gangsters finally got what they deserved. No, why? I don't know, Linda, but something big is going to happen for sure. Yeah, it meant something very big was going to happen for a reason. The cabinet emergency meeting hadn't been held in years. Even though the country was in despair and in the middle of a fucking gangster war, it was actually never called. Not even when the drug trafficking operation through the border was worth billions. Not even when a fucking tank was smuggled through the border. But now? If they call upon an emergency meeting that would send a sign to the public, and well, if the public realizes that there is the meeting, they will start asking question after question, not even mentioning the meaning of the emergency meeting. It can end with two simple things. First with nothing, and that's it, but the second option as the worst one, national or state emergency. That can't be happening, you said, and even he said he would just make her announcement. She shouted at Benjamin. Yeah, and it's not happening, because it was already held while we were sleeping, Linda. Benjamin said, and it just blew Linda's mind. How the fuck they held a cabinet meeting when they are part of the fucking cabinet? It can't even start without the one missing member, and they held it overnight while they were sleeping. And not just that, the fucking cabinet meeting requires people who don't even know about this whole operation and the deal with James. She couldn't think of anything. Like, what the fuck is the president trying to do? There are laws he has to follow. Laws that even he can't step over. Or can he? No fucking way. She whispered as she looked at Benjamin. Yeah, I thought about the same. Carter fucking died, and what position he was in. Vice fucking president. And he died by a terrorist attack, which means our beautiful president can declare national emergency. As Benjamin said, it all made sense, and also pushed Linda in a state that was like a passive lie. He was being a passive player, just staring at him. With emergency declaration, if he does that, it means he can also suspend the election, silence the media, and can have the absolute power in his hand. In theory, he can't become a dictator because the Congress is legislative, but the fucking Congress is in his pocket. Lots of them are in his fucking pocket. That's how the corruption works. That's how everyone fucking millionaire, even billionaires. Please, if there is a God. Don't worry, Linda. Benjamin said as he smiled. He can't do much because one thing is more powerful than any dictator and president. The people, so don't worry too much. He knows the limits. That's why it never happened before, and it will not happen now too. He might do something, but he knows where to stop. He said and closed his eyes and leaned back. She just stared at him. He was too calm about it. Too calm, but maybe she just imagined something that was the worst-case scenario. I hope, because if not, we are fucked. Yeah, Linda couldn't think of anything anymore. Like, this was on a level she never imagined. It felt like it could be over for James too if the president started playing his own cards. Cards Linda hadn't even considered for a second. The bigger picture had been in front of her the whole time, but she had put so much trust into the president, believing he would do everything to stop a full-scale war again in the underworld, a full-scale war with the cartel. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized it could actually work too. If he really declared a national emergency, it would mean they could tighten the borders, the agency would get more funding, and the law would basically be on their side. They could do anything in their power to stop the cartel. And meanwhile, under the umbrella of the national emergency, James could keep doing his work too, yeah, because if they cut off the deal they made with him, it would mean they stabbed him in the back. And if that happened, everybody would die. Chapter 215, The Time. The car ride for Linda was like she was heading toward hell, like she was being tortured by her own thoughts about what's going to happen next, about what the fuck could the president tell the people, and what he can do, and how will it affect everything. At that moment, she was not even prepared to be alive. Like, she just wanted to be a ghost, like invisible, not someone in a high position, because if it goes the wrong way, he will be the clown on the side of the others, and well, she will be the one that will be put in prison faster than James himself, and that would just hurt her even more. And all of this came not long after she fucking woke up, like she was debating everything, and was literally angry at Benjamin and everybody that they just got ready in the biggest calm, literally stealing suits from their own people, showering while she was fucking sleeping through the whole thing that's happening. If she was awake that time when the secretary himself came, she would have fucking slapped him so hard that she can't even imagine it, and would demand answers, because what the fuck that too? That they just held a cabinet meeting without fucking her? It was happening too fast, but the most important thing was that she was scared of this whole thing, not just because of her position, but the future of the country and the future of the people. Because as they neared the president building, it became more clear that even though she was the justice minister, she knew nothing about what was going on, because even near the building, literally security blocks were with the Secret Service everywhere. But the most important thing was the people. Everywhere was people, civilians standing in big groups ready to hear what is going to happen, which also meant it was publicly declared that a cabinet meeting was held, which calmed her down a little, because it would also mean it was just an act from the president to let the people know he is working on something, like mysterious vibe, like he knows the problem and already made a plan for it to make it better. But outside it wasn't that good. People were chanting for answers, but moreover, a lot of them held up pictures with Carter's fucking face on it, which also meant his death was officially declared, even though they talked about going to keep it more secretive to set up the whole miscommunication about it. Fucking hell, look, Benjamin said as he leaned forward looking out the windshield. And well, it was much more than they expected. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, were out as they turned into the main part of the president building, an area where there was a big and long park for speeches, celebration days, and it was packed with people, so many people that it was unbelievable for them. And it also told something. The people really do care about what is going on and what will happen next, because in the last years there was nothing this big. There were protests, there were riots, but this is on a whole other level. Yeah, on a level which happened when the first gangster war happened. But still, this was maybe bigger than that. If he says something wrong, there's going to be the biggest riot. Benjamin said as he looked at Linda, who was just staring at the mass of people as they went through the gates toward the building itself. Hope not, she said, and then finally stopped at the entrance where everything was on a whole other level of security. All types of agents were there, with dogs, with snipers on the roof. It was something so big that she couldn't put it on the scale, and, well, it was telling. Why would the building have this much force and security when it's just an announcement? The answer was clear, because it's something bad that he is going to say, or it will push people into a riot that will start in front of the presidential building, and if that happens they will need to keep people out, the thousands of them, and, well, the protection of the highest-ranking member of the government is the utmost importance, which means the security can shoot, even if it's against the law, against rights, even if it would be a massacre. She let out a big breath as the door opened and stepped out, and at that moment she really just experienced the power of it, because all of those people were just chanting the word justice. It was so powerful that for a moment she couldn't move. For a moment she couldn't even breathe, hearing the thousands of people chanting justice. Justice that all of them took an oath for, but none of them acted for. And she knew very well that the word wasn't only for Carter, but the deaths at the restaurant and at the coffee shops. Even if they were gangsters, they were people too, at least in the eyes of the public. And, well, it also meant one thing. Do not let the capital, the country, again fall into the past they were still crawling out of, the past when despair and suffering meant survival. No, they wanted to live in peace in a country which serves justice to those whose only meaning is to cause harm. How bad is it that actually they are working with the same person causing this harm? The one who ordered those coffee shops burned down and massacred the people at the restaurant. Yeah, how bad it is. Please follow me. One of the guards came out of the building as they grouped up, looking toward the park, and none of them spoke even a word because they were mesmerized by it. Everything happened in the late hours, and that much of a crowd had gathered. Let's go, Linda, Benjamin said as he tapped her shoulder, and they all went into the presidential building, which was a mess. Everybody was in a hurry, sprinting up and down, like a fucking nuclear bomb had just exploded or something. The guards escorted them to the elevator, and they went up to the upper floor where the presidential office was. And, well, there were too many people sprinting up and down. Like it was a cartoon, documents flying everywhere. Some of the staff literally had a big-ass box in his hand full of documents which was visible and had the red sign on it which meant that was top secret. And that's when she realized what that buzzing sound was as she looked into one of the rooms. The paper shredders were going over their limits as the staff pushed the documents into it. And well, it was something she never thought of seeing. Even Benjamin stopped a little, looking at the staff gathering the documents, and then just throwing it into the shredder. Then from the side, another staff came out with a big-ass box in his hand with a lock on it which was the shredded paper, and when they looked where he went, he pressed the bottom floor where there was a furnace. Yeah, they were destroying something. Evidence maybe laws, executive orders, who knows, but one thing was sure. The guard who escorted them up already was gesturing them toward the office of the president. They stood there for a second, steadying themselves, trying to control their pulse, their breath, because everybody knew that behind that door the president did something without them. And it could be something that just ended all of their plans and hard work. The guard knocked twice and then opened the door for them. "Come in," he said as he sat behind the desk, which was packed with all kinds of documents. But not just that. On the ground were documents all mangled up and thrown away, and as they looked to the side, there was a little row of paper shredders. "Linda here," he said as he got up from his chair and held out a document for her. "Your speech, we tried to do it the best way to suit exactly how you would write it. We used words that you use, and the message is clear and powerful," he said as he looked at the others. "All of you will have a speech here." He grabbed more documents and gave them each one. "It might be stressful to speak before this many people, but you need to, even though I just came up with all of this at night." "Yeah," as he said it, they noticed even through the makeup that was on him, they could see his tired eyes and the black bags. Not just that, even his hands were shaking as he handed the paper to them. "Speech?" Linda asked as she read the title of it, which was, "For Peace, We Must Fight." "Yes, a speech that will ensure people believe our story, which I and my staff made up." "Well, a lot of it was made up." He looked at the paper shredder. "But we found the one that would work in theory, but let's hope it works in practice too," he said as he looked at them. But all of them just went pale. In Benjamin's hand, the paper had the title of "National Security Will Ensure Our Hopes Not Vague for the Better Future," while Thomas's document said, "Those who are against us, even if they are hiding in foreign land, they will be punished." But for all of them, Stephen was the one that was frozen down as he looked at it, because it said reforming. But reforming what? Because he wasn't in a position to reform shit. Like, why not Linda? But as he went through the document, he realized what it was. It was about Silas, and the words he read was a decade of ruling in fear, some kind of shit like that. "What is this? What was the cabinet meeting?" And, "Calm down, Linda. It was for the plan I made to be able to actually work around this some legal way to show the people we stand with them, but in the same way that gives gates for Bellini to work around," he said as he sat back, and everyone just stared at him. "Don't worry, I'm not that dumb to cut him off, because who knows what he has on him. Rather than that, we keep ourselves to the deal we made." At that moment, all Linda's worries went away. She became calm, but almost fainted. It was so much relief. "I would assume, sir, that you have a speech too." Stephen suddenly spoke in his voice. "If I can ask, what is the name of it?" He asked because he saw the document on the desk, and he was sure it was his speech. "Mine is called Declaring National Emergency." Chapter 216, Stillness. They were all frozen down once again, but more importantly Linda, who just started up ahead, because now it all made sense. Moreover, the title of the speech's Linda puzzle it all together. First, the cabinet meeting, which was just as she guessed it right, was an act, and there was actually no cabinet meeting, or maybe with one of two members. With that, the news picked it up and pushed out to the public, and for the people it all made sense. Chains of attack happened in the city, people were massacred and buildings were burned down. But for them, one thing doesn't make any sense at all. What happened at Marco's house? There were so many questions in them, but the most important one of all of them was the vice president's death, and the cabinet meeting that William just did was the perfect thing. To actually signal to the people that action will be taken against whoever killed him, because the news came out that way. Well, that was controlled by William, who has connection and made the news to publish and report on Carter's death, that he was assassinated by unknown people. It was the perfect narrative to actually get what he needed for the support of the people, and with that Linda understood that William is not against them or against James Bellini, but actually trying to maintain control and tries to do something right in his fucking life. And who does she know it? By the people, because Carter was a guy who was hated, but still people came out not because they loved him, but because of the position he held. A vice president dies. There gotta be something to come out and look at what's going to happen. Maybe even start protesting in his name, because civilians are not dumb. Death of a vice president can also mean total power into the president's hand, and it could mean it was all an act, and actually it was a government effort to kill him. Well, not a lot of people thought about that, but for sure there were some in the crowds waiting for the speeches. Second, the name of the speech all aligns with each other, and reading only the title says that there is going to be big change to the country life. Big changes that can bring a better future, at least that was the title says, and while the president's appearance is clear indicating something drastic will take place. This is ISB News. We are here with thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people before the presidential building, where, in a rare and urgent move, the president held an emergency cabinet meeting after the shocking death of Vice President Alex Carter, and sources are now saying it was an assassination by unknown individuals. And things only escalated after what happened last night in Fifth Avenue, a chain of violent, targeted attacks. Marco DeLuca, a known gangster, saw his restaurant hit, several of his coffee shops burned down, and even his home was attacked. Eyewitnesses described tactical precision. Sources now say it may have been the intelligence force behind it. If that's true, this isn't just gang violence anymore. This could be state-sanctioned. So who was behind it? Another gang? Or something deeper? Was DeLuca silenced? Is there a connection to the vice president's death? We don't know yet, but today, the questions have to be answered. And here's what we just saw: top officials arriving through the secured East Wing. The Justice Minister, the Director of the Intelligence Force, high-ranking officers from the International Security Bureau, and the National Security Bureau of Investigation. They said nothing. This isn't politics. This is a crisis. For ISB News, I'm Leo Opera, and we'll keep bringing you updates as this story continues to unfold. What's going to happen if they don't receive it well? Linda asked. And we can only declare a national emergency if we have concrete evidence that chains of attack will happen that are under terrorist motive. Without that, this is nothing and they will see through it. She explained, but William looked at her in a way that wasn't really told he was that worried. Linda, I haven't slept since yesterday, and I went through everything with my staff, some cabinet members, the advisor, the chief of security and defense, to see what we can do and in what way that is actually believable. And you know what we realized? He asked as he stood up. She shook her head. We realized that the cartel is already under classification of terrorist group, and not just that. They're the real ones who killed Carter. So we can categorize ourselves as terrorist group, which means the national emergency will make people understand it. Who knows what they're going to attack next, because they are going to, especially after that Emmanuel guy died. He said as he looked at the others too. So just read through the speech. There are highlighted parts that are the most important ones. What about the union? Thomas asked as he looked at William. They can shove their heads into their ass. I don't care about them, and legally they are charged by their own law. They can't interfere in a country's domestic problems only if I ask them and the cabinet, so there is no worry about them. He said as he looked back at Thomas. But it will come with a lot of work because they will send their agents to look at what is happening. I'm sure about it. They will, sir. Thomas said. They would love to interfere even if they don't need to, especially when we are the lowest ranked of all the countries in the Union. They will want to find out what has happened and who is controlling it. But that would mean they are illegally and unlawfully operating in a foreign country. Benjamin said, and it was true. The Union has many laws and plenty of flaws, but it's notorious for its intense efforts to infiltrate other countries. They always want to see through foreign governments, controlling them behind the scenes, and gathering every piece of information possible, even sometimes interfering with elections. They also frequently conduct private investigations on their own. But within the Union, there's a specific law agreed upon by all member countries. If any member state attempts to infiltrate, send agents, deploy military forces, or take any action aimed at controlling or overthrowing another member's government or secretly investigating it, this is strictly forbidden and considered a serious crime. In short, such actions are viewed as attacks on a country and are clear violations of international law. Yeah, and the key word there is intentional law, because the Union is scared as shit from the Bermuda Convention and the High Court, because they are the only fucking people and organization in the whole fucking world that actually do their job and do it very well. They don't give a fuck about money. You can't bribe them. You can't influence them. If you fuck with the international law, they are finding you and will put you in jail, or sometimes, if you really fuck up, they will put you in front of a firing squad. And the thing is, William signed the Bermuda Convention. Bermuda will protect us and our people from foreign interference, so there is no problem. But now, get ready. We have 10 minutes, and we will be out, he said, and with that just sat back down and started reading through once again his speech while the others sat down too, except Linda. She started shaking like crazy because, first, she had never spoken in front of that many people. Second, she didn't even know what the speech was. What if there was something completely outrageous in it? And third, This wasn't just some outrageous plan to work with a gangster. It was a full-blown crisis, both in the country and on an international level. One misstep, and everything would be over. Should we bet on it? That they will say something that just helps us even more? Hector said, as he was now sitting in the living room with, well, everyone. On his side was James, beside him Sophia, then Finn, Ramirez. Danny was the only one missing. Well, he needed to count the money and prepare it to transfer it. They're going to say something outrageous. I'm sure of it. James said as he looked at Hector, then back to the TV, where thousands of people were being shown, and, well, he was a little worried about it. What if they say his name out loud before the whole country, that he is the #1 enemy, that he killed Carter, that he was behind all of it? That would be fucked up. If they're against us, that would be the biggest gangster war, not against other gangsters, but against the government. Shit, that would be crazy, Finn said from the side, and everybody looked at him because, what the fuck was he saying right now? I mean, nothing, just forget it. He said with a smile. Well, it really would be something a gangster versus the government. Chapter 217, like them. The chanting of thousands of people came in through the walls and windows like there was an uprising outside, a rebellion that was ready to unleash against the government, and it really felt that way. Finally, the people had a reason to raise their voice because the government didn't even have the power to save the vice president, didn't even have the power to stop the massacre at Fifth Avenue. So how can they believe in anything that they say? The voices shouting justice not just meant to solve the case of what really happened, but justice to them, to the people after years of corruption, years of suffering. Yeah, in the crowd weren't the supporters of the government, but people who had enough of all this bullshit. The people who didn't want to just sit in their house while outside a war is breaking out, just like years ago, when they didn't even let their children out or go to school because who knew when a madman walks something terrible happens. Yeah, these people are the working class people, those who fight to survive in the city, who live paycheck to paycheck while they see the politicians in luxury cars and restaurants, while gangsters live their lives freely, not even scared of the government and its agents. Yeah, the last gangster war, even if it ended, was in favor of the gangsters, but now they're not going to let it slide if that happens again. No, they had enough and they will revolt and choose a president that's for the people and not for the money, for the corruption. That's exactly what William said and knew. Their speech had a 50-50 chance to actually work on people. He needed to grab that last bit of hope that they have in the government. But now seeing this many people outside, he was more sure that the 50-50 chance was not in balance. It was more like 30-70. And if that happened, then a catastrophe is going to go through the country. First, if an uprising happens, it's not giving hope to the people, not even a little bit of it. Because during an uprising, the government focuses all of their power to restrain order. And even if that's not what happens, and let's say the law enforcement sides with the people, a hole is going to be created. A hole which the gangsters, the mafias, and all the criminals can use to get more power, to cause more outrage, smuggle more, and get more powerful. Yeah, all of the uprisings and rebellions against the government worked exactly for the criminals because they could work under the radar. Nobody even gave a fuck about them. That's how some countries fell into terrorist regimes. The people focused on the bigger picture too much for their future that they didn't even realize that in the shadows the monster awakened and just got bigger. And that monster right now was Bellini and the cartel. If the government falls, they will have a fucking party and they will get so comfortable killing each other and ruling over regions that nobody would even have the chance to totally erase them. In that scenario, they would be like cockroaches. You can stomp them to death, but they rise again and again. They will always have more to back them up. They will always come back. That's exactly why William had to make a hard decision that nobody knew about. Only the 4-star general of the Marine Corps, Fido Myers. If something bad were to happen, he would be ready to stop the country turning into a bloodbath, or moreover, make a bloodbath to stop the country turning into a playground for monsters. Are you okay, William? Linda asked because he was visibly sweating like hell and his hand was shaking as he sat there just staring at his speech. But fuck, he needed to get his shit together. He is the man of the country, the one that has the most power and the one that needs to be the light in dark times. Yeah, I'm good, he said as he looked at her, and that's when he realized that Linda was asking the question, but she looked more shit than him. Her whole face was drained and pale, Her whole body was shaking as she stood there. And well, it was understandable to him. He made too many decisions without even telling them any of it, and now she needs to stand in front of an angry crowd that demands answers and deliver her speech. But it's another thing to actually read it out loud. And they all knew it. It's not just about standing there and reading the whole shit. No, they need to look powerful, full of charisma, and show the people they still have the power and the order to show them they are for them. But now in that state, only one thing was visible. They are in deep shit and scared as fuck, panicking. At least that's how Linda looked like, and the others were doing actually pretty good. Well, they are directors of the agencies, and they were trained in manipulation and speeches to their agents. So that wasn't a problem for them at all. They can lie and manipulate with ease. But that's not true for Linda. She never spoke to thousands of people, only hundreds, and that too was a celebration, not a speech about the crisis and what they will do to literally not throw the country into a fucking rebellion. Yeah, she needed to find her voice and how to articulate in a way that she shows how good she is and charismatic. Not just that, but she is a woman in high power, which means expectations from her to show that she is standing not just with the public, but with the women too. Yeah, she needs to show that they have power. They don't live in the 1900s where women are just good for the kitchen and to be a slave to the men and the system. Yeah, it sounds kind of bad, but she needs to sound greedy, egoist, and the main point is to reach the heart of the women who are suffering in jobs that pay nothing. Gender equality, that's what she needed to grab and show women that they have power, they have a future. But that was a very hard part because as she went through her speech, she saw a name that was very familiar to her. The police officer, the woman that James killed with the chief. But not just that, the missing journalist's name was in there too, and with countless missing women who needed to be street girls to make money, but disappeared in the night. She could sympathize, and it was a cause that needed attention and fair explanation. But the thing was that she was there when the officer was killed by James, and she saw when again James shot that journalist. That speech was full of things that she experienced, saw with her own eyes, and she slowly realized that they really didn't do shit in the last years, just lived like fucking oligarchs. While the people just got more and more furious, because even if there wasn't that much shooting and fighting between gangsters, the economy didn't change. It was just worse when the prices skyrocketed and the minimum wage became the lowest in the union. Linda, just articulate and have power in your voice. Let them hear it serious and under control. William suddenly said, "Don't panic. If you get stuck, just say something in your own words. Don't let the people's voices deter you. Use your hand to gesture toward them, toward yourself. You need to be a preacher with passion." He finished, and well, it wasn't really doing anything to Linda. She was just looking at him with more lostness than before. Preaching while they stole the whole country? What a fucking joke. And as she looked at the others, she realized that something was off, because there wasn't any reaction at all from them. They were glued to their speech, and it told her that something was wrong. Especially because Stephen's mouth was wide open as he read it. He didn't even blink, while Thomas's hands were shaking, the hands that held many secret files and read through them. Now shaking from a speech. Shit. I mean with respect, Mr. President, but this is just like Marassi, the Bermuda Convection will. William put up his hands. Keyword, like Marassi, because it's not fully how they did it. It's mixed with our own version. Yeah, Linda was sweating like shit while her speech was lightweight compared to the others. They had so many things to say out loud that it was just, fuck. They couldn't even fucking believe that their speech wasn't a speech, but orders to be said out loud. Orders that will truly reform the whole country and its system. Chapter 218. Let's see. It's time. The secretary said as he opened the door, and everybody just looked at each other because all of them knew that the country's future is in their hands. And if it goes in the wrong direction, then they fucked up so much that the only remaining choice is to deploy the military, something that was not even on their mind for the last years. Good, William said as he stood up and just looked at the others. I'm going to start the speech with the declaration of the national emergency, and after that, Linda, Benjamin, Thomas, and Stephen. This is how we're going to build up the system and show the people we care, and we will finally fight back. As he said it, Linda just got more frustrated and stressed about it because she is the second after the president himself, which means she needs to deliver her speech in a way to grab the people's attention even more. But it also meant that she is more powerful than people ever thought she would be. Usually, It's not the justice minister nor the directors of the agencies who speak if a national emergency is declared, but in this situation and in this system, it was different, and well, the corruption played a bigger role in it too. The president knew he could only choose them because he trusts them enough. They made a plan, after all, to work with the gangster, so in that way, people would see who are the real powerful and influential people in the government. The justice minister, the ISB and NSBI directors, and well, it made sense. They are the ones that are supposed to protect the country to the utmost, to fight against the corporations and inner workings. But well, they failed. Or moreover, they are now working on it because in the speeches were sections that were on another scale of corruption and, well, justice. They're going to silence a lot of people. Maybe too much. We need to go, the secretary said again, and William just steadied himself and grabbed his speech. Let's go and show them we are with them, he said, and with that, he stepped out of the door to the hallway that led to the back, where the park was, where the thousands were shouting still the same word, where the sniper and Secret Service were ready if something happens. It's bigger than we ever thought it would be, huh? Benjamin whispered to Linda, but she was still zoned out. Linda, if you fuck this up, we're all fucked, Benjamin said again as he tapped her shoulder. Yeah. She looked at him. We're already fucked, Benjamin. Already, she said, and with that, they too stepped out to the hallway, going after the president with the weight on their shoulders that this is truly something big, something outrageous, and something that they never thought was going to happen. Or maybe they did, because all of it was their fault to some extent. If they never connected with James and never tried to control him, to put him on a leash or the DTA, then it maybe would have happened. Maybe then Carter wouldn't die. Maybe the police never would have killed Raphael. Yeah, if those things wouldn't have happened, they could still be living their calm life. But that too would be a disaster, and all of them knew it. If nothing would have happened, the people maybe a year later would get fed up with all the bullshit. Yeah, but now they just had a reason to crash out against them. And it's only the capital right now, not even talking about the poorer regions. What happens if the people suddenly start to slowly march toward the capital from the most hidden towns and small cities? If that happened, that would truly be a rebellion, not just a protest. That was the most important thing they feared and needed to stop. Because those poor people have nothing to lose. They became martyrs with a smile on their faces, just how they die for James Bellini. Yeah, for the Bellini family. They will side with them even more. And well, somebody was already working on something, or at least thinking of it. Isn't it the perfect moment? Hector asked as he looked at James still staring at the TV. Perfect moment, he asked back, and as he looked at Hector, he saw his eyes. He was thinking about something big. Yeah, like, even if they will control it, people are still going to riot a little, because if we think about it, he sat up. Almost 5 years in despair, the government did nothing, and now if they say pretty words that they stop corruption and maybe arrest some government members and politicians, it's not going to work like a magic spell. They fucked up the economy and everything. Yeah, maybe it'll be a little better, but the mood of the people will stay how it is until something truly big happens. You speaking facts, Hector. Finn spoke now. In short, whatever the president says, people will stay furious and will demand more, and the president will do exactly what they demand. So, in the meantime, during that, we can do our operation, start things, set up things, gather more people, especially now. The whole country will be looking at what the government does, while we can hide under the shadow, building our empire bigger. But to do something, we need the forest and the government to do the project. James said, because well, that was one of the best options. If something happens, the government will be the first one to get fucked, not them. And well, it will also be the government spending their own money. We can start it small to see what the plants prefer. Finn said again. Like now we have Marco, Silas, and Isabel's warehouses. Lucian had some too, and this is perfect, so we can set up a small production to see if the plants survive it or not. Even if the white magic plants don't survive the environment, we can still do the green weed. Hector added, and well, it was true. The market for it was low too, and not just that. All of them were looking at the news at the cabinet meeting, and all of them knew, even James, what a national emergency is. It means the borders will be closed, and it will be more secure than ever. Which fucks up everybody, like everybody. The black market too, where they need to buy the plants. But most importantly, it fucks up the market even more, Because the small-time sellers' resources came through the border, and those dozens of sellers who grow their own will not be enough to cover the whole market. They need to act fast, and they need to start it right now before the black market shuts down, in the criminal underworld economy and market crashes. They were moments away from the Great Depression in the criminal underworld. Send people right now, James said as he looked at Hector. Buy as many plants as they can, green weed too, buy them all up. I will, Finn said as he got up. Also start building the system in the warehouse. Pick warehouses that are big enough and also hidden from sight. James added, and well, there were several options for them, and hiding it was quite easy. All of their warehouses were under the real estate company, which meant it was literally there, but still hidden from the people. Only start with 10 warehouses to see if it actually works or not. If yes, then we will be building more and more. Do you have enough money for it? James asked, and Finn just nodded. He still had millions, and that was enough for the plants and the watering system too, especially since he had already looked into it and had the right people to build it. Then I will call when we start it, Finn said, and with that, he was on the way toward the black market, or more importantly, toward the place where the plants were stored, where the seeds were. That was quick, Sophia said as she looked at James. Decision upon decisions, that's why our family works well. We do it quickly and efficiently without bullshit meetings. Hector said as he chuckled, because it was true, it was fast as fuck, and well, it came with the panic that was the fucking president is going to say something that will fuck up everything even more. Even if it didn't hurt them, it hurt the image of the gangsters, of the underworld, and how can a gangster family operate if there is no black market? There is no market for drugs or anything else. Oh look, Hector pointed to the TV. They're coming. And yeah, finally, it was time to hear what the lovely government, or moreover, the president himself, had come up with. What will the future be? Jail? Death? Or maybe the country, its capital turning into the Bellini family's playground? Chapter 219. Time has come. This is ISB News, and as you can see, finally the door has opened on the presidential building, and with dozens of Secret Service agents, the president has come out with the side of the justice minister and with the agency's directors. The camera zoomed onto the dozens of guards escorting them to the podium where the speech will be held. Today the nation finally gets answers after years of living chaos. Today the questions will be answered. Does the nation step toward the greater or fall back to the chaos it was always in? Stay with us, ISB News. The camera zoomed to the podium where more guards stood while the thousands of people still chanted the same words over and over again. And finally, they truly understood the scale of it as they stood up to the podium. There were people everywhere. The whole park was stuffed with them. There was not even an empty spot. Thousands, tens of thousands of eyes were looking at them for answers, and for what is going to happen to the country now. Stay calm, William said once again as he looked through all of them, and with it, he stepped up to the front of the microphone and silence fell. All of the people suddenly fell to silence. Not even a sound could be heard as he was looking at them. As he was taking that moment of silence, like he was showing he is still the authority, that people still became silent when he stepped to the microphone, that they still respect him the power. Meanwhile, Linda was just staring even more because it was on a whole fucking other level with all of those people. And while the other two started a little bit stressed, but not by the people, but by the speech they had to deliver, it was just too much to even say in a meeting, and now they need to say it out loud. And even if they say it out loud, who knows what chain reaction it's going to cause in the government, in agency levels, literally everywhere. There could be people with leaked files. There could be some fucking guy who can make everything fucked up, but that's why all of them had speeches. Each speech supports the other. Like if there was a whole or too many questions in Linda's speech, Thomas's speech will answer it too. Yeah, the president actually thought about it a lot and prepared for the manipulation and the crowd control and the fallout of it. But still, it needed to be accepted by the people. Why the fuck is he not speaking? Hector asked as he stared at the TV. It's a technique to get every eye on you with silence, Sophia said. And now he needs to get every attention he can get. Not just that, but he needs to show his authority. James added. He just stands there and everybody goes silent, which shows people still see him as the power, and second, he just calmed them down even more. That's true too, Ramirez said suddenly. If the people really wanted a revolt or something, they wouldn't listen to the speech. They would just chant more and more, even attack the presidential building. But now they are dead silent. It just showed that one thing was more important to the people than everything else at that moment. If they revolt, not just the government is going to fall, but the whole fucking country. And if that happened, what are they going to do? Yeah, they need to rebel in a way that they already have people to take power, a party. But thank God there isn't any party right now, nor do the people seem to actually try to rebel. But now it was time for the president to actually address the nation, and he did. He took 1 minute of silence and then started his speech. Today, I come before you with a heavy heart and a solemn responsibility. Our nation is grieving. We lost a true patriot, our vice president, Alex Carter, a public servant of unmatched honor, a friend, a father, a protector of our values. His life was taken in cold blood, and in that moment, a piece of our unity, of our very soul, was wounded. He said, and well, it was a big joke because even the public knew that they weren't friends but more like enemies of each other, but it didn't matter. The one thing that mattered was what was going to happen next. And then yesterday our streets erupted in chaos. Fifth Avenue, once a symbol of life and movement, became a battlefield. Chains of attacks shook our cities. Downtown districts fell into fear. Families fled for safety. Thousands watched in horror as criminals, empowered by years of unchecked corruption and darkness, declared war on the people. No more. As your president, I will not let this nation fall. I will not let terror rule our streets. Today, I am declaring a national emergency. As he said it, he looked up and the crowd just fell into heavier silence, like nothing could be heard. Everybody just looked at him, and finally they got what they needed. A national emergency was not a joke. No, it was the first step toward the goal they wanted, toward the life they wanted. I have invoked my constitutional authority to mobilize our nation's full security response. The director of the International Security Bureau, Stephen Larkey, the director of the Intelligence Force, Thomas Servige, Benjamin Hayes, the director of the National Security Bureau of Investigation, and the Minister of Justice, Linda Orwin. These 4 leaders now carry Special National Security Command authority, with my full trust and mandate to defend our nation without delay, without compromise. He took a look at them, and well, they were pale as fuck. They were stressing, but he had to believe in them, that they would deliver a powerful speech, and just like that, much authority and power as he does. Let me be absolutely clear, any group, gang, syndicate, or faction, any pitiful corner of the mafia or criminal underworld that dares to raise its hand against this nation will be wiped from the earth. You struck at us on Fifth Avenue. You targeted our civilians. You assassinated our vice president. And we now know why. Our intelligence community has confirmed that the attack was centered around one man, Marco DeLuca, an underworld figure with ties to Vice President Carter's assassination, but more importantly, a foreign terrorist group, a cartel from Dennis. That is exactly why, in the last 48 hours, I authorized a massive joint operation coordinated by our 4 national agencies to bring swift justice. Today, I can report to the nation, Marco DeLuca is dead. So too is Isabella Russo, and so too is Silas Ricci. The mafia that brought chaos to our nation, the names of them shall be erased from history, shall stand as an example to any criminals that they will die. They were taken down in the operation that unfolded during yesterday's violence. They fell because we do not give second chances to those who would spill civilian blood. They chose their war, and we ended it. As she said it, the crowd suddenly burst out cheering and clapping their hands for what seemed to them the right thing. That finally those were all dead. Yeah, they knew who they were. They knew who Silas was, more importantly, and they thought he was untouchable. But now he was dead, and it just put more hope into their hearts, that even an untouchable man can be hunted down. This is not a time for division. This is a time for resolve. We will restore order. We will protect our children. We will never, ever again let our nation kneel to crime, corruption, or fear. In the name of Vice President Alex Carter. In the name of every innocent life lost. In the name of our flag, our justice, and our people, we rise. May the fallen be honored. May the guilty be forgotten. And may the nation never forget the price of our peace. I ask you now to listen carefully to a voice that carries the full weight of our national conscience. She has stood at the front lines of the law, and she now stands ready to carry its fire into the darkest corners of our country. Please join me in hearing from our Minister of Justice, Linda Orwin, as she lays forth the justice we owe to the fallen, to the betrayed, and to every citizen who refuses to live in fear. He finished his speech, which was not long, and everybody was kind of surprised by it because basically, he said nothing about what was going to happen next or what would be his order. Yeah, at that moment Linda and the others too realized the president was playing a mastermind game because he didn't want to put himself in a position where he says the outrageous things and operations no. He pushed it to Linda and the others so they would become the ones that get scrutinized and judged. That motherfucker made a genius plan to save himself from the voice of the public. Chapter 220, New System. A genius plan to get every major decision to fall on Linda and the others. Yeah, because the speech of William was just the surface of everything. He didn't even talk about closing the border, what the government would do next, what the orders would be, or what he actually meant by erasing and vanishing them from the earth. Yeah, he did it on purpose. Even though he said they need to work together, he is still a tricky motherfucker, and his position to him is worth more than everything. Moreover, the power that comes with it. So basically everything was in their speech. In Linda's speech, in Benjamin, Thomas, and Stephen, they'll be the scapegoats if anything goes wrong. And it's not just about the speeches and what's in it, but the consequences of the speeches. If after that they can't hold it together and can't do what they promised, everything will fall on them. With that in mind, Linda stepped to the microphone and was not stressed, not scared, but was utterly disgusted and angry that the so-called president who said he will not do ridiculous things did exactly that, just against them. But Linda too had a trick in her pocket to make it bad for him. Yes, she was ready to do it and say it out loud. For a moment, the thousands of people in front of her stunned her, but she knew she needed to show who she really is, and deep within him justice is still there, and she needed to deliver her speech in that way, to bring out that justice buried deep within. My fellow citizens, she began, today we draw a line, and with it, we say enough. For too long, the innocent have suffered while monsters have lived in comfort, behind bars paid for by the very people they terrorized. For too long, justice has been whispered behind closed doors when it should have been roared from these steps to every corner of our nation. No more. As of this hour, our justice system is reborn, stronger, clearer, and unyielding in its commitment to true justice. As she looked at the speech again, she saw there was instruction too, so she did exactly what it told her, and lifted up a document with the presidential stamp on it to the people to see it. By the power of law, Decree 54A, ratified this very morning by President William Jasper, effective immediately. She looked through the word, and she realized she hadn't read the most important lines, because yeah, the system really was going to be reborn. Any individual arrested and proven beyond all reasonable doubt to be involved in crimes such as murder, child kidnapping, child trafficking, drug distribution, or any crime that strips away innocent life. These individuals shall no longer face the hollow sentence of imprisonment. She looked up and she raised her voice, almost shouting as she said it. Instead, they shall be executed by firing squad, publicly, and without exception. The crowd's reaction was a mixture of gasps, shouts, some cries, some cheers. They were stunned. They didn't expect something like this to happen, because there was no way. The Union was against execution of prisoners, but now, she just said it, and she wasn't finished. The people acutely saw something in Linda, something that she didn't just read out loud, but speaking directly to them. And it was because she changed some parts to sound closer to the people. This is not vengeance. This is justice. It is a declaration to the gangs, the mafias, and every criminal who thinks they can poison our streets and prey on our people. Our beautiful nation is not yours to destroy. Our streets are not yours to rule by fear. Our people are not yours to terrorize. She raised her voice again, and the crowd suddenly erupted into cheers, clapping as the thousands of people were cheering her, and she felt it and waited literally 5 minutes until the crew went silent again to let her speak. For years, the world has watched as our prisons became playgrounds for the worst among us. Mass murderers entertained by television, rapists fed and clothed on taxpayer money, drug lords laughing and lifting weights behind bars paid for by the suffering of the innocent. No longer. She again, as the instructions said, picked up another document and held it up to the people. By Law Decree 55B, all inmates convicted of violent, organized, or exploitative crimes, but not sentenced to death, will be transferred to hard labor work, where they will repay their debt in sweat and toil, working in mines, fields, and dangerous construction, performing the labor no decent citizen should have to endure. They will no longer enjoy the luxury of our prisons. They will give back to the nation they betrayed with their crimes and terror with chains in their necks. The crowd's voices rose, some shouting approval, others still caught in shock, but all listening. You may ask yourselves, is this humane? Is this not slavery? I ask you to remember the daughters stolen, the brothers shot, the wives sold by smiling men. Was that humanity? She once again looked up to the crowd, seeing mother, sister, brother, daughter, sons. Yeah, these were the faces of a broken system, the system that betrayed them. Let the world call us brutal, let them call us extreme. We call this justice reborn, and a warning to every criminal walking the shadows with a smile on their face. Your time is over. Your days of easy prison and untouchable crime are gone. This land belongs to its people, not to parasites. The crowd was still and silent from the shock, but holy shit, this was exactly what they wanted. They wanted to finally see these monsters to finally fucking die. But there is an obvious thing that helps to live this life, even behind bars: corruption. She looked once again at the crowd, and she felt like a clown, talking about corruption when she and those standing in the podium are the most corrupt ones. With the declaration of national emergency, President William Jasper has vested me with special authority under Executive Directive 72E, empowering me to establish the Federal Anti-Corruption Agency, a new force charged with rooting out every corrupt official, from the highest ministers to the smallest town clerks. Under Law 73C, I have been authorized to hunt down, arrest, and prosecute without mercy every politician and government official who has sold their soul to the devil of greed. And this agency is already in motion. Again, the crowd was stunned, and even the cameraman looked up, as if they had heard it correctly. You might wonder if this is how a dictator rises to power, but no, this is how a nation rises to reclaim its soul. Thanks to the courage of whistleblowers like Marco De Luca, Silas Ricci, and Isabella Russo, we have uncovered a web of corruption that ensnares dozens of high-ranking officials who have betrayed us all. Today, we say no. Today, we fight, even if it means standing against our own. There were no cheers, just more shock to it. She just declared to hunt down the corrupt ones, and it was clear who those people were. Like even the public knew the most corrupt official out there in the government or state level. She just said to them out loud that they are fucked. Of course, from Linda's side, saying Marco and the other name was just a trick to actually kinda mislead and give misinformation to the people. At least that was what it was in the document, William's plan. And finally, I ask you, do not forget the names of the young lives lost to the reckless wars between criminals, the officers who gave their lives in service, the journalists who died telling the truth, the mayor and vice president taken from us. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. Their deaths will fuel our fight. Justice is served, not by empty words, but by our hands, by our courage, and by our unwavering will. She pushed the last words. She shouted out loud into the microphone, into the thousands of people, into the millions that were watching the televisions, into the face of James. They didn't say a word as she finished her speech. They were glued to the screen because she said it with such an authority that it was unbelievable, that James thought she couldn't do. It seemed really worrying, until Hector started laughing. Shit, firing squads and hard labor? What the fuck? Are we going back to the 1800s? Well, from a civilian point of view, it actually sounds good. Ramazur said, and it was true. Like if they weren't criminals, what Linda talked about would be sounding good finally. They're getting what they deserve. But shit, they were exactly the ones she talked about. At least we're not going to rot in prison. James said with a chuckle, but shit, he was worrying as fuck. Like what Linda said was a direct call for war against them. Chapter 221, Overhauling. It was not just James who interpreted it as a war call, but every other criminal in the city, in the country, and outside of it. Yeah, because well, it was a direct call for war against them, and all of them hiding in the shadows, hiding behind corrupted politics, were now just realizing that they are no longer just criminals. No, they are animals that are being hunted down. Just like how James, Hector, and Linda thought at the moment she said that word. The criminal underworld shook, not in a literal way, but all of them were glued to the television, waiting for the speeches to be delivered, waiting for what action they were going to take so they could adapt to it as fast as possible and try to save whatever they could, try to operate in that way. But some of them actually, at the moment Linda finished her speech, already started to pack up. Because the key word for some people was that they will also hunt down the corrupted politicians and high-ranking servants. That was the most important for them, because if they really do that, all the masks are going to fall, all the businesses are going to be out there, because one thing was sure, these bribed officials weren't that hard. No, they buckle under pressure and will snitch about every little detail. So yes, some of the criminals were already dipping from the capital to the countryside, or even out of the country as soon as they heard it. The best thing about it was actually that it wasn't just the criminals like gangsters, gangs, or mafias that got scared by it, but these corrupted officials and, most importantly, the users of the drugs. Yeah, because shit, in the underworld everybody was a rat, and most important, if they are really going to give out death sentences and shoot them like dogs, it means everybody's just going to snitch even more to try to save themselves, which also meant they were going to snitch out the biggest buyers of the drugs. And those people are influential people, actors, influencers, politicians, rich people, entrepreneurs. Yeah, if that happens, a lot of graves will be dug. In short, the whole country was fucking shaking, even James's mother and Bella too. They were still at the embassy, because they had some problem with the new house. It was basically empty, and they needed to get furniture and the necessary things. They also actually got the full visa without any problem. But now they were too watching the broadcast as they were speaking about the criminals, as they were speaking about James. Erica immediately started crying, but it wasn't that type of hysterical crying or anything. No, it was a silent one, just the tears rolling down her cheeks, because she knew one thing. She was 100% sure that a lot of evidence was there against James. A lot. On the other hand, Bella wasn't that scared or worried about it, because she knew that they are working together with the government. And if it would betray James, that would be an utter disaster to everybody. Still, that speech was too impactful. The only thing that she was concerned about was the snitches. Like, James is a known figure in the underworld. A lot of people know his name. At least those people who saw him at the funerals, they saw he was beating the shit out of Takoi, the officer at the police station. If they ever get called in and snitch, it's not about what the government will do, because probably nothing because of the deal between them. But the bad thing was what would happen if it leaked out to the public that one of the most influential gangsters is still roaming free? That's when Bella realized another thing. The fucking social media. Yeah, because there are pictures of Ferrucci, Hector, and even her too, and people will, 100%, bring up their names on social media. Where are they? Why haven't they been arrested or investigated? Something that actually only she thought about, because James, Hector, and every other member were only thinking about the future, their plans, and the government deal, not even a bit about the social media, and their footprint is already there. Even the convoy was photographed multiple times, that James used to go everywhere. What is happening? Charlotte's voice suddenly came as she stepped into the room with a plush teddy bear that was bought by James when they went on the shopping spree. She just stood there on the doorstep, looking at Erica's teary face, at Bella's confused expression, and she hugged the teddy bear even more because she understood something was happening. Nothing, darling, Bella said as she stepped to her and grabbed her. Look, we might be going back. They are closing the roads, so the country will be safer. She said to her, even though it was a lie, or who knows, they need to wait until they see what the government will do. Well, the answer came fast because Benjamin himself stood at the microphone. Brothers, sisters, patriots, and those who still believe in the strength of justice over the seduction of power, I come before you today not to deliver comfort or ceremony, but to speak plainly and directly about the dark truths that have festered beneath the surface of our great nation and the measures we must now take to reclaim it from the decay that has spread from within. The first section they wrote for him was enough to get everybody's attention, because Benjamin's voice had the power and authority. With the full and explicit authority of President William Jasper, and with the legal framework and operational mandate granted by Minister of Justice Linda Orwin, I hereby announce that as of this day, this very hour, and under my direct leadership, The National Security Bureau of Investigation is initiating a series of uncompromising and nationwide investigations into every level of government, law enforcement, and intelligence operations within our borders. These are not symbolic measures. These are not selective pursuits. This is a systemic cleansing, a hard, relentless, and necessary purge of those who have used their positions of power not to serve, but to steal, to deceive, and to rot this nation from within its very bones. His voice dropped a little at the end because what the fuck was this section? Like systemic cleansing? It exactly sounded like how a dictator regime begins, but he knew he needed to continue it with more power, so he did. Beginning immediately, under emergency security authorization, the NSBI and its field personnel will execute sweeping searches of private properties directly tied to corruption-related investigations, seize personal devices suspected of containing classified leaks, and launch full spectrum surveillance and data reviews where intelligence warrants allow it. We will be conducting internal investigations into the heart of government itself, cabinet ministers, regional governors, senior advisors, and sitting members of Congress, because the disease we are now confronting has not spared the powerful. In fact, it has nested in power, thrived under influence, and flourished in the blind spots of bureaucracy and privilege. As he said it, people just got more stunned by it, like it really is happening. They're overhauling the whole government, searching for the disease that nested deep within for years. It was too much information to even understand there, like it was what they had waited for years. For those still asking against whom, I will give you the answer now. We are formally launching criminal investigations against 325 high-level government officials spread across every sector of the political machine. We are detaining and prosecuting 114 of our own NSBI agents who were caught red-handed in conspiracy, bribery, and the selling of classified materials. We are indicting 34 agents of the Internal Security Bureau and 4 officers within the intelligence force for collaborating with criminal networks and foreign interests, and across the country from coast to coast, 11,674 police officers, many of whom once bore the trust of their communities, are being investigated for illegal protection rackets, data tampering, and targeted violence. This is not a scandal. This is an infestation, and we will deal with it not with apologies or warnings, but with legal precision, operational force, and zero tolerance. He was surprised and stunned, but kept up the image that he was actually the one that did it. But shit, 114 of his own agents? He already fired so many. Who the fuck did they fire without him even knowing it? There were so many questions for him, like 10,000 police officers. Who was going to replace them? Let it be known that this campaign is not born out of vengeance, nor out of political ambition. It is born from the solemn duty of this bureau to defend the nation not only from gangsters and any other organized crime, but from those wearing polished shoes, expensive suits, and official pins who have exploited their office for gold, influence, and protection. These are not servants of the people. They are traitors to the people, and they will be treated as such under the full power of the new judicial reform system crafted by Minister Linda and ratified by President William, which strips immunity, expedites sentencing, and ensures that no one, regardless of status or title, can buy their way out of accountability ever again. And I do not exempt myself from this standard, because I know, as does every honest man and woman in uniform, that corruption does not fear borders, and it does not skip agencies, even mine. There are rotters within the NSBI, men and women who once swore an oath under my command and now twist it for profit, and I say to the people tonight, not with shame but with resolve, I will personally lead the investigations into these individuals. I will unearth them from their posts, and I will see them brought before the same laws they once thought they stood above. So let the rats run, if they still can. Let them hear the sound of the people rising. Because from this day forward, with the trust of the people and the authority of the state, the NSBI will act not as a shield for the powerful, but as the sword of the people, and we will cut deep. As he finished his speech, not even a single cheer was heard, not even a single shout. Everybody was just frozen, looking at him, as he was looking at them. It was really a fucking overhauling of the nation. Chapter 222, William outplayed the Union. It wasn't just the nation that felt it as an overhaul, but well, the Union too. It was like flipping a switch to an emergency, like if nukes were launched off. Everybody was panicking and running up and down in the headquarters, already putting together the laws that are going against what William is doing right now. But the thing is, William had really built everything up so well that there wasn't anything they could do about it. That fucker. The union president slapped her hand on the table as she read the loophole that William used to not be caught by any law of the union. How is this even legal? Why do they write something like this into the Bermuda Convention? She asked as she looked up to the union lawmaker, secretary, and chief executive. This is unbelievable, she said. He will execute all the criminals which are against the human laws and even the international ones. Union Emergency Clause, subsection 232 of 3562 FRI. All union laws, mandates, sanctions, and economic agreements shall be temporarily suspended for the declaring nation. 2. This provision allows for rapid internal stabilization and suspension of foreign judicial burdens, enabling the nation to act unilaterally without union interference. One of the lawmakers said as he looked up, but Kruger's reaction wasn't that good. More like she just got more furious about it. Overrule it and sanction them. She shouted again as she looked at him. During the full duration of the declared national emergency, the Union shall have no legal right to enter, sanction, or impose its laws, regulations, or institutions upon the sovereign territory of the emergency declaring nation. This includes, but is not limited to, economic sanctions, military inspections, trade restrictions, political condemnations, or international tribunals. This clause shall stand regardless of internal policy actions taken during the emergency, unless those actions result in permanent violation of international law after the emergency ends. Stop reading that shit for me. She threw a pencil at the lawmaker. She was so furious that could contain herself. This is human rights, international law that was signed by the union members, by the whole fucking world, even that fucking dictator signed it. Have you even read the Bermuda Convention? The vice president asked as he sat up and looked at her. William played it out well, and played it out in a way that we never thought of. What do you mean? It is against international laws. She shouted again. And while it technically was against the international and human laws, but the Bermuda Convention is something that overrides all of it. No, it isn't, he said and looked down on the paper in front of him. B. Lifting of international law obligations if a terrorist attack occurs on national soil, or if the national intelligence community confirms a credible and imminent threat from an organized terrorist group, then all international legal obligations, including those under humanitarian, refugee, and wartime conventions, shall be temporarily lifted for the duration of the emergency. The nation may take any and all necessary actions to protect civilian populations, restore control, and eliminate hostile threats without concern for prior multilateral legal restrictions. This clause recognizes that during moments of existential threat, the survival and security of the civilian population shall take precedence over technical compliance with peacetime international law. He looked up to her once again. The Bermuda Convention is overriding everything because it is the most powerful piece of paper that has been ever signed by all the nations, he said as he looked up at her. When was it created and signed? She asked, suiting from the stress in her. After the Second World War, the vice president said. So, she paced back and forth. Decades ago, they wrote a convention after the war that killed millions, and they wrote in it a segment that literally does what? She looked up at him. Gives absolute power to the hands of the leader of the country. In short, yes, but it does so to eliminate terrorists or groups that may have overtaken the government or do. Just stop, Liam, she said as she closed her eyes. When was the last modification of the Bermuda Convention? When the Union was made and finalized its core laws, he said. And well, it was clear that whoever made the modification to the Bermuda Convention was a fucking genius. With it, he just overruled not only the Union, but the international laws as well. The point was to never let a group rise to power like terrorist or extremist groups. That's why the law was created. In other words, it's not just meant to help the nation in a literal emergency. It can also do something else. It can help the corrupt steal the entire country. Because the purpose of the law is to give the country and its leader total freedom. But when they wrote it, they didn't fully think it through. The only thing they wanted to prevent was a group rising and taking over the government, and with this section, they can kill them off before they even act. So they wrote a rule to overtake the whole country for how many days? 4. Liam looked down. 160 days. What happens after that? Liam looked down again at the paper. If the head of state fails to relinquish extraordinary powers beyond this period and continues to rule unilaterally, it shall be considered a forcible internal coup, thereby triggering automatic Union intervention under Article 1121A of the Charter for Democratic Continuity. Liam read it out, but the thing was, it wasn't just this law that fucked them up, but there was another one too, which was on another level. So if our William ends it, we can't prosecute him because of what he did, she said as she sat back down. Not just that, but there is another law that connects to this, Liam said once again and looked at one of the lawmakers. Read it out. Article 4253, Human Sovereignty Clause. After a national emergency ends, if at least 80% of the nation's eligible voters approve in a national referendum to keep any laws enacted during the emergency, those laws become permanent. 1. Such laws require no approval or authorization from the Union, as they reflect the will of the nation's people, not just the government. 2. The referendum must be free, fair, and transparent, ensuring genuine civilian choice. 3. This article upholds the right of the people to self-determination over their laws after extraordinary circumstances. What? Yeah, if they vote for it, the public execution will stay and we can't do anything to them. No sanction, nothing, because it is the people who voted for it, just like every law they want to keep, and William knew it too. That's why he declared it so suddenly. She almost blew up hearing it, like there was no way, because if that's true, the Union made no sense to exist, like its laws. What is it even meant if they can do it? But why are we even talking about this? One of the chief executives asked. I mean, their vice president got assassinated, so it is their right to declare a national emergency. He asked because it made sense, like why they are even stressing about something like this. Because they were given $240 billion fund from us, and they gave into the Union only $70 billion. Not just that, they never showed one fucking receipt about where they spent the money. That country is corruption, so, and all with this bullshit. She gestured at the paper. They can hide every trace from us, even build up projects in 160 days and say, look, there is where the money went, and it's still under construction. Fuck. Yeah, it was true. Billions upon billions arrived, and where it went, who knows, but not for the economy or making the country better, that for sure. Maybe they will actually turn out to be good, Liam said again and turned to the television. What we can do now is just watch, so let's do exactly that. You can, but I am going to the International Court, she said, and with that she went out of the office, while everybody else just stayed and turned to the television as the next speaker came to the podium, who was Thomas, the known figure in the Union, as he actually helped them once or twice with some things, but moreover, he was the one they actually feared him a bit, because he held the files and documents in his hand that he could use against the Union and against many countries. But at the moment, what he had on his mind was what the others did before him. They all said William's name in their speech, and it's not in there, so he knew it was time to actually say out loud that with the authority of him, they do what they do. Yeah, if shit goes bad, William's name would be out too. Chapter 223, last one. With that, now Thomas too was standing there in the suit he grabbed from one of his agents, just looking at the thousands of people standing there waiting. But he could feel they were in shock from Benjamin's and Linda's speech, like what they said even shocked him, like what even the president meant by that. That if agents were arrested too? He didn't even know about it. But well, he also wanted to arrest some for reasons like corruption and bribery too. But it was a surprise that the president actually picked some of them. But now the only thing that was important was to deliver his speech in the way that Benjamin and Linda did, with power, and show himself to the nation as the director of maybe the most important agency, the one that acts before bad things happen. Well, they weren't that good at it before, but now they will, as his speech suggested. Today, I stand before you with a solemn message. Our intelligence forces have already identified the decisive movements of our enemy. The cartel that is now officially classified as a terrorist organization is the very same group that orchestrated the attack on Vice President Alex Carter, with the help of influential gangsters in our capital. His speech started off with a blow again, confirming that it was exactly how the poll thought it. Carter died because of the very thing that terrorized the city for years, the gangster and the mafias. They operate in the shadows, but they will no longer hide. With the full authorization of President William, we have placed not just these criminals, but the traitors who called themselves politicians under constant surveillance. Every step they take, every corrupt transaction, every illicit deal is being recorded. We have undeniable evidence against hundreds of these individuals who are selling our country, our policies, and our very future to terrorists, gangsters, and anyone willing to pay their price. But we are not alone. In alliance with the NSBI, the ISB, and other allied forces, we are united and prepared to strike with precision and resolve. Our mission is clear: to dismantle these criminal networks and to serve justice for the people of this nation. He pushed the last words hard and looked up for a moment to see how people were reacting. But still there was silence. Let me be clear, there will be no tolerance for corruption or betrayal. We will protect the innocent and ensure that people live in peace, even as we fight behind the shadows to crush those who threaten our security. There are many questions you might have. What is the step to protect you all, the civilians, from this harm? He looked up again before he continued. Today, I hereby announce the creation of a new agency, born from countless hours of debate and planning, a force designed to protect the people with integrity and courage. The Domestic Security Force, or DSF, will operate under the Intelligence Service, staffed by the best-trained officers from our military, police, and security agencies. This is not a military unit, nor is it a secret police. It is a specialized force dedicated to protecting the streets and the people free from corruption and bribery. The DSF will replace compromised officers and restore trust in our security forces. The DSF will be fearless. They will stand strong against gangsters, terrorists, and all who threaten peace. Their mission is simple: to protect the innocent, uphold justice, and ensure that no one, no matter how powerful, is above the law. They fear no gangsters, no terrorists. The road ahead will not be easy. Our enemies are ruthless and determined. But neither are we. With the law on our side, with the will of the people behind us, and with the courage of our security forces, we will prevail. This is a decisive moment in our history. Let those who threaten our nation hear this clearly. Your time is up. The forces of justice and integrity are coming for you. As she finished his speech, he waited a bit in silence, just like how the crowd was too silent, like if they were even there, like if it was just all a dream. But now it was too real, because the people just couldn't react. These speeches were not just the deep licks in their asses to try to maintain the crowd, the nation, but it was all hard and real speech that told what was wrong and what they were going and clearly doing against it. It was real. Something was actually happening to make the country better. Something that seemed unreal to them. When they came with the intent to have a big demonstration, a protest against the government, they actually started to act like one after all these years. They didn't even have time to realize what was happening and puzzle together the speech when finally the last one, Stephen, stepped to the microphone. My words today are not meant for the ears of the general public, nor for the complacent within this nation. No, they are directed at those who surround us in shadows, who move unseen yet with intent to sabotage. To those who have already set plans in motion to halt our actions, this is your final warning. Step forward now and prove your allegiance to our sovereignty, or be swept aside. Yes, that's exactly why Stephen was stressing as fuck. Because his speech wasn't for the public or to that gangster, but to every foreign agency, the union, everybody. And it was of course William's plan. You oppose us because your agents are embedded deep within our borders, undermining our strength from within. We know who you are. We have known each other for some time. But despite this betrayal, we offer you one last chance, a narrow window to withdraw your influence and leave our soil before the dawn of tomorrow. He looked up, and it was a straightforward threat, and he knew very well that he would be in international news because threatening foreign agents and saying they are operating illegally, one of the most serious moves anyone could make. To those foreign nations who conspire against us, who plot in the halls of power and through covert channels to weaken us, hear me clearly. We are not here to declare a dictatorship. We are here to declare the unwavering protection of our homeland, the firm defense of our sovereignty, and the resolute execution of the duties entrusted to us. This is a turning point. We will no longer tolerate the corrosive forces that seek to fracture us. We will no longer bow to external pressures or internal sabotage. The time for hesitation is over. Our vision is clear. The path ahead will be difficult. There will be sacrifice, but it is a sacrifice made for the future of our nation, for the survival of our people. He finished his speech and, without once glancing back at the crowd, simply stepped down. He was furious. He hadn't been able to mention William's name even once. Worse, he had just openly turned against every single agency, which in itself was a blatant rule violation. But at least they were in a national emergency, so neither the Union nor any other law mattered anymore. Chapter 224, finally over. Lastly, finally the last speech was again by William, as he stepped up to the microphone to deliver the final blow to everything. You've heard it all, across the cities, in our towns, through every corner of this great nation, and even beyond our borders. We are not merely enforcing new rules. We are forging a new era. This is a turning point in our history. An era of rebuilding, of rising, of becoming not just a secure nation, but a livable one, a proud, working, striving, unstoppable nation. Our vision is not limited to safety in the streets. No, this is broader. This is deeper. It's about transforming our economy, uplifting our people, and standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies. In fact, we aim to surpass them, not out of arrogance, but out of duty. We owe it to our people to lead. That is why, lastly, I am announcing a monumental investment. $170 billion will be committed to a national reconstruction effort. These funds will go toward rebuilding what was lost, restoring what was broken, and building what was never dared. New hospitals, clean, modern workplaces, public infrastructure that serves not just the capital, but every single state, every forgotten county, every deserving community across our homeland. This is our future, and it must be built by all of us. And so, to the titans of our economy, the billionaires, the magnates, the visionaries, I say this: now is the time. Now is the hour to step forward, not just with your wealth, but with your heart. Join us. Invest not just in profit, but in people. Help us build this great nation, not for a legacy, but for life. Yeah, he planned it very well, and it showed that he is actually not just a great liar, a great strategist, but more than that, he really is the person whose role is to be the president, and he has the mind for it. This last announcement was just a shell to help the deal with James, because William knew a lot of eyes would be watching them, and so he needed to make something up to actually hide the tracks that they are working with him. But most importantly, it was to actually show James that all of this, that the announcement today, basically means nothing to him, like he is not going to be investigated or anything like that, but will have the opportunity to build up his family however he wants, and the time was there for it. The 160 days of national emergency will be a rush for all of them, but not just that, but the one-year peace treaty. They can't attack each other because that would be a total catastrophe. So that time, with the new announcement of rebuilding and investing, James can join the government and the government can join him and help each other even more. Not just that, but it gave another great opportunity to James himself. He wanted to be somebody who is there for the people, who the people will remember as a great man, the Don who helped them, and this is what was going to help him. This is going to be his first step toward that. With the different shell companies, with the government's help and umbrella, he can do it. He can finally start the deal with Benjamin and his revenge. He can finally step toward greatness and not the darkness that was engulfing him. The opportunity was finally there, and he will act on it. The message was sent by President William. Thank you all, and may God bless you all. He finished his speech, and that was the moment when finally the frozen crowd suddenly erupted into joy, into cheers. It was more than cheer. A lot of them cried on the spot. A lot of them even fainted hearing what was going to happen, because it was something that they thought was never going to happen, that their children would still be living in these conditions, that the government had abandoned them long ago. But no, this was real, as much as their reaction was real. Thousands of people were so loud that Linda, for a moment, even covered her ears because it was just fucking so loud as they went back to the building. And one thing she noticed as they were walking was that the news and journalists on the side were just fucking frozen too. But the best thing about it was that it was the journalists who were against the government and the party that was currently ruling. The opposing side was there, totally frozen, and didn't even bother to ask any questions. They criticized the government 24/7 every single day, and now they actually did what they were being criticized for not doing. And now, well, The only thing they could do to criticize them is one thing that even William, at the beginning of writing the speech, thought about. The national emergency also gives the right to silence all media, which also means a huge point that the public can grab on and say the government is controlling, manipulating everything. So William decided to actually not do it, only if it's necessary, which meant if a media outlet starts talking about the Bellini family or their business, something that they had their hands in. But other than that, he will not silence them. But there is always someone in the crowd that is not like the others, and that's exactly how it was. Linda kinda was slow, and the others were already in the building. So as she walked toward the door, suddenly from the right, a journalist popped out with her microphone toward her. "Minister," she shouted in a voice that was rushing and frantic. "Is there any news that you can share about the independent KSC News? Evelyn Ava, our journalist, disappeared the same night when the raid on Marco De Luca's house happened," she asked, and as Linda looked at her, she kinda got frozen. What to say? She was never put under this much pressure in her life, and now a sudden question from a reporter about that woman, who she saw dying that night, being shot and killed by James Bellini, and then, well, her body was fucking stuffed into a barrel. She needed to lie something quick to not seem visibly stressed about the question. It's currently under investigation by the NSBI where she could have vanished, but judging by the evidence that we found, she was most likely shot and killed. But who? The reporter asked immediately. In our findings, the raid was over when she arrived at the scene. That is impossible, Linda said. This raid was one of the biggest that ever happened, and it lasted 4 hours to clear out every single threat around and in the estate. To get a bigger picture, more than 30,000 bullet casings were found and are currently being processed, so I can't give a straight answer. But if you're pointing at our agents, that is just an outrageous statement. We do not silence journalists, nor have we ever done so. So it's most likely that she was killed while Marco De Luca tried to flee the scene through the same gate where her blood was found. Not just that, but around her blood, one of Marco's guards' bodies was found with a pistol in his hands. Then where is her body then? She asked back, and it was a great question with no idea what to say because it was like a mystery. How can a body suddenly disappear when there are more than 100 agents there? How? That is a question that is a mystery to us too. This is currently under investigation, just like how thousands of reopened cases. So what I can say now is that we will have an answer to it, but not right now, Linda said and wanted to dip as fast as she could. But the other journalists suddenly woke up and bombarded her with questions, and one of them was a trap. With all of these new laws and agencies and anti-corruption, can I ask, when will the time come when publicly known underworld figures like Dante Castillo, Damian Montoya will be arrested? Or when will investigations and operations begin against the public-known enforcers or high-ranking members? It was a trap, at least, a trap that the reporter asked without knowing it was. If Linda said something wrong, it could fuck up everything. Moreover, the relationship between Dante Castillo, Damian Montoya, and James. Because she knew James would step toward them. But more than that, the worst part was that she knew what he was really asking about. Those enforcers or high-ranking members were none other than Ferrucci, Hector, and Bella, their pictures out there without names. It is not as easy as you might think it is. Linda started. We can't just arrest them because they are publicly known to be gangsters or connected with the underworld. We need solid evidence against them, which can take weeks or months, especially now that we know there are corrupt officials who can help them to hide this evidence. So the first step to clean our streets is to clear ourselves, she said, and now looked deep into his eyes. One more thing. This is a really dumb question to ask. Because if I give a straight answer, what do you think? They didn't watch the television? Should I just give out the information on when we will strike them down? Please think before asking stupid questions. Thank you all, she said, and finally turned and left them, and well, they were stunned. Linda, for them, for a long time, seemed to be a minister who was just a doll pulled by the president. But now she had the power and authority. She talked with a lot of it actually, and well, she showed them the arrogant side of her that every minister has. And she did it well, because with it she seemed like someone who actually cares. Chapter 225, New Name? After all that happened, one thing remained to do, at least to the crowd. They literally started partying in front of the presidential building, and not just them. The whole Capitol suddenly turned into a place where people partied after the news broke and was finalized. After they heard the speech themselves, It was something really dumb to do. Like from the government's and James's POV, the cartel still had a big threat toward them. The only good thing about it is that William already closed down the border, and with his order the border guards were replaced with ones who actually care. Well, it was the military, but there were still cartel members still in the country, and if people go out partying all day, that's going to be the biggest threat. If a mass shooter or a car bomb explodes, that is going to be a catastrophe with hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths, and the cartel is very capable of doing something like that, or actually, if that happened, it would work on their side. After all of this announcement, if something really bad happened, that's going to work more on their side and just going to show the people that these announcements scared the shit out of the criminals, and their only weapon to use is the fear, but now fear is nothing. It's more like giving more power to the civilians, because now the government is with them, and they work together for a better future. They are not going to fear, they are not going to step back, but moreover, fight for their right to live, for a country that deserves the care. So yeah, in the downtown and everywhere in the city, all of the clubs, restaurants, everything opened up to the people. Some of it even gave out drinks for free to the people, and suddenly it turned out to be the biggest parade in the country's history, with tens of thousands of people celebrating the future. Not just that, but the applications suddenly jumped in the law enforcement forces. Like not even an hour passed since the speech happened, and already people were applying for the position to defend themselves and the country, the people. It worked way better than William and the others thought it would work. They just really changed not the government, not just the justice system, but the people. In the office, William just sat stunned and in complete confusion, because, well, it was not how he imagined it at all. Like, he thought a bit of opposing opinions would come, because the death penalty and literally execution of criminals is a thing that's still debated worldwide. But no, the people actually said yes to it with their cheers. But not just that, the whole thing, like everybody knows they are corrupt and have been corrupt since they took power, but still, they stand with them. Well, yeah, because that was the only thing they could do. Still, he was expecting an uproar in the voice, a demonstration that it is all to save themselves, that it's still just a play from the government. But no, what he saw on the television was a fucking parade, a carnival in the streets. But one thing that he knew was going to happen, the speech of the others. He knew they were going to mention his name several times, even though it wasn't in it. Well, fair play from them. Now they were in the shit together. Linda, William called out for her as she was sitting in the chair, her whole body still shaking. The reason for it? She didn't know if she gave a good answer to the reporters. She knew they could cut it up and put out a version where they totally misunderstand what she said. They are sneaks, but she worried for nothing, like they are controlling the media easily with the national emergency. Linda, William now raised his voice to catch her attention, and she did as she looked up. You left out a major part of your speech, he said as he eyed her, and it was true. I can't say something like that. That is your power, not mine. She said back as she eyed him too. What part? Benjamin asked from the back. William leaned back to his chair. We are changing the name of the capital, he said. And well, they were once again just stunned. That's bullshit, William. You know how many changes that would come with? Linda asked as she shook her head. We need to reissue city cards, the healthcare card, and many things that have the name on it. Even institutions and many things, not even talking about how the public will react to it. Yeah, if they change names, that would come with a lot of fuckery. Moreover, a lot of money would need to be spent to change everything. It's for them to know we are serious about it. William said again. Why? The name is good. Well, sounds a little terrible, but still, it is already in the culture. Benjamin said again. That's the point, the culture and the history behind the name. William said. Our capital name is Hanger. And who was it? They all looked at each other, and then Thomas spoke. Hanger Iverson, the name came from him. A rich man who built the capital. Not built, but had influence and a lot of money back then. And well, we have a lot of historical evidence he was the first big criminal in the country. He was smuggling liquor, bribing authorities, and killing a lot of people. He even had slaves. William explained. He might be the one who gave the resources to build the city, but he is the literal source of the underworld. He was the first big name. But to people, he was a good man. Stephen spoke. He built a lot of things, helped the poor, and, well, not just built the capital but the railway and a lot of things that help people actually live. That's exactly why we're changing it. Because people only saw what he and the historians wanted them to see. But we know what is behind it, and actually in the past, a lot of people have already raised their voices against it. William stood up. How can we say we fight against criminals who nested in the heart of our government and capital when it is named after the godfather of all criminals? It made sense, but the problem was still that they would need to change everything with it. And well, they needed people to support it even if it's a national emergency. Then change the country name too, Thomas said with a smile. It sounds like a fantasy book name that AI did. It was named after the king, Larinthia Augustus Gaius. We can't change that. That's just outrageous to do. But a capital name is not that outrageous, William said, and it was true. That was too much to change, but the capital is not. But then what will the name be? Stephen asked. Oh, I know a good name, Benjamin said as he stepped forward a bit. Bellini. Everybody just looked at him in silence, like he turned into a full-blown fanboy or something. And well, they didn't pay much attention to it. We have a big capital with people who can fight like warriors for the freedom and the lives they want. So we will name it after the great freedom fighter who saved the kingdom's sovereignty and culture, Virilia. There was a silence for a bit as they all just looked at William. Virilia? Linda spoke back and she chuckled and had the reason for it. He was the one who rose up against Larinthia Augustus Gaius and chopped his head off. And you want to rename the capital, the biggest city after him? She chuckled still as she shook her head because it sounded outrageous. Larinthia made our nation one of the most powerful at that time, and our borders still stand to this day. But he had mental issues at an old age and wanted war with everybody. Virilia killed him exactly because of that, to save the kingdom. And after that, he fought with the attacking Nimsin and pushed them back, 70,000 soldiers against 250,000, and he won. Silence fell again. Do whatever you want, but I'm going to my office, Linda said as she shook her head because it was just too much. Like, they'd announced so many changes, so many laws that go against everything, even international laws, that this fucking name change. Me too. Going to meet up with our lovely James, Benjamin said as he turned. Say to him that we'll have a meeting when everything dies down and the restructuring of the government is in stable condition, William said. Benjamin nodded, and with that, he went after Linda, while Thomas and Stephen stayed in the Oval Office with the president because they had work to do. Lots of it. At least they wanted to get it done quickly. For William, he needed to restructure the whole government. Look at how much funding they had to do the projects and many more things that come with it. A lot of work to be done to finally make the system livable. Chapter 226. Time to chill out. All of these things that happened were unbelievable. Like James just started to really understand what the words of William and the others meant, what the laws and the new way of the government meant. The war that was going to happen with the cartel now turned into nothing. Like they don't even need to be bothered with them, because if the borders are closed by the military, because if this new agency is going to patrol the streets, if the whole country is under a quarantine by the national emergency, then there is nothing to fight against, at least not foreign terrorists. As he thought about it more, it looked like all of these things that he did, raiding Marco, literally meant nothing now that the president just declared an emergency. It seemed like it was all just a lost cause, a cause that killed many, a lost cause that sent Ferrucci into a coma and his family to a foreign country. Yeah, it was a lost cause which just angered him more as he thought about it. If that fucker William would have just declared national emergency when Carter died, all of this would not have happened. The cartel wouldn't have come here with Emmanuel to make a deal with Marco, because it would be impossible. But now William waited for that moment when the public was too worried, too stressed about it. Yeah, because just Carter's death wouldn't have been the main thing to cause outrage. No, it was the shooting at Fifth Avenue that caused more panic. That again, the country will run into the playground of gangsters, who are killing each other every day. In that way, it was clear that William used James without him even knowing it or understanding the whole situation. Yeah, his seek for revenge and bloodlust after the house got shot up just faded away in his mind. He only thought about how to kill, how to make the situation better in his way, but he didn't see the bigger picture that was there in front of him. They made a deal, and now the president used him to declare a national emergency. It seemed that the president is against him, against them, and now he started to understand why the gangster code states to not fuck with the government, to not make deals with them, because they will always find something to fuck with. But the thing was that James also understood that it was actually helping them, like he knew very much that William wouldn't fuck with them and tell the name out loud to start investigating, because he has too much documents and files. Even if he said he will burn it, destroy it. Nah, he's not going to do that. That is the main weapon in his hand, and that's exactly why there is a deal between them. Now with that and this whole shit in the country, William maybe a little fucked him up, but at the same time gave him the full freedom to act how he wants, to do what he wants, because he is not going to be the one that they're going after, because William thought about it too thoroughly. How to make it possible to actually slow down everything. They promised in their speeches that they will catch everybody, that there is no place for gangsters, but William knew pretty much that the people were aiming at the big names, like how the journalist asked Linda. Well, to slow down everything. That's why they spoke a lot about corruption, and that's exactly what they're going to do, as Linda answered to the journalist. First, they need to clear the government from corruption. When it's done, they will go after the small-time gangs and wannabe gangsters, mafias. When they're cleared too, they will maybe arrest some influential businessmen, and then the time runs out. And in the meanwhile, James already built up the foundation of his empire. In reality, it's going to be like that. But first, who are the corrupt people they will arrest? Answer is easy. They will arrest those in the government who are against William. He knows those people and knows all their business, the fraud, the money channeled into shell companies. He can arrest them, dozens of them. But to keep up the image that it is not a dictatorship and not a political cleansing against his enemies, he's going to let some people stay, who he can threaten with certain things. So the image that it's still a democracy will stay up. Of course, in between that, there are a lot of things to do, and well, he's going to work all day with the others to make it actually something that works. He needs to do something about the economy, about the stability of it, the salary of people, the healthcare, the slums. He needs to act on all of this. But the main point of it is to make out something from the deal that he made with James, and do it in a way that is hidden behind what the people focus on, the government and their promises. So what now? Should we go to a party, or what? Hector asked as he looked with a wide smile at James. Party? He asked back. Yeah, like, it is the best news, like unbelievable news. We can build whoever we want in the shadow of the government, like it is mind-blowing. Hector said again as he stood up, and he was visibly happy about it. He was almost jumping up and down. That's just dumb. Sophia spoke as she looked at Hector with her judging eyes. I mean, cartel members are still here, and they are going to be furious about this, especially that Emmanuel died, so going out would be the worst. Who knows when they are going to attack again? Yeah, it was true. They can attack at any time if they are really dumb. Because if they attack, like making a terrorist attack, bombing in the crowd, that wouldn't just be a national disaster, but it will put pressure on Dennis and that government too on an international level, that they're doing nothing about controlling them. It will just show that the government there is the most corrupt one, and for years they just let the cartel roam freely. I think it's time to chill a bit, James said as he stood up and looked at them. For weeks now we are constantly going and planning. We need to relax a bit now, he said, and he had a point. They are constantly just building up the family, not even resting for a day, and that just can make everything worse. If so much stress builds up, there is the possibility of making wrong decisions. Like when his family was still here, his mother and Charlotte, everything seemed so chill. Like he could rest and also play with Charlotte once or twice to chill out, to let that child warmth surround him. I think the same, Ramirez suddenly said as he too stood up. The guys outside need to rest. They haven't got any days off in a long time now, so if I can, I will change the shift and let them rest a bit as well as we rest. You can do it, James answered. I will go and make an appointment in the meantime. Appointment? Hector asked back, and everybody looked at him, confused. Yeah, I will try this therapy thing. He looked at them, and they were just all stunned, looking at him like he said something outrageous. Well, it was something outrageous because like what the fuck, but in the meantime, they understood it too, like Hector pretty much, and well, the others too. Raphael and Hans died, and Ferrucci is in a coma, his family is not here, and he had no time to actually confront his feelings in a way that he needed to. He had no time to really think about all of it, and accept that that is the reality. Not just that, but the things he did, like popping out eyes and torturing people out of nowhere. His personality changed. It was too much to even understand it, and too much to handle it by himself. They knew that a normal person would already be broken by all of it, and they knew that James too may be on the line, so saying that he will go to therapy actually kinda calmed that down in some ways. I can be your therapy. Sophia spoke with a soft voice as she looked deep in the eyes of James, and as soon as she saw that his eyes weren't that welcoming, she immediately knew she fucked up. I mean, therapy is good, so it will help, she said as she panicked and stuttered her words. Is it okay if I don't go with you? Hector asked. I want to call up my family. Yeah, they're probably waiting for that call, James said as he smiled at him. Now I'm going into the city, so everybody do whatever you want, and I will call you all if I have something in my mind. For now, just chill and let Finn work on the white magic in Greenweed, he said, and with it he was gone from the living room, and as he stepped out of the house, he was stunned. Well, it was daytime, and seeing all of these guards fully equipped like soldiers was just strange. Like he knew that the house is covered with bushes and shit all around to not see in. But even at the gates and in the street, there are some guards, and there is not even one person who reported them, or any journalist who showed up taking some pics. It was actually thanks to Hector. He did a great job to not let anyone get even close to the house, and this neighborhood is known for billionaires to live in. So security is not a big thing to talk about, and of course it is gated. And the guards at the gate are in the pocket of Hector, so they don't let everybody in who are outsiders. Boss. Mike's voice came as he walked toward him. Oh, Mike. He turned to him. Hop in one of the cars, and let's go to the city. As he said it, all the guards around just turned to him and already moved toward the cars. And well, yeah, the reality of it is that even if he wants to go and work on his mental state, to kind of detach from this life, 6 cars will go with him, fully blacked out cars, with dozens of guards in military gear. He really is a treasure that needs to be protected. Chapter 227, On the Go. James had no problem sitting in the car, but Mike did have problems. As did the other guards too. First, they knew there was no way they could walk freely in the city with that much gear on them. But actually, they had the paper, and they were legally private security. It was done with Hector's help, who bribed an official to give them the authorization and authentication to carry guns out in public. The problem was that they looked like a SWAT team rather than a security team, and the main problem was the grenades on their pallet carriers and the ARs in their hands. There was no way they could walk with those in the city, and second, they would get all the eyes on them in no time. So while James sat in the car and searched where the therapists were, the guards and Mike took off the pallet carriers and put bulletproof vests under their clothes and switched to pistols and SMGs that were semi-automatic, as that was what they could legally carry without any trouble. So when James found one therapist that he could walk in and register with, he looked up, and what he saw was different. They now looked more like Secret Service than what he usually saw. Mike looked slick with his flower-printed t-shirt and cargo shorts, and the other two was dressed casually. But of course, they were cautious. So Mike hopped in the car with a semi-auto SMG and a full-auto AR in his hand and put it on the ground, and the other guard did too, with some grenades just in case something happened. Boss, do you have a pistol? Mike asked as he looked at James. He said nothing but just pulled up his polo shirt, revealing the gun, and Mike nodded to it, and not just that, but seeing the bulletproof vest too made him immediately more calm. Where, boss? The driver asked as he looked at the mirror. Go to Savannah Street 43. He said the address, and that was it. The convoy, consisting of 4 cars, rolled out of the estate heading toward the therapist James thought would be the best. On their page, it looked like how every single one looked. Warm, with pillows, with an atmosphere that just radiated positivity, with beige and bright colors. And the reviews were good too. And well, the price was a little hefty. There were different options and different lengths, and what James decided to go with was a 30-minute talk that was $500. And he immediately knew rich people were going there, because there was no way ordinary people paid that much for fucking half an hour. What story should I make up? He thought about it, but to cover everything into something was just impossible. He can't tell her up front that he rules over the drug trade in the country, that he kills people and a lot of people died, that he works with the government, and this whole national emergency is because of him. But then what to tell? What's really in his heart, that is the main point of his sadness and suffering, is Raphael's death and then Marcelo's. But it is nearly impossible to make up a false story, because how could he lie about the truth? How? Could he really express his emotions when he is just lying from the start? If he says that it was an accident, it would just become worse, because it wasn't. it was his dumb decision. But if he tells her that Raphael was killed, then he needs to connect dots somehow, because the therapist is going to ask how it happened and what caused it. Mike, what should I tell them who I am? He asked as he looked at Mike, and Mike at first didn't understand the question because he didn't know where they were going, but the question to him implied that James needs to lie about who he is. It's a hard one, he said as he looked at James. I would say that you can build up a fake personality in real estate and forestry, but they can look it up and find out that's who you really are, boss. He said, and well, it made sense to James too. So if I look at you, my first impression would be. He eyed him from top to bottom. First, you have signet rings on your finger, which to ordinary people means nothing, like the bee on it. And you have another that has diamonds and a butterfly, which tells you have money. And your outfit is elegant and casual at the same time. So if I look at you from an outside perspective, I would say you are a new rich self-made millionaire type of guy. You're young, dress well, and have taste. He explained, and well, he surprisingly had a mind for things like this. I would argue with you, Mike. Suddenly from the front passenger seat, a guard spoke. I mean, when people see a young rich man, what they think first is that he is from old money. He is only rich because of his family, and I think that is actually the better option for you, boss. Why do you think that? James asked and got surprised by it, seeing how calm the guard spoke to him. And he got excited because this is what he wanted, people able to talk with him, to connect, at least as people. Because it doesn't need any explanation. Like if you say that you are a self-made millionaire at this young age, people will just ask so many questions about it, and they will need proof, even though you don't need to prove anything to them. So it will just cause more lies, and in the end, it will just tangle up, he explained. But if you say you are from old money, people will just, well, hate you for it. And if they ask why your family does, just lie something simple. You can say real estate, and people wouldn't ask more because they know there is a lot of money in it, or that your grandparent had a lot of land. You can say whatever you want, boss, and they will not ask about it. That too made a lot of sense. He didn't need to explain himself because people wouldn't be bothered with it, but if he says he is self-made, people will ask how he did it. But actually, either of them could work, because he's going to a therapist, whose job is not to fucking ask how he made his money, but to help him mentally. Great point you two have, but I need a fake name. Too. As he said it, they went silent and started thinking about it so much that Mike even started biting his fingernail like it was $1 million question. What name would fit a young millionaire, or what name would fit a young old money millionaire? They needed to come up with a name that was actually respectful to say to James and also sound good. That's how the driver joined their conversation. Chapter 228. Through the crowd. It depends on what you choose. The driver spoke as they stopped at a red light. I mean, usually old money families almost always have some badass-sounding names, like Vespucci, Leonardo, Forlesta, and so on. Of course, not every time. But if you choose old money, it would be wiser choosing a name like these. Man, these guys were something else as James just sat there, like they came up with what he didn't even think about, and moreover, it was like a spy mission. They were ready to provide everything, even explain why he needed to choose a specific name. I agree, Mike said. If you go with my option, I think the name doesn't need to be special. You can choose whatever you want, boss. Scott Miller would sound good. The guard spoke again from the passenger seat. At least if you go with the self-made millionaire option, like Scott Miller, a crypto millionaire, day trader, a genius. Scott Miller, interesting name. But boss, wouldn't it have been better if we had stayed at the house? Mike quickly switched as he started seeing lots of people on the sidewalks. I mean, this is still fresh, and I'm worried something will happen. It's all right now. The government is looking, and they know it. Nobody's going to do anything until it dies down a bit. Basically, it's a trap. If somebody acts, shoots, robs, or anything, they will be fucked. James said, but as he looked out the window, he realized it too, that it was maybe the wrong time to come out, because it was a whole fucking parade outside. Like a whole-ass party was going on, and they were still tens of minutes from the city center. Hundreds of people were out, some of them already blacked out, laying on the ground or being carried away. Girls were dancing. Everybody was cheering what just happened to the nation, but it also caused a little problem. After going for some minutes, the crowd just got worse, as well as the traffic, and when they neared the city center, there was a whole-ass police blockade turning back all the cars. Not just that, But the driver looked at the map, and it too showed that the whole downtown, nearly every street was being closed down from traffic. "We can go further, boss," he said as he looked back at him. "Then park down, and we take the tram to Heroes Square, and from there we walk," James said. But it just worried them even more, and he saw that when he looked up at Mike. "Don't worry, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Nobody can attack us in this much of a crowd, and there are the police too," James explained. And well, it was true that many people were outside, but it was still Mike's responsibility to protect him, and going in a crowd, he couldn't do his job well. But once again, he had no authority to tell James that. So they did exactly what he said and parked the cars, and they were out, and Mike chilled out a bit. The moment they stepped out from the parking spot, 5 police helicopters showed up circling the whole city, and even more police came, and even the SWAT showed up. Still, the biggest problem that they couldn't do anything about was the crowd itself. It had its own atmosphere as people were partying on the streets literally in the middle of the day, and the loud music, the smell of the alcohol. It was happiness in the dark times, and James kind of felt it. "So we're going to the tram, boss?" Mike asked, as James for a minute was totally engaged by the people all around, by the sheer emotion in them. "Yeah, it's a few hundred meters away," he said as he pointed his finger toward it. "Then we will go in a circle position all around you. I will be next to you if something happens, okay?" he asked, and James nodded to it. And with that, they walked in the crowd, making their way toward the tram, and well, it was a work. Lots of people were drunk. Lots of people were dancing while they were just going against them. And the most important thing was that they were looking out for any threat. And well, it was hard, but they made their way to the tram without any problem. And that's when they realized it was just the beginning because there were way more people further up the streets and way more chaos. But the tram was still going, which was an immediate cause of a little relaxation. But it was stuffed as fuck too. Getting on it was a work too, especially because there were 15 guards with them, and they needed to stay together. So what happened was Mike went in and pushed people aside, making enough space to get everyone in that cart, and so the trip began. The tram too was more like a party tram. People were jumping up and down, shouting, cheering, while they were just standing still, and well, James was still doubting if it was really a good idea to come out, especially now, but there wasn't any problem. The people didn't really care about James' guards and their weapons in hand. Actually, they thought they were police or some kind of agents that were looking out for them. So the 8-minute trip with the tram was kind of calm. Nothing happened, and they arrived at Heroes Square, which was another fucking dungeon. Like, it was packed as fuck. There was not even space to move. Well, they had a key to solve the problem, and it was to push the people the fuck out of the way and just go like icebreaker ships, and it worked. Some people glanced at them and shouted, but as soon as they saw the guns in their hands, they immediately shut the fuck up and just smiled, and that was it. With hard work, they finally arrived. "I'm going in alone. Don't come in, or they'll realize I'm not Scott Miller," James said with a laugh as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "At least let me go in, boss. I don't look like a bad guy," Mike said as he was breathing heavily. And well, he was the only one without the SMG in his hands and had the most casual outfit. "Then come, and you guys just chill out, eat some ice cream, and drink water," James said as he pointed at the one cream shop on the other side. They nodded, and finally James and Mike stepped into the building. But oh boy, he really came at the wrong time. Chapter 229, Walk-In. When they stepped in, there was nothing unordinary. It was just a simple-like reception with a young woman sitting behind the counter. It wasn't crowded. There wasn't even a single person inside. And well, looking at what was going on outside, it wasn't a surprise. But what was surprising was that the young woman immediately changed her expressions and attitude. She was on her phone with the bored expression that was saying, "What the fuck am I doing with my life when the whole city is partying outside?" But as soon as she heard the steps, she turned toward them and just put a big-ass smile on her face. Both of them noticed it, and Mike almost laughed while James just looked around, and well, everything looked how it was on the page. The reception was minimalist. There were a lot of LED lights, plants all over the place, even a couch. With pillows, it was radiating warmth just like how it was up on the page. "Welcome," the young woman said as she still smiled at James. "Hello," he said as he stepped to the counter. "I saw on the page that there is a walk-in therapy. Is that available right now?" he asked. The woman just simply looked down on her booklet and immediately looked up. and even James saw it. There was not even a name in it. Of course there wasn't, because everybody was partying. Yes, that is still available, she said. Then I would like to try it, James said, and the woman immediately put a form in front of him. Please put your name in and address on it, and read through it. If it's done, please select which session you would like to take, she explained as she put a pen there too. And well, the problem was, why the fuck does he need to add an address to it? Like he thought therapy is a secret thing and the only thing that matters is the patient's mental state. Well, the patient's pocket too. If they don't pay, then they will hunt them down, that's for sure. Address, what should I do? He tapped his finger, but, well, he can't give his real one, so he just wrote up a random address and then just put an X to the session he wanted to do, which was the half-an-hour one. After that, he read through it and nothing special was there. Just like a term of service and, well, the other sessions, and that shit was expensive. Like one was even $5,000 for 1 hour. Fuck is that? Expensive, is it happy ending? He thought and smiled a bit, because it was just ridiculous to pay that much to talk with somebody. But after that, he just gave back the form and the receptionist just called up and he was ready to go. Please go up the stairs and then to the left. Dr. Diana is already waiting for you, she said, and with that, James did exactly that, while Mike just sat down on the couch and was ready for whoever wanted to come through the entrance. At the same time, he realized they didn't come to make a business, but more like lift off the weight and all the stress from James. He understood that and was quite happy about it, because a lot of people would say that no way they are going for therapy, that is weakness. Yeah, but James wasn't them. He knew he had a problem and he acted on it. That's what a true leader does. So with that, James had already gone up and stood before the door, frozen because he heard something coming through the door, and it was voices. Like his first, he was confused. Why would somebody be there when it is a private session? The whole thing is the therapy to seek comfort and privacy with the doctor. And now there are multiple voices coming through the door, and well, it was his mistake because he did not read through the paper that the woman gave him downstairs. It is a walk-in therapy, which means you walk in and you sit down with others and you talk it out with them and the doctor. That's why it is really cheap compared to the others, because it's not a private session but more like a group one, which men inside are already people who chose the same session as he, and now he needs to go in and lie not just in front of the doctor, but in front of them too, whoever is there. I fuck up every single time. Every fucking single time, fuck, he thought. And well, he still had time to just turn around and leave. He didn't pay. And well, and that's what he exactly wanted to do, just turn around and leave the fuck out, because lying to different people at the same time is going to be hard, especially if they asked back, and the possibility of that just raised a lot. But as soon as he turned his body a little toward the stairs, the door in front of him magically opened. Well, not magically. It was the doctor herself who opened the door, and even she was surprised. Oh, hello, she said with a smile as she looked up at James. Hi, James said back, and as she looked at her, he knew that he really fucked up, because she exactly looked like the type of therapist who are like warm, gummy, like the type of therapist who goes into your life and asks every single bit of it to get to know you better, even if it's not to help your mental state. Her short and red-painted hair and glasses didn't help on it, nor that she was at least 50, but her makeup made her look 30. Are you the one who wanted a walk-in session, am I right? She asked, a big smile. Exactly, but then come in, she said, grabbing James's hand and literally pulled him in, dragging him toward the couch. And yeah, James was right. There were two people sitting on another couch looking at him. Sit down, and then let's talk. She smiled more as he looked at them, and Joseph knew that he fucked up even more. The whole setting of the room was how he saw it online, plus a warm room, just like the reception was. Two couches facing each other, and the doctor's desk and big cushion chair with beige and bright colors everywhere. But still, this warmth wasn't reaching him. More like the stress that who the fuck are those people staring at him? They were young, a woman and a man, and he immediately knew they were siblings, because they looked identical, and well, those judging eyes too were the same. So what is your name? She asked with again a smile, and James just noticed that the money is going toward a good place, because her teeth were all done, brightening like how Ferrucci's teeth. My name is Scott Miller. Scott Miller. She wrote it down. Then Scott, my name is Dr. Diana Gilia, and today we are having a group session with. She pointed at them. They were visibly frustrated by it, but still they spoke. Niam Bracaci. Eva Bracaci, she said, staring deep at James. Bracaci? That is an old money name. So Scott, it's your first time. You may feel overwhelmed, but trust me, this space is the place of peace and harmony. So to get you better and see what is the source of the stress, can you tell me what you are doing for work? She asked as she still smiled at him, and now the two siblings too looked interested in the conversation. But it was the time James fucked up, because those two names just sounded too expensive and exclusive, and they were younger than him. And if he lies, they can immediately ask questions, and looking at them they would definitely do. So what he decided to do is not answer. Nothing special, he said in a nonchalant way as he crossed his hands, and his ring immediately gleamed as the sun hit it. Scott, you need to open up about yourself and tell the truth. What you do for work can have a 50% chance that's where your stress comes from. What is the other 50? He asked back, making it longer as he thought about what to actually answer. The other half can come from everywhere, maybe family matters, maybe the past. That one thing in the past that to this day you're still stuffing deep inside, questioning if what you did was right or not. There are a lot of possibilities, but first, please answer my question, because I know you are not a street sweeper. She said, and now her look was different, and even the two younger ones on the couch now couldn't wait anymore, like they really wanted to know it. How do you know it? James asked back. Well, he knew the answer, but wanted to hear it with her words. Well, people tend to look at things they see, and by what they see, they judge, she said and looked down at his finger. That butterfly ring is from the most expensive shopping street in the city, and that brand doesn't make anything that costs less than $10,000, and judging by the gemstones in it, it's more than 60,000, she explained, then looked at the other ring. A signed ring with AB on it, and black gemstone. If that's black diamond, then that's worth a lot too. But if you want me to go more, then your shoes, they're worth 1,000, as well as your polo shirt and your chinos. Not even talking about the $500 for this session. She leaned back. You are wealthy. It only needs one look to get it, Scott. She got everything right. And well, James knew to some extent that something like this would happen, but this fast, and almost accurately all of the item prices? It was kinda crazy for him. She knew exactly what she was dealing with, and she was measuring him too. But the next question wasn't coming from her, and that question got James to stress even more. Are you a gangster? Chapter 230, Punks. James froze down by the question a little, because, what the fuck is this? Asking this question out of nowhere. And well, he knew he fucked up once again, and was frustrated by it. Every time he goes somewhere, something is going to happen. Something outrageous will be done or said by people he doesn't even give a single fuck about. Yeah, they always fuck up his plans. Gangster, he asked back. Yeah, you look like one. Now Eva spoke. And James immediately noticed the difference in her tone. He could hear she was the type of girl who was born with a golden spoon in her ass. Her whole demeanor was like just a rich girl. Even her voice carried that. James looked to the side toward the doctor, and she was frozen down. And that was the time he noticed that something was going on, because she was visibly a little scared or worried. But why the fuck would she be the one that's stressing when she is the doctor and they are the patients? But James couldn't really go around the question, so what he did was not answer, but asked back. Why would I be a gangster? He looked at Eva, who was still just smirking at him. Your ear's missing a piece, and you're limping. Niam spoke again. But the signet ring too. I don't see businessmen wearing one, especially not with a capital letter on it. So it has a meaning. Well, I like the ring, and the B means blessing. As for my ear and leg, I was injured during a car crash. He answered fast, but they weren't looking like they believed him. To me it looks like you got shot. Eva said. That piece missing from your ear exactly looks like a bullet went through it. They were really pushing the idea that he was a gangster. And well, it was true, but still, if he says it, he's fucked. But still, it bothered him that the doctor didn't even bother to intervene or say something. The situation was something else, like kinda unbelievable that they're in the middle of a therapy session and he's being pressured by two fucking teenagers and the experienced doctor saying nothing. And what if I am a gangster? James now asked, lowering his voice a little and staring at them. Like changing the situation, they were the two who became the ones being questioned rather than him. And they felt the change. It was quick, and they didn't even first understand the situation. Only felt that Scott, or well James sitting in front of them really was something else. His whole demeanor, expression, changed, and the most noticeable, those eyes that were staring at them were different. Exactly like the eyes of someone who lost a lot and took a lot. There was no mistake, he was not a legitimate businessman. But it wasn't just them, even the doctor felt it. She actually noticed it earlier that this isn't going to be a good session, because the small signs on James weren't no sign of a business, but more like a fucking killer. She noticed his hand movement, his calm demeanor, like he was calmer when he walked in, like he was finally put in his comfort zone by them asking that question. And those eyes. Yes, she saw many eyes through the years, soldiers, firefighters, those people who saw a lot and experienced a lot, but none of them had eyes not even close as him. It was different in every way. It was the eyes of a lost man, a man who lost a lot and fought a lot, a man who was suffering under his own weight and decisions. A broken man who didn't just come here to sit idly but really needed and wanted help. Help that he is not going to be able to get while those two are here. If you are a gangster, then we are enemies, Niam said, and his voice too turned into one that was threatening, like he wanted to put pressure on him. And if we are enemies, you are going to regret every single moment of it. Eva finished as she sat up, kinda reaching from her waist, and Niam was doing the same. But while the reaction from James wasn't the one that they wanted, he was laughing his ass off as he heard it, like literally was laughing, like even a teardrop came from his eyes as he was trying to control it. Like what the fuck was this? It sounded like a B-category movie bad script, like the low-budget villains who want to have a good scene together to seem like an untouchable force, but the most funny in it was the two of them not even 21 years old, like they have baby faces and not even a scar on it, not even a fucking little dot on it. They were exactly the ones who were hiding behind something, and that something was usually their parents' legacy, fame, and influence. Even their name told it. But they didn't really like the way James just laughed the fuck out of himself in front of them. And one more fact that they didn't like was even the doctor chuckled, but she had her own reason for it that they once again didn't notice. She was nervous and stressed. She was trying to match and cope with James, because in her eyes not Eva and Niam were the dangerous ones, but James. She spent years studying this, and one thing that she knew is how to make a difference between acting and real-time reactions. And James's reaction was real. The laugh was real and came from deep, and the most important thing is what he was laughing about. They threatened him. It was a straight threat to him by those two. And still he didn't feel that he is a person to be scared to be threatened. No, he laughed in their face. And only those type of people can do something like this who are threat themselves, who have stepped through that fine line, where they don't even care. And second, why would they care where they're the one holding the gun, even if it's invisible? Yeah, they are the threat. But while she was thinking about that, and while James was laughing, Niam and Eva were already had their gun in their hands. Yeah, and it was clear that they weren't no criminals, weren't no gangsters, just wannabe punks. Because a real gangster isn't threatening no one, doesn't want to put pressure on others when he just came here to talk out his problem. A real gangster doesn't want to be known in a group. A real gangster doesn't want to stand out in front of others. But they did with now gun in their hands, and judging by their eyes and expression, they felt disrespected by the laugh of him. On the other hand, James was not really impressed by the gun. How could he be impressed when they clearly had the intent to threaten him more with it? That their finger was on the trigger even though the safety was still on, over the fact that their pistols were shiny, was like one that Mike and Hector has that has engraving on them. But not even a scratch, not even a single bit of using on them. You two got offended by a little laugh? James asked as he looked at the pistol then up to them. And they literally looked like wolves that were ready to hunt. But at the same time, they were just sheep in wolf clothing. Niam's hands were shaking a bit, while Eva didn't even have a proper grip on the weapon. Even though James is not a gunslinger, he could easily kill both of them before they could have switched off the safety. You seem to not know who we are. Eva's low voice came. How cringe is it? Imagine you need to introduce yourself, and still I don't give a fuck about it. James said, and that was the moment Niam raised his pistol up, now aiming at James's chest. Huh. Should I feel something? It's strange. He thought as he looked at it. But he wasn't sweating nor he feared it because the safety was still on, and Niam seemed to not know about that little fact, like he never even shot with that gun, or even knew how to operate it. We are from the Bracaci family, he shouted, and it seemed like the situation was now really going out of control. Bracaci? James asked back because he genuinely had no idea who the fuck are them. We are the ones who control the drug market. Niam shouted again, Who knows? Why, maybe to show how badass they are. But it was a lie, of course it was. Because the man who's controlling it is the one he was aiming the weapon at. Chapter 231, Lowlife. First, what James thought as he was staring at the gun was, fuck, what is this? His second thought was that he needed to remain calm and chill, kind of nonchalant like how he began with. And after all that he experienced and happened, that wasn't a big thing for him. He was nonchalant without him even noticing it or acting on it. He really changed, and that change was his main power. And of course that he ruled over the country's whole market. It caught his ear and his attention because it was strange. The Berkacci family, he never heard the name of them. And if there would be that strong and influential, Hector would 100% sure have said it to him. But he heard not even a word from him, nor even from everyone else in the family. So first, before he did anything, which consisted of 4 things, talk out of it. Second, shout Mike's name. And third, kill both of them. But he chose the 4th option, to talk it out, because, well, he was interested in what these 2 fuckers were bragging about and who they were. Oh, I didn't know that, he said as he put his hand up. I thought it was that Silas guy, but I don't know if y'all heard the news today, he said. And well, it was a little attack in his voice and the meaning of his sentence, and he wanted to see how they reacted to it. Because if they really are big players, they would be scared and concerned about this whole thing happening outside in the national emergency. But they didn't seem like ones that were scared about it. Silas, Niam asked back as he turned his head toward Eva, then back to James. That old fucker? We didn't know him, but at least he died before us cutting his throat, he said with a smile. And that was the exact moment James knew that these 2 fuckers in front of him, pointing a gun at him, knew not even a single thing about the underworld, not about the drug market or any of its players. This too was bragging about something that wasn't even fucking true. They had no fucking idea what was the drug market, nor any fucking idea that he is the one that's controlling all of it, that the guy is him, sitting in front of them. James almost chuckled once again as he held up his hand, because then what the fuck are they talking about controlling? They bought a kilo of drugs and thought they were drug lords or what? It didn't make any sense. Not just what they were talking about and saying, but their whole demeanor. They were fucking shaking holding the guns, their breath heavy and sweating, and their eyes wide open, while he himself chilling, his hand up. That too. He looked at their hands, nothing on them. Their hands were immaculate, not a scar, nothing, just like their faces. Second, there isn't even one gangster in the country who is bigger that didn't know about Silas. The man who ruled for decades, every single fucking drug dealer, trafficker, smuggler, everybody knew about him. But them? Not even a fucking single clue. So came James's second question because he knew one thing. They are not fucking going to shoot. And well, he even doubted that the pistol had a round in the chamber. And still, their finger was on the trigger while the safety was still on. What about Marco or Isabel? He asked again, for one single thing, to see them, if they even heard about their name. And well, now at the moment everybody knew their name because it was said out loud. But he wanted to see if they said something otherwise. Well, they said, "Why the fuck are you asking fucking names?" Eva asked as she pointed the gun closer to James. Her expression was still that fragile one. The girl who wanted to look strong but was just a doll. Because they died too, and they were players in the market, and you two know nothing about them, not even Silas. James said as he put down his hand. "Who the fuck are you two?" he asked. And well, his expression changed again, looking at them in the same nonchalant way, but his eyes were now more distant, and he crossed his legs. The doctor immediately noticed that he was still in his comfort zone, but also just signaled that he was a threat, because his hand was at his waist, and for a fact, she knew there were two pistols with James. Both can shoot, but one is lethal. On the other hand, James knew that they had to be someone, maybe low-life gangsters or a businessman's children. So he just asked the obvious question and he thought they would answer it straight. But no, they didn't. "I said it once, we are ruling over the drug market." Niam shouted again as he aimed at James, but his shout was a little too loud, especially when the wall wasn't that thick and the door was slightly opened. Yeah, Mike heard it. It was a faint shouting, but he heard the most important words, drug market, and he knew for a fact that it wasn't James, nor would he say it out loud in front of strangers, especially right now when everybody is looking for gangsters, when the whole nation was witch hunting, and if a bystander hears it and takes a picture of him or something, it's game over. Their camouflage is fucked. So with that, he stood up and went to the counter because he knew he couldn't rush in with guns out. Can I go in too? He asked as he looked at the girl with a smile. Yeah, you can. It's actually for 4 people, our walk-in session. So please sign the document, and you can go. She smiled, not even knowing that the gun was already off the safety in his waist, 1 round in the chamber ready to serve death. Perfect, he said and quickly wrote some dumb address. And with that he was going straight up. His steps were deliberate, and he knew he didn't need to act in a way that he is really a gangster. Even if something happened in the room, he needed to stay calm and go with James. And, well, when he arrived up the stairs and peeked into the open door, what he saw was not something he was chill about. More like 2 guns pointed at James. But on the other hand, James was calm as fuck with a faint smirk on his face. He was under control of it, or at least it seemed like that, and he noticed too, peeking in, that the safety was on, but their fingers were on the trigger. Moreover, he actually knew them. They were not a threat, but more like fucking games that were ready to be hunted down. Still, James was his boss, so he needed to step in, but he decided not to, because James spoke. Which drug market? He asked the question again, looking at Niam with the same eyes. West side of the capital. He said in a voice that radiated how proud he was, and he said it in a way that was meant to cause panic in James or something, like it was a threat itself. But the thing is, the whole capital was under James's control, and there was no one fucking person who was controlling the west side. There were only low-life street dealers. It's funny, earlier you said the whole nation. He chuckled as he looked at the doctor. He said it. You heard it too, ma'am, didn't you? He asked her, to which she just eyed him and said nothing back. Our father's name is Valuka Nirjam, and our mother is Firia Berkacci. You know them, don't you? Eva asked again, laughing in a manic voice like she just used the ace card. And well, she did. Oh my fucking god, James thought. And he almost again started laughing his ass off, but contained himself, though it was hard as fuck. He didn't exactly know who they were, but one thing he had heard was that a low-life gangster put on his wife's name because it sounded better and gave off more of a gangster and mafia-like vibe. Berkacci. That was that fucker, and they were his children. They were not even a name that should be said, like they were dealing pills, party pills for fucking teenagers, and they got their asses hooped by a motorcycle gang. For sure, in the west side they had power or some sort, but otherwise not. Like a laughable family with laughable influence. My god. He looked at the doctor again, while Niam and Eva smiled like they finally got what they deserved. Are you scared of these cockroaches? He asked straight away, and all of their mouths dropped. He looked back at them, and now in a magical way, Niam found the safety off. Who knows, maybe it was an accident as the gun shook in his hand, and he actually did it. He pulled the trigger. The sound was beautiful, the loud and satisfying click. Chapter 232, Fate. Indeed, it was satisfying when it clicked. The doctor was completely frozen, not even blinking, just like Eva and Niam. It was a ridiculous situation, because they were the ones who were surprised and overwhelmed by panic when they pointed the gun at James. On the other hand, James himself was kinda stupid, and he knew it very well. He was reckless with the move, and if the gun would have actually chambered and shot, he would be fucked up on a different level and now would probably be gasping for air with broken ribs. But it worked, and the gun wasn't chambered, but not just that. The thing is, after the load clicked, after Niam pulled the trigger, he didn't even try to chamber, didn't even try to do anything. And not just him, but Eva too. She didn't aim, she didn't switch off the safety or chamber any round. Just looked with that desperate expression on her face, and with the surprise that, what the fuck is this? That wasn't the reaction she wanted. That wasn't how a person should react when a gun is aimed at him and the trigger is pulled. She wanted and thought he would be scared as fuck, like if he would beg or something. And well, that was their plan all along. That always was their plan, which just shows how lowlife they are. They just want to scare people with the pistol and their family name. Yeah, with a pistol that doesn't even have bullets loaded. Yeah, those 2 motherfuckers were aiming with a weapon at James that wasn't even loaded. They just wanted to scare him and show him who they are, to have some kind of upper hand. But they fucked up greatly, because the gun at James's waist was loaded and ready, as well as Mike at the door who was still peeking and was, well, he also shit himself seeing all of this. He wanted to act, he had his gun out too, but still, James wasn't the same as before. And he knew, if he acted, even if it meant saving him, he could again turn into something worse. And second, he heard about them. The Bracaci family, and even their father is going around with an empty gun, only there to scare people. But that it really was something that was just utterly dumb for them. Not just dumb, but life-ending. Because even if it wasn't loaded with a single bullet, they aimed a deadly weapon at the exact same person they pretended to be. The nation drug lord, or at least the one who's going to end up controlling the entire drug market in the country. Really? James asked as he shook his head, and he was a little under the spell of what the fuck he actually did. And well, he could have been now wounded or, at the worst, dead. But, well, it was funny to him. These two are sweating like shit, their hands and legs shaking. Those eyes that are just looking at him in fear. But the question of what? How could they fear a man in front of them who said nothing to them about himself? Just asked questions, and they were the ones that aimed a gun at him. Well, it was because they knew that ain't no ordinary person, even though they were dumb with a golden spoon in their ass and thinking that they are better than everybody. They knew one thing. In this world there are a different breed of people, and now they are in front of this Scott guy, who is exactly that, a whole different breed. Not even a single flinch in his eye. He didn't even look discomfort by the fact that Niam aimed the gun at him, nor that he pulled the trigger. That's just almost impossible to do. At least that's what Niam thought. But the doctor, who still sat there frozen down like trying to be invisible, knew exactly what it was. She worked decades in this field, and there are humans out in the world who fear no death, like they accept the fact that they can die at any minute. And it's not about just accepting, but fully embracing it. Like for them, death means nothing. It's just a thing that will happen to them, and they are comfortable with it. That is one of the biggest weapons in somebody's hands, the fact that they accept death and care none for it, just like how James did it, in her eyes. She saw it and understood that there was no way he knew that the gun was empty, no way that he knew it wouldn't fire, and still, he looked without a single blink and that smirk on his face, sitting comfortably, without even one fake shake in his body. For her, it was the first time she experienced something like this. Like Niam and Eva. Yeah, they came to her a lot, but only because their father sent them and just to hang out. But James was a whole different breed. She experienced a lot throughout her years, shell-shocked soldiers, ones that got tortured or saw their partner's head exploding, the medics who got the most trauma of the wars, those who dig deep in wounds while bullets and shrapnel flew past their head, the firefighters who carried out burned children from houses and mangled people from crashes. But for her, James was the first one that she couldn't explain, like she couldn't say anything, really didn't even talk with him. But just looking at him, she felt something deeply dangerous and a threat. Yeah, a threat and the darkness engulfing him, because those eyes were empty and ones that showed no emotions, just like his reaction to the gun. Not even a single emotion, just that smirk. Yeah, who the fuck would smile if not a sociopath or psychopath? She was sure he was one of those. So what now? James asked again as they lowered their gun and just sat there like nothing happened. Well, they didn't know what the fuck to do right after they fucked up this much. Why y'all even have a gun when it's not loaded? He asked once again as he looked at them and always laughed. F for threatening. Eva whispered to him as she looked down on the ground, her voice full of hesitation and, well, the thought of how much they were fucked up. The thing is, they weren't just scared of James, like yeah, his eyes and whole demeanor was just different and a threat, but the thing they were scared of was what would happen if he reported them. Like they weren't that dumb, and their tactic didn't work, he didn't get intimidated by it. And now if he reports them in, especially during the national emergency, not just them, but the whole fucking family would be fucked. Threatening. James asked again. Why would you want to threaten a random person who came to help his mental health? He asked, and well, Mike, still at the door, felt it, and he knew if James started asking questions, then they were fucked, like really fucked. But he kind of wanted to see what would happen. Why you look intimidating, she said again as she now looked up at James, and the second she did, she immediately looked back down. Intimidating? He thought about it for a sec because he never thought of himself that much. Like these people don't even know who he really is, nor his influence. And just looking at him, they feel intimidated and the need to use force. That's another level for sure. Do I really look intimidating, doctor? He asked as he turned toward her. Well, her eyes were wide open and her hands were shaking. They stared at each other with tension, and from her viewpoint, for sure, he was intimidating and scary for different reasons. If she just looked at him, He looked exactly like a gangster or an enforcer. The missing piece of his ear was clearly from a gunshot, and the small cut on his face that was barely visible, the limping too. The moment he walked in, he gave off a vibe that he ain't no businessman, or at least not a legal one. And the signet ring just gave it off too. The capital B in her mind, and what she assumed was a family name or a gang name. Well, she was right, but didn't know which exactly. Yeah, kinda, she said. Still, he looked back at them. It's just dumb to aim and pull the trigger of an empty gun. Yeah, why the fuck did you even pull it? He asked, looking at Niam now. He didn't finish it because he was interrupted by James, who leaned forward a bit and started digging in his pocket, then leaned back and looked disappointed. I left it home. Ma'am, do you have a coin by any chance? Chapter 233, A Name. A coin. The doctor asked back as she looked at James, who asked for it in a nonchalant way, but at the same time, he interrupted Niam. In her mind, he was the one that still had the gun. Even though there was no bullet in it, it was still a weapon, and still, this guy Scott just straight up interrupted him. Didn't even give a fuck about his existence. It just made her more confident that this man was something dangerous. Yes, just a coin. James answered her as he looked deep into her eyes, and she just got mesmerized by it, by the depth of that look, of that eye. Maybe ordinary people couldn't tell, but with her experience, with one look, she knew that this man was far more than dangerous, far more than she had thought of him. But then who the fuck is he? Scott Miller. There isn't any name she could think of. She heard nothing about the name. It was fake. Yeah, she got it. She realized there is no way that's his real name. So, do you have one? James asked again as she was just staring at him, fully engulfed by him. Why, yeah, I have. She whispered as she grabbed her purse and, throwing out everything and pulling out her wallet, she grabbed a few coins and put them on the desk, still not understanding why the coin was needed. Great, James said as he grabbed one of the coins and just sat back, and now looked once again at them, just silently sitting there while flipping the coin in his hand. They thought it was intimidation, and well, the doctor thought so too, and well, they were all intimidated by the sheer fucking weight this man had. Like he was the weight in the room, the center of it, and even if he said nothing to them, not a threat or anything, they felt that they were in danger. On the other hand, James was thinking. He was kind of disappointed in himself because he promised to himself that he will not act out of his personality, will not give in to his ego and influence, to take over him once again, to not act out of control and fuck shit up. But now he was exactly doing that without even noticing it, up until the point he grabbed that cold coin. As he grabbed it, it was like a magic spell was cast on him, and he regained control of himself, or like it pushed him out of the darkness that was coming up again in him. Because yeah, he wanted to kill them up until that point, or at least teach them a lesson. But not because he had a personality disorder or like schizophrenia, but because that was him. Yeah, he wasn't the James he was back then. He changed, and since then he was always in darkness, even if he didn't notice it. The thought of killing them or teaching them a lesson, maybe shooting them in the leg or hand, came easily to his mind. Yeah, since the cartel came into the picture, since his house was shot up, he descended into the darkness. But there were levels to it, and now he was at the upper floors of it, actually controlling it. Even Mike, who was still fucking peeking at the door, was kinda surprised by it. Like for a split second, he saw it, that little change. He could feel and see, as he was looking at James, that he was on the verge of fucking shit up. But then, he just calmed down. It was crazy to experience, especially after seeing him do, well, things that were horrendous and terrifying. I already have the coin in my hand. He looked up at them again. It's fate, isn't it? Yeah, it was fate. He came here at a time when fucking lowlife wannabes were sitting in therapy. He came in, picked the exact same session, and there it was, everything went wrong. And now the coin was in his hand, ready to be flipped up. A coin that wasn't weighted, a coin that he couldn't control. Fate it was. Maybe in the near future, it would mean something. Maybe they would cross each other's path once again, but what would happen then? The coin would decide it. Heads or tails? He asked, looking at Eva, who was still gripping the gun like it was a lifeline, like she could do something with it. But on the other hand, Niam understood it, or at least could imagine what the coin flip was about there. Life. Just like in movies, just like if it was a game. And he was right. It was exactly about that. So before Eva could answer it, Niam grabbed the last lifeline that he thought would be the best idea. He thought it would be the ace card that was in his pocket that nobody could see coming. Yeah, he had one. And it was more than an ace card. It was the Joker. He smiled as he leaned forward, a smile that was more like just a panicked and stressful one that was fake. And with one look you could tell it. "He is going to kill you," he said, looking at James, who was still flipping the coin in his hand, but as he heard it, he stopped. Now it was a real threat, more powerful than an empty gun. Niam used his words to threaten him. "Who?" he asked back, and even Eva was confused about it. Like who could he even think about? Because it was clear this guy in front of them didn't give a fuck about their father. Niam straightened himself and leaned back, crossing his leg, like he wanted to look relaxed and nonchalant out of nowhere, like he had the upper hand now, with that name on his mind. Meanwhile, James actually thought about it. Like, there are names he might know, but a low-level fucking gang, a mob like their father led, could not know any name that could harm him. Or maybe the name is a politician, a governor, a sector leader. Who could be the name he should be scared of? Who has the power to kill? Bellini. Complete silence, like there was no actual fucking way he said it. James couldn't even react to it, like he just sat there looking at him, like realizing what he really said. "I know, Bellini. If you touch me or my sister, you are dead." Niam continued as he now leaned back forward with that same smile on his face and actually fucking seriousness in his eyes. "Not just you, but your whole fucking family will die." It was the funniest fucking thing James had ever heard, like there was no way it actually happened. Not just that, but Niam used the name to threaten him. When he is the fucking Bellini he's talking about. Like James wanted to laugh his ass off, wanted to fucking cry on the spot, but at the same time, he was just completely frozen by the fact that it was actually up on his list. He wanted it to happen once, that somehow, someone would use his name without knowing him. And now it actually happened. Niam was fucking using the Bellini name as a weapon. That was his Joker card, the one that he thought would be devastating. That would be worse than a gunshot. This fucker actually thought that it worked, because as he looked at him, James was totally frozen, and Niam actually fucking thought it worked. He stressed for nothing, felt the fear for nothing, like he could have just brought up the name earlier to end it all, to seem actually powerful. But even if it would have been true, it would be just a bitch move. Use another fucking name to threaten, to save himself for the fuckery he caused. How fucking lowlife are they? It is just over the line of lowlife. This fucking kid, who's not even 21 by looking at him is, rather than going to college, fucking studying, and dipping to a foreign country to get 3 times the wage he could get here. No, rather than that, he is pretending to be a fucking gangster and throwing names at people, and fucking going around with an empty gun that he doesn't even know how to switch the safety off. Pure fucking shock. That was all written on James's face by these facts. Even his mouth opened agape as he was just staring at Niam. Yes, we know him. Eva now too completely changed, even though she didn't even know who that person was. The name didn't even ring for her, but if her brother said it, and that was the reaction of Scott, then she thought it's a name that is power itself. For James, his mind blew more away that they were really doing it, and he decided to go with it. Play a little. Chapter 234. Who is that? It was actually the perfect time to actually get some outside perspective of him, because if Niam really heard about him, heard about the Bellini family, then James was curious what he can say, what he knows, and what the perception of the family to outsiders is. Bellini? Who is that? He asked as he looked at Niam, like kind with the expression that he was clueless about it. The strongest mafia in the country. Niam spoke immediately. I have ties to him. He knows him and our father. Oh, really? And why should I fear a random name? James asked again. Random? Niam chuckled a little. He is a demon, the devil himself. He killed so many people that nobody can even imagine it. I didn't kill that much. If he that dangerous, it means it's a little fuck that you're using his name to threaten? What if he finds out? James asked, and it was true. In the world of the gangster, using another name this lightheartedly is just a dumb thing to do. And it has always been a dumb thing, even in civilian life. Bragging with another name just shows that Niam is really just a desperate motherfucker who doesn't know shit about anything, the rules of the underworld, and how it works. My father helped him once, and he is sworn to help us too if needed. Niam raised his voice, and James just got more mind blown. This guy was lying on a whole other level, and to be honest, James felt disrespected by it. Like, why would a gangster, a drug lord of the country, need the help of a gang like their family, the Bracaci family? It was just so stupid and didn't make any sense. The desperate lying of Niam was obvious to everybody in the room, but he still pressed on with it. He was in alliance with the Augustus family as well, with the Silas and all of the biggest families. He even has his hand in the government. If you touch us, he will make your life miserable. You can't hide from him, nor can you fight back. He has thousands of men in his pocket who are ready to kill for him. Now this was a sentence that surprised James, because it was true. Like, even if he said a big number, it was true that he has 1,000 people and that he has his hand in the government too. But the thing was, how the fuck Niam would know that when the family not even have alliance with anybody right now? Like, they are literally a family that doesn't make connections with others, only if it's about money or drugs. But that too, Hector does it in the biggest secret. But now Niam was saying things that were true. How the fuck does he know about this? You're lying, James said. He wanted to know exactly how he acquired this information. If I never heard about him, then it's all just a lie. You are pathetic. Silence. Niam for a moment got frozen down because, well, first it was true that he was lying, but he needed to go with it and say exactly what he knows and how he knows. He walked into the trap of James, because he is dumb and can't read the room. At least he would have walked into the trap, but the doctor suddenly spoke, which surprised James even more. He is telling the truth. I mean, even I heard about that family. They are truly demons, she said with her voice low as she looked at James, who didn't get it how the fuck even the doctor knew about them. Really? Then why do I never hear about them, Doc? I only read articles about them on the internet, about that Hector and Ferrucci guy, that they are serial killers and connected to the family. It's better to stay away from them. Yeah, well, even Bella and Hector spoke about the fact that they were up on social media, even though not that much. Small groups and journalists were talking about them because they look, well, kinda sus. The fact that they were always in fully blacked out cars with expensive suits and outfits, and more importantly that was telling, was the firearms on them. Nobody knows who took pictures of them, but on some of those, the guns were all visible. Not just that, but their outfits. They were almost always in suits looking like enforcers or like exactly what people thought about them, gangsters. But the question in James's mind was, how do people know, or at least think, that they are serial killers or have any blood on their hands? The answer was easy, but he didn't think about it for a second. I never saw them on the news, James said as he looked at the doc, who answered immediately and, well, straight. They were the ones that killed the police chief and our mayor Takoi Mario, but it was swept under the rug and hidden from the public. At least that's what I have read. She explained, and it made a lot of sense. After Takoi was killed by Ferrucci, all the investigations that were launched to actually do something to get whoever did it were closed off, and it was said that not even a single piece of evidence was found. All the investigation was closed, not even one witness, and the crazy thing about it was the security camera tape. It was all deleted, not just in the police station, but in the street too. It was of course thanks to Hector's influence and connection, and well, to Linda and Stephen, who were there that day, and they did everything after that to actually hide the fact that they let James walk out without even a touch. But those journalists and fucking self-appointed investigators sniffed out that something was wrong, and they actually found pictures and videos about Hector and Ferrucci. The main evidence for them, though, was information that leaked out from the police station. Yeah, there are always people who still believe in justice, and they did what they thought the best is. It wasn't solid or concrete evidence, just some dots connecting Ferrucci and Hector to some very horrifying and terrifying murder scenes, and with that they dubbed them serial killers and players in organized crimes. The good thing about it was that James was not even once photographed or videotaped, not even once. It was like a miracle knowing that he was always traveling in a convoy like presidents. Somehow, he was always missing from the bigger picture while Hector and Ferrucci were being investigated by these worthless fuckers who thought they are detectives. When James puzzled it together for him, it wasn't a big thing to be worried about, because the national emergency was ongoing, and even if it would pose a danger to the family, the government would act on it and delete all the posts. Or something like that. Maybe publish a statement that it's all just imagination and they aren't gangsters or serial killers. There is no concrete evidence for that. You said it as a fact that they were the one, but I didn't hear anything about it. And even if they have government figures in their pocket, there is no way they can hide horrendous things like that. James said to the doc, who was, well, really said it as a fact like that was really what happened, which was kinda impulsive. She too supported Takoi and his political view that he wanted to cleanse the city of the criminals. Poor woman. Takoi got her too with this bullshit, and in reality, he just wanted to stuff his pocket with drug money. Because it is a fact. Niam spoke again. They are the strongest and most influential mafia in the country, maybe even the continent, and if you... I heard enough, thanks, James said as he leaned forward and looked at Eva again. So, heads or tails? He indeed heard enough, and at the same time nothing. Niam literally said nothing with his words. He knew nothing about them. Only that they are dangerous, and it wasn't entertaining James nor gave him answers. Well, it did answer that Niam knows nothing important, nor the doc, just the surface of things. They will. Can you shut the fuck up? James raised his voice as he eyed Niam. Just shut the fuck up for a moment, please, can you? In fact, he did shut the fuck up, because he just realized his Joker card meant nothing, and they were still in deep shit with their fuck up. His mastermind plan, that he will use a name he doesn't know shit about, was a trash plan. So Eva, heads or tails? James asked again as he looked back at her, and he was running out of patience, like almost an hour past now. He came here to chill out a bit, help himself, and it turned into a fucking shit show. T-tails, she said hesitantly. Then, he will kill you. Niam suddenly shouted again, trying to press James again with his fucking lie. He will find you and kill you, and your whole fucking family. They will all die. Control it, James. Control the anger. You are in the clouds. Yeah, the clouds. They are not worth it. They aren't worth a bullet from you, and the... Do you have any children? They will kill her too, like a fucking... It broke. That line and the control in James broke as the words came out of Niam's mouth. Up until now it was fun and all games, but Niam fucked up, because first, he is using the Bellini name to threaten, and second, saying that they're killing children. It was too much. Chapter 235, Bellini. James was controlling himself under this bullshit situation when two wannabes wanted to show they have the upper hand. When he just came here to chill out and help his mental health, to have a conversation with a medical personnel whose actual field is to help others, and now this motherfucker did exactly the opposite of it. They were fucking just shoveling more fuel into James's anger, into the emotion that he was fucking pressing deep down within him, and now Niam, with that one fucking sentence, opened the floodgates wide open to the darkness to come out, or more like actually help James. He opened the gates for the darkness to come out, but at the same time, he helped James to kinda control it, under a situation when he wanted to pull out his gun and push it toward Niam's head and pull that fucking trigger. But it would just show that he is exactly what people think about him, and would put him too on the spectrum of a fucking serial killer, on the same level as Lucian was, who couldn't control himself at his final days. And he knew it. He was clear with it, like he knew that too that he is. Even if he wants to control all of it, something just pushing it out, something just wants to fucking kill them. But what? What is this feeling of bloodlust out of nowhere? What is this need to kill this motherfucker in front of him? What is this feeling called? Maybe it's not even a feeling but the real him, the broken him, the James that truly is wounded in the mind, in the heart. A man who, out of nowhere, became the key player of the criminal underworld. The man who, out of nowhere, had connection to every single motherfucker in the country. And out of nowhere, he got a child. Everything happened too fast. Everything happened too early in his life. He isn't even old enough to understand everything in the world, and he already destroyed himself. He noticed it many times, that the blood, the killing, when the anger and the darkness control him, he does it without any fucking thinking. But the worst of all of it was that he accepted it. And he didn't need to be controlled by his emotion, by his sorrow and guilt, thinking it was all because of this world, because of the actions against him, because of the actions he did, because a lot of people who he cared for died. No, he was controlling it all along and did everything on his own. He misunderstood even himself and his emotion. It wasn't the darkness, it wasn't the guilt and all the things that were in his heart that controlled him, but the opposite of it. He was the only one all along. He was truly born to be a gangster, born to be somebody to reach out for the top, through blood, through bodies after another. He is a true leader, a gangster. He just didn't accept that fact, the fact that he is a monster, the devil himself, because he fought against it. He wanted to push it down. He finally ended up embracing the darkness to finally find himself. James Bellini might be a psychopath, a sociopath, or who knows, maybe a new definition in the psychological world, but one thing was sure, what Niam said was over the line. The fucking rules of the underworld that almost every single fucker is following is don't touch any child. Now this fucker Niam was saying the opposite of it. He was saying and lying that the Bellini family would kill a child. Yeah, that was what fucked him up, because even though he has power, influence, he knew there are fucking lines. There are rules and borders to this shit that he and nobody can step on or cross. Killing a child is a thing that he cared about a lot, that if that happened, he's going to kill whoever did it, even if it's in his family. And to not let a reputation out that they don't care about anything, that they kill everybody. They kill children, huh? They are, and will kill your. It was quick, like a gunslinger would do. He pulled up his polo shirt and precisely grabbed his pistol, pulling it out and aiming right between the eyes of Niam. Not just aiming, but pushing the barrel to it. When you have a gun, be careful and have one in the chamber, especially if you are a gangster. Second, know how to switch off the safety. He said as he switched it off, and the click sent shivers down Niam, who was fucking shaking, while Evo on the side froze down as well as the doctor. They were staring at the gun and what was engraved on it. When the doctor read it, she finally understood why this guy was different from any of her other patients, why he was radiating such a bad feeling, why his eyes were so empty. What does it say? James asked Eva, but he still just aimed at Niam, who was shitting himself. B. Bellini. Exactly, so what does that mean? It was obvious what it meant. It was obvious that they used the Bellini name to have an upper hand, and now Scott Miller who was sitting in front of them was not Scott Miller, but a Bellini. Why, you are one of them, Eva whispered with her hesitant voice. She just started understanding that her little life in that bubble, that she and her family was now collapsing, or more like on the brink of death. And Niam was 100% sure that this is the final day of his life. He hadn't heard a lot about the Bellinis, but he knew one single thing. They were messed up on a whole other level, and now one of them was pointing a gun straight at his face. Chapter 236. Over. It's surprising, isn't it? James asked as he was looking at Niam and his fucked up face. Talking about the Bellini family and surprise, I am part of the family. I didn't mean it like. He couldn't finish it because James pressed the gun harder between his eyes. You know, I would have gave a fuck about all of this. Actually, I wanted to walk out. But one thing you said that caught my attention. He pushed it more, placing his finger on the trigger. The Bellini family live by rules. Rules that forbid killing children, you little shit. Because even if we are monsters, we still have a little heart, you know. The time seemed to stop for Niam, and he was sure that his time had come. His breath was short and too fast. His whole body was shaking because this was his first experience of death creeping upon him, or more like death itself sitting in front of him. He never killed anybody, not even shot at people or beat somebody up. He was just using all his father as if it was a threat, and names in his pocket as intimidation tools. He did it his whole life. To seem to be somebody who actually has power and is ruthless, but he was just a little shit who doesn't know shit about the world and how to act in it. Truly, he is even a fucking disappointment to his father, and it is clear why he sent him to a therapist to actually have some meaning hammered into his stupid head and an understanding of the world. But he didn't care about it either. Why should he care? He is rich, at least his family is, and he will have a legacy when the time comes, just like how Aubrey thought about it and acted on it. But he died like a dog, even though he had a bigger legacy. On the other hand, this fucking Bracaci family is just a small-time gang dealing those party drugs on the street. If he would take power, he would immediately die on the spot. And to be true, he knew it too. Niam knows very well that he is not really a gangster guy and can't even stand blood, but still, he acts in this way because he thinks it's cool, because that's where the money came from. That's why they respect his family, at least on their block, because outside of it, he knew too they had no power. Exactly, that's why he brought up the Bellini name. He knew nothing about them, but admired them just like his father. Niam once heard over a conversation between his dad and one of his partners a year ago, about a player of the underworld that's called Bellini, that how great he is, how smart and menacing he is, and built up a family out of nowhere. That was the first time he heard about the name, but he forgot about it. Only had it in a faint memory until he saw some article on social media about them, about how they operate, and those two serial killers. He got mesmerized by it, like how influential and powerful you need to be to have guys like this loyal to you. How much respect they need to hold toward you to act how you want them to act. That's what was true power for Niam. That somebody at the Bellini family is actually ordering those guys around, and they do everything wholeheartedly for him. And now he was sitting in front of a man who was holding a silver gun with the Bellini name written on it. The question in his mind swirled all over the place. Was he one of them too? Another serial killer sociopath? He is too, bowing down before that mysterious don of that family. But at the same time, as he had those questions in his mind, he also realized that they are really just ants. Not even smaller than that. Just nothing. Because this man alone in front of him, this member of the Bellini family, even if he's just a soldier or enforcer, had more aura, had more power coming off from him than from his own dad or the whole fucking gang. That's when he realized there is no way he is just a soldier. There is no way somebody this charismatic, this calm and nonchalant, with his reaction and words, is just an enforcer. He got to be a higher-ranking member, which also means he just fucked up even more. Meanwhile, James was pulling the trigger slowly, but a thought went over his mind. That if he kills him, what is going to change? Like Niam doesn't even deserve to be shot by him. It would be a disrespect to himself, and also Niam's death would have no reaction. Like another fucking wannabe died, and that's it. He is a nameless fucker. Maybe his family would cry. Maybe even the doc would cry by the pure shock that one of her patients' heads was blown off in front of her. But other than that, nothing in the world would change. It would just add another one to his kill count. Yeah, it is crazy that Niam not even be worth to be killed. And even if he does kill him, the news would be spread that he was the one that did it, and it will just fuck up his reputation. Like the drug lord killing random wannabes? Nah. Niam just needs to learn how to act to his fucking class, a fucking nobody. James was quickly interrupted as he wanted to teach something to Niam by sniffing and crying. And as he looked to the side, it was Eva, her face full red and her tears were rolling down on her cheeks. Like it was a genuine human reaction to a moment when your brother is moments away from dying. But she went over it, and well, her real personality showed. Please don't kill him. We're sorry. She stuttered as she now cried even more. We are nobodies. Please don't kill my brother. Please, I beg you. I'll do everything to. Stop it, just stop. James said as he lowered his gun and just leaned back, sighing, pinching his forehead. Like begging for their life is one thing, but they were nobodies to beg for it. It's like if they were a little more powerful family or something. James would have had satisfaction in them begging for it to know that another family knelt before him. But these fucking teenagers begging, and the way she was crying her shit out for his dumbass brother and fucking stupid decision was just over the board, but at least it worked. The drug lord, the most powerful and feared in the city, stepped back before a girl crying. Crazy work, but he fucked up the moment he didn't let out a clip at them. Everybody else would have done that, like straight up slaughtering them down in the moment they were disrespectful with their words. But he kept his cool until he could, and now this just was too much to deal with. But you, stop crying, please, I had enough of this. James said as he slowly stood up, but then came the second worst thing. The pain in his leg came out of nowhere. He didn't bring his cane for the reason being, the one his name is written on, but now he was regretting that decision. This fucking pain too, why the fuck it's even hurting? He looked down at his leg, but shit, that didn't really help him, and the fact that Eva was still fucking crying was just stressing him out even more. I forgive y'all. But if this goes public that I was here or that we talked, then I will kill all of you, he said and turned toward the doc. You too, ma'am. And be angry at them, because they fucked you up too. He said it. And well, the doc was frozen down a bit because it was really a Bellini, the fucking devil, who killed Takoi, someone she supported, but knew not to do anything or say anything, so she just nodded to it. Oh, really? Eva looked up at him. Really? And make your life better and go study or something. Because if you follow your dumbass brother, you will die. James glanced at Niam one last time. He was still frozen down by the fact his life flashed before him. This fuckers. With it, James walked straight to the door, but when he opened it, he accidentally hit Mike with it, who tried his best to seem like someone who just came up. Were you listening the whole time? Me? Nah. He shook his head, but it was clear he had been there the whole time. His shirt was slightly lifted, revealing his gun, like he had been ready to draw it. Anyway, I've had enough of the bullshit today. Let's go eat something, James said with a slight smile as he slowly, like a grandpa, went down the stairs, followed by Mike. Chapter 237. Your time. The therapy session was a total disaster, but James still paid for it. Well, with Mike's money because he had no cash on him, and paying with a card would just fuck up everything, even if it's not in his name. He wanted to be mysterious about it and have no connection with what happened because he just knew somebody was going to talk, maybe the doctor, maybe Niam, or Eva, even though he threatened them. So as they finally stepped out of the building back to the street, it was surprising because the people disappeared. There were only the few that still celebrated but were drunk as fuck, and the others all left, marching toward the Central Park and bigger areas to celebrate even bigger than national emergency, like it was good news. But somehow, everybody seemed to not care about what it's going to mean to the economy. The closed border was going to slow down everything, and the prices were going to skyrocket up to the moon. It was something inevitable. But shit, if the public is happy, let them be happy. The second surprising thing he noticed was the guards outside. Well, he told them to get ice cream, and they did. It was funny seeing them with weapons on slings, licking ice cream and popsicles. Where now? Mike asked, as he too was surprised a little, and found it funny that nearly all of them were licking ice cream. But as they noticed James, they started shoving it in and destroying the whole thing. Is there any restaurant that's appropriate, with how we look now? He asked as he turned back to Mike, who thought about it, but he knew not a single restaurant that was appropriate with weapons in hand, because people would look and ask questions. More important, even snap pictures. Well, actually, there was one to snob people. There is one restaurant that's a hot spot for, well, criminals, like businessmen who are evading tax and doing fraud. I was there once with Hector, he said, and it was actually a good spot. From the outside and even inside, it was a high-end restaurant, with no one in there who could fuck them up. Then let's go? Where is it? Actually, pretty close, 2 streets away, Mike said as he stepped down from the stairs. Then we go again in formation. I'll be beside you, he said, and everybody got ready to walk again. But before they could, 3 fully blacked out SUVs turned into the street, going exactly toward them. Mike immediately reached for his gun, as well as the guards, who were already flicking off the safety and ready to shoot. But James knew those cars, and the number plates. Those were exactly like what the IF came with on the night Marco was kidnapped, and the government plates on them were easily recognizable. But not just that, the light on top. I highly doubt they are going to attack us, he said in a nonchalant way, but he too wasn't sure if it really was a government car. Like what he heard about the cartel, they could even be in those cars. But shit, Mike was ready to dive with James behind some cover if needed, as well as the guards to cover fire, as the cars stopped directly in front of them and the window rolled down. I was searching for you, James. A familiar voice. Benjamin, nice to see you. Your speech was long and boring, James said to him with a smile on his face. Well, I didn't even know what I talked about. He laughed. Shall we go eat something? By the question, James was stunned a little and confused. How the fuck did Benjamin want to hang out with him when the whole fucking country was celebrating him and the cabinet? Like, there was no doubt that he would be recognized if they went anywhere, and second, how the fuck did he have free time to roam around the city and search for him? And how the fuck did he find him? You have eyes everywhere, huh? Don't y'all declare a national emergency? You have too much free time for that much pay. Benjamin just laughed again. I have ears and eyes everywhere, but it wasn't me. I called Hector, and your car has GPS tracking. So he said where it is and where you went. He said therapy, and this is the only one here. Wow, Hector betrayed me, huh? James shook his head as he chuckled about it, because he was the last one he thought would tell Benjamin where he is, because he was still hating them. This is an important matter we need to talk about. Benjamin's eyes changed to a serious look, and even his voice. So let's go? Your guards can hop in too. I can't have a single moment to relax. 4 of you come with me. The others, go get the cars, James said as he looked at Mike, and he nodded, as well as the guards, and they hopped into the SUVs. If somebody snaps a picture, we're fucked. You know that too, don't you, Benjamin? James asked as he closed the door. Oh, I know it. But the restaurant we're going to is a very private one, so no need to worry, he said, and they rolled out of the street, and well, even though there were still roadblocks, because of the government plates, they were getting out easily. Meanwhile, James was thinking if it really was a good decision, because it could turn into chaos in a second, because Benjamin's face now was known nationwide, maybe even worldwide as well as the others. Meeting with them now wouldn't be as easy as it was before. So, I'm listening, James said as he looked at Benjamin. Benjamin suddenly started sweating and visibly became nervous. It's your time. James immediately knew something was up by the way Benjamin said it and realized he will never have a moment to chill out, not with them in the current situation. Chapter 238, More Blood. My time, James asked back, confused as he had no idea what Benjamin was referring to. The deal between you and the government? Us. With the national emergency, we literally prepared the country for you. The drug market and everything that you need. But now it's your time to actually perish those who are associated with the cartel and, well, everybody who you can. There was silence for a bit as they stared at each other, as Benjamin just got more nervous as James just stared at him without blinking. What are you talking about? Like, what about the new agency and all of this zero tolerance against criminals that y'all going to hunt them down? The question was real because then it just didn't make any sense. Like they said their speech with passion, with a serious tone. They were literally true leaders at that moment. Leaders they always needed to be, and now Benjamin is just telling him that now it's time to do his part? Like, what the fuck is this? Marco is dead, he killed him. One of the biggest fuckers who could fuck up shit on a whole other level. Hand in hand with Isabella. Not even talking about Silas and his fucking son. James and the family did more than the fucking government in years. He killed a corrupt mayor, a police chief, and destabilized the drug market, saving lives. Even burned mixed products to send a message. He did more than them in years. It's all a lie, you know that, don't you? Benjamin asked, but James's eyes and expression were telling him that he was getting angry and didn't know what the fuck is going on right now. Look, it's obvious we can't do the things we promised because, well, the corruption and bureaucracy. To start it, we need to redo the departments, the agencies, we need to rebuild the whole government, and then start our zero-tolerance program. But that would take years. He explained, and James just realized what he was talking about was truly impossible to do in months. And more importantly, they can't do it that quickly because it would truly seem like the building of a dictatorial state, which they need to avoid. So it was all just speaking into nothing? Why, yeah. Kinda. But if we work tight, it can be possible. Or more like, with your part of the deal you made with the president and us, just kill them, and we will take credit for it. And you can do your job however you want after that. Of course they were lying. Like, what the fuck was James even thinking? A government that didn't do shit for years suddenly changing into the heroes, the ones that fight back and show what they're capable of. What a fucking lie and manipulation technique it is. Even him fell for their brave speeches. Benjamin, what the fuck is this? James wiped his face as he leaned back, and it was really what they talked about back then. His part of the deal was to deal with gangsters and criminals, with the cartel. But this came quicker than he thought it would be. I know, it's all because of William, he fucked us all up, but don't worry, you have the NSBI, the ISB, and the IF. The whole agency is with you and will help with intel, and of course, as the president said, with people trained to kill and weapons, as many as you need, whatever you want. So I need to kill whoever I want and choose, and y'all will take credit? With that, you show the public what you promised today, you're actually doing it, right? Exactly, Benjamin nodded. With it, we will have more power as the government. And even the opposition wouldn't say anything to us, not even Congress. We have more than 160 days to do it without any restrictions. This is a whole other scale. It's just unbelievable that we're speaking about this. James thought, as it was just truly unbelievable. First, just going on a killing spree is crazy work. What's crazier is actually that the government would take credit for it and show to the public that what they said wasn't a lie. Because if they didn't do it, then an outrage would come with huge riots, that they lied. Again, and now this power was actually in James's hands, because if he does nothing, then the government would literally fall. Then came his second thought about the fucking cartel. Like, thinking about it more, they were the only ones he held anger toward, and he had no problem going on a hunt against them. It was the best time for it, with all of Sophia's detailed information about them and their connections all over the country. But it is not enough, and they both knew it. Even William knew it. The cartel wasn't the root of the problem, but the gangsters and their culture. The street dealers, the gangs that kill the youth, those who don't operate in the shadows but show themselves and are proud of the fact that people fear them. That is the main problem of this country, and taking them down is easy. But in the same way, it will take up resources because they can't just shoot them on the streets or bomb them, but make it believable. It was the government forces. He was literally thrown into the middle of all of it. Cartels on one side, government on the other, and the rest were filled with the small gangs and mafias that were ready to fight back. Not even mentioning the deal with Benjamin. That too needed to be taken care of. There's going to be a lot of blood flowing on the street, Benjamin. James said as he looked into his eyes, and this time, it was different. He was serious about it, and it just told Benjamin he was ready for it. Then let it flow. Chapter 239. What? Let it flow, huh? James thought as he looked out the window to the people who were celebrating, cheering by the fact that they actually believed that that was going to happen, that they told the truth. Well, technically what they said was true, but rather than them, it will be James's job to clear the streets. But there was a big problem with it that they didn't think about, or at least not that much. James's mind was all over the place with all of the deals, the production of the drug, and what he talked about with Hector too, to smuggle weapons, to make sure everything worked like a fine watch, to be able to defend themselves if the cartel attacked. It was a big problem because their plans weren't flowing. It wasn't in order, but all over the place, which just made everything worse. But it wasn't that worried him, but the fact that they needed to kill more and more gangsters because it came with a big problem. If there wouldn't be a national emergency, then it would be an easy task and something that James would need to do anyway, because the drug market is empty and a lot of motherfuckers would want to grab a piece of it, smuggling and trafficking drugs to those consumers that were waiting for James, the man who provided the purest of the pure, which would mean his customers would be wasting their money on mixed shit products. And the problem with that is that if once somebody starts using the mixed one, the drug is going to cause a whole other different experience than what the pure does. It's even a disrespectful to say that the mixed one is a drug. It's shit that destroys life with the feeling it gives to the users, and they will just become more and more addicted to it. And if they then try the pure one, it will not give them the same feeling, which would mean no money, no market need for it. So by this logic, James would need to kill the competitors, more like the little rats who are mixing white magic to ensure that his customers don't become addicted to that shit, and only buy pure products. And that's exactly why the problem is the national emergency. First, even if they lied big about the zero tolerance thing, it's already in the people's minds and moreover even in the dealers' and criminals' minds, and to save themselves they would start snitching. So in that way they won't kill but send their competitors and enemies behind jails with words, while they can still operate. The other one is that with now the zero tolerance, if somebody starts a war and kills each other, the spotlight is going to shine on them, and exactly what James worries about the most. Ferrucci and Hector's face and name is on social media. Even if it's not that trending now, some people know them, those fucking self-appointed investigators and the journalists who dig into everything. And of course the gangs, the black market dealers. If James just starts killing off his competitors and enemies, the spotlight will be turned on him, and the question will rise in everybody. Why is it he can do it with no consequences? Why can this caliber of criminal roam the streets free when there is zero tolerance against them? It would be too obvious that he has ties with the government to the civilians and to those journalists if they start digging deep and searching for answers. And it will just cause more and more problems, especially to the government when they talk big about destiny, sending them to hard labor or executing them. There are a lot of motherfuckers who want to see him dead, even though they don't know who he is. The Bellini name is echoing in the criminal underworld, and if he starts chopping and mowing them down, those fuckers are going to talk. They know how to save themselves and how to cause fuckery without shooting even one bullet. They just need to talk, just need a file, containing who is the Bellini family and every information about them. And if the news picks it up, there is no way the government can just stop it. It's going to spread like a wildfire that the family that killed Takoi Mario, killed the police chief, is still free, riding around his convoy, and making hundreds of millions. And it's not just about James or Hector and Ferrucci, because now even Sophia is with them, who is well known by her beauty and by her fucking serial killer behavior. She is well known in the underworld, and James knew that the world was going to spread quickly that she joined the Bellinis. Not even talking about that he is now sitting in the car with Benjamin, the director of the fucking NSBI. One fucking picture, one fuck up, and it's all over. This whole fucking shit, the deal he made with them, is the best and the worst thing that could have happened to them. He and the Bellini family don't need to fear the government, the agency, or the military. He has freedom to do whatever he wants and how he wants. They supply him, they launder his money for him. But what he needs to do for them is not just something that could destroy his life, but destroy the government if he does it wrong. It could descend the country into more chaos. So how to do it? There were two ways that James thought about, and it was really bad, something outrageous and unbelievably hard to do. The first possibility is to kill literally everyone or have them kneel before the Bellini family. With the government's help, he could do it, but to be able to do it, he needs the agency, the whole thing to work together, close and ready with him. The problem with it is what he thought earlier, that then the question would come, why is there no action against him? The one thing he thought about would give a straight answer to it, that he is an informant to the government, but that would just fuck up the whole family, and his men would lose loyalty and trust in him. The second answer to it was, well, use the best weapon the government has, the thing they are unbeatable in: manipulation, misinformation, and lying. He starts killing off everybody in the streets, but he does it in a way that selects those who truly are fuckers, like the Berkacci family selling party pills to teenagers. There is no need to kill them, but to kidnap them, and then the agency takes them from that point, and so on the operation would go, and only kill if the enemy is resisting or a bit stronger. In that way, it would actually work on the government narrative, which they actually wanted. Benjamin agreed that blood would flow, and of course agreed, because that's what they wanted. Just arresting and executing them wouldn't cause that much satisfaction, but if it came with a few shootings and deaths of gangsters, and then bust them, it would be the best narrative, the best satisfaction to the general public. Yeah, that would be the best outcome, and to actually not shine a spotlight on the Bellini family. That could be done by actually launching a fake investigation about them and finding nothing wrong. It would conclude that James Bellini is a successful businessman owning multiple companies. How good it would be, but it's not possible. None of that would be possible because of multiple errors that the government made on the way, like making that new agency and letting in people, to firing thousands of police officers and starting to gather again from the general public. Those officers and agents would be fucking justice-driven fuckers. Fuck this bullshit and politics. Why y'all even drag me into this? He said as he looked at Benjamin. But it was him who shook their hands. All the reports and investigations were deleted about me, because it was part of the deal, but the fucking thousands out on the street truly want justice and the end of the fucking criminal era. They will be standing up against me if something comes out. This country is not Dennis, where people long accept the fact that they can do nothing. He was tired of all this. He was no longer just a gangster, but something more than that. I actually thought about the perfect solution to all of our problems, Benjamin said as he looked straight into James' eyes, who noticed that he really had something. He looked confident. Yeah? And what is that? James asked, though he could only think of one thing that might actually work. Maybe a total dictatorship or giving him a government position. We are going to execute you. What? Chapter 242. Much. When James heard the words come out of Benjamin's mouth, he immediately froze and just stared silently right at him. At the same time, the adrenaline rushed him like no other time, and his chill and nonchalant demeanor slowly started to break. Because what the fuck did he mean by it? Executing him? It was even bad for a joke because it was exactly what the zero-tolerance shit was about, to execute every single criminal who killed or had any blood on their hands. And now, in a car filled with agents, their fucking director with a straight face told him that they were going to execute him. What a joke. Yeah, a joke, but Benjamin's face wasn't looking like he was joking. He was serious about it. Not a single smile or anything that he usually did. He was fucking serious, which just made James's heart even race more. But not just him. Mike in the passenger seat, as fast as he heard it, immediately reached for his gun ready to act if something goes wrong. Because like Hector, he had not a single trust in the government. And now in this car, surrounded by agents, it was a bad situation. At least it seemed like one. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Benjamin quickly spoke as he noticed that James wasn't that welcoming to the idea, and his whole face went pale from what he had just said to him. I mean like a setup, to show people we actually hunted you down too, or at least tried. Well, his words didn't really help the situation, as James was just still staring at him without even blinking. "What the fuck are you talking about?" James finally asked, as it was truly a shit show. The fucking highlight of the day, maybe his life. The director of the NSBI saying he's going to be fucked, but in the same way not? Even Benjamin now, as he thought about it, realized that maybe he chose the wrong wording with James, the fucking drug lord of the country. It sounded more like a threat than a plan, at least the way he said it. "I meant it in a good way," he quickly said. "We are going to build up a whole investigation about you, and with that, also make a false narrative of the situation in the criminal underworld, the players in it, the hierarchy. With that, we can also at the same time clear your name, give a false sentencing to show the people we actually care. It's a simulation. It's got to be a simulation." What's he even talking about? James literally closed his eyes as he thought about Benjamin's plan, or whatever it was. "Benjamin, talk clear." He opened his eyes, looking at Benjamin, who actually slapped himself, maybe to knock some sense into himself. Well, to be true, it was a day that he never even thought could happen. He only wanted to proceed with deal he did with James, but now all of this weighed on him, just fucked up everything. He was no longer a director who could slack off, but now his face was all over the country, especially with that fucking speech William had written for him. "It is clear to you and to me that now people will demand answers, will demand evidence that we are actually doing what we promised, and with it, it is also clear to me, to you, to Linda, and everybody that some people, maybe journalists, maybe some others will dig in deep. Maybe corrupt officials will speak out or leak documents. Maybe a police officer, somebody who saw you and knows what you do, how you look, will eventually come to the surface and start talking. Maybe in days, maybe in weeks or months, but that will be happening. I am sure of it," Benjamin explained. "So what we need to do is start planning and act before it could happen." He finally understood what Benjamin was talking about, and for him at least, it was just too much to do. "You want to fake arrest me?" "Exactly," Benjamin said quickly, and even Mike turned back. As well, the driver was surprised as he listened to what was happening. "If we do nothing, it will look bad on the government that we just let you roam, and maybe people will revolt or something. You are the biggest name now in the game. Who knows how many bodies are attached to your name?" Yeah, that was true. Lots of bodies buried, chopped, shot. A lot of them were on the Bellini name. It was clear like day. "We can put you on house arrest, that too just for the show, and then we would find nothing about you. That's the plan." "Well, your plan is shit, has many holes. And what the fuck was the execution then?" "We arrest you, then put you on house arrest, saying to the public that you are on the path to execution, but then the investigation finds nothing. Why? We will blame the corruption that was in the government. With it, we can conclude the investigation can't go further, and you will remain on house arrest for monitoring. This will help in two ways." He held up his finger. "One, it will give you more power in a sense because one, we can meet freely at your house, saying it's because of further investigation, and also the agents would be there for you as a direct channel between you and us. And of course, you could use them for the operation." Now Benjamin actually had sense in what he was saying, but still, James was kind of stuck at the word execution, because who knows how the table can turn and maybe the government backstabs him. Even though Benjamin was clear that he is on his side, but the others, no. With Linda suddenly wanting to run for president, that shit was still on his mind too. It was clear she wanted more power, and she could use this whole fucking situation to win an election. Second, the best thing about it, that it will please the general public, because yes, it will cause outrage if we find nothing about you, no evidence. But this whole narrative is about corruption, the key word. We can arrest people who we want, and we already have a list of who those people will be: detectives, investigators, agents, governors, even on government level. We can put all of the corruption on them, and the people will be satisfied by it and happy that they finally disappear. Of course, eyes will be on you too. There's how comes the second part, censoring everything, saying we're doing it because of accusation and false evidence, just slowing down everything. So if they ever come out speaking against you or trying to leak files, documents, we could strike them down. In that way, you can operate behind the tens of $1 million worth mansion, not worrying about a single thing. It sounded too good to be something that can actually work. What about my warehouse? What about the 1,000 people working under me? I know and I want to believe that the men and the women that are working for me all are loyal, but there will always be some that want my downfall. even if I pay them well, even if I care for them. As he said, and Mike looked back because he knew it too, as well as Hector and everybody, that one word, one person, and shit can cause a whole landslide. But the most important of it is Sophia. She's literally all over the place, a known criminal. How y'all going to deal with her? Or Ferrucci and Hector? Benjamin had already thought about it and had answers for it. You have legitimate businesses in real estate and the forestry and the marketing company. We can just legally register those people there as well, the warehouse and everything you own, and the job is done. About Sophia, we do the same with her and launch an investigation and find nothing. But well, the most important point is, I think, obvious. Obvious. I am the director of the National Security Bureau of Investigation. I am part of the National Emergency Cabinet, as well as Linda, the Minister of Justice, Stephen, the director of the International Security Bureau, and Thomas, the director of the Intelligence Force. You have the most powerful motherfuckers with you, James. Too many questions, too many holes in the plan that Benjamin just explained to him. And it was all in his head, like actually doing it seemed to be impossible, even if they are the government. This whole plan felt like something that Benjamin, or whoever came up with it, just did in an hour, thinking it would sound good, that it would actually work. But it was a weak plan, something that couldn't even be considered a plan, just an outline for something big, for something unbelievable to do, especially during the national emergency, when everybody was paying attention to the criminals waiting to see who would be the one to get busted. In this plan that would be him, James Bellini. But then a magic twist. He ain't a criminal, but a good-hearted businessman. Chapter 241, Tears of Anger. Benjamin, you know what happened in the last 2 months, but let's say the last month? James asked as he looked at him with the tiredness in his eyes, and his voice now was low like he just got angry, like all of this was fucking fueling him to crash the fuck out. I know, but... No. James put up his finger, interrupting Benjamin and staring straight in his eyes, now his voice higher and more threatening. You don't know. You can't sympathize. You can't understand the feeling, you know why? Benjamin now shook his head slowly, and even Mike got a little stiff in the front seat. Years ago, my best friend died because of my actions. He died because people accused him, because his family was no longer looking at him as one of them. He killed himself with the same gun I gave him. The same fucking gun I personally gave him. James's eyes were piercing through Benjamin. It was just pure anger, pure frustration, everything that was in him, everything that he pushed deep down. I wasn't able to go to the funeral. I just couldn't do it, to stand there knowing that he blew off his head, because he thought that was the best for him. James, shut the fuck up. He raised his voice. It wasn't a shout, but it was enough to let everybody know in the car that he ain't playing no more, he ain't sweet-talking, ain't thinking about the possibilities. I buried my little brother. He died because I chose this path, to live like this. I buried Hans, who wasn't just a bodyguard but a friend and a father. I buried them on the same fucking day. He couldn't hold himself together, or more like the anger took over, because now the tears rolled out of his eyes not because he wanted to cry, but because he couldn't tell the truth without them. Now my family is in another fucking country. My other friend is in a coma because a fucking cartel decided to attack us. And why did that happen? Why does my family need to be in another country and my friend to lie in a hospital bed, kept alive by machines? Why? Benjamin couldn't answer because it was just too much, those eyes staring deep into his, the tears rolling out not because of sadness, but all the frustration, all the anger. It's a whole in another situation when somebody cries because of the anger that just puts everything on a whole other level of fucked up. He knew it very well, that he lost many, lost people close to his heart, lost those who were at least he could chain himself down, those who could accept him, those who could influence him to act in a way to still be grounded, still be a human and not go crazy like Lucian. But they are all dead or somewhere else all because of him. Yeah, because of him, or... Answer me. Again, James's voice came, still staring deep in Benjamin's eyes, his face slowly turning red, his veins popping out on his whole face, and the tears still there. It was like a demon stared at him, who was ready to take his soul, ready to kill whoever was before him. And now it was Benjamin. What caused all of it? What caused them to die? Was it truly me? It wasn't. Benjamin spoke in such a low voice that it was more like a whisper, as if the words didn't even want to come out of his mouth. Because he knew it too. He knew it deep down that it wasn't James's bad decisions that killed them. Then, it was them. Yeah, the truth, that it wasn't James's fault. It wasn't his fault to go out that day with Charlotte, to let Raphael go with Hans. It wasn't his fault that they were attacked. None of it was his fault. It was the fault of those who were behind it, the government. They knew about it. Even if Benjamin wasn't even there at that time, he knew it too, that if this whole plan of Linda and William to make the DTA, to save their little bubble from popping, to still be in power where they can steal money, to let them still rule without consequence. If they hadn't made this plan, and most importantly, if they had just stopped Carter and the police chief, if they had just stopped with their power and unauthorized operation, they wouldn't have died. Raphael would still be alive today, as well as Hans, if the government hadn't started all of this bullshit. If they had been operating like how a true government does, none of this would have happened. There wouldn't have been gangsters, wouldn't have been shootings every day, wouldn't have been a cartel roaming in the city, assassinating the vice-fucking president. They had the time to do it. They had all the fucking time. Especially William. He was re-elected twice, and he did nothing, not a single fucking thing to stop the country from descending into total chaos. But he just leaned back and profited from it, seeing how the people died, how they suffered, until someone appeared. Someone who looked more threatening than Lucian. Someone who already had the drug market in his hand. Somebody who would hurt the business. The idea of DTA was born because of that, not because of what they lied to each other with Linda, but because William's true plans were to profit even more, to control the drug market. But it failed. It failed because he is a bitch-ass president who can't even control his own party, his own vice president. Maybe, yeah, James also made mistakes. Of course, he did. He was just thrown into this life out of nowhere. But it wasn't his fault. It was the fault of them, which he took to his heart. It was he who should have been dead. They aimed for him, but they took away the closest to him. Exactly. It was them. He spoke again, now turning toward the window and looking out. So, let me chill the fuck out before I decide to cut off y'all's heads one by one and parade with them like a fucking barbarian. Chapter 242, Peak. Benjamin at that moment definitely understood to not fucking even say a word, because James would be really crashing the fuck out, and well, he understood it pretty much. He knew that they are literally fucking his shit up, especially with all of his plans coming out of nowhere, literally throwing at him, knowing pretty well that there is no way that he fully healed from his wound from the shoot, and from the emotional wound deep within himself, and they just fucking him up even more, or at least what Benjamin did. He fucked him up, just cracked the floodgates in him, and if that fucking floodgates broke, then everybody would be fucked, and the way James said it, it was straight truth. It came out without even thinking about it even for a millisecond. They crossed the line, or at least Benjamin did, and now James just showed him what he is ready to do if they keep fucking him up in his life. He can't grieve, he can't handle his emotions, he can't even think about nothing because there is always something that needs to be done. His life in every single fucking moment is a rush, and when once want to fucking chill out, want to talk with a professional, even then two fucking braided dumb fucks came in his way and just put more and more on him. They just supply that fucking darkness, that gate that keep all of it back. Not even one single day to let him rest. Not one single day without crime, without death, without moves in the government, without making moves toward greatness. Greatness that is just another fucking deal with people who are just want to concrete themselves to the government. Those people who all this years did fucking nothing, and the only time he was truly resting was when he was in a coma in that hospital bed, which beside his mother cried for him, to raise up, to speak one more time with him. That was the only time he could rest, and even then he was fighting for his life. I am sorry, Benjamin stuttered, but he dared not look at James's way as he was just still looking out the windows, as his hands were tapping on his knee. Sorry for what? That there is something that you and the other want to complicate a very simple thing. James looked his way. Let me fucking remind you how it. He stopped mid-sentence and closed his eyes. He stopped and started breathing in and out, trying to calm himself down, to let all of these control him, to be himself. You weren't there, it's not your fault that it happened. But please, Benjamin, don't try and complicate already complicated things. Don't try to make an already fucked up situation more fucked. James said as his eyes were closed, still trying to control his breath and all the things inside of him. I made you a Bellini, he said now, opening it and straight looking into Benjamin's eyes. I made a deal with you to finally close a chapter in your life, to avenge what they had done in your town, to you and your family. Don't forget that what you're doing is fighting for your family, those who died and those who still live, me and the Bellini family. Yeah, the main point of all of it, the main point that Benjamin seemed to forget, or more like all of this that was happening with him, happening all around, just pushed down the feeling he carried with him, the feeling and need to take revenge and kill that motherfucker, and the main point. He's not just a director, a member of the government, but also part of James's family. He is a Bellini and needs to act on it. He's no longer just a director, but part of a mafia family. Not just a part, but one of the few who carries the name, who is accepted by James himself. Which means the most important thing he seemed to forget about all of it, the real meaning of becoming a Bellini. James trusts him. Even if it's not the same kind of trust he has in Hector or Ferrucci, he still trusts him for that exact reason he was accepted. But the most important part of this trust is the meaning of it, that together they can do things no one could ever imagine. They can back each other, they can flow information to each other, and build something far greater than ever existed before. An agency director with the most influential mafia family, the most dangerous and most powerful thing that can happen to his country right now. They can move without a problem in the government as well as in the criminal underworld. That power isn't just a weapon, it's a force that could reshape everything. With James and Benjamin working together, the lines between law and crime blur. Benjamin knew the stakes. Every move, every decision could tip the balance. One wrong step, and it could all come crashing down. But if they played it right, they'd be unstoppable. This is what they can be. This is what they need to be. A power far greater than any deal. An alliance that holds power on a whole different level. But Benjamin seemed to not realize it, and seemed to overlook the fact of why he was accepted. He seemed to forget all of this, and only focused on what the government needs. He didn't think about the true meaning of being a Bellini. It shapes outcomes, shifts loyalties, and opens doors most people never even see. With them on the same side, the system stops working the way it's supposed to. Laws become negotiable, and crime starts looking like business. It's not about hiding anymore. It's about operating in plain sight, because no one dares to stop them, the peak no one has ever reached. Chapter 243, Era. Benjamin was mind-blown by it, by all of it as he thought more and more about it. About the beginning, about the files he had read on James, about the facts that he had known about him. The fact that James wasn't making any bold moves, wasn't doing what others in his position would have done. He wasn't aiming for something much bigger or greater at least. There hadn't been any sign of it. But now, everything is different. And the question in James's mind was, when? When did James realize all of it? Who knows? Maybe he knew it all the time. Maybe when his house got shot up. Maybe when he was in a coma. When he truly was alone in the darkness, fighting for his life. When the chance was there that he would never wake up. Or even if he wakes up, he will become paralyzed. He will never walk again. Maybe that thought was what caused him to think in a wider spectrum. The thought that he would never be able to pay back what they did to Raphael, what they did to Hans. The thought that he would never be able to get those people who were responsible for their deaths. The thought was there the moment he woke up from the coma, the moment he screamed Raphael's name, but he never walked through that door, when he realized he would never hear his voice again. Maybe it was way back, when Marcelo died, when the only true friend he had, who he could truly trust. Yeah. They struggled together to become something that their parents would be proud of, but in the end, they both lost what they aimed for. Marcelo died while James lost everything around him, while he lost himself. The moment when he realized that living this life, to be somebody who is so influential and so dangerous that he's bending the lines between two worlds, bending the line of what a human is capable of doing. The realization was always there. It was deep down in him. He knew it, but almost pushed it down inside himself. He didn't want this role. He didn't want to become a monster, didn't want to become a feared gangster of the country. He never wanted to be the one that stands on the top, on the peak looking down on what he achieved. Total chaos and control. But he knew it, and even saw it playing out before him. The circle was made to chain him down, to not let him run around and do whatever he wants to do. And of course, he knew it, at least thought about the whole meaning of it. Not just that, but the fact that Hector literally built up a whole drug trafficking route. He built up a whole production line in another country with camps, with labs, with plantations supplying the country with the purest of the pure drug. It was all before his eyes that this is what greatness is. This is what is the road to the peak. When the fucking government is making a whole-ass agency to control you, a whole-ass agency to be able to get a grip on you. He knew all along that, or more like he became exactly what he never wanted to be, and his aim was no longer just to become what he pretended to be, because he did it a long time ago, without him even knowing. He already abandoned the mask when he killed the first time. It was not pretending, but the feeling inside of him, the need to rule over everything, to control every single corner of the underworld, and do whatever he wants to do in calmness, knowing that not even one motherfucker would go against him, that not even one person would stand in front of him blocking his way. To truly achieve peace, everything needs to be his. Everything needs to be controlled by him. And now all of this bullshit that's happening is just truly pushing him toward this idea, toward that feeling inside of him, that there is nothing left but to take total control, and he has all the needs right now. He has all the weapons and all the tools in his hands. He's no mastermind. He doesn't know shit about how the drug is made. He doesn't know who cooks it, who moves it, or who's in charge of which territory right now. He doesn't know the smuggling routes or which politician takes which envelope. He's not a criminal genius, but what he is something far more dangerous. James doesn't need to know the details, because the people who do know, they work for him. Out of fear, out of loyalty, or because they know that crossing him means losing everything. He doesn't run operations. He doesn't build networks. He becomes the reason they stay together. So how the fuck is that possible? How does a man like that end up at the top of a criminal underworld he barely understands? Because he never needed to know the rules. He wasn't raised in this life, didn't inherit a name, or a reputation, or a family legacy. What he had was nothing. What he did was lie. That was the trick. That was the start. A bluff so bold it became real. He moved like a man with blood on his hands and nothing to lose. And when no one stopped him, he truly became unstoppable. But he didn't do it alone. James not the one who built the empire. It's the men and women around him. The killers, the smugglers, lab workers, those out on the fields. His only job is to keep them in line. Make sure loyalty is bought with fear or respect, whatever it takes, because without those people, he's nothing. But with them backing him, he's on another level. The man who bent those fine lines. The man who started the new era. Chapter 244. Faith and Trust. I didn't mean it that way, Benjamin said as he gathered all his power to speak without stuttering, without any hesitation in it, to show James that he is still somebody who he can trust. I know very well how it feels to lose people close to you as well. I understand those emotions that are all gathered in you, but now we need to act in a way that we not just hold the power, but actually do everything to make sure we don't slip up. I know all of it just didn't make sense, that what William did, that there are plenty of deals between a lot of people, that you are the one that needs to act on the national emergency, but at the same time, this is the exact moment we can take control of all of it. He said, something that James and, well, everybody around knew. This whole situation is the best time, not even more than that, the greatest time to reach out and grab whatever they want. Everybody is panicking. Everybody now tries to stay as low as possible to see what happens and how it happens. In the criminal world, nobody, just nobody wants anything but to save themselves, and at the same time grab a piece of what is left, what is now just floating free. I know exactly, and sorry for my behavior, James suddenly said, but still his voice sounded dangerous. Still, there was the heat of their conversations. But it's not just about me, it's about the whole family, Benjamin. People working for me who too lost all hope in the government. People who see through all of this bullshit. And now what we are doing is exactly going against my people who chose me, chose my side, my family to be the one they feel comfortable with, the family that they do everything for and have the trust in. He said as he stopped and looked deep into Benjamin's eyes. Can you imagine what would happen if that trust, if that loyalty, even just a bit weakens? They chose me because the politicians abandoned them long ago. They lived like dogs, weren't even able to provide for their families, for themselves. And then they found me, the light in their life. And I'm not going to abandon them because Linda, William, or whoever the fuck is thinking that they can control me, that they can control the narrative with me. Because to them, To my people, I am the one who truly represents them, the one that stands for them. The truth that was the most important of all of it. The people who are there for him and the reason they are for him. It's because of what he just said, and Benjamin knew it. But not just him, even William, even Linda, every single one of them knew it. Those 1,000 people behind James. Those people are not there for him for fun. Not there because they are slaves or were pressured to be there, but because it was the only fucking choice they could make to break off from their life in poverty, from the suffering they went through. Young, old, women, men, they are all there because there wasn't anything else but the Bellini family. A family that isn't a typical gangster family, but a true family that is. There for them, that pays them well, that takes care of them. And now that trust, that loyalty, that love for the family, for James, can be shaken with all of this, because they aren't dumb. They see what is happening. They see that their boss, their family, is the only single one that is not getting busted, no prosecution, no arrests, no raids, nothing against them. They aren't even in the newspaper, not even online. And it's just too much to believe that it's because they bribed the right people. It's too much to believe that money can do this much. They will eventually realize that James Bellini is hand in hand with the government. With the same government that left them behind. The government that did nothing for them. That left them in hunger, in poverty, in prosperity. And when that realization fully hits them, that's when everything can fall apart. Because loyalty, once questioned, never comes back the same. James knows it. Deep down he knows that no matter how strong his grip is, no matter how much respect, fear, or love he gets, if they start to doubt, even for a second, then it's over. Not a gunshot, not a betrayal, not a bullet to the head, but silence. Benjamin knew that too. He didn't need James to say it aloud. It was in his voice, in the cracks between his anger and sorrow. The fear wasn't losing power, it was losing the people, because without them, James Bellini wasn't anything but another name on a file. That's where it cuts the deepest knot. In the bloodshed, not in the threats from politicians or rival gangs, but in the hollow, unspoken shift in the eyes of the very people he once saved. The ones who used to look at him like he was the first light after years of darkness, and now they could look at him like they don't know who the fuck he is anymore. Because to them, James didn't just offer money, power, or shelter. He gave them purpose. He gave them something the world never did: dignity, worth, a place to stand tall without shame. But over time, that image can fracture. Not because of something he says or does, but because of what he starts to become in their eyes. Untouchable, unreachable, no longer their own, but something distant. And now this is exactly what could happen, because if he acts on it, it will show that he's not just avoiding the law, he's walking beside it, hand in hand with the same corrupt fuckers who left them starving, beaten, and voiceless. He had saved those people from that life, pulled them out of the filth, out of addiction, abuse, poverty, off the streets, and they repaid him with a loyalty that bordered on worship. But now, that same loyalty could be poisoned by doubt if he makes the wrong move. Because they didn't just follow him out of fear or profit, they followed him because he gave them something no one else ever had: a chance. And now that chance could feel like a lie. Now they could wonder if the man they once believed would die for them is even capable of hearing them anymore. When people stop believing in the one who saved them, when the symbol of their survival becomes a stranger, it doesn't just shake their trust, but their entire being. James knows that if he loses them, not just their presence, but their belief, then everything he fought for, everything he bled to build, will mean nothing more than just another empire built on fear, not faith. If that were to happen, then the deaths of Raphael, Hans, and Marcello would mean nothing. Chapter 245, A Trip? The silence between them was big, too big, with too many thoughts, with too many things in their minds. No one said anything. Benjamin wanted to push the plan, the deal, too much, while not even really thinking about what James was currently going through, not even thinking about the family that he just joined. While on the other side, James was exactly thinking about all of the things, how to make a move, a great move, that will connect them not just to power, but truly make the family an exceptional one that is not backstabbing, one that holds their loyalty, their respect, and faith toward James to nothing. I need time. Suddenly James spoke. At least a week or two, without any bullshit happening. I get it, and we need time too. Benjamin said. We're all over the place at the government. especially William's fucking plan to fire people on corruption charges. He said as he sighed because it was just more fucking weight on him, on the agencies. Making up evidence out of nowhere to actually arrest the exact same people who were involved in corruption and in stealing the money is one of the riskiest moves to do. Not just risky, but one misstep. One single mistake will lead to something far worse. And that wasn't just what was risky. They announced it live to all of the people, and even to those who they were aiming for. Those people will be prepared with who knows what files from decades ago, who knows what documents with the signature of William, who knows what pictures or voice recordings which they cannot just protect themselves from, but also attack back. Even though they will take control over the media, if a leak is going to happen, there is no way they can stop all of it. Voices will be ready against all of it. But maybe exactly that is their weapon. Corruption can shield those who had their hand in it. Like everybody knew that William is corrupt like everybody else in the government. But especially now they need a leader who acts up when they have been attacked by a foreign terrorist group. And that was exactly William's plan. He is corrupt, but he is the only one that is fit for the president role. He already built up his connections and web all over the Congress, all over everywhere. The political system is no longer a real one, but just an act to seem legitimate. That's how corruption saves him. There is no other person who can step into his role, and in this way, he can arrest others, saying and judging. They are corrupt because the people will be happy about it. That's exactly what he is aiming for. Arrest those who are corrupt but went overboard with it. Mayors, governors all over the fucking country have mansions, supercars, some of them even private jets. Those exactly are the ones that the public want to see behind bars or working in hard labor camps. That's exactly what William is going to do. He is going to satisfy the people with the arrests while keeping himself in the position and kind of cleaning his image. The best weapon against corruption is corruption itself. It becomes like a chain. Everyone holds a piece of it, and that chain only stays together if nobody pulls too hard. But once someone does, once they get too greedy or try to act like they own everything, others will step in to stop them. Not for justice, but to keep things balanced. And now it was William who was keeping the balance. And to do it, he needed to act against those he partied with in a strip club, sniffing white magic. Those people criticized the rescue team when a flood hit and people died, while their pockets were filled with the money that was supposed to go toward the floodgate. For them, death and despair is nothing, just means more money going to their pockets. But now William will set the image that he is magically changed, and there are lots of things he can use as weapons as well. Weapons against him, they can use. But it's already a lost battle for them. Of course it is. The national emergency just gave more power to all of the agencies, all of them backing up one single person, William. They can fabricate whatever evidence, whatever lie they want to. They can manipulate, spread misinformation, and pull out files that no one even knew existed, and to cover it up it is easy. Make more lies up, the best way to deal with problems. I acutely want 3 weeks. James soundly spoke, pulling out Benjamin from his thoughts and confusing him. 3? That's almost a month, he said, and he didn't understand what the fuck he would do in 3 weeks. That's just too long to got without doing anything. I want to go to Marassi. How hard would it be for me? Marassi? He asked back, already knowing why James brought it up, and somehow, it stressed him out even more than their previous conversation. Yeah, do other agencies have files about me, like international ones? Benjamin thought about lying to him, but it would just fuck his loyalty even more. No, there isn't anything going against you, and Marassi only cares about those people who do business in their country, he said, and for a moment, he saw James' eyes change. But it is still very dangerous. If somehow they realize who you are, they can arrest you, thinking you're plotting to start something over there. They are ruthless against criminals like how we're going to be too. As he said it, James seemed to think about it a bit, but looked once again at him. So I can go, right? He asked, though it was more like an answer to his own question. Benjamin took some time because he knew this was going to stir more shit up, but he couldn't just stop him. Yes, you can. Chapter 246, Smoke. Good, then stop the car, James said, and like it was a straight order, and the driver immediately pulled over to the side. I'm sorry, Benjamin, but my hunger went away. Next time I will invite you for some good steak, he said, looking at him, but he knew pretty well that it was because of him. If he wouldn't press with his fucking words, they could have had a good talk about the future, about everything. But he fucked up. Then, goodbye, James, and be safe. You too, Benjamin. Be safe and don't tangle up in all the bullshit," he said, and with a last look, he hopped out of the car with Mike, leaving behind Benjamin with his thoughts that now he might have just fucked up himself on another level. Not just himself, but everybody. "Now where, boss?" Mike asked as the cars rolled away from them. "Now, I'm going to smoke a cigarette if you have one," James said as he turned toward him, and at the same time men rolled up with their cars. "Of course," Mike said as he pulled out his pack of cigarettes, giving him one as well as the lighter. And it was majestic, the feeling of puffing a good smoke, in all of this stressful situation where two worlds collide, when he can't have a single thought about himself or his family. This smoke was like pushing him up to the clouds, relaxing him on a whole other level. Puffing it, inhaling the smoke, then out, while all around still the voices of people, the sound of joy, the music playing, an experience that truly is something else, that truly calms down a person, but in his shoes it kind of meant more. A second stillness in the big rush, a stillness when everything is built around you and everybody wants to see what you do next, what your step will be, even what is your thought. Stillness that is well-deserved for him. The key player of all the things happening in the country, the middle of all the bullshit, and it's still just the beginning of it. They're not even in the middle of it. They're not even near the end of it. The new era of the underworld, the new era of the country, is something that now will be made by blood. "Hey, Mike." "Yes." "My leg. Why the fuck does this still hurt like hell?" He turned to him as he puffed out the smoke. "I take all the pills, but still, sometimes it just incredibly hurts. I can't even put weight on it or be able to walk without the cane. It can be caused by several things, but what I think of is that you need to rest it. Like, the pills they gave you are painkillers and relaxation meds, but you are always on the go. Like, to be truthful, the hospital let you out too early, or at least you walked away too early. The wound is still fresh, and since then you didn't even sit down for a week to let it heal. Huh, so it will be just worse. Yes, I'm afraid of. But maybe you need another surgery to make everything right. But then you need to rest a month or more, and right now it seems impossible to do. Yeah, the truth. How fucked is it that he can't even let himself heal? The wound that maybe if it gets infected or something then he becomes a one-legged fucker like a pirate. Then in Marassi, I will have somebody to look at it," James said as he threw away the cigarette and stepped on it. "Until then I just suffer, I guess, like always." He smiled at Mike, who couldn't say anything to that, because it was truly suffering. His legs fucked, his emotions all over the place, and plus all the plans, deals, next moves. James is truly somebody who is kinda unbreakable, or more like he broke enough that he does not care about all of this. He just looks at those like normal things, but in reality, everybody else would be already gone in his palace. But he is still standing, still going, and pushing himself through all of this. What a man he is. A true leader, especially what he heard in the cart. Mike was shocked about it, how much it really meant for James, the family, them, the people he met, those who suffer just like him. He is for the people. He is truly a leader for those whose voices haven't been heard in years. He's looking out for them. He's protecting them and feeding them, while he's suffering all alone through all of this. "Time to go home, Mike." "Yeah, let's go," he said as he stepped forward and opened the door for James, who for some reason waited a bit, looking up at the distant clouds in the sky. Then, taking a big breath, he finally sat in, as well as Mike too, and they were on the road to go home and take some time from everything that's happening around them. But somewhere else there was no time off. There was not even a bit of relaxation, but straight up working countless hours without rest. Yeah, at the government levels, everything was fucked up. Every single department, agency, every single fraction of the government was in a fucking panic to do exactly what William said, but so many things were countering each other that it was just a nightmare. One department was arguing with the other, while some of the departments didn't even want to cooperate with each other, and it was all caused by the panic of the corrupt officials. What they did was trying to save themselves, deleting reports, files, everything that could connect them to anything. They were doing the utmost to save themselves, because, well, nobody knew who exactly were those William talked about. Who will be sent to hard labor? Who will be the ones standing in front of the firing squad? Well, people had the answer. People that go by the name Linda, William, Thomas, and Stephen. Chapter 247, First Steps. The whole office of Linda now was stripped down, like everything was thrown out that was movable and was taking too much space up and was turned into a joint. Operation center or something like that. Basically, 4 desks were thrown into her office with computers, printers, and paper shredders, and another 2 desks that were packed with folders, files, reports, everything they can use against the people they're going after. Bogdan Rezek. Steven said. He is the Rural Development Program Head Coordinator, which we all know he didn't do shit, as well as the whole department of his. So let's put him, the department head, and literally everybody on the list. It could cause a lot of satisfaction among those who live in rural areas. Anything about him, Thomas? Yeah, as we all know, he stole a lot of money, as well as the whole department. He has 2 supercars worth $5 million and bought several estates which are worth over $50 million, with a $180,000 yearly salary. It's obvious, too obvious. He said as he looked at Linda. Who is the department head? It's Farid Mayam, who was appointed 2 years ago and suddenly became a millionaire, with a yearly salary of $290,000. He travels and still travels by private jet charters, stays in luxury hotels, and owns several real estates. On top of that, he bought a $21 million yacht. Thomas continued. His department received $670 million per year, and the only thing he actually did was asphalt 3 roads. He looked up again. But the thing is, the department is connected to the Ministry of Finance. At least Dorian's signature is all over the place. That fucking Dorian. Linda whispered, because there's no way they can bust down the Minister of Finance. If we arrest the whole Ministry of Finance, then the country will be thrown into the biggest economic crisis. Market would crash, foreign investment pull out. Not even talking about the dollar will fly the fuck upwards. Thomas said, it will be a sign for him that the rope is already at his neck, and one move, and he will choke to death. Steven spoke. He will notice it, that around him everything is falling, and the only thing he can do is act how we want to, because if he doesn't and the country falls, then he will die with his family. There's nowhere to run off. He looked up. So let's say we arrest those who are corrupt around the Ministry of Finance. All of these departments that just steal the money but do not have higher powers. We do it, then seize all of their assets, and with it, the money will come back to us. Their cash, their money on hidden accounts, even offshore, and their assets like houses and everything else will be sold on international auction, so we can invest that money back to the department under a new guy who's actually doing his job. They were all stunned by Steven and that he just fucking laid out the whole operation and how to do it, and how it'll benefit the public and, well, the government. But hearing it from him, it was strange. He seemed energetic. Exactly like you said. Thomas began. We need to look out and start with departments that have no bigger power in the government itself and to the public. So with it, there will be no market crash or anything else. Well then, this Bogdan guy and Farid will be the first ones that will be arrested, as well as those who are working under them. Linda spoke as she wrote something down. But we need to erase Dorian's signature from all the documents. How the fuck can he be this dumb to actually sign it with his own name? She shook her head as she just got more stressed by it. They thought it would last long, as well as we thought. Steven spoke again. But now the empire is falling down as the people's voice is raising. Again, silence. What the fuck, Steven? Linda asked, almost laughing but still with that serious look on her face. When did you become like this? When I realized that if we mess this up, I'll never retire, and I won't even run because I have enough pride to admit I deserve to be shot by a firing squad or hanged. So yeah, that's just the reality. He said as looked deep in Linda's eyes. Whoa, I never imagined you talking like this. Thomas said as he was truly shocked by the fact that, well, Steven sounded serious about it, not like many other times. He started to act like how he acted back then, when justice was a thing. Key point is to not mess up, and you, Steven, are the ISB head, so you have what you need to make the move, as well as we do. Linda spoke, kind of wanting to cheer him, which was even more shocking to Thomas. Yeah, but we are just 50% of it. The other half is Bellini. Steven spoke again. If some idiot attacks him, let it be the cartel, another gang, or someone else who we don't know about. It will turn into a bloodbath. And if he truly loses his mind, he will kill everybody who is in front of him, let it be agents, police, anybody, even us. I think the chance of that is 0. Thomas said. I mean, he already lost his mind, and he is still with us. Even if he did or not, we first need to get these things done. Linda spoke. So first, those departments of the finance ministry are going to be busted. We need the list, the names, department, officials of it, and reasons, and then get the operation going on. Then start with the other ministries. Thousands of people, Thomas said. Top of my head there is the defense, education, health, transport, energy, agriculture, culture, housing, labor, tourism, and all of it's connected to the fucking finance. We are not going to sleep, that's for sure. That's why we are involving the most trusted men like we did earlier, so just sort out the worst ones. Linda said. And well, they began to do it, looking through hundreds of names, from all kinds of departments and ministries, to government, mayors, on every single level of the system, until a phone call came. And it was Benjamin with the news about James and the trip he was about to do. And Linda, well, she crashed the fuck out a bit. Chapter 248, Crashing Out. What did you say? She asked back as she slowly stood up from her desk, her left hand already knuckled up, and it was an indication for both Stephen and Thomas that something was up, more like fucked. Because as he listened to what Benjamin was saying to her, she gradually started to become red, like her face was starting to look like those devils in comics, and even her veins were popping out on her head. But the clearest indicator was when she closed her eyes and started taking deep breaths. Linda, Stephen couldn't really ask her a question because Linda just fucking threw her phone at the wall, and it literally exploded. And if it wasn't enough, she stepped toward it and started stomping the shit out of it. Fuck, 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 fucking bitch. She screamed as she was stomping the shit out of the almost non-existent phone on the floor, the one that was literally the protective line between her and William and, well, everybody. Call up Benjamin right now. She screamed at Thomas, looking like a fucking demon. Thomas did exactly that, pulled out his phone, calling up Benjamin and putting it on loudspeaker. What did you say to Linda? He asked. And well, Benjamin at first didn't speak as he heard the heavy breath of Linda. I told him about James. He said with no hesitation or anything in his voice that could tell anything to them. He was calm, not panicked. I get it, but what? Because she is exploding right now, Thomas said, as now Linda seemed like phase 1 of her rage was over and was prepping for the second phase as she stood staring at Thomas with both of her hands knuckled up. James said that. Well, basically, I wanted to talk about our plans to be more effective, and it didn't go how I wanted it. Now his voice was hesitant. What the fuck happened? Stephen now spoke as he got closer to the phone. Basically, he said to leave him the fuck alone for 3 weeks, and that he is going to go to Marassi, and if we don't let him absolutely chill out, he's going to behead us, and we'll parade with our heads like a barbarian, like those were his exact words. Now all of them got why Linda was exploding. Even Stephen now covered his face and started breathing heavy. His pulse just quickened even more, and of course, not minutes ago he just talked about to not fuck with James because he's somebody who's already unstable. And now Benjamin did exactly that. But the most important thing of it is that they all knew he is really going to do it, like chop their heads off. At least Stephen and Linda knew it. They saw him popping out the chief's eyes. Literally his fingers were in his skull. They knew the best that if James says something like this, he is not joking, nor is it just a bluff or threat. He will really fucking parade around with their heads if they fuck up. But fuck up what? That's what was in Thomas's head when he asked back. Benjamin, what did you say to him? We didn't even talk about anything. I might have gone overboard with it, but I thought it would be a good plan and idea to actually, well, arrest him and launch a false investigation too. You're fucking joking, Stephen whispered as staring at the phone, frozen the moment Benjamin said it. Like he already imagined his head being chopped off. No, worse than that. He already saw that they are fucking torturing him. No, before that, they torture his family, his already grown-up kids, his wife, and then comes him. There will be no pride in his death, but only despair. Despair in his eyes with suffering as he watches how his family is being tortured and beheaded, and guilt as he realizes this is something he deserves to be done to him. The reality that can happen, and will happen if they really fuck up, because there is no other option. Bellini now is too important to be killed off. He is too influential to be thrown into a dirt pit, because his men, the family built around him, the connections he has, they can't kill him. Corruption is a cruel thing, because there will always be somebody There will always be something you just can't fucking do a thing about, even at the highest level of it. There will always be some fuckers who are untouchable, because it isn't about that he can't die. It's about that he can't be killed, because if he dies, all hell breaks loose. But the most important part about it, the cruel truth of it, that Stephen knew well, just like how everybody knew it, that it was them. They created Bellini. They created him and the environment where he can thrive. Not just him, Augustus, Silas, and every single fucking one of them. They thrived because they did nothing about it. The real godfather of the underworld, the king of it, is them, the government, the higher-ups. Linda, who at first seemed like the medicine for this rotten wound, but as she experienced the reality, the corruption, the deals, she stopped chasing justice. She gave up and became just like the others, just like Stephen, just like Thomas and Odin did. 3 special agents who were better than others, those who actually believed in justice and chased those who were against it. Yeah, but once the promotion came after decades of work, what they saw at the top was that everybody just didn't give a single fuck. They couldn't start investigations against people because politicians had ties with them. They couldn't do shit. So they sat back, and that's it. Look how it plays out, how the criminal underworld thrives. And now when they finally want to change it, even though it's just more corruption with a bit of justice sparking at the top of it, they can't just do it. Exactly because they created the perfect environment for a single figure in the underworld whose hands reach far beyond what everybody ever thought it would. Augustus was the one and only gangster who was somebody that many called untouchable. That's someone who showed what is the top, what is the peak, and how the view is from up there. But no, it wasn't him, but the man who ruled in his shadow, the man who nobody knew a single fucking thing about, the man who was already at peak because all of them. And now he is fucking dictating the pace. He is the fucking one who is dictating it. Not them, not the government, but a fucking gangster. The Angel of Death. Chapter 249, Crash Out. They were all in silence because all of them understood what it meant. They all thought about the same as Stephen in their own way, but one thing was clear. Benjamin really fucked up. There were no plans they talked about, not a single one. They didn't even have time to talk, and Benjamin left them to go to James and now calls them with this bullshit that he said to James he needs to be arrested to play it more. What the fuck is this? Even if the thought about it was outrageous, but to actually say this, into his eyes, knowing very well that he is already in a line where if they say something bad, he can crash out, and then they're done. And he said it, to him. Said that they thought about this plan. A plan where the biggest drug lord, the most infamous and powerful mafia boss, is going to be arrested to play it out cool. Benjamin truly went overboard with it, and now, the most important thing about it is that he didn't just fuck up his reputation in James's eyes, but all of them. Each one of them's trust, which is not much, but maybe a drop that built up during this whole situation that surrounded them now was non-existent. At least, as Linda thought about it. And she just got more furious. Now he's fucking going to be paranoid. Thomas whispered, as in front of his eyes he already saw Lucian, how he became that paranoid serial killer who even killed his most trusted men when he was out. The one that didn't care about anything but grabbing power with blood. Know it. Benjamin, you really think saying to him that we fake arrest him, he's not going to question us? Linda asked again, her eyes closed, grinding her teeth, ready to fucking explode. Why would? Because he is a fucking gangster. That's why, you fucking dumb fucker. She finally popped. How the fuck are you going to say into his eyes this bullshit? You think he will look at us how he looked before? You think he's not going to question any of our moves or plot against us? What if he already did? What if he fucking leaked something? If he kills someone? Then we're all fucked. Not just you but us. The fucking country. Everybody. You motherfucker. She screamed so much at the phone that her saliva flew everywhere, even spit at Stephen's face. That fucking little trust he had in us is now all vanished, because you can't fucking shut your rotten fucking mouth for a second. She breathed heavily as she stared at the phone. You are the director of the biggest fucking agency, and you can't think straight when you're with him. Silence. There was silence, as she just stared at one spot, still breathing like a bull, waiting for Benjamin to say something back. Maybe I fucked up, but still, he isn't holding any. Holding what? She again screamed so much that even outside, the Secret Service agents wanted to go in to check what the fuck was happening. You don't know and can't even understand what is happening in his head. Nobody could, not even a fucking therapist or a psychologist, because he is madness, a fucking monster who kills and popped out a fucking eye with his finger. I saw it with my fucking eyes when he did it. You don't know what he thinks or what his next steps are because he is a broken, shattered, crazy motherfucker. Well, yeah, she was screaming the truth wholeheartedly. The truth that nobody knows what his next steps will be. Can't even predict it, because he can change in a second, like how when Raphael and Hans died. Everyone thought and predicted he would stay low, but he just straight went in and did his job without caring about anything. That's the danger itself, which Linda knew pretty much. That he didn't care about a single thing, did not give a fuck about anything. If he decided to do something, he would do it. Or if he ordered something, his men would do it without a second thought. This is the worst thing about James, that he seems like, and is, somebody who thinks, who can move, who can plan, who can do things that no one else can, and he can switch and be a ruthless motherfucker in a second, who doesn't give a fuck about consequences, or more like, he wants those consequences. He wants to thrive in the blood, in the chaos. She saw it with her own eyes before she fainted. She saw his face, his calm demeanor, that smile, the way he shot that officer without even a single flicker of emotion in him, like it wasn't even him. And then the way he did it, popped out the eyes and shot the chief's head to pieces. The brain parts everywhere, the blood, the smell. And now there was a chance, like how Stephen thought about it, a chance that now her eyes and their eyes would be popped out, that her family wouldn't be safe, even in Marassi or at the fucking highest mountain in the world, because the wolves of James will hunt them down. Don't panic, Benjamin's voice came again. Everything is. No, not. Shut the fuck up, Linda. Benjamin raised his voice suddenly. For a second, shut up your crying bitch-ass mouth and listen to me, because with your fucking screaming, nothing's going to work out. Now it was something else, because indeed Linda shut the fuck up, and she wasn't even furious. No, she became calm. The worst type of rage where somebody is calm seems okay. He is going to go to Marassi. He would have gone anyway. He's going to spend 3 weeks there. So in the meantime, we can prepare all of our plans and operations, and when he comes back with a clear mind and state, we can work hand in hand with him. Stephen and Thomas said nothing back to Benjamin as he finished. Well, they couldn't, because looking at Linda, she was smiling with still her eyes closed, and they knew that this whole thing would be another pile of shit thrown onto the existing ones. The justice minister arguing with an agency director is something that is, well, not ideal, to say the least. Not at all, when they are supposed to work together in a time where the smallest misstep can cause their downfall. Chapter 250, Human. Now, the silence was heavier than before, as the hierarchy seemed to be broken, the hierarchy that chained them together, but to be true, there was never hierarchy. Linda might be a high-ranking politician and the agency is under her oversight, but in reality, there is no oversight. The agency is a different kind of branch of the whole map for the exact reason to not get influenced by politicians, by sides. The only thing needed to matter is the protection of the homeland. And now they were literally yelling and calling each other bitches, using a language that even if a 5-second clip would leak out, it would fuck up the whole department, the whole hierarchy more. Yeah, and they were doing it over and over again. They were doing everything but protecting the country. Benjamin is obsessed over James like a fanboy, while Linda herself is too kind of skeptical after she said she wants to run for presidency. They both only look at their own benefit in the whole situation. The greediness is taking over them, not looking at the bigger picture of what they should have been doing. Working together and making a better place to live at, and the ones that knew what to do were Stephen and Thomas. Those two who actually were doing their job, while Benjamin was going after chasing James and Linda, were just all over the place. The real question is how he got into Makari. Stephen said, he needs fake ID and passport as well as clearance, like his family got. But if he gets caught, it would be obvious it was with the help of our government, and it would just cause more trouble to us. I thought about the same. Thomas spoke, but I highly doubt he would get caught. Who knows how many connections he has even abroad. But what is worrying me is what he is going to do in those 3 weeks. He looked up. If we do our plan without him, then it literally means nothing. Secret channels, we can send the information to him. Benjamin's voice came from the phone. We give him a laptop with access and there it is. He can speak with us, look at the plans as well. He can give us his opinion on the matters, And secondly, we don't need to wait for him. We can start busting down politicians, and after that the gangsters. Until then, we only aim at those who had no hand in drugs or any underworld business. Only fraud and stealing, manipulation. It made sense. No need to rush things in a way that would just cause more trouble. Maybe that was their problem, looking too much into the future, into a future that can collapse within seconds. Agree, we should do it that way. In 3 weeks, we can achieve a lot. Start the resurrection of the government system, while at the same time dig deeper into bigger players, get all the information and little details we can, even send out agents for spying to make the story more believable, even making small mistakes to seem more human. We can build up something great if James works with us. And he has no other choice but to work with us. Thomas said, let's be real. If he turns against us, he falls too. The only way to save the family is to work with us, and that's it. No other way. He leaned back. We already merged into one fucking big mafia family. Silence again. But this time, everybody knew that what Thomas said was the right definition of what's happening right now and what they have become. A mafia family that operates the government, and they didn't even really notice it, or more likely didn't care about it at all. One day, Linda suddenly started speaking, but something was off about her voice. We're all going to die? Maybe it'll be an execution when all this shit comes out. Maybe a quiet assassination. Maybe a car crash. Or if we're lucky, we'll live long enough to die of old age. She looked at them, her eyes flickering with something between sorrow and hope. But when I die, I want to go knowing that at least one thing I did wasn't corruption, fraud, or the mess we're drowning in. I want something on my record that isn't just evil, something good, something that even if it's small stands taller than all the bad. She gave a tired, almost broken smile. I just want at least one person to remember me for something decent. Just one. Because that matters, doesn't it? She looked at them again. Let's die knowing we tried, because that's what life's about. Even if our names end up on the list of criminals, we tried, didn't we? Everything she'd said, it hit too close to home. It was the truth about them, about their lives. They weren't heroes, the heroes who people celebrated outside. They are barely even shadows of who they used to be, or perhaps shadows of who they should have been. But maybe, just maybe, this was their time to bloom from this rotten system they lived for years. This system that lived off the public's suffering and despair. To bloom through the cracks, to prove there was still something human in them. To prove to themselves that they could be more than criminals with fading names. You're right. Thomas finally broke the silence. We're probably already dead. Not on paper yet, but inside. He looked at her. But hearing you say that. He paused, shaking his head. Fuck, Linda, it was emotional. He chuckled, but it was coming from deep down, nothing funny about it. But sometimes all you can do is laugh. You want someone to remember you for something good. Stephen spoke as he leaned back and looked at the ceiling like it could give him the answer. Then maybe we better give them something to remember, something worth the blood on our hands. He looked at her. I don't know if we'll make it out alive, or if anyone will ever speak our names without disgust. But I'll remember. I'll remember you. He pointed at Linda, then to Thomas. For you and for you too, Benjamin, I will remember everyone. Even for this moment, for all this bullshit, because at least we are trying. He stopped as something changed in his expression. But in the end, I think one name will overshadow all of us, and all we can do is leave behind the little pieces of ourselves and pray that someone, somewhere, sees those pieces for what they were, humans. A silence fell again as no words came from either of them. Stephen's words had struck a place in them deep, a place of them that still wanted to believe redemption was possible. For a few minutes, they weren't leaders, not criminals, not manipulators. They were just people, flawed, broken, and desperately trying to hold on to the last thread of their humanity. Chapter 251, Rigged Faith. Meanwhile, they were debating about their inner self, about what they exactly are, or if there is still hope for them or not. James was already home, or if it can be called home. It was more like a shell of what once was a home. Debris of the shooting was still there, though the guards tried to sweep it away, just like the bullet holes in the windows. The door, the walls were still there, with some blood on the driveway that they couldn't wash away with water. Even though all of this, the inside was different. The cooks and housekeeper welcomed James with a smile on their faces like nothing had even happened. already having plates on the table and a big-ass red lobster which, as James looked at it, made his hunger immediately come back, and he sat down to dig into it. "Join me," he said as he grabbed the knife, and to his surprise, he didn't need to say it twice. The housekeeper put down her broom. The chefs too put down whatever was in their hands and joined him at the table, and it finally looked like some kind of a home with all of them eating at the table, though it was silent. Not even a word was spoken as they ate the lobster, the rice, some salad. Everybody was silent because something was coming off from James. The way he ate was just screaming that he was stressed about something. He ate aggressively, not even chewing the food properly. He didn't even get the full taste of the red lobster that was clearly prepared and seasoned for him. He just ate without even tasting it. But not just that. The whole time his eyes were down at the plate, not even looking at them. His breath was kind of ragged, like if he was a dog that didn't eat for days. "Is there a problem, sir?" Albert got enough courage, or moreover, he felt the need to ask the question, because it was obvious something was up. "No," he said almost immediately again, not even looking up, just still eating that wild way. It just told them even more that something was not right. He was behaving in a way they never saw him, like they see him as a leader, someone with power and authority, but now he just looked stressed too much, not the calm behavior that he usually has. Though Albert did not ask again because he is just a cook, a chef of the house, and not somebody who has a deeper connection with him. He knew it even though they have good talks before, and he knew their names. They do not interfere into the family business, nor do they know what exactly is happening. Shortly they knew James didn't feel any kind of trust toward them to talk about anything, though Alda didn't really care about this and pressed on. "I know. We know that we are not part of any family business, nor are we people you can openly talk about it," she said as she looked at the others, and now even James finally looked up at her. "But we are part of the family. We are the ones that know you more than the guards outside, your business partners, or your enemies. We cook, we clean, we see you almost every day, we know your needs, what you like or don't like." For a moment she stopped as she looked into his eyes, his expression, and she finally saw. He looked tired, really tired. "You can act like we are nothing more than cooks, cleaners, just staff, but we see things others don't," Alda continued. "You don't have to tell us anything about business, we don't care about that. But don't pretend we don't notice when you break down in your own home. Don't pretend you're a ghost walking in these halls, James, because we care even if you don't want us to." They all felt it, everybody in there, that Alda's words were too much. She said it in a way that sounded more like a mother taking care of her children than a simple housekeeper. She was pressing too much with her words. She was touching areas that were just too risky and thin. And even James was surprised by it, that Alda was talking that way to him, that she was raising her voice full of care and worry, but he said nothing. Just looked at her face, and she wasn't scared of him, but looked determined. "We know enough," she continued, now holding eye contact with him. "Enough to see you destroying yourself before anyone else can get the chance. And if you end up dead, at least you'll know it wasn't because no one cared." Alda didn't say more, didn't need to. She stood her ground still staring at him, while the others kept silent, not because they had the fear or worry that something might happen, but because what Alda said was just the truth and nothing else. And James' reaction revealed even more. He tried to laugh it off, but quickly realized his body had betrayed him. His leg wouldn't stop its slight tremble, and the fake smile on his face wouldn't fade either. "You just made more sense than the therapist I saw today. You could be one, if you can judge things so quickly just by looking at me, how?" he asked, looking at her, but now, something about him felt very different. That fake smile now turned into something else, a genuine one, like even his eyes had that look, when he is about to do something outrageous. Alda's whole body suddenly tensed. Her voice suddenly became hesitant as she tried to avoid his eye but couldn't. It was just screaming authority over her, and something far worse than that. "Be because you've never looked this lost and tired," she said honestly. "And because this house was never meant to be a tomb." Silence again as now James leaned back on the chair, looking up at the ceiling. Then he looked back at her with a question that froze down everybody even more, that just pumped more adrenaline into their veins, mixed with fear. "Do you know why I like coin flips?" he asked as the whole room went dead silent. "Because it takes the choice away. For a few seconds, everything's simple. Heads or tails. No overthinking, no weighing risks, just fate deciding for me. His hand slid into his pocket, pulling out a coin which he found in the car when they were coming back. When I flip this, it feels like I can blame the coin. Not myself, not my decisions. James pressed the coin to the table, tapping it lightly. Sometimes, I think, maybe I should just leave everything to this stupid coin. Every decision. Walk away or stay. Destroy or spare. Live or give up. His expression darkened, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. But the thing is, the coin I always used was a weighted one. He looked deeply into Alda's eyes. How funny is it that sometimes even a weighted coin fails, and yet the outcome can still be good? That's the funniest part. He shook his head, and the smile disappeared from his face. Like the coin, there are two sides. What I was chasing all along wasn't the mafia, not this life, but my real family. I was doing everything to make it work for them, to give them everything and a better life, and on the other side, there was the Bellini family. Then I quickly realized the damn coin I keep flipping is weighted too, and it's always landing on the Bellini side. He shook his head again. I'm just tired. I want to be loved, to be hugged. I just want to rest. Then stop flipping it. Alda answered. Or find a new one that isn't rigged against you. He laughed as he grabbed the coin again. Now, to be truth, I love flipping it. Chapter 252. Remember, it was almost like a masochistic pride, or not almost. It was. Everybody sees how terrible he looks, the tired eyes, his whole demeanor, and even the way he talks. They can hear him, they can see him, even his leg, how much fuckery it's caused. But now, even though he just said he tried to make it better for his family, he now said the exact opposite of it. That he loves it, loves the struggle, loves the pain, the death, and the blood that comes with it. Like if he had two faces. That's what they now see and thought as that smile curled on his face, as he fiddled the coin between his fingers. It doesn't make any sense. Alda spoke again, her voice still hesitant, still feeling the weight of it all, that she kinda went overboard. But she knew if she didn't keep going then nothing was going to change, and she would be in the worst spot. Someone who raised her voice against him even it was just for confronting him. Yeah, it doesn't. That is the best about it. That nothing makes a single fucking sense no more. He said as he was still flipping the coin. When they were here, I was too calm, too stupid. I cared about them so much, and that was exactly the problem. I didn't really understand what this life means. I didn't really care about power moves, drugs, weapons, nor money, or who my enemies were. I just tried to live a normal life. He shook his head with a chuckle. Then out of the sudden, my life changed the second time, and that time, life just decided to rip everything from me. He looked up at them. First Lucian, a friend who left behind a daughter, who calls me dad. Then everything just went down. Raphael, Hans, the circle, many of my loyal men, and now Ferrucci. While my mother and Charlotte are with Bella in another country. Does it make any sense? He looked at Alda. It's not, but if you do this, running in circles thinking about the same thing, nothing is going to change. You are trapped, looping the same things, when in front of your eyes a whole future stands. James, your future, your family. U.S. Don't let yourself be trapped in the past. The coin stopped in between his fingers as he looked once again at Alda with those heavy and tired eyes. But he looked once again menacing. Past, huh? He chuckled. I think God or the aliens, whoever created us, they made the past as an eternal punishment. You know why, Alda? She shook her head, and even her breath stopped as her hand once again started uncontrollably shaking, as those eyes looked at her. Your whole life, you'll always remember the past. You'll always go back to the memories, the decisions you made, and the ones you didn't, the chances you took, and the ones you let slip away. You'll remember the smiles of your loved ones, the laughter, the faces, and the worst part. His fist clenched tight, knuckles whitening. You'll remember death. The moment someone close to you dies, it never leaves. His hand trembled before slamming down on the table, sending glasses and utensils crashing to the floor. I don't remember the smiles, or their laughter. You know what I do remember? Their dead bodies. His voice cracked as he glared at Alda, his fist now bleeding from the broken plate. I lost Marcelo, Hans, Raphael, and I don't see their faces, but only their bodies. Every time I close my eyes, it's there, playing over and over again. His lips curled into a broken smile. And the worst part is that I like it. The pain, the chaos, It's the only thing that makes sense anymore. The only thing that feels real. Trauma. Nothing else but pure trauma. That is what's left in him. It's not just pain or sadness. It's like a shadow that clings to every thought, every memory. It warps time, trapping James in moments he can't escape, that he can't forget no matter what he does. His whole being is just that, trauma that isn't just something that happened, it became him, and the thing just made him more dangerous in its own way, because for Alda and the others it felt like a suffocating being looking at them. It wasn't authority, wasn't power, but something far darker than that, a human shell of what once was James Bellini, once was a careless, nonchalant man. He looked down on his hand, once again his blood dripping down, slowly the pain of it setting in, the feeling that he already felt many times. When you've buried enough people you swore you'd protect, you just drown in it, Alda, and nothing else. There is no such thing that it will make you stronger. No, it will just eat you alive. Alda, still just sad, looked at him as her tears now unstoppably flowed as she fought the urge to speak. But this whole moment was different. She couldn't speak. She couldn't let the words out. Because those eyes couldn't let her. When I think about the future, the only question that comes to my mind is, how many will die? How many families will be shattered? The people came to me with hope, but in the last few weeks all I could give them was death. The room stayed silent for a long time, because what he said was true. People had died, and more would die. That's how it worked. That's what they had signed up for. But then, Alda's chair scraped back as she stood up, her body trembling, yet her expression filled with determination, ready to do something, to say something. Then you're wrong, she said, barely whispering. Because you still remember enough to be angry, enough to bleed. She looked at his hand, and then back to him. That means you're not gone yet, and if you're not gone, you can still choose something else, and you need something. She said as she slowly walked up to him. What do I know? It was loud, a loud and powerful slap that echoed through the whole dining area and hallway. It was so loud that even Mike, who was coming up, heard it, and as he looked in, he witnessed the second slap, back to back. T, that's what you need. She said, her voice low as she now started crying, but as she again held up her hand to strike him, she couldn't because Mike stepped into the room, and she heard the click as he pulled out his gun. Chapter 253, Trickster. Now it was truly silence, like the true meaning of it. Not a single sound, not a single breath, nothing. Everybody was just, almost non-existent. Albert didn't even know if he was allowed to breathe or if he needed to breathe, just like how the others couldn't even process what the fuck they had just seen and couldn't even figure out what the fuck to do. Almost like a hallucination or something straight out of a TV series, because there was no word that could describe what actually happened and how it happened. That a housekeeper just slapped the biggest drug lord in the nation, back to back. And those slaps weren't the gentle ones, not with motherly care, but more like violent ones, almost like she wanted to knock some sense into his head. Yeah, knock sense into a drug lord's head, who is already shattered in many ways. But she actually did it. She fucking slapped James, whose face now wasn't just tired, but red. Almost like glowing red with the handprint of Alda's hands on his cheek, though he said nothing. Not a single word came from him. And of course didn't, because he was just mind blown that this just happened to him. Like, they shot at him. They tortured and beat him up, but there were only two people who slapped the fuck out of him, and he felt some type of way about it. The first was his mother, and now the second is a housekeeper. Alda. But this wasn't just a slap, no? He felt something different about it. Maybe the way it came, maybe why it came, the whole context about it was just a pure violent slap with care. A slap that you will never forget, not because it hurts, but because it came with pure emotions and care. Yeah, the feeling was just unbelievable, knowing that someone who barely even knew you could care about you this much. Someone who steps in, stands tall above you, and with just one simple slap, knocks you off the path you've been walking for so long, and in that moment, everything you believed in, everything you thought you wanted, it just falls apart. You stand there, frozen, not knowing if you should be angry or grateful. Because deep down, you realize maybe you needed it. Maybe you needed someone to care enough to pull you back when you were too blind to see where you were heading. It hurts. Your chest feels tight and your hands shake because, for the first time, you're not sure who you really are anymore. You thought you were strong, thought you knew what you wanted, but in that one moment, everything cracked. And through that crack, something else came in. Something softer, something warmer, like maybe, just maybe, you can be more than the chaos you've been carrying all this time. And it scares you, because change always does. It's easier to stay broken, to keep walking the same road, even if it's killing you inside. But now there's this tiny voice whispering, you don't have to keep suffering. A voice that makes your heart ache. You want to fight it, push it away, but you can't. Not anymore, because for the first time, you feel like someone sees you, really sees you. Not the mask, not the lies, just you, just James. This is real pain, he thought as he slowly, finally turned his head, looking up at Alda, and what he saw just truly made the realization hit him. There wasn't any fear of what she had just done, not a single bit of regret. Just care, with those tears still rolling down her face, those eyes full of tears, and more importantly, that face with determination written all over it. It truly hurts. Up your hands. Mike's sudden voice suddenly came, breaking the silence as he aimed at Alda, but Joseph quickly put up his hands. You are brave, Alda, he whispered as he slowly stood up, towering over her small body. Brave and determined woman. She couldn't speak. She suddenly lost her voice, the power of it, because slowly she realized what she had done. Maybe it was with care, but still, she didn't just disrespect James, she destroyed his whole being in front of others. The key word of it. She did something that didn't just come with consequences for her, but consequences for everybody in the room. That's the world they lived in, and as she looked into James's eyes, she truly realized that with this, she sealed her fate. At least that's what she felt. Her whole soul was shaking, her whole being slowly filled with the dark thought that maybe because of her, because she wanted to help, they could all die in the most horrendous way possible. I'm truly grateful, Alda, James whispered again, holding out his hand to touch her cheek, then slowly lifting it to meet her eyes. You reminded me what real pain is, the kind that comes with care. That's the pain that truly hurts. She couldn't do anything as James brushed her face with the back of his hand. All she felt was fear, like she had fallen into a pit with a lion. No, it was worse. It felt like a devil stood before her, someone who could change in an instant depending on how he felt, someone who carried all his pain and anger deep inside. An embodiment of everything broken, almost like a trickster who spoke gently just before breaking you apart. Her chest tightened, her legs felt weak, because now she understood. James wasn't scary because he was strong. He was scary because you never knew who he would be. One moment calm, the next a storm. And that was the kind of fear that stayed with you. Maybe he isn't broken. No, he's far worse than that. His whole being is just terrifying. PP, please. Don't worry, Alda. I truly needed it. And I thank you for standing up. He smiled as he let go of her head, putting on a warm smile. One that actually looked real, that actually looked like how he used to smile, how people described him to her. But next time, if you touch me, I will cut off your legs and hands and feed Mango outside with them, okay? How terrifying it is. With the same smile on his face, he said calmly, in a way that it sounded nothing like a threat. It was almost just as warm as that. Smile. Oh, okay. Chapter 254. Be happy. There was nothing more. James just smiled at her, and with it left the house. No shots, no beating up, no murder. Alda managed to stay alive in a situation where survival rate was close to zero. She beat the odds with her sudden and unpredictable act, and at the same time, she just put everyone's life at risk. But shit, James walked away, and with it she became the first living person after her mother and maybe Bella who could talk to him in this way and could actually hit him. What a tale to tell, though, a generation. Though that wasn't what she thought about, that small glory, that shit, she could do the unimaginable and stay alive to brag about it. No, she immediately collapsed to her knees as James left. Fuck, she whispered as she stared at the blood in front of her, the blood of James, the blood that came because of her. She already imagined her whole family being beheaded and thrown into a fucking pit. What was this, Alda? Albert spoke, still from the chair in the same position. He didn't even move the whole time. His hand remained on the table, not even daring to move a single bit, as he thought about the same. That he fucking going to die the worst way possible, because, well, he was the one that started all of it by asking James a simple question. Fuck, Albert was the one among them who truly knew the scale of things that could have been happened to them. Alda was just only scraping the surface. Because Albert actually knew what it means to die in the worst way, because he heard stories about Ferrucci and his men. Not just heard, but one time Ferrucci asked him for a cleaver and boning knife, which was strange on its own, but what was more strange that he asked it while he was wearing a vinyl white apron with blood all over it. And when Albert asked what he is doing, Ferrucci answered with skinning, then dismantle, though Albert didn't really thought about it much back then, and he gave it to him the knives. Then when he jokingly said to a guard that Ferrucci is cooking something, maybe a pig, the guard looked confused, and well, he told the truth to Albert, who just straight up vomited everywhere, and even more when the guard showed him a picture. Ferrucci was holding a head in his hand with a smile on his face. But the story just got worse when Ferrucci went back a few days later to Albert with the 2 knives and said they worked perfectly. Yeah, he went back with the knives to give it back to the fucking chef. The knife he skinned somebody with, to give it back to the same chef who was cooking for Charlotte, for James's mother, and everybody in the house. To give it back to Albert. Though he said he cleaned it, and it looked perfectly fine, Albert once again vomited the shit out of himself as he looked at the knives and what it was really used for, and the thought that Ferrucci brought it back to him, to cook with it. From that point on, he never once again used the knives in the kitchen, but brought his own. That's what Albert knew. If this had gone wrong, they would have ended up on a table, skinned or chopped, tortured in the worst way possible, because even if Ferrucci is in a coma, there are still fucking devils in this family. We were lucky, he whispered again as Alda was just still on her knees staring at the blood, but there was one more. Chris, the one who truly mastered being invisible, so invisible that he did not speak. He even breathed slowly and made as little sound as possible. He was invisible even to open eyes, and it actually worked. James didn't look at him even once, just at Albert and Alda. Though it was mostly because they started all of this. Regardless, when the slap happened, he too experienced what true fear is, when the adrenaline rushes through you, but it doesn't work, instead just pushing you into that deep hole where you know there is no fucking escape, that you're going to die, that your life ends at that moment. His fight or flight response was not working. It was more like he accepted the fact that fuck, there's nothing he can do, and he realized what he saw on social media about noradrenaline was a fucking myth. Your brain thinks you're gonna die, so it releases its full potential as a desperate attempt to live. Yeah, Chris's desperate attempt was to become invisible, the first superhero of the world, though it worked to some extent. I'm sorry, she finally whispered. Some words, but behind it was no apology, but more like still the shock of those eyes and how close she was to death, and still is, because Mike witnessed it, and she saw his eyes. Yeah, a close man to James saw it all, and even if he spared her, their life. If the word goes to others, they will be killed anyway, because of the sheer amount of respect they have for James. They would just let a random housekeeper disrespect their boss, who they willingly die for. Get up. A voice came directly in front of her, and as she looked up, it was the same man. It was Mike. His voice was not threatening nor calm. It was somewhere between it. The kitchen again immediately went silent as Albert was thinking about the skinning, while Chris was again trying to be invisible. Alda, though, she stood up slowly, and as she did, she noticed Mike's hands. He had gloves on which were covered with blood. What happened here should be forgotten forever. Not a single word, not a single thought about it. He said as slowly pulled off the gloves from his hand. Today was one of the worst days, at least how I witnessed it, and this just topped it all. He looked at Alda and threw the bloodied gloves in front of her. Be thankful to God that today mercy fell upon all of you. Mercy that is almost non-existent in this world. She felt that deep respect for James coming from Mike, that he was ready to die for him, ready to punish. Be happy and clean up, Mike said as he eyed Alda a little more. There was no gun in his hand, no motion toward it, just a deep stare. And then he turned around and left the house, leaving them all in silence. A threat without any words, a threat without any gun, and what followed was the one obvious thing they could do. Alda slowly picked up the gloves from the floor, and as if nothing had happened, she just started to mop up. Albert and Chris also stood up, collected the plates, and started to wash the dishes. There was no time to sit around or think about it. No, they had truly received mercy. Chapter 255, Insane. Would you even eat human remains? James thought as he now was in the garden petting Mango in the biggest calm, like nothing even happened minutes ago. but she looked everything but dangerous at that moment, more like a cutie. Did Mango ever eat a human? He asked as he looked up at the guard, whose expression was confused a little. Well, there was one time when she kinda munched on a terrorist's face, but no, she never really ate like a body part or anything like that. And even if she did, then she would have ended up being put down. Munched on a face, that's eating. How many people has she killed? James asked again as he stood up. To be true, not much. I usually shot before she was let loose, but I would say 11 people. All of them got bit on the throat. Though I always finished what she started, they would have died because of the bite. He explained to James, which kinda shocked him in a way. Mango has more bodies than him, though he expected nothing less from a special forces dog. James, how are you feeling? Mike's voice came from the back as he looked at his hand, though the question was more about his mental state. Refreshed, he said as he eyed him, though Mike too had some feelings about the whole situation. Even though he is kinda different from everyone else in the family, he is not the murderer type and broken. He still wanted to kill Alda, not just her, but everybody in there, because he chose this life and knew very well that if a word got out, then it would be just a bigger trouble in the inner hierarchy of the family. Even if there isn't one, really. Everyone knows what to do and who to listen to. They know the limits, but if it goes out that the housekeeper hit James, that would create chaos and distress. But James showed mercy for them, and his word is absolute. Though not even James was sure whether he had made the right call about it. It just felt good, the slap, the weight behind it, the pain. There was meaning in it, a raw, honest kind of truth that no one had dared show him in a long time. Until now, he had lived in a world of his own making, one shaped by the traumas, a world filled with blood, suffering, and the silent grief of too many deaths. But that slap came from someone who didn't belong to his world, a woman who lived in reality, who didn't hide behind shadows or pain, who looked at things as they were with eyes wide open. She wasn't part of the chaos, the violence, the guilt that James carried, and maybe that's what made it so different, so jarring. That slap didn't come from anger. It came from something deeper. It was almost like hearing the words he had once longed to hear from his mother, not gentle or soft, but honest, even if they hurt. They were the kind of words that didn't try to protect you from pain, but told you the truth, because someone actually gave a fuck. That single act didn't just hit his face. It cracked something inside him, something buried so deep under years of silence and blood that he had forgotten it existed. Somewhere beneath the mask, beneath the walls and the violence, there was still that lost boy. The one who wanted someone to look past the fear and the name and see the human underneath it all. And somehow, with nothing more than a slap, she reached that place. She didn't lie. She just saw him, and in that moment, for the first time in what felt like forever, James didn't feel powerful. He didn't feel like the man people feared, just felt small, vulnerable, human. Yeah, but there is one little thingy. He is fucking insane, mentally shattered and unstable, someone who is crossing between two worlds, wherever he wants to. There is no fucking way a slap could heal him, that could give him anything meaningful. Maybe for a bit, in the chaos, it was a split second that he stopped thinking about everything, but after that, he just turned back to what he truly is. A world where no light could reach him there. No kind word or gesture could pull him out. He is trapped inside himself, a mind that tore itself apart every time it tried to rest. And yet, somehow, he kept moving forward, not because he wanted to, but because he had no choice. Because even broken, even lost, there was a part of him that refused to disappear completely. How could he? He needs to make sure everybody dies that can cause harm to his family and build up an empire. Not for him, but for the next generation, for Charlotte, for her mother, for those who will remember his name and greatness. We're going to Marassi, he suddenly said to Mike, but he was different. His eyes were colder than ever for some reason. So prepare some guys that will come with us, and cash. A lot of it. Yeah, it was cold, of course it was, because even Mike heard about Marassi. The country that executes everybody who's doing anything with crime. A straight-up suicide going there. But who's going to stop him from an adventure that could be deadly for the whole family? None. That's how the preparation started for the trip, without even Hector or anybody else knowing about it. And suddenly Mike turned into a full-time organizer, and to be true, he felt proud of doing it. It was a chance for him to show James what he was capable of, Maybe even a promotion from a bodyguard to a mid-tier leader or something. Yeah, he was thinking about it the whole time as he was picking the best bodyguards for the trip that he knew, and while doing it a familiar face showed up. Oh, you suddenly appear like a hero, huh? Chapter 256, Ring of Power. Heroes always come late. Mike, you know it. Orion laughed as he shook hands with Mike. What's happening, though? He asked because what he saw was full-on preparation. A trip to Marassi. He froze as Mike said it. Like what the fuck was he saying? Out of all countries, Marassi? That Marassi? Yeah, where James's family went. We're going after them for 3 weeks. He said, and Orion just froze even more. A full-blown 3-week stay in the most dangerous country for them. Well, truly an adventure. Then count me in too, he said with hesitation. I'm fully healed, not even a scratch. A lie, of course it was. With cracked ribs? Mike asked back as he smiled, and he knew he couldn't really say no to him, because he was just going to cry even more. 1 or 2 cracked ribs is nothing, he said as he smiled at him and tapped his shoulder. And we need to die sometime, so why not in Marassi? I heard it's one of the richest countries. Maybe I'll die in some baddie's arms, he said as he went to help the others, as well as Mike shook his head and went to do his job, starting by calling up trusted men. And then he made a small mistake. To be true, it wasn't really a mistake, he just didn't calculate that calling up Danny would cause a chain reaction. He asked for cash, 50 million, and when he said why he needed it, Danny immediately called up Hector, who then, within 10 minutes, showed up at the house, running in like a wild boar, thinking about the worst things that could have happened while he wasn't home. But to his surprise, he was just sitting in the living room, watching a child show in the biggest calm. James. Oh, what are you doing here, Hector? He asked calmly as he lowered the volume on the TV, which was just more surreal to him. You're going to Marassi? He asked straight away. Yeah, I'm going to take some time and meet my family. In that moment, for the first time, Hector truly didn't know what the fuck was happening. He couldn't even predict this, that James, in the most crucial time, would leave the country behind to go on a fucking trip. You can't go, James. We are in the middle of building up the production line, and what about what we talked about? He asked as he eyed him, though his voice was hesitant, because it was clear the question frustrated James, and he didn't really look welcoming to the idea of talking against him this time. Finn will do it with Sophia, and you two will remain here. Only I go, with Mike and some bodyguards, he said, and Hector's expression just changed to more disbelief. I'll spend 3 weeks there and come back. 3 weeks. He raised his voice without even noticing it. James, that's a lot of time, and… Hector. The change was sudden in his voice. It wasn't cold, but threatening. I already spoke with Benjamin about it, and they said they need time too. Until then, we prepare, build, and act when they are ready. It's no longer a competition, but a monopoly, and we are the ones controlling it. I get it, but still, we need you here. You are an underboss, Hector. So act like one, for 3 weeks. Again, the way he said it, Hector immediately knew there wasn't even a small chance of stopping him from going to Marassi, that fucking country that could cause their whole downfall. He stayed silent for a bit before looking up once again at James with ideation and worries written all over his face. What if you die there? He asked with no hesitation or fear in him. What will the family do? What will happen with all of this? This is the dumbest thing you can do right now, James, and I am against it with all my will. He looked straight into his eyes. Your family is safe there, and they can come back in a month. Just think about it. The cartel hasn't done anything since then, and now the whole government is on our side. Your family will be safe if they're back. Don't do this. Don't push us toward a total collapse with this. Nothing but the truth, and even James knew it too, that the moment someone recognized him, he would be fucked, though one simple thought was in his mind. At least he has loved ones to die for. So he did what was unexpected for him and was just more shocking to Hector. He looked down, and he pulled the signet ring off. His finger, holding it out for him. Take it. I can't. It's not about can or can't. You need to, Hector. He said as he stepped closer to him. If I die or anything happens, let it be here. Let it be in Marassi or anywhere else. This ring will fall in your hand as well as the family. You will be the one that will continue walking on my path, and when Charlotte is old enough, she will take over if she wants to. But until then, it is you. He said as he grabbed his hand and put the ring on it. and then suddenly pulled Hector into a hug. "But I don't plan on dying, my friend," he whispered. "So don't act like a crybaby, and do what you can, the best you can," he said as petted his shoulder and walked toward the doors, leaving Hector in silence, but not for too long. "Huh, and what would that be?" he asked as turned around. "Be yourself, and kill whoever wants to take what's ours. Be a Bellini, my friend," James said, and with that he left the house, leaving behind Hector with his thoughts as he stared down at the ring. It was heavy, too heavy, like the ring itself was rejecting him, as if he wasn't the one who deserved to wear it. How strange that was for a simple ring. "Be a Bellini, but I can't be you, James," Hector whispered as he pulled it off his finger and slipped it into his pocket. "I could never be you." Chapter 257, Frank Mihai. Not long after their conversation, Hector took over the planning of the trip, which Mike didn't really could do anything about, and his chance for promotion went away in a second, though it was better that Hector did it. He knew exactly who in the family would be ready to jump in front of a bullet to protect James, even put their hands up against a gun, because in Marassi, it's almost impossible to smuggle people in without a diplomatic passport, which was exactly what they were using, thanks to Linda. After their little argument and reality check, they all worked even harder. Even Benjamin himself came back to join them in planning for the future, while Linda made a call. It took her just one call, and within an hour the fake passport and ID card were ready. There was no need for TSA checks or anything at the airport. As soon as it was done, she immediately sent someone to deliver it to James. When it arrived, he was confused as he opened the black passport embossed with golden leaves, and there was his picture inside. But the most important part was what it said. "Frank Mihai, 32 years old," he asked, looking at the woman, then back at the passport. "Oversight Committee of Foreign Embassies." He immediately knew they had gone way overboard. They had literally made him a government official. "We can't send you the same way we sent your family, because, well, they were sent as family members of an embassy worker, so it was easy to give them clearance and everything. But if we sent you like that too, it would be too obvious," she explained. "So technically, you're now a member of the government. This way, you have clearance, and no one will ask questions. You can move freely around Marassi and come and go from the embassy whenever you want." It made sense. In this way, there wouldn't be any problems. "What about the people coming with me?" James asked, noticing she wasn't holding any more passports, but rather two bulky laptops that were almost like a briefcases. "The people escorting you don't need papers because they're part of your entourage, so don't worry, they won't be stopped. And this is also for you, from Miss Linda," she said, handing him the laptop. "It's encrypted and secure, meant for meetings with the government, one for you and one for Hector. There will be a meeting twice a week, and that's it for me. Have a safe trip," she said, and with it she left him holding a fake ID, a diplomatic passport, and two military-grade laptops. With the thought that they again did it. Once again, they complicated everything with this bullshit. They could have just given him a plain passport with a fake name, but now they made it a diplomatic one and made him look more official. There were so many questions in his mind. What if they notice it? That too many people with these kinds of passports suddenly going into Marassi? That a so-called committee member just shows up at the embassy? There were so many unanswered questions, but now this was his only way to get in and out without being touched or questioned. If it works, at least. Because if it doesn't, it wouldn't just be James's problem, but an international issue between the two countries. What he thought would be an easy trip had now turned into a force that could really shatter everything. Just like Hector said, but running back from this point wasn't on his mind, though he was worried about it. They are always complicating things. He thought as he once again looked at the passport with his face there, photoshopped a little, but even the picture had some flaws. There was no scar on his ear, not on his face. Then he is now, which meant they spied on him before. "James, the money has arrived, but isn't it too much?" Hector asked as he rolled the suitcase. "I mean, we already sent money with them, and even cards. If anything happens, they would have enough cash to live on their own, so I'm bringing it." As he said it, Hector just got more stressed about this whole situation, because James looked like he was planning as if they were in the process of collapsing, sending money out to his family like death is upon him. But how could that be when he himself is death to others? But once again, reality was there. In Marassi, everything can go wrong as soon as they land. "What about the plane? I talked with the fly high, and after they realized who you are, You became a VIP member of their company. So the moment you say you're ready, they give you a plane and off you go. But are you sure about that? He asked again, his low voice a little hesitant. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I will meet people who are good at business, James said, but it carried something else. Maybe the excitement of all of it. That Marasi is really that dangerous to their kind as they say it. That there is zero crime, not even robbery or nothing. Something that is just impossible to even think about. And maybe that was James's shield, that there is no way there is no crime. There is no corruption. Because if there is a government, if there is billions of funding, there's got to be corruption, power play, and deals in the shadows. The concept of Marasi looks good, looks like the greatest country, but something just strange about it at the same time. There was public execution and still is. But how does Marasi become one of the richest countries, the playground of the millionaires and billionaires within 4 years after the introduction of new laws after execution, hard labor camps? It's just strange. Though if something goes wrong, then the cavalry will come to him, which is the government and the 1,000 of people in the family. A full-on attack. Chapter 258, Trip. The guys are ready. Mike's voice came from the back. 10 come with us. Without any weapons, so the others who were sent with your family could give us theirs, he said. So we're going with 3 cars, and the only thing remaining is your luggage, boss. And a proper suit because your polo shirt is bloodied. Hector pointed out as he just noticed it. What happened to your hand? I accidentally cut it, James said as he looked at Mike, who just nervously nodded, though Hector did ask nothing about it. Anyways, how does He opened the passport again. Oversight Committee of Foreign Embassies dress. Whoa, that's a long name. Hector chuckled. I mean, that for sure is not with diamond rings on his finger and a gun tucked in. So an office fit, maybe a light blue suit and glasses, with a black leather briefcase. They both just stared at him. How fast he lightly made the fit to James and the personality he's going to play. But what's in the briefcase? Mike asked. I mean, there is a small chance they can stop him. We throw in some blank papers, a pen and a notebook, a calculator maybe. Forget it. I'm only taking the money. So if the guys and Mike get stopped, there won't be any fuckery with it, and that's it. I don't need any luggage or clothes, just a suit to look proper, he said as he started taking off the butterfly ring and Marcos's ring. Take these, Hector, and if you have time, can you bring them to a cleaner? There's always the scent of blood coming from the rings. As Hector took them, he looked closely at the rings, and well, it was obvious why they smelled of blood. The butterfly ring was the worst. Once it was bloodied, the blood filled the little cuts and crevices between the diamonds. Who knows whose blood it was, or how long it had been there. About the business, we'll have meetings. Here, take it, James said as he held out the laptop. Linda sent it. It's encrypted or whatever, so it's a safe line. He grabbed it from James, and it felt heavy, like a piece of brick, a monstrosity of a laptop. I'm going to change into a suit, and then off we go. Mike nodded to it. And with that, James went back into the house to change into a, well, not light blue, but black, suit, since his wardrobe was full of them. Then came the problem. His cane. The new one had the family name engraved on it, so it wasn't the best idea to bring that. Instead, he grabbed the old wooden one and with it, he looked like an aristocrat, but he was ready to take a trip that might be the dumbest one, might even be a deadly one. But for him, it meant more than anything else right now, especially knowing full well that he hadn't heard Charlotte's voice in a long time. A small child he was supposed to be the father of. Yeah, a key point he had totally forgotten about, or more like, didn't even realize properly that he was the father of that little girl. A father who wasn't in her life at all, just like how Lucian was never in hers. And now he was doing the exact same thing, repeating the cycle. A child who had already gone through a traumatic event at such a young age, because she was there with him, saw him get shot, saw the blood, sat beside his hospital bed without understanding whether he would live or die, and not to even mention the beatings she endured from that monster who dared to call herself a mother. Yeah, she survived that too, and he wasn't there. Not then, not now. But he changed, or more like realized he needed to be there, needed to address things properly to her. Even if she wasn't going to understand it now, even if she was going to hate him for it, because maybe, far in the future, when the noise quiets and life slows down, she would understand what kind of world she was born into, and that James only ever wanted to protect her. Or more like he wanted to believe that protecting her meant keeping her away from all of it. And maybe it was too late. Maybe the damage was already done. Maybe Charlotte would grow up remembering silence instead of warmth. But if there was still a chance, even a small, then he would fight for it. And he would fight for her, no matter how many borders he had to cross, because in the end, none of it mattered if she grew up thinking she was unloved. That was the one legacy he refused to leave behind. A child who just wants to be loved. A child he truly loves, just like how a mother still waits for him, and how a lover too. It is all worth more than money, than power, than drugs, a family that loves. Fuck me. I deserve to be shot like a dog, huh? He whispered as he looked into the mirror, and with that, he walked out of the house, where the convoy was already waiting, and so was Hector. Call the moment something happens, he said as he hugged James. Don't worry too much. He laughed about it because he looked like a worrying father more than a psychopath. Well, 3 weeks, Hector. Do whatever you can and be sure to join the meeting, okay? Hector nodded and his eyes were literally in tears, which James just laughed even more at. But in the end he got in the car and the convoy rolled out from the estate. The trip to Marassi began, an adventure that could turn into the biggest mistake he's ever made in his life. No, he already made that mistake. This one could only end in death, but who knows? Maybe it'll be death, just not his, but someone else's. A real, deadly adventure into the mystery of Marassi. Chapter 259, Political Analyst. The trip itself began with no problem. After hopping in the convoy, they went toward the fly-high, though there was a moment where the atmosphere was cold. Nobody spoke. Nobody even tried to say anything, and of course, when everybody knew the weight of this all. It could be the funniest bust down in the history of humanity. Like straight up, it would be the dumbest one, that a drug lord just flew into Marassi with a private plane, a fake ID, and then got arrested and executed. Though there was one thing that protected them, but only acutely James thought about it, because he remembered the talk about Marassi. They only fuck you up if you start dealing, if you start building up a crime web, but until then they don't do shit about you. Though the problem in this was that James himself had the fake ID and diplomatic passport, and even a government official appointment. I can't wait to land in Marassi. I heard that it is the best and safest and cleanest country. Orion spoke. Yeah, he was the only one in the car who was actually excited by this whole trip for the wrong reasons. Like I heard too that there are deserts, like camels, and people snowboarding on the sand dunes. I kinda want to try it. That's called sandboarding, you idiot, Mike said, and everybody chuckled up in the car, even James himself breaking that cold silence between them. Sandboarding, he asked as he looked at the mirror. Well then that. But the oasis could be good to see too, like the middle of the desert, a grassland, and a luxury hotel. They really are a tourist paradise. Yeah, and on the other hand they're executing everyone. Mike said. To be true, they're doing it well. They're booming because of it. Almost like a perfect country. James spoke. Though there is something strange about it. They suddenly became rich over 4 years. It just can't be happening this fast after they were infested with cartels and even militias for years. Actually, Orion spoke again. I read about Marassi, and they are, how should I say it, enclosed? What do you mean by that? Joseph asked as it interested him, because at least one of them actually read about Marassi. Oh, well there aren't elections there, like, the government that took power 4 years ago basically has infinite power and a lot of time in office. There aren't any elections. He explained as he pulled out his phone, clearly prepared for this, opening his notes app. So yeah, when they took power He glanced at his notes. They took power and completely fucked up everyone with the military. And when it was over, they proposed their solution to make sure nothing like that would ever happen again. But they also implied that if people voted for it, they'd remain in power for 10 straight years, so they could actually fix things. Now this was something that made a lot of sense to James, and, well, probably helped everyone understand the situation in Marassi a bit better, at least politically. So the people voted for the new law, and with it, they basically turned them into dictators? Mike asked. Yeah, but the thing is, people wanted it. Orion continued, scrolling further down his notes. Like, they were actually happy about it. After the chaos, they just wanted someone strong to take control, and it worked. The country's rich now, a total tourist paradise. They've built everything up so fast, luxury resorts, massive infrastructure, a clean, safe image. So, No one cares about losing their freedoms? Mike asked as he looked at Orion, though James spoke first. Why would they? Life is good. People are making money. There's no crime on the streets, and tourists pour in by the millions. The government gave them security and wealth, and most people are fine with the trade. Sounds like they sold their souls. For comfort, Mike said, though I would do the same. The only problem is we are the criminals. He chuckled up. This is what our government wants to do. Copy what Marasi did. With the only twist that we are part of it, though the only problem with this is that we are in the Union and Marasi is not, and that is also strange. James said as he looked at the mirror. How can they use the Union currency, the dollar, if they aren't in? Oh, I thought about that too, and the answer to it is the trade deals with the Union. Orion said as looked at his notes. Marasi is rich in everything, fucking jackpot lying beneath them. So the Union agreed on that they can use the dollar and Marasi would give them discounted prices on the oil and every other resource, even the imports and exports. Orion explained. Basically, after the shit pile they were in, they needed a stable currency and made the deal. Without joining the Union, they brought in the dollar as the lifeline, and it worked out. You became a political analyst, or what, Orion? Mike laughed up because he never even saw him working this much, or actually saying smart things. Though do these facts even help us with something? He turned to James, who seemed to be thinking about something. And well, Orion actually helped him with a lot of things. The mystery about Marasi, its structure, and its zero tolerance for crime, was like a puzzle that was almost impossible to solve. After years of despair and literally being a terrorist country, they cleared everything up by bombing, executing, and literally wiping out everybody who was in any crime empire, terror group, or militia. They killed everybody and took power, and with that power they promised the people something that was impossible to do. And they fucking did it. But how the fuck? A country like that would be in ruins. Infrastructure and the economy collapsed. No trade for years, no diplomatic relationship, no nothing. There were just constant threats and wars. And 4 fucking years later it became a booming country, a rebuilt system and an economy that is making billions. It is impossible to do it within 4 years if there isn't something shady about it. And there's got to be something shady, or truly Marasi. Its politicians and residents are just the perfect human beings that ever existed, building up from nothing to be the best ones. Yes, something that's just impossible. And it excited James' thoughts, because what he said to Hector that Marasi might be a business opportunity, though the first thing is to meet with his family and not to make business ventures and possibly die in the process. We are here. Orion spoke as they rolled straight into the airstrip where a beautiful white and quite a big private jet was waiting for them. I've never been on a private plane. He continued as he got out of the car and just looked at the plane and at the smiling flight attendants who were just standing and waiting for them. Me? Neither. James spoke while Mike opened up the trunk of the car, and there was only one single suitcase and one tote bag, and that's it. Literally nobody brought anything with them. Only the cash and the tote bag, which had the laptop and some necessary things in them. Though of course they didn't even have time to go home and pack up clothes. Isn't it a little, obviously? 12 people only have a suitcase and a tote bag. Mike looked up as he grabbed it. And while half of them are in suits while the other half in casual clothes. Yeah, it is, but that's what we got, so let's go, Mike. James said, and with it he walked toward the flight attendants with everybody after him, and they boarded the plane where some surprise awaited them. A big surprise that was just unbelievable. Chapter 260, VIP Treatment. To be truth, it was strange and a little obvious that something is up, at least to James, because the plane itself wasn't the private plane he thought it would be, because it was just big, like really big, the type of plane that cost triple of what's in that suitcase with them. Just too big for 12 people. And when he made his way up the steps and turned first to the cockpit, there was nothing strange, just pilots, whom he greeted and then turned to the other side to go and sit. But there was the surprise, and the answer why the plane was that big and spacious for 12 people. No fucking way. Oh my God. Orion spoke as his eyes just widened. What is this? The freak-out airline. He laughed, and truly it was. In front of them were women, like nude women. Some of them were in latex, but most of them were straight naked, and not just any women. Their boobs were silicone ones. Their whole bodies were just perfect like those models, luxury prostitutes. This is our VIP flight. The flight attendant lady said from their back, and as they turned toward her, she started dressing down. We offer the best comfort with the best women in the field. They are as well tested, and there is no need for protection. She smiled as now she was in a bra, but she was getting that too down. We also have pills. She pointed at a tray. It gives a boost for 3 hours, but we also have 100 grams of white magic as well as some party drugs if needed, with a lot of alcohol, of course. They said nothing because all of it was unbelievable to actually just understand it, like it was a freak-out airline, just as Orion said it. So who wants to start with me? She asked as now she was as naked as smiling at them. I will. Nobody. James interrupted Orion as he had already reached out and grabbed her boobs, though he quickly let out of it. Yeah, and nobody. Fuck is this in the first place? We asked for a private plane, not a sex plane. Orion tried to correct his act, though he was embarrassed. I'm sorry. We came to use the plane to travel, not to come, James said, which Orion laughed at the whole situation as the attendant was just staring at them naked and dumbfounded. Though that boob piercing is sexy, I gotta give that to you. Orion spoke, but we don't need you or the others. He gestured to the back. So please leave. Yeah, can you leave, or should we book another flight? James asked, staring at her, though he fought the urge to not look down, because, well, she actually looked pretty good. Oh, this is then a big misunderstanding, she said as she grabbed her clothes and started dressing back up, calmly, not really rushing it. I'm sorry, in the name of the leadership too, we thought you would need this kind of service. She smiled at James. But yeah, we'll leave if you want. Do you need real flight attendants? She asked as she put on her bra. Yeah, real ones, James said, still just mind blown by the fact that the VIP treatment was luxury prostitutes. This fly high is literally something revolutionary in the airline business. Okay then, 5 minutes and they will come, she said. Girls, let's go. There was a misunderstanding, she said to them, and they were too not in a rush. They just dressed back up and just left the plane, though some of them slapped James's ass and grabbed him down there with some gaze into his eyes, which was just literally a sexual assault at that point, though he didn't get angry about it. This whole situation was more like those fever dreams or things he saw in movies, and he understood why Fly High was so popular among rich people. Of course it was, when they offered services like this, like white magic, boosting pills, and party drugs with hose up in the air fucking till they landed. This is crazy. Orion laughed as the girls left. I think this was the most, strange moment in my career at the family. Yeah, it was. James chuckled as he finally sat down, while outside the plane Mike and the others just didn't understand the situation, watching a dozen women leave the plane. But after they learned what had just happened, they all thought the same, the absurdity of it. Though not long after, maybe 5 minutes, real flight attendants came in, and they were truly flight attendants and not drug-sniffing hoes. And finally, after everybody was buckled and the plane took off, and the almost 10-hour trip to Makari began, without hose, without moans, but with a call. That laptop which that woman gave to James was not even turned on, but buzzed and played sound like it was a nuclear warning. The whole plane was echoed by it, though after some time, he managed to answer it, and well, Hector was already in the call with Linda and the others. Hello, he said as he turned on the camera too. James, have you already taken off? Hector immediately asked. Yeah, I did, though it was a bit complicated, he said, smiling at the end. Complicated? Hector asked back, confusion all over his face. Yeah, but I will tell you about it. So what is this call? He looked at Linda, who was sitting at a table with Benjamin, Thomas, and Stephen. Nothing really, just to see if the network works or not. She answered him. Our next call will be on Tuesday if things work out good. Until then, we're just going to work on things that we can. And James, stay low. Don't do anything that can hurt not just you, but us too. I will try. Then goodbye, and remember Tuesday around 18, bye, she said, and then everything just went off to darkness. They're upset, huh? Mike said as he sat next to James. Well, Linda is always upset, but with this of course she is, but I do not give a single fuck about her. So let her be angry. He smiled at Mike. Though I'm gonna sleep now. This day was long and full of shit, he said as he leaned back in the seat, covered himself with a blanket, and slept through the whole flight, only being woken up by the flight attendant when they were finally arriving in Marassi. Chapter 261, Start. It was tense, more than tense, as the plane finally landed and, well, nobody said a word. Everybody just stared at James as he was looking out the window as the plane was being taxied, and then that was it. Ready to get off, though nobody stood up. A moment of silence, a moment of stillness, that was it, as everybody just remained in their seat. Even the pilot didn't move from their seats, because, well, they got a briefing about the situation, and also, they'd been through moments like this. If they need to dip, they dip, no questions asked. Yeah, that plane was their safe place, but getting off it meant one thing: they could be fucked. That was the situation that James needed to be careful about, that he really just fucking flew into Marassi, with a fake identity, with his family, and the family on the line, with everybody's life on the line who came with him. Get off the plane, or just wait till the plane refuels and go back. It was the first situation James was actually stressing about. Like, coming here, being on the plane was like a big hallucination, or maybe it was the adrenaline, the emotion of yesterday, what happened, how he got fucking slapped, how his emotion came to the surface, how fucked up that day was. But he understood it well, that this is a situation where he needs to act as a boss, where he needs to push down his emotions and think as a mafia leader, as a don, not as somebody whose emotion is controlling him. Sir, the flight attendant walked up to him. Should we? Thank you, we're getting off, he said as he stood up, but his voice was firm. It was full of worry and what could happen to them, but also with determination. They came here and are not going to leave until he sees them. We're getting off, boys, Orion shouted through the plane, and in a minute, everybody was ready, standing and well, realizing that this is truly an adventure, as the door opened and the stairway rolled down. Have a fun time, sir. The flight attendant said her goodbye as James did his first step going down the stairs, but there was nothing. No SUVs, no military, no police, just a bus waiting for them. It was calm and hot as fuck. It gotta be at least 40. Mike said as he was dressed in plain black, just like everyone. It is, James said as he reached for the suitcase. Money will be with me if something happens to any of you. He grabbed it from him, and they, with a glance, started walking toward the bus, which was nothing unordinary, and took them from the airstrip to the terminal. Everything seemed to go smooth, no fuck-ups, no shouts, flashbangs, just a normal day. And it seemed to be that's it, as they walked through the terminal without being searched or needing to go through the TSA. Wasn't it too easy? Mike asked as he was looking around for any threats, but this whole situation was the threat itself. Yeah, something is up, James said as he too realized that there was no fucking way there isn't even one search, or one person asking them who they are or something. They just walked through the terminal. Maybe it was just us, overcomplicating it? Orion spoke on the other side of James. I think so. Are you Frank Mihai? A voice with a heavy accent suddenly came from straight up ahead, interrupting Mike. And, well, they all stopped, because in front of them were no fucking police, but something far dangerous than that. It was a tall man, like 2 meters tall, in a suit, glasses, and blonde long hair. Though that wasn't the worrying part, but the squad of Marines. Behind him, fully stacked ones, AR in their hand, even grenades on some, and with the yellow and black flag with the white dragon in the middle, the flag of Marassi. Yeah, it is me. James spoke, trying to contain himself, the voice, to not seem stressed or worried about it, though meanwhile Mike and Orion were different. They knew for a fact that the moment it goes wrong, they would be killed. Ain't no way they were going to throw up their hands against fucking ARs and even a light machine gun on one of the soldiers. Nice to meet you, the man continued. Can I have a talk with you? He asked as he stepped closer to James and offered his hand. Of course, though, can I ask what your name is? He asked back, careful with it, and wording like if he was really a politician as the man shook his hand, and it was firm. To be truth, he grabbed it hard, almost like he tired to overpower James. And well, he did, with his fuck-ass tall body. I am Darvik Van Homan, Minister of National Defense of Marassi, he said as he just gripped even more of James's hand, though he wasn't just letting it go and he gripped it back hard, though it was embarrassing looking at each other's eyes, while Mike and Orion noticed that more soldiers came in the door. It is quite surprising to be welcomed by a Minister of Defense. Yeah, it is, but it is Marassi after all, a wonderland, he said, though James didn't understand what he meant by it. So can we talk in private? Of course we can, he replied with a warm smile, and Darvik tilted his head and gestured toward a hallway, and James just straight walked there, and then into a room, which looked like a typical interrogation room. One table, two chairs, and again just silence as they looked at each other, like it was a psychological warfare that Darvik wanted, but on James it didn't really work. He just looked calm and nonchalant. Not a single stressed movement. Am I being detained? Oh, don't joke, no? Just wanted to welcome you to my homeland with a little talk. You know, our diplomatic relationship is almost non-existent with many countries. Darvik said as he crossed his legs and leaned forward. Yeah, I know about it, as everybody else in the world. James said as he smiled. But it's strange to be welcomed by a defense minister. It feels like something's going to happen that is not good for me nor you. Well, it's only bad for you. He looked deep into James' eyes. President William, out of nowhere, sent so many people to the embassy, and now even you. Is he going to war? Does he want to come here to save himself? And you're just preparing the stage for him? Not really. I'm just here to do some audit and inspection at the embassy, and nothing more. And President William is currently fighting against the criminals. James answered him in the best way he could to maintain his government official persona, though silence followed. Darvik just leaned back and put a smile on his face, and, not a second later, he just chuckled by himself. What is so funny? James asked as he smiled too, to match him. Why Frank Mihai? Like they couldn't have made up a better name. Not one that is rare, that is almost non-existent. And your real name is far more like, powerful and demands respect. Bellini. How cool of a name is it compared to mine? He chuckled again. Like Bellini, it is a mafia name, and pairing it with James, your parents did a great job with that name. James Bellini. Though Lucian topped you, his name was just perfection. Number one. Nobody will top that. Panic. An emotional feeling that James hadn't felt in a long time. Just the purest panic. He tried to hide it away, but his body didn't listen, and first his finger, then his legs started to shake. The big plan just shattered within minutes. Chapter 262, Paradise. It was fast. Oh, you know, Darvik said, crossing his arms. Marasi has the most information in the world. Our agency is the best, we know everything. That you're close with the government, working with them to prevent a rebellion. That your family is at the embassy, we know everything, James. He stared deep into his eyes. The money in the suitcase which is illegal to bring in. The fake identity, the diplomatic passport, the ID. We know about all of it. James couldn't even react. It was like he just folded. He knew he couldn't threaten him, and in reality, there was nothing he could do. Not a single thing he could do against a minister in Marasi with soldiers outside. The first time he was cornered. Though we respect you, James, Darvik said, tapping his fingers against the table. You are a mystery to many, someone truly overpowered. Though you're not on the top 10 list, not yet at least. Maybe you're sitting somewhere in the top 50, lurking, watching, waiting. But if you start dealing drugs, you'll climb. James stared at him. Yet his expression remained calm, not the forced calm of a man trying to act strong, but the terrifying stillness of someone who had already accepted death long ago and never feared it since. Thanks for the kind words, he said. I appreciate it. And what now? Should I beg for my life? Or try to pay you off? Or... Oh no. No, that would never be you. Darvik interrupted quickly, almost offended by the suggestion, as if even the thought of James lowering himself to such desperation was an insult to everything he had built, his name, his silence, his legend. And I know your pride. It wouldn't let you do things like that. Not even if your family was on the line. You wouldn't beg, James. That was it. The atmosphere shifted once again, but this time, it was because of James. When Darvik mentioned his family, there was a change. Those empty eyes that had nothing in them suddenly became filled with killing intent, with something like a void. There was a reason why James Bellini wasn't feared the way others were, not with panic, not with chaos, but with stillness. You know, Darvik continued. People like to talk. They whisper stories about you. Some call you the devil with a suit and angel of death. What a name. But the smart ones, the ones who know what real danger looks like, they don't give you names. They just say your presence is a warning. I've sat across from cartel bosses with 100 kills on their names, but none of them made me feel like I was standing too close to the edge of something I couldn't see the bottom of. Only you. And what's worse, you don't even need to speak to control the room. You walk in, and men feel smaller, even me, and I'm 2 meters tall. He chuckled, But there was no palace for laughter and fun in the room. Everything had changed. That bloodlust, that atmosphere Darvik had created, shattered to pieces, just vanished with the mention of James's family. His face was calm, but radiating a hunger for blood, something truly otherworldly. How? Darvik said as it was a genuine question. He was excited about it. You're not even 30, and yet men twice your age lower their voices when they speak your name. You walk into a room, and it changes. Not because you demand attention, but because the air shifts. You're the kind of man who shouldn't exist, James. You break the rules. You're not normal, and the scariest part is that no one taught you to be this way. There's no mentor, no blueprint, no trauma we can point to and say, ah, that's what made him like this. You just are. Like you came out of nowhere, like something in the universe just snapped one day and said, let's see what happens if we give the world a man who doesn't flinch. The room fell silent again, but not empty. James's presence filled everything still, but he was thinking about things Darvik just mentioned. He truly knew about a lot of things. Like twice his age, he was clearly implying Silas, Lucian, and many others. Not just that, but he knew many things about him. Like if there is a whole essay about him out there somewhere, his emotions, his behavior, everything about him. This whole situation was just strange, and there is only one thing he was able to do, is ask a simple question. So you asked for a private talk? To suck my dick? How great am I? Oh no. Darvik gestured with his hand as he laughed up. I just admire you and how capable you are, though I'm not scared of you, and never will be. You know why? He asked, though the situation remained how it was. Not a single movement, just staring at each other with that same atmosphere. Because I was threatened by other guys too, cartels, the top ones, mafias all over the world who came to Marasi, and in the end all of them realized that I don't give a fuck about the power or anything not here in Marasi. He tapped his finger on the table. Because here James the First am the power, the government is the power, and we will kill everyone who goes against us. It was enough for James to start piecing it together, understanding what the situation was about, but he needed to be sure, so he asked instead of making an assumption. Then what do you want? Darvik leaned back again. Marasi is a great country. We are the safest and the fastest developing ones. Nobody is homeless here, and I mean it. A beautiful country with beautiful people who want peace, but it is impossible to do it this quickly, without loans or money coming in somehow. And it was especially hard after the war. He smiled. So that's how we became the paradise of every criminal who can pay enough. Yeah, it was true, and James had guessed right. That's what the fuck was happening in Marasi. A country of criminals. What a fucking twist. Chapter 263. Deal? Oh, that is interesting, James said, as though he was mind-blown by it, that he didn't realize it sooner, that it was literally a country for gangsters, and he had sent his family here. Not that safe then, huh? There are rules to it, James, Darvik said as he smiled. You can't operate your organization here, because we'll kill you. But that's how we became the safe spot for gangsters, even if they're enemies. In this country, they can't kill each other, because if they do, we hunt them down. Paradise for gangsters? James smiled, as he put together every single piece of the story of Marasi. They were collecting money from gangsters, from every rich criminal, and giving them a safe haven in Marasi. They couldn't kill each other, nor could any other country come in to arrest them. A safe country, that's what it was and still is. Yeah, and you're here now, with your family too, so we're offering you a deal, to be safe here. Really, and for what? Of course, money. What we ask is simple, you bank through us. We take 50% off the top. Sounds a lot, I know, but your money will be placed in safe hands, quiet hands. Private banks, shell companies, entire financial networks we built from the inside out, all under government oversight. Or, well, something that pretends to be oversight. He watched James carefully, waiting for the outburst that usually came, the protest, the insult, the refusal. Most men flinched at that 50%. Some laughed, some screamed. But James? Nothing. So he continued, slower now, because he could feel it. James was listening, and that was always more dangerous than when he was talking. We take 50% of all transactions that come in, Darvik repeated, and in return, you get access to the real infrastructure, private vaults, false identities, international funds masked behind agriculture, tech, even charity. Your money becomes unreachable. No trail, no leaks, not even a whisper. He leaned forward just slightly. This isn't just some offshore loophole. This is a haven, James. A true criminal haven. No extradition, no leaks, no cooperation with the union, the coalitions, the states, none of them. If you come here, your money is untouchable, and not just that, your family too. How come? James asked. We have what we call perks. Think of it as loyalty insurance. If you push over 100 billion through us, then even if you get arrested, charged, dragged into a courtroom somewhere, we won't just send a lawyer. We'll send whatever the hell it takes to get you out. He chuckled. We don't let our whales rot in cells. He spread his hands. So that's the deal. 50% of the money, and in return, you never have to look over your shoulder again. And then Darvik went quiet, waiting for James, watching him with that cautious stillness people always fell into around him. But James didn't nod, didn't smirk, didn't lean forward or sit back. It might have seemed like he didn't even hear the offer at all, but the truth was, he had heard it, fully, and he'd already made up his mind before Darvik even finished talking. Of course he did, because this wasn't the kind of thing James needed to think long about. It wasn't just a deal, it was a solution. Sure, 50% was gone, 50% of every drug sale would be cut out by Marcy, but it is a position. A place with no extradition, complete financial camouflage, and a backdoor army ready to tear down walls if he ever got caught. Then what was 50%, really? What was money, when what they were offering was untouchability? This wasn't about loss. This was about leverage, control, and maybe, just maybe, freedom. The real kind. Not the kind that needs guns or lawyers, but the kind where no one could touch him, trace him, reach for him. So no, he didn't have to think about it. He'd already thought past it, though there were strange parts about it. Lucian, why didn't y'all reach out to him? He asked, just to make sure this was real and not just some operation against him like a joint effort by agencies to take him down. And Darvik got it. He knew that James might be pessimistic about it. We don't offer. If someone comes to Marasi and has what we need, then we offer him, but only move behind closed borders. Because if we don't, we might get the attention of too many people. I mean, they already know what this country is about, but we don't want to be seen as the ones recruiting these criminals, you know? So, to be clear, Lucian never came to Marasi, but you're here now. I'm still pessimistic about it. James said. Then let me say this. The top cartels are banking with us, top mafias, top criminals banking with us. Even billionaires worldwide are banking with us. If you just search for a name, most of the photos were taken in Marasi. Darvik tried to steer James's worry away. You can even search up the execution of Juan Siviana, a cartel boss who went against our rules and carried out an assassination. We found him, we killed him, and we paid the victim's family a lot of money. He said all the right lines, but still, James didn't seem to be 100% sure about any of this. You know, James, Darvik continued, William, Linda, the others, all of them will betray you. They fear their position, they want power. But we're not like them. We don't let criminals get into positions where they can bribe officials. This is a democracy, after all. We give you safety, that's what Marasi is. Something you can trust. Something I can trust, huh? It sounds like you're pressuring me into this deal. Oh, I don't want to pressure you. And you know what? He stood up. You can take a look for yourself. Enjoy Marasi and your stay, and here's my number. He placed a name card on the table. When you've made your decision, call me. Then we'll talk more in detail about it. He walked to the door, but looked back. Though, there are only 90 days for your family, and you can stay if you don't take the deal. Make a good decision, James. Until then, enjoy our beautiful country. He waved his hand and left, leaving behind James, just stunned. Chapter 264, Panic. The questions in his head were non-existent as Darvik left the room. Like he was just stunned to the extent that there was no thought, no questions, no nothing. Like a feeling where you understand the solution, understand the truth, but you can't act on it, you can't think about it, because it's just sheer madness. It just does not make sense to even think it is real. But oh boy, it is real, too real, as suddenly out of nowhere James's body, his soul, realized that he needed to panic. He needed to feel what fear was, what shock was. And it was fast, it was too sudden as his whole being now was just shaking. His heartbeat was up in the sky. The sweat rolled down his whole body. It was like he got overdosed by some drug. But it wasn't no drug, but all the emotions. All the things he was pushing down again getting to the surface. A panic attack. As his breath was short, he could even control it. Just like if he could even try. His vision became blurry. His head spun as he realized that he just jumped straight into a whole fucking situation that he didn't even know shit about. That he sent his family to this country, and the thought that maybe, just maybe, it could have turned into the worst of the worst. Yeah, with the panic attack came finally the thought that just made the whole situation worse for him. What would have happened if if this Darvik, used his family to manipulate him? What if they would have been kidnapped, would have been tortured? What would have happened if Marasi or Darvik would be this friendly, but the complete opposite of it? And he sent them here with the thought they are in a safe country, while in the meantime, he just put them in the middle of the biggest threat. All the thoughts in his mind just spiraled back to Darvik as he said that they protect those who pay enough. What would have happened if Emmanuel from the cartel would have been with Darvik if he would have been paid enough? What would have happened to James's family, to his mother, to Charlotte, to Bella? He could only think about the danger of Marasi, the danger of this, what he did, what he decided. Though, it didn't make any sense, because Darvik clearly said that there are rules to it. Rules that in Marasi nobody can kill nobody, a safe spot. But he just could not stop thinking about all of it. And most importantly, that whatever he does, things get fucked. Something always comes to the surface. Control it. Control your breath. Control it. He whispered to himself as he leaned back at the chair, closing his eyes. They are safe, James. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Yeah, the final stage of the panic, maybe the most disgusting one, is when the mind is playing games with you. When you know to not think about a certain thing, but your head, your mind just playing this picture, that imagery, picture, and scenario. It was brutal and terrifying. It was about his family. To see them, to imagine them chopped up, imagine their screams, their begging, their hatred. All of it was in his mind, in front of him as he closed his eyes. And it just wouldn't fade away. He gritted his teeth, clenched so hard his jaw hurt. He clutched his fist so much that his nail dug into his skin. But it didn't stop the pictures. Nothing worked. Not breathing. Not that fake voice in his head that told him everything was fine. It wasn't fine. It's not real. Not real. Just stop it. They are fine, they are. Good, he whispered, but the images still came. Charlotte's little hand reaching out, her mouth open, screaming for him as her body just covered full with blood. Then there is Erica. Not screaming, just looking at him. Just staring without anger, without fear. With one simple question. Just why? It wasn't real, but it felt real. His mind, his own fucking mind was doing this to him. The blood, the screaming, the begging. The way their faces twisted in pain, in terror, and his mom just stared at him in the darkness. Control it. Control your breath. He whispered, hand shaking as he pressed it over his face. They're safe. They're okay. It's not happening. It's not real. But again, it just felt real. To real, and something inside him was screaming louder than anything else. That voice, the voice of uncertainty, the voice of suffering. What if it happens? What if it's already happening? What if this time, you were too late? He hated that voice. He hated himself. He saw their broken bodies. He heard Charlotte's voice beg him not to let go. He saw blood where there was none. He heard screaming where there was silence. Just breathe. His nails had already torn through the skin of his palm, but he didn't release his grip, didn't even loosen it, because the pain helped him stay grounded, helped him believe he was still here and not lost inside the screaming halls of his own fucking mind. Just breathe, just fucking breathe. But every breath he tried to take felt like there was something wrapped around his lungs, squeezing, laughing, dragging him deeper into the same place he always ended up, his own darkness made up by the suffering. He saw her again, his mother, still, silent, not a trace of fear in her face, just that stare, that cold, empty stare that asked the one question he couldn't answer, the one question that kept tearing into him no matter how many times he said it wasn't real, wasn't true, wasn't happening. Why? And maybe he didn't have the answer because deep down, he knew the question wasn't even hers, it was his. It came from that place inside him that never healed, that never shut up, that kept whispering that he was the reason for everything, that he was the root of the rot, the shadow that cursed everything he touched. And as he sat there, trembling, jaw clenched, blood dripping slowly from his hand onto the floor. He realized something that made his chest hurt even more. Maybe he wasn't just afraid of losing them, he was. James, a loud voice called out. It was Mike, and as grabbed James's face, cupping it and looking deep into his eyes, he immediately knew something was wrong. His pupils were wide open, his eyes bloodshot, and there was sweat all over his face, along with heavy breathing. He quickly put his finger to James's pulse. It was racing, almost like he was about to have a heart attack. "Are you?" "I'm good," James said, pushing him away and standing up. Though he almost fell as his leg buckled, but Mike immediately grabbed him. "James, you." "I'm good, Mike." He raised his voice, but everyone knew it wasn't true. Even though he knew it deep down, he was just too selfish to show his weakness, to show himself as broken. Something that maybe one day would be his death. Chapter 265, Trust Me. There was silence after James shouted, though Mike knew very well it wasn't personal, and it wasn't because James was bossing around, no. It was because he was frustrated with himself. It was clear that something happened with that guy. So he didn't say anything more, because he knew if he just pushed on, he was just going to cause more suffering to him. Because it was clear that James was having a panic attack caused by something that happened inside with this Darvik guy, this mysterious figure who just welcomed them. And he could guess that something big truly happened between them, while outside, nothing. They just stood in the terminal, facing off with the soldiers, but nothing more. Just calmly eyeing each other, almost like they were flashing their power, like telling them that one wrong move and they're dead, that they are in power here. And judging by James's reaction now, it was more clear. It was just shocking to say at least, like seeing James in that state was something that Mike never even imagined to ever see. Like seeing him this vulnerable and in full fear, full panic. That just wasn't him. It wasn't. James wasn't the mafia leader, wasn't the head of the Bellini family they all know. Rather than that, it seemed like the demon in his head was chatting with him, playing mind games. Almost like he is truly losing himself now, losing his sanity. Though Mike quickly got these thoughts out of his mind, because these are the worst to think about. Thoughts that just make loyalty weak. Thoughts that come with questions. If he really is someone to follow to death when he is clearly unstable? Yeah, he knocked all of it off because he promised himself to never question him. He is still the leader. He is still the one he will die for if the time comes. Let him be insane, crazy, mentally unstable. Whatever the fuck it is, he will be on his side. And whoever questions him, whoever brave enough to plot behind his back, to think this unstable is a chance to act up, will be killed, will be punished. "We should go," James whispered as he finally had enough power to stand on his own, and he got way better by this silence, by the comfort of Mike, as he was on his side, as he felt his grip, as he felt the pain in his palm as it still bled. "Here is your cane." Mike gave it to him, and it just made James with it look like maybe a demon, messenger of death, the angel of death, and suddenly all his thoughts about betrayal, that somebody will stand up against him. It just all went away within seconds. There was no fucking way somebody would stand up against him.